Chapter 001. The ancient temple in the deep mountains confronts evil spirits. As the fragrant blooms of April fade away, the peach blossoms at the cold mountain temple begin to flourish. Nestled atop a high mountain, the temple is adorned with these blossoms during this season. Before the temple gate, a woman clad in blue delicately plucked a flower and placed it in the swaddling cloth she held tightly in her arms. The infant within the swaddle seemed to exhibit a spark of vitality, as if the presence of the peach blossom had invigorated him, his left eyelid fluttering as if seeking to open. Witnessing this, the blue-clad woman felt a pang of sorrow and murmured, "In the next life, do not descend to the mortal realm. I have heard from nearby villagers that there are several enlightened monks residing within this cold mountain temple. Let them perform a rite for your liberation." The woman did not knock upon the door, but gently laid the swaddled infant before the temple entrance. A gentle breeze swept by, and she vanished quietly, as if she had never been there. After a while, a robust figure, resembling a martial monk, emerged from the temple. He lifted the infant from the ground and returned inside. "Hey, come and see. There's a child here," the muscular monk called out loudly. Not far away, an alluring young man chuckled. "I detest children. Zhao Manzi, hurry and devour him." The monk, Zhao Manzi, rubbed his shiny bald head and muttered, "But I never eat children. They can grow into adults, and it's far more satisfying to consume them then. Fatty, why not take them to feed your little ones?" The charming youth turned to the kitchen, asking with impatience. However, the person busy in the kitchen did not respond. At that moment, a middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal grace, strode out from the main hall. His gait was unlike that of ordinary folk, moving with a steady and deliberate manner, as if he were a celestial being. He approached the stone table and scrutinized the infant closely. He then shook his head gently and sighed. What a pity. Such a splendid, chaotic sacred body, reduced to this state. "A chaotic sacred body? I thought this little one possessed an immortal body," exclaimed the alluring youth, who had earlier suggested discarding the child, rushing over. "This is a top-tier physique. The outside world has become increasingly depraved. Look at the plight of this child. His heart has been excised, his right eye gouged out, and even his bones have not been spared, having lost 2 pieces. The person from the kitchen finally emerged, seemingly drawn by the mention of the chaotic sacred body. He was a large, rotund man, whose flesh quivered as he walked, his ample belly resembling a ticking time bomb. "I suspected it was a chaotic sacred body. To survive without a heart at such a tender age is beyond what an immortal body could achieve," the hefty man stated, leaning in for a closer look. "Umaba, how compassionate, how compassionate." Suddenly, an old monk appeared from nowhere. His long white eyebrows cascaded down to his shoulders. Such pity, such pity. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 70-year stupa. Which of you 4 could devise a means to save this little one?" the old monk inquired. The charming youth placed his hands on his hips and laughed. "Master, a heartless person cannot survive. There is simply no way to save him." The ethereal middle-aged man calculated with his fingers and shook his head. "The heart was taken a month ago. It is too late. Had it been earlier, perhaps he could have lived a few more years. I can extend his life, but it would merely be prolonging the inevitable. Once I cease, he will perish," Zhao Manzi declared. The hefty man appeared somewhat gleeful. Chuckling, agreed. "Once he dies, his corpse is mine. The toxic maggots raised on a chaotic sacred body should yield excellent results." Seeing that none of the 4 had a solution, the old monk sighed in resignation. "It seems this is his fate. Alas, how sorrowful. Little benefactor, I shall now perform a rite for your liberation, thus sparing you from the suffering of existence." The old monk set down his prayer beads and gently placed his aged hand upon the infant's head. A golden light enveloped him as he prepared to gently release the infant from his earthly bonds. But at that moment, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the main hall. The once composed 5 individuals all changed countenance and hurriedly retreated into the hall. Together, they sought to suppress the entity bound beneath the statue. Yet this time, the resistance was far greater than before, and they found themselves unable to contain it. Indeed, it is the Demon Ancestor. This heart has been suppressed for countless ages, yet it remains so formidable. The old monk's brows furrowed, and he appeared to struggle greatly. "We have been deceived all along. It is far more powerful than we anticipated," the alluring youth grimaced. "Cursed White Emperor, he claimed our strength would suffice. Bah, he was merely toying with us." The monk spoke gravely. "We must devise a plan quickly. If it escapes and triggers the 10 directions annihilation formation, we shall all perish." The hefty man interjected, "Sword demon, why are you silent?" The ethereal middle-aged man was indeed the sword demon referred to by the hefty man. His expression darkened as he replied, I have thought of a method, though it is somewhat perilous. Speak quickly. If you delay, we shall meet our doom, urged the alluring youth. The sword demon glanced back, his gaze lingering on the swaddle upon the stone table. This infant possesses a chaotic sacred body, and his vitality is on the verge of extinguishment. He can absorb the energy from the Demon Ancestor's heart, thereby alleviating our burden. If successful, we may manage to suppress the demon's heart's turmoil. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes brightened with hope. Excellent idea. I shall retrieve the child at once. The alluring youth exclaimed eagerly. Zhao Manzi, you must hold the line for me. Can you withstand it? Zhao Manzi nodded and let out a fierce roar. In an instant, his form expanded considerably, muscles bulging, while his skin turned a deep crimson, adorned with dark patterns. Witnessing this, the alluring youth swiftly retreated from the hall. He brought the infant to the front of the statue. Indeed, a portion of the energy redirected itself, surging directly into the infant's body. Instantly, the pressure on the five diminished, and their expressions brightened. Quickly, seize this moment to suppress the demon's heart, the old monk urged. Yet, unexpectedly, the once vibrant demon heart suddenly fell silent. Everything seemed to revert to normal. The energy emanating from the heart was no longer palpable. Silence prevailed. A deathly stillness enveloped the hall. But within this silence, a heartbeat suddenly resonated. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of a heartbeat, initially faint, grew in intensity, reverberating throughout the great hall. This is bad, the old monk exclaimed, rushing forward to cradle the infant from the altar. The demon heart, it has directly transferred into him. The heart's pulse is now linked, merging into one. The others were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this had come to pass. Chapter 001. The ancient temple in the deep mountains seals demonic forces. In the month of April, when the blossoms on earth have faded, the peach trees of the cold mountain temple begin to bloom. Perched atop a high mountain, the temple still showcases the vibrant blossoms during this season. Before the temple gate, a woman clad in blue gently plucked a blossom and nestled it within the swaddling cloth she held close. The infant within the swaddle appeared to stir slightly, as if the presence of the peach blossom had infused it with a touch of vitality, its eyelid fluttering as if it wished to open. Observing this, the blue-clad woman felt a pang of sorrow. May you not return to this world in your next life. I have heard from the nearby villagers that this cold mountain temple is home to several enlightened monks, she continued. Let them perform a rite of passage for you. Instead of knocking, the woman delicately placed the swaddle at the entrance of the temple. A gentle breeze swept by, and she quietly vanished as if she had never existed. After a brief interval, a robust figure resembling a martial monk emerged from the temple. He picked up the infant from the ground and returned inside. Hey, come take a look. There's a child here. The muscular monk exclaimed loudly. Nearby, a charming yet sinister youth chuckled. I despise children the most. Zhao Manzi, you should devour him quickly. The monk, Zhao Manzi, rubbed his shining bald head and muttered, but I never eat children. They can grow into adults, and adults are much more satisfying. Fatty, why not take and feed your little darlings? The charming youth turned, impatience evident in his voice as he glanced toward the kitchen. However, the individual busy in the kitchen did not respond. At that moment, a middle-aged man with an ethereal presence and striking features emerged from the main hall. His gait was unlike that of ordinary men, each step exuding an air of celestial grace. He approached the stone table and scrutinized the infant closely. He shook his head gently and sighed. What a pity, such a splendid chaotic sacred body. Yet it has been so terribly marred that a chaotic sacred body. I thought this little one possessed an immortal body. The charming youth, who had just earlier called for the child's disposal, hurried over. This is a top-tier physique. People outside have become increasingly depraved. Look at how they have harmed this child. The heart has been extracted, the right eye taken as well, and even 2 bones have been removed, he lamented. The individual from the kitchen then emerged, seemingly drawn by the mention of the chaotic sacred body. He was a rotund man, and as he walked, the flesh on his face jiggled. His bulging belly seemed ready to burst at any moment. I suspected it was a chaotic sacred body. Surviving without a heart at such a young age is impossible for an immortal body, the hefty man remarked, leaning in for a closer look. Umaba, how tragic, how tragic. Suddenly, an elderly monk appeared from nowhere. His long white eyebrows cascaded down to his shoulders. How pitiful. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 70-year pagoda, he declared. Which of you 4 possesses the means to save this child? The charming youth, hands on hips, laughed, "Master, a person without a heart cannot live. There is simply no way to save him." The ethereal middle-aged man calculated and shook his head. "The heart was removed a month ago. It is too late. Had it been sooner, perhaps we could have granted him a few more years that I can prolong his life. But only temporarily once I cease. He will perish," Zhao Manzi asserted. The portly man seemed to take delight in this predicament. Chuckling, "It's settled then when he dies. The corpse is mine." The poison maggots nurtured from a chaotic sacred body should yield excellent results. The elderly monk sighed, seeing their collective helplessness. "It appears this is his fate. How sorrowful, how lamentable. Little benefactor, I shall perform a rite for you now, sparing you further suffering." The elderly monk set aside his prayer beads, raising his gnarled hand to rest upon the infant's head. A radiant golden light enveloped him as he prepared to gently usher the child into the afterlife. However, at that moment, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from within the main hall. The previously composed 5 individuals changed countenance, hastily retreating into the hall. Together, they endeavored to suppress the entity trapped beneath the statue. Yet, this time felt markedly different. The force of the entity's retaliation was immense, and they found themselves unable to contain it. Indeed, it is the Demon Ancestor. This heart has been suppressed for countless ages and remains formidable. The elderly monk's eyebrows shot up, and he appeared to struggle greatly. "We have been deceived all along. It is far stronger than we anticipated," the charming youth growled, his face contorted in rage. "Cursed White Emperor, he claimed our combined strength would suffice. Bah, he has merely mocked us." The martial monk spoke solemnly. "We must devise a solution quickly should it escape and trigger the 10 Directions Annihilation Formation. We shall all perish." The portly man interjected, "Sword Demon, why do you remain silent?" The ethereal middle-aged man, referred to as the Sword Demon, furrowed his brow and replied, "I have conceived a plan, though it carries considerable risk. Speak swiftly. If you delay, we shall meet our doom," the charming youth urged. The Sword Demon glanced back, his gaze settling on the swaddle upon the stone table. This infant possesses a chaotic sacred body, yet his life force wanes perilously. He can absorb the Demon Ancestor's heart energy, alleviating the pressure upon us. This may allow us to subdue the tumult of the demon's heart. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes brightened with hope. "A splendid idea. I shall fetch the child at once," the charming youth exclaimed eagerly. "Zhao Manzi, you must hold the fort for me. Can you withstand it?" Zhao Manzi nodded, unleashing a fierce roar. In an instant, his physique expanded considerably. His muscles bulged, and his skin turned a deep crimson, adorned with dark patterns. Seeing this, the charming youth swiftly exited the main hall. He returned with the infant, placing him before the statue. Indeed, a portion of the energy redirected, flooding into the infant's form. Instantly, the pressure upon the 5 diminished, and their expressions lightened with relief. "Quickly, now is the moment to suppress the demon heart," the elderly monk urged. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the once fierce demon heart suddenly fell silent. It was as if nothing had transpired. The energy, once radiating from the demon heart, had vanished completely. Silence enveloped the hall, a deathly stillness. But amidst the quietude, a heartbeat resounded, initially faint, then growing louder, echoing throughout the grand hall. "This is not good," the elderly monk exclaimed as he swiftly lifted the infant from the altar. "The demon heart, it has directly transferred to him. The heart pulse has connected. They have merged into one." The others stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom such an outcome. Chapter 002, Rebirth of Nirvana. Wait. Has the demonic heart truly broken free from its seal? Yet, the grand formation remains dormant. The charming young man was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. The stout man turned to the handsome middle-aged figure, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone as he questioned, "Sword Demon, was this the risk you spoke of? You nearly brought doom upon us all." The Sword Demon nodded slightly, offering no denial. "We have been trapped here for 300,000 years. Rather than wait in despair, it is better to take a bold gamble." "Umaba, well said, well said." The white-browed old monk clasped his hands in prayer, chanting, "From this day forth, I and the other benefactors shall no longer expend our cultivation to suppress this entity." Truly, a cause for celebration. However, Zhao Manzi furrowed his brows, stepping forward to glance at the infant cradled in the old monk's arms. "But have you considered the possibility of the Demon Ancestor borrowing a body to return? Wouldn't the Demon Ancestor's heart refuse to be used by anyone? It would surely corrupt this little child. With his feeble spirit, I fear," he remarked. "Why not extract the heart? The charming young man raised an eyebrow and inquired. Since it has already escaped the seal, it will not trigger the killing formation again. The stout man nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. The thief speaks wisely. The formation is still intact, and with our current strength, who knows how many more years it will take to break free. If we allow it to grow, we may find ourselves unable to suppress the resurrected Demon Ancestor. What are we waiting for then? The sword demon snorted coldly, extending his hand to directly draw the infant from the old monk's grasp. He reached towards the child's heart, poised to extract the demonic heart. But at that moment, the infant surprisingly became animated, extending his chubby little hand to grasp one of the sword demon's fingers. The child giggled, his eyes wide with curiosity as he gazed at the sword demon. With a huff, the sword demon instantly tossed the infant back to Zhao Manzi, then turned away. Here you, who loves to devour people, can have this child. Zhao Manzi looked at the infant, who was reaching towards him, and couldn't help but chuckle. He doesn't seem edible. Here, you take him, fatty. Zhao Manzi tossed the infant to the stout man. The stout man, not even glancing, swiftly threw the child to the charming young man. The charming young man awkwardly cradled the infant, appearing unsure of how to hold him properly, struggling to find a normal position. To him, the child felt like holding a live grenade, and he immediately tossed the infant back to the white-browed old monk. I detest children. Master, you take him. The old monk cradled the infant gently, rocking him a few times to soothe his emotions. He then looked up at the four men in the hall, smiling. After all this, he has returned to my hands. But as a monk, I do not stain my hands with blood. Let this poor little child live. Old monk, spare us your feigned compassion. The charming young man chuckled. Wasn't it you who exterminated the Sioux kingdom? There were at least hundreds of billions of souls lost, and your hands bear the most blood here. You didn't blink an eye when slaughtering billions. Now, when asked to extract a heart, you dawdle. The old monk gazed quietly at the charming young man, saying nothing. The charming young man, feeling the weight of the old monk's gaze, retreated to a corner, knowing full well that despite his bravado, he would not stand a chance against the old monk in combat. The chaotic sacred body is not a name without merit. Observe closely. The demonic heart seeks to taint his spirit, but is thwarted by the innate divine aura of the sacred body. It intended to usurp, but overlooked the power of the chaotic sacred body, and now finds itself ensnared, unable to escape. The old monk continued, I shall invoke the Golden Soul incantation to construct a second barrier for him. This should ensure he remains untouched by the demonic heart. Thus, there is no need to extract the heart. Let him live. The four men remained silent, but the old monk understood their tacit consent. From today onward, we shall take turns caring for the child. Once he grows a bit more, we will each impart our skills to him. Should he master the abilities of all five of us, the threat of the demonic heart's backlash will no longer be a concern. Seeing their continued silence, the old monk added, I shall take it as your agreement. He carefully inspected the swaddling that enveloped the infant and discovered the two characters Fang Ling embroidered in golden thread. This little child's surname is Fang, and his given name is Ling. From now on, we shall call him Little Fang Ling. As time passed swiftly, 5 years flew by in the blink of an eye. In the grand hall, the old monk sat in front of the Buddha statue, reciting scriptures. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind a pillar, grinning mischievously. The child, appearing around 5 years old, tiptoed toward the old monk, and then unexpectedly launched an attack. Star River Boundless Fist, Fang Ling shouted, throwing a punch toward the old monk's back. Despite his tender age, the punch carried a force that seemed capable of breaking through the air, swirling like a river of stars as it struck the old monk's back. The old monk, who had been reciting scriptures, slowly opened his eyes. With a flick of his white brow, he lifted little Fang Ling into the air. The suspended child was terrified and quickly pleaded, Master, please put me down. I understand my mistake. I want to do it again. What? However, the old monk remained unyielding, spinning him around. Little Fang Ling felt like a yo-yo, dizzy and disoriented. Master, I feel nauseous. If I throw up on you, don't blame me. Really, I can't hold it anymore. Fang Ling cried out, feeling his stomach churn violently. With a sudden thump, the old monk's brow furrowed, and Fang Ling plummeted to the golden floor tiles. The old monk rose and looked at the crumpled child. How long have you been practicing this Star River Boundless Fist? He inquired. Sitting up, Fang Ling mumbled. About 2 years. Master Manzi taught me 2 years ago. Is it very poor? Master Manzi said he learned it in just 3 days. The old monk chuckled. Your Master Manzi is boasting. He likely practiced for 300 years before mastering that technique. This is the ultimate skill of the Star River sect. the most powerful lineage of body refinement. Star River Sect? Where is it? Fang Ling asked curiously. I do not know. Perhaps it no longer exists or is hiding in some unknown place, the old monk replied. Your master Manzi came from the Star River Sect. However, he later became too ruthless, devouring people, and offended many powerful factions. Eventually, he was expelled from the sect, and they chose to seal themselves away. Is Master Manzi a bad person? Fang Ling inquired. Yes, here, aside from your master, all others are bad people, the old monk replied with a smile. That is why we are trapped here, unable to escape. Your master Manzi loves to consume people. Your fatty master is full of poison. Your sword master enjoys killing and forging swords. And your flower master, he is the most despicable, once the most notorious flower thief in the world. Flower thief? What does that mean? Fang Ling mumbled. I also enjoy picking flowers. I have plucked all the flowers from the backyard. They smell so good, the old monk replied. When you grow a bit more, you'll understand. His picking of flowers is entirely different from what you mean. You must never follow his example. They are all wicked individuals, so little Fang Ling, you should stay close to your master and recite scriptures with me. Old bald donkey, stop spreading rumors. At that moment, the charming young man stormed in. Little Fang Ling, your master is deceiving you. We four are good people, and he is the bad one. Anyone who did not pledge allegiance to your master would be killed on the spot. He is the one who has killed the most among us. Fang Ling dashed to the side of the great monk, clutching his robe with her small hands, gazing gleefully at the flower thief Xiao Luosheng. Master Hua, do not deceive me. I am not a mere 3-year-old child. The master is usually the kindest, unable even to swat a mosquito, contrary to your claims. Little rascal, how dare you not believe me? The flower thief's face darkened with indignation. The old monk, however, burst into laughter, raising his hand to gently pat Fang Ling's little head. Little Fang Ling is indeed clever, possessing the ability to discern right from wrong. Come, let me teach you that skill again. You must learn it early and be the first to inherit my ultimate art. Chapter 003. The demon's heart returns to tranquility. Night fell, flames flickered, and the candlelight on the golden stand seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Amidst the dancing flames, 5 shadows intertwined chaotically. You all sense it too, do you not? The old monk inquired, lifting his head slightly. Fang Ling's heartbeat grew faint. It was nearing its end. Zhao Manzi remarked, the demon's heart has repeatedly failed to possess, and I surmise it wishes to give up, unwilling for little Fang Ling to absorb its energy in vain. Though the demon's heart has merged with the chaotic sacred body, its consciousness remains. If we do not eradicate it, it will ultimately pose a significant threat. The stout man spoke solemnly. Sword Demon added, the dilemma now is that the demon's heart has ceased. If it stops beating, little Fang Ling may not survive long. The flower thief fidgeted, pondering what to say, yet found himself at a loss. Is there no way to force it to beat? He asked. Silence enveloped the group. Given their capabilities, few things in the world could truly challenge them. Yet, this matter eluded their grasp, as it involved heights they had yet to reach. I can extend his life a few hundred years without issue, Zhao Manzi asserted. A few hundred years. The flower thief chuckled. Manzi, do you intend to sacrifice your entire life skill for that? After merely nurturing him for a few years, have you truly developed feelings for him? Zhao Manzi glanced at him, chuckling softly. Who was it that secretly infused primal energy into little Fang Ling yesterday, attempting to restore his normal heartbeat? Alas, it was all in vain, merely restoring a modicum of vitality to the demon's heart. The flower thief immediately grew anxious, bouncing up and down. I was merely playing around. I have plenty of primal energy. What's wrong with a little experimentation? Enough. Do not wake that little one. The old monk raised his hand, signaling the flower thief to settle down. Suddenly, the 5 sensed an anomaly, their expressions shifting abruptly. They instantly found themselves in Fang Ling's room. Master, why are you all awake? Fang Ling asked, fiddling with a mass of black energy in his hands, wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of his 5 masters. The old monk and the others stared at the black energy, their eyes widening in shock, speechless. This mass of black energy was the lingering essence of the Demon Ancestor's heart, the very consciousness of the demon's heart. At this moment, it had been extracted. Little Fang Ling, what is that in your hands? The old monk inquired. Fang Ling replied, recently, I have felt discomfort in my heart, an oppressive sensation. I was asleep just now when it jolted me awake. It felt as though something was obstructing my heart, so I managed to get out. How did you manage to extract it? Sword Demon asked. It was hiding inside, unwilling to come out, so I forced it out, and it emerged. Fang Ling gestured animatedly. This thing feels unpleasant. I wish to discard it, yet it clings to me. Master, can you help me get rid of it? The old monk nodded softly, extending his left hand. A golden swastika appeared in his palm. He reached out, and the black energy emitted a crackling sound before swiftly dissipating. Wow, Master, your swastika spell is truly powerful. I must learn it quickly. Fang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. First sleep, the old monk said with a gentle smile, ruffling his small head. The five then vanished from the room, returning to the great hall. No one spoke. They merely exchanged glances. After a while, the flower thief chuckled. This little rascal, causing unnecessary worry. It appears the chaotic sacred body is indeed formidable. It is quite astonishing. Zhao Manzi responded. His physique has long since mutated. In the past, the sacred body was incomplete, supplemented by the demon's heart. The demon's heart is eternal and indestructible, capable of providing boundless energy. The incomplete sacred body has been voraciously absorbing it, and after years of development, it has not only regained vitality, but also surpassed it. You may not yet know, but his blood eye has stabilized, possessing terrifying power. Oh, do elaborate, suage, demon inquirid, curiosity piquet. In my estimation, his blood eye can distort space, even directly opening portals. Zhao Manzi spoke gravely. In future battles, he could effortlessly dismantle enemy attacks, or even exile opponents to the endless void without shedding blood. Moreover, the two precious bones that were extracted have nearly fully recovered, Zhao Manzi continued. From these two precious bones, I have glimpsed the most primordial runes. Those petty thieves who once carved out hearts and gouged eyes would never have imagined that little Fang Ling not only survived, but has become even more formidable. The flower thief laughed. With his potential, it is highly likely he will surpass that White Emperor in the future. We have all been defeated by the White Emperor. If we can cultivate a disciple to defeat him, it would be quite a triumph. The most terrifying aspect of this little one is not his physique, but his comprehension. The old monk remarked lightly. Manzi's Stellar River Infinite Fist he mastered in merely 2 years. I estimate that in 3 more years, even my swastika spell will be perfected. Actually, this little one learned my shifting technique last year, the flower thief muttered softly. The stout man widened his eyes in disbelief, retorting, You scoundrel! You claimed you would not teach him any techniques, yet behind our backs, you allowed him to learn the shifting steps. The flower thief chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. Initially, they had agreed not to teach him cultivation until after he turned 3, yet he had broken the rules, secretly imparting his shifting technique to little Fang Ling when he had just begun to walk. That night, Fang Ling slept soundly, never before experiencing such comfort. For the past 5 years, he had been plagued by the same nightmare of having his heart gouged, eyes plucked, and bones extracted, regardless of his pleas for mercy. This dream had haunted him countless times, often waking him in terror. This time, he slept deeply until midday, dreaming of indulging in delicious food. Suddenly, a cold voice jolted him back to reality. What time is it? Sword Demon stood at the foot of his bed, a serious expression on his face. Fang Ling squinted against the bright light streaming in, murmuring, I slept so well last night, I didn't have that nightmare. You shall no longer have that nightmare. Sword Demon replied flatly. For these past years, Fang Ling had been tormented by that nightmare due to the machinations of the demon's heart. Now that its consciousness had been thoroughly obliterated, he would no longer relive that torment. Really? That's wonderful. Fang Ling exclaimed joyfully, leaping out of bed. Chapter 004. The Unrivaled Path Forged in Blood. From this day forth, I shall formally teach you the sword path. In the courtyard before the great hero hall, Sword Demon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. My sword path is encapsulated in a single word, battle. My master once traversed the heavens with a single sword, vanquishing all sword masters of the world. I possess many sword techniques, but shall teach you only one. He slowly raised his right hand, conjuring a blood-red long sword within his grasp. Fang Ling gazed upon the blood sword, feeling as though he were amidst a sea of corpses and blood, gripped by sheer terror. His body instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his balance. The sword technique is called Blood Sword, forged through blood. The Sword Demon stated calmly. This technique is quite simple to practice. One merely needs to kill. By offering the blood of enemies, one can refine their own life sword. The stronger the one who offers the sword, the greater the enhancement to the blade, which is why the master only targeted experts in his time. What I present before you now is merely a fraction of my power. Should you confront my life sword directly, you would be shredded by the murderous aura it emanates. Every beginning is challenging. While the process of cultivating the blood sword is straightforward, entry into it is not. Many falter at the stage of refining their life sword. It is not a matter of talent or physical prowess, but rather the possession of pure killing intent. By solidifying that intent and merging it with one's own vital essence, the blood sword can be formed. Have you not longed to leave Cold Mountain Temple? Once you have condensed your life sword, I shall grant you permission to descend the mountain. Really? Fang Ling exclaimed, filled with joy. For years, he had been confined within this small temple and yearned to venture down the mountain. Indeed, the sword demon nodded. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Fang Ling, imparting the sword technique to him. Fueled with enthusiasm, Fang Ling devoted himself entirely to the technique after receiving it that morning. In the evening, on the back mountain, the sword demon and Zhao Manzi stood on a cliff, gazing at the distant glow of the sunset. The yearning for freedom was not unique to Fang Ling. They themselves had endured for 300,000 years. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they turned to retreat to their respective chambers for cultivation. At that moment, Fang Ling came running joyfully. Master of the sword, I have condensed my life sword, he shouted. The sword demon frowned upon hearing this. Zhao Manzi beside him also turned to inquire, when did you teach him? At noon today, the sword demon muttered. He looked at Fang Ling and said, since you have succeeded, present it for me to see. Fang Ling nodded, raising his right hand with a semblance of seriousness. The once innocent child suddenly transformed in demeanor. A fierce and savage murderous aura surged from him, and a wicked, dark red blood sword materialized in his grasp. Although this aura was not overwhelmingly strong, it was exceptionally ferocious, as if it sought to annihilate everything in its path. The three elderly monks, practicing elsewhere in the temple, sensed the malevolent energy and rushed to the back mountain. Master, this is the blood sword I have condensed, Fang Ling declared. Should this be considered a success? Not bad. The sword demon nodded slightly. So can I descend the mountain now? Fang Ling asked in delight. The sword demon smiled. Yes, I grant you permission to descend the mountain. However, it is merely my consent. I cannot speak for your other masters. Though Fang Ling was young, he was quite astute and immediately realized he had been deceived. Master of the sword, you are being unreasonable. I refuse to accept this. I want to descend the mountain. Did you not say you are the strongest among all my masters? If the others disagree with my descent, you should just beat them until they agree. He exclaimed like a little cannon, babbling away. Sword demon, you are getting a bit arrogant. Flower thief chuckled. I acknowledge your sword is formidable, but it cannot defeat me. Firstly, I never claimed such a thing. Do not let this little rascal deceive you, the sword demon replied calmly. Secondly, if you dare, do not use your movement technique. Face me directly, and I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Flower thief retorted, if I cannot use my movement technique, what is the point of fighting? Zhao Manzi glanced over, slightly dissatisfied, and said, Sword demon, our battle from years ago has yet to yield a victor, has it? How dare you claim to be the strongest among us five? Shall we settle this now? Let us see if your sword can pierce through my flesh. Enough of this childishness, the old monk interjected. Little Fang Ling, once you grow a bit more, we shall allow you to descend the mountain. For now, do not entertain such thoughts. Simply return to your training. The sooner you master our skills, the sooner you can leave the mountain. Oh, Fang Ling, who always listened to the old monk, could only return to his room in disappointment after hearing this. Once he departed, the remaining four turned their gazes toward the sword demon. The sword demon sighed inwardly, stating, truly, I only imparted the blood sword to him today. Because cultivating the blood sword requires continuously invoking killing intent, it can easily affect one's temperament. Therefore, they had collectively decided to delay Fang Ling's training, fearing he might be influenced by a demonic heart and become a creature solely driven by slaughter. Although the consciousness of the demonic heart had been erased, it remained a heart of a demon. Its influence could not help but affect his character, thus allowing him to condense such an exceedingly malevolent blood sword. The sword demon speculated. Perhaps. The old monk nodded, fortunate that he had provided ample guidance, enabling Fang Ling to suppress his inner madness and not succumb to becoming a demon. You, old monk, truly know how to embellish your own contributions. Our teachings are far superior to yours. Flower thief scoffed. That night, Fang Ling tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. He sat up and pounded his chest several times. How itchy. It itches terribly. The two bones near his chest, which had been resurrected after being removed in his childhood, suddenly began to itch, preventing him from resting. He could sense strange runes swirling upon the bones, yet could not decipher their meaning. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked forward, sensing someone approaching. The figure entered the room silently, and in the moonlight, Fang Ling recognized the visitor's face. Master Manzi. He initially felt puzzled, then joy surged within him. You arrived just in time, I feel. Before he could finish, he sensed something was amiss. Usually, Master Manzi bore a simple and honest demeanor, but now he appeared monstrous, his gaze terrifying, mouth agape, revealing sharp, non-human teeth. Little Fang Ling, you smell delightful. Would you allow your master a taste? Master, I truly cannot resist. Droplets of saliva flowed uncontrollably from Zhao Manzi's mouth onto the floor. Fang Ling was terrified, screaming as he hurried to escape. Zhao Manzi immediately pursued, pinning him to the ground. Just one taste. Your master only desires one bite. Zhao Manzi exclaimed with a frenzied tongue. But if I accidentally devour you whole, you cannot blame your master. Help! Fang Ling, pinned down, had no strength to resist and could only scream for aid. Zhao Manzi seized Fang Ling, preparing to take a bite, when at that critical moment, the old monks arrived. This fellow is having another episode. Flower Thief sighed, glancing at the monstrous Zhao Manzi, and swiftly rescued Fang Ling from his grasp. Quickly, let us work together to subdue him, the old monk urged, a radiant light emanating from him. The group exerted considerable effort to suppress Zhao Manzi, while Fang Ling, hiding nearby, was left in shock. He had always thought the other masters were joking when they spoke of Master Manzi's penchant for eating people. Now he realized it was all too real. Chapter 005. Devouring all things, the gluttonous technique. Fang Ling spent an entire sleepless night, as Zhao Manzi continued to shout and roar throughout. Little Fang Ling, do not be afraid. Your Master Manzi is merely having an episode. He will return in normal soon. The old monk remained by his side throughout the night, providing Fang Ling with a sense of security. Master, why is Master Manzi like this? Fang Ling inquired. The old monk pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the restrained Zhao Manzi, saying, once your Master Manzi recovers, you may ask him directly. Your master does not know the full reason either, only having heard some rumors. Fang Ling nodded, his mind reflecting on the evaluations his masters held of one another. He once believed they were deceiving him, but now. Master, they all say you have killed the most, and are the worst of all. Is that true? He inquired again. The old monk stroked his white brows and chuckled. That is not entirely incorrect. In my past, I wandered down a dark path, indeed taking the lives of many innocent souls. During that time, I was consumed by madness. Anyone who did not pledge allegiance to me would meet their end in my hands. Pledge allegiance? What does that mean? Fang Ling asked. It is a term from Buddhism, signifying a wholehearted devotion to a particular belief or a specific Buddha, the old monk explained. In my earlier days, I was singularly focused on attaining Buddhahood, so I compelled others to pledge allegiance to me. Anyone who did not, in my eyes, was a heretic, and the fate of a heretic was annihilation. Thus, I ended the lives of those who refused to submit. If I were in your shoes, I would willingly pledge allegiance to you, Master. You are truly wonderful. Fang Ling chuckled. In his eyes, the Master was the kindest person in the world. Of course, in his current world, aside from himself, there were only 5 others. The old monk smiled slightly upon hearing this and affectionately ruffled Fang Ling's hair. Around midday, the previously raucous Zhao Manzi finally fell silent. Jin Mo and the others emerged from his meditation room, appearing quite exhausted. To subdue the rampaging Zhao Manzi without causing him harm had indeed been a considerable trial for them. Little Fang Ling, your master calls for you. The plump master waddled over, his ample figure swaying as he spoke. Understood. Fang Ling, undeterred, promptly stood up and made his way to Zhao Manzi's meditation room. Upon entering, he saw his master, who was leaning against the wall, having returned to his usual self. Zhao Manzi now exuded a sense of warmth and reliability, making Fang Ling feel at ease beside him. Master, he approached and grasped Zhao Manzi's sleeve. Zhao Manzi forced a smile and asked, Little Fang Ling, were you frightened by me last night? Fang Ling nodded. A bit. It was the first time I saw a different side of you, Master. This is a long-standing issue of mine. I often succumb to fits, Zhao Manzi admitted, weariness evident in his gaze. When I grow older, I will surely find a good doctor to help treat your ailment, Master, Fang Ling vowed. Zhao Manzi chuckled and shook his head. This affliction is beyond the capability of most healers. However, hearing you say that brings me joy. My master practiced an exceedingly malevolent technique known as the devouring god technique. It empowers the physical body through the consumption of human flesh. Yet, as one progresses in this skill, its drawbacks become apparent. The souls of those I devoured, filled with resentment, gradually coalesced and invaded my spirit. When I have my episodes, it is these vengeful spirits that howl and rage, driving me to madness. Now I understand, Fang Ling said, beginning to grasp the situation. However, the blood sword technique taught to me by the sword master also requires continuous killing to grow stronger. Will I one day become like you, Master Zhao Manzi, haunted by vengeful souls? Zhao Manzi shook his head. No, the blood sword is focused on your innate blood sword. Its edge is unparalleled and brimming with killing intent. Those who perish beneath it have their souls obliterated, unworthy of becoming vengeful spirits. However, while you will not suffer from episodes like I do, the blood sword will gradually influence your character, leading you to become more violent and impulsive. Do not be deceived by the sword master's current calm demeanor. He was once a complete madman. Master Zhao Manzi, please teach me the devouring god technique. Fang Ling blinked eagerly. Zhao Manzi's expression darkened as he murmured, "Why do you wish to learn it? Did I not tell you that this technique has grave drawbacks in its later stages? Had I not ceased practicing it years ago and stopped consuming human flesh, I would have long become a mindless monster. You have passed on the Star River Infinite Fist to me. I've already inherited your mantle. There is no need for me to practice this wicked art." Fang Ling muttered, but the master said I could learn it. He mentioned that his golden soul spell could prevent the invasion of vengeful spirits. If we blocked their intrusion from the beginning, it would not. In fact, he had previously discussed this matter with the old monk by Mei and concluded as Fang Ling had just expressed. However, this cannibalistic technique is inherently heretical and exceedingly evil, deserving of scorn. This little one is our disciple. Do you wish for him to walk the righteous path? This dilapidated temple lacks any resources. He will inevitably descend a mountain. As for us old fellows, we might not be able to leave for thousands of years. He is left all alone in the world, without any background or support. Thus, we must teach him even the most unscrupulous skills. At that moment, Zhao Manzi received a message from the flower thief. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and pointed at Fang Ling, imparting the devouring god technique to him. The first step of the devouring god technique is to cultivate internal power. As each person's constitution differs, how to cultivate it is something I cannot assist you with. You must explore carefully and truly familiarize yourself with your own body to succeed, Zhao Manzi instructed. Understood, master. I will practice diligently. Fang Ling smiled. His desire to cultivate stemmed from the hope of one day finding a way to cure Zhao Manzi's ailment. One more thing you must remember, Zhao Manzi continued. Once you descend the mountain, do not let others know that you possess this technique, or you'll be hunted by everyone in the world. If you must consume flesh to cultivate, it must be done in solitude. Should you accidentally be seen, eliminate the witness as well. No one must know. Got it. Chapter 006. The accompanying spirit treasure, the heavenly pestilence cauldron gurgle. Fang Ling patted his flat stomach and murmured, Master Zhao Manzi, I'm off to eat. Being at a growing stage, Fang Ling had a hearty appetite and was easily susceptible to hunger. However, aside from the plump master, the other four masters never ate. As a master would say, they had all attained the state of fasting. Go ahead, eat more. Zhao Manzi waved his hand. Fang Ling soon arrived at the kitchen, where the plump master was stoking the fire in front of the stove. The pot emitted a bubbling sound, and the enticing aroma made Fang Ling's mouth water. Master, what are we having today? He asked, pulling up a small stool to sit beside him. The plump master grinned. Braised scorpion. Wow, that's my favorite. Fang Ling's eyes lit up. Master, I've always wondered, you hardly eat anything daily, yet how are you so fat? Being fat is a blessing. The fatter, the better. The plump master chuckled. Look at your other masters. They don't eat, but don't lose weight either. If I eat every day, shouldn't I'd be even fatter compared to them? That does seem to make sense, Fang Ling murmured, nodding. The plump master stood up, lifted the pot lid, and tasted the dish, nodding in satisfaction. It's about ready. Let us eat. Fang Ling had already been waiting with a bowl in hand, raising it eagerly for him to serve. After consuming several bowls of scorpion soup, he even devoured the legs, leaving nothing behind. Seeing Fang Ling enjoying his meal, the plump master smiled slightly. This isn't even considered a delicacy. Dragon tendons, phoenix wings, and Shielan feet are the true gourmet treats, he remarked. Are they better than scorpion soup and fried toad? Fang Ling asked curiously. Of course, dragons, phoenixes, and Shielans are true spirits. The rotund man remarked. In my youth, I fortuitously captured a solitary little phoenix, which afforded me my first taste of true spirit. The dragon and the qilin are of equal renown, and I presume their essence is of a similar caliber. I shall endeavor to capture several dragons and qilins to share with you, my esteemed master. Fang Ling chuckled. Foolish boy, these true spirits are not to be trifled with. Even the masters show them great reverence and keep their distance. Huh? But didn't you say you caught a phoenix to eat? Fang Ling murmured. That was a serendipitous encounter, an easy quarry. The portly man explained. Now, go to the courtyard and wait for me. Once I finish washing the dishes, I shall commence imparting my ultimate skills to you. If I learn, will I not become as large as you, master? Fang Ling inquired softly, glancing up at him. What's wrong? Is being plump undesirable? The rotund man questioned. Not exactly. It's just rather intimidating. Fang Ling replied. The man laughed heartily, ruffling Fang Ling's hair with his substantial hand, enveloping the boy's entire head. Fear not. My girth is innate. You may wish to learn, but you may not achieve such stature, he assured. Is that so? Fang Ling nodded, obediently proceeding to the courtyard to await his master. Before long, the rotund man emerged from the kitchen. I, your master, excel in the art of poison. Furthermore, I possess a treasure. With a flourish, he revealed a small azure cauldron nestled in his palm. Fang Ling grasped the cauldron, scrutinizing it closely. What purpose does it serve? This artifact is known as the Celestial Plague Cauldron, a companion spirit treasure of yours truly. None of your other masters are as fortunate as I to have such a companion, the rotund man boasted. What is a companion spirit treasure? Fang Ling inquired. Some individuals are born extraordinary, much like you, possessing formidable and unique physiques, the rotund man elucidated. Others, lacking such a physique, are nonetheless accompanied by a spirit treasure from birth. This treasure, which becomes one with them, is known as a companion spirit treasure. These treasures vary in potency, and mine, the Celestial Plague Cauldron, is among the finest. It can absorb all poisons of the world, amalgamating their toxins within me. Thus, I have dealt with poison since my youth. Master, they say your poison is formidable. Just how potent is it? Fang Ling asked, curiosity piqued. The rotund man pondered for a moment before replying. It could be said that if I were to fully unleash my toxicity, nothing would survive in my wake. All life would perish. Is it truly so terrifying? Fang Ling gasped. Could you poison the masters? That is unlikely, but it could certainly cause them distress. He coughed lightly. Now, I shall transfer the Celestial Plague Cauldron into your body. From today forth, your body shall begin to undergo toxic refinement. Wait, didn't you say the companion spirit treasure becomes one with you? How can it be transferred? Fang Ling questioned. Because your master is sufficiently powerful, the rotund man asserted. I have developed a method to forcibly strip others of their companion spirit treasures, which I shall also teach you. Let's begin. The rotund man directed the cauldron towards Fang Ling, gradually merging it into his being. Fang Ling soon sensed the presence of the Celestial Plague Cauldron, as though it had become an integral part of him. Master, if you bestow this treasure upon me, what will you do? He inquired. The rotund man chuckled. I have little need for this treasure anymore. I have consumed nearly every poison in existence. My internal toxicity has plateaued. No matter how much more I absorb, there shall be little change. Unless I acquire those rarest toxins, which I have sought for thousands of years without success, they remain elusive. Now, let me teach you how to utilize this cauldron. He extended his hand, and 2 purple scorpions crawled from his sleeve. Place them in the cauldron. Then cover it with your hands and slowly absorb the escaping toxins, he instructed. Are those not the scorpions I usually eat? Fang Ling exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of the 2 purple scorpions. Indeed, but what you consume is merely the essence after the toxins have been completely extracted, he clarified. Over the years, I have secretly nurtured numerous toxic creatures. They will suffice for your use for several years. Once you have absorbed all the toxins I prepared for you, your toxicity will reach a commendable level. After that, I shall teach you how to control these toxins, particularly their release and containment. Understood? Fang Ling promptly opened the Celestial Plague Cauldron and inhaled the 2 scorpions inside, then sealed the cauldron, placing his hand upon it. Streams of purple toxin flowed from his hands, pervading his entire being. Chapter 007. When we return, after all these years, the old monks had once held a rather vague concept of time. Their 300,000 years at Coal Mountain Temple was merely a rough estimate. However, since Fang Ling joined their company, the days had begun to crystallize. Within those 300,000 years, 18 years could have been easily disregarded. Yet for them, those past 18 years felt more tangible than any previous time. At this moment, the five were gathered around a stone table before the hall, brewing tea and engaging in discourse. Suddenly, an extraordinary aura surged from the direction of the back mountain, ascending into the sky. He has broken through to the Tianquan realm. The old monk mused, stroking his long brows with a slight smile. At 18 years of age, without any resources for cultivation, solely relying on innate talent to reach such heights, the thief, reclining with his legs crossed, exclaimed in my day, "As the prince of a nation, I was endowed with boundless resources. Yet at 18, I scarcely reached the mid-stage of Tianxian, the seven realms of martial arts, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang," Zhao Manzi murmured. "To break through in martial arts and ascend to the immortal realm, one must reach Yaoguang before turning 1,000. With Fang Ling's current momentum, he shall surely reach Yaoguang before the age of 100. Such talent is truly terrifying. The excruciating trials of heart and eye extraction were not in vain. Under the influence of the heart of the Demon Ancestor, the chaotic sacred body had evolved to an extraordinarily formidable degree. Though he remained secure at Cold Mountain Temple, apart from the portly man's toxic creatures, he possessed no further resources for cultivation. The sword demon interjected. "It is said that one should ignite the 7 stars early. I believe it is time for this young lad to venture out and carve his own path." By the age of 5, the blood sword had already been forged. Throughout the years, he had mastered my strongest 3 sword techniques: Dragon Slash, Heaven's Inquiry, and Prison Suppression. As long as he avoids those ancient monsters outside, he should be able to protect himself. "Manzi, how fares his Taotai divine art?" "Cultivating the blood sword alongside the Taotai divine art is far more efficient," Zhao Manzi replied. "This young lad completed the internal method 3 years ago. His stomach is akin to that of Taotai. However, he seems to have innovated upon it, and it has become quite effective. He will refine his sword with blood and his body with flesh, killing one to master both methods, twice the result with half the effort." "Master, what is your opinion?" He turned to the old monk with white brows, who was resting with his eyes closed. The old monk slowly opened his eyes and spoke. "Amiba, the young one has fully developed his wings. It is time for him to soar. He should not remain confined with us, these old souls, in this modest Coal Mountain Temple. The supreme Buddhist technique, the swastika true word, he has already comprehended. The golden soul spell I once cast upon his consciousness, he can now wield freely, ensuring his spirit remains untroubled. At the tender age of 3, he had already mastered the agile steps of a flower thief, capable of turning peril into safety even in the face of danger. Thus, there was little to be concerned about. The master spoke candidly, acknowledging that the lad had cultivated his skills to the 2nd level. As long as he did not provoke those ancient beings, he could traverse the world with ease. The flower thief laughed heartily, filled with pride. "I have even imparted the art of stealing fragrance to him. I fear not that he may be led astray by women in the future. Ha! Did we not agree to refrain from teaching such trivial matters?" The sword demon retorted disdainfully. "What makes them trivial? Many have coveted my technique of stealing fragrance in the past." The flower thief exclaimed, growing agitated. "Once Fang Ling learns this skill, it will surely come in handy one day. And as for your murderous arts, are they not also considered beneath notice? Enough bickering. Fang Ling is approaching." The portly master interjected, his jowls quivering as he spoke. "As masters, we must not embarrass ourselves in front of our disciple." From a distance, Fang Ling could hear their banter, though he had long since grown accustomed to it. 18 years had passed, and he had matured into a young man. Who could have imagined that the pitiful, frail infant of yesteryears would transform into such a graceful figure? Now, he exuded an air of profound mystery and vigor. The blood-red eyes that had regrown in his youth had returned to normal, revealing their true nature only in moments of intensity. His masters had once stated that when his cultivation reached the celestial sphere level, he could descend the mountain. He pondered whether that agreement still held. Approaching the stone table, he inquired, "Master, is it true?" The old monk nodded slightly. "Indeed, with your current abilities, you are more than ready to venture into the world. We have shared much about the realm below, but after 300,000 years of isolation in this decrepit temple, some things may have changed. Exercise caution when faced with challenges. I shall remember the teachings of my masters." Fang Ling replied, bowing deeply. The flower thief warned, "The women below are like tigers, Fang Ling. You must maintain your distance from them, especially the beautiful ones. The more alluring, the more treacherous they tend to be. The others were taken aback by the renowned flower thief's words, glancing at him in surprise. Why do you look at me? Am I wrong? He shrugged, perplexed. Fang Ling assured him, Rest easy, Master Hua. When I encounter a woman, I shall simply strike her down with my sword, not uttering a word. Remember, my dear, a heart devoid of thoughts of women will wield the sword with divine clarity. The sword demon said, smiling approvingly. Zhao Manzi expressed concern for Fang Ling. Though you possess some skill now, in the vast realm of cultivation, many are stronger than you. Exercise caution, for if trouble arises, we will be unable to assist you. You must rely on yourself. The master understands my desire for vengeance against those who once sought to extract my heart, pluck out my eyes, and annihilate my family. However, do not act rashly. As you gradually grow stronger, the day will surely come when you can avenge your grievances. Fear not, Master Manzi. I have long internalized the wisdom of concealing my strength and biding my time, Fang Ling replied. Finally, he turned to the portly master, eager to hear his counsel. Yet, the master, typically taciturn, seemed to have little to say. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter, When you are out there, remember to eat on time. I understand. Fang Ling nodded, stepping back a few paces. Facing the 5 masters who had nurtured him and imparted their wisdom, he bowed deeply. As the years pass, I know not when I shall return. I shall diligently cultivate my skills and strive to break the 10 Directions extermination array, granting my 5 masters their freedom. Though he recognized that his masters were indeed wicked beings, deserving of disdain from all, he alone owed them filial piety. Go forth. The old monk smiled kindly, waving farewell. Fang Ling turned and strode toward the great door of Han's Han Temple. As he pushed the door open, the wind swayed and petals fluttered. A gust of peach blossom breeze enveloped him, flowing into the tranquil depths of the ancient temple. Years ago, he had arrived with peach blossoms, and now, as a few petals fell upon his shoulders, he departed, still accompanied by their essence. Chapter 008. A dreamlike awakening in Lu City. 18 years had passed. This was Fang Ling's first time leaving the long-sealed door. He descended the jade steps, which were slick with moss from years of neglect. A careless individual might easily slip and fall. In his youth, he had longed to escape the dilapidated temple. But now, as he truly departed, a sense of uncertainty washed over him. Unsure of where to go, he followed a path, eventually arriving at a small village. The village was modest and remote. Thus, the arrival of outsiders immediately caught the villagers' attention. A few young men approached, though they did not dare to act rudely. Fang Ling wore silk woven from the poisonous silkworms nurtured by the portly master, his appearance marking him as a young gentleman. What brings you to our village, sir? The leader, a dark-skinned youth, inquired. I have lost my way in the mountains and seek to find my way to the nearby city. Might you guide me? Fang Ling replied. I see. The dark youth nodded, glancing at his companions. Dog Egg and the rest should return to your tasks. I will escort this gentleman into the city, as I must return my duties. Very well, brother He, do come back often. The others bid farewell. Certainly. The dark youth waved them off, then led Fang Ling along the path to the city. His name was Idayo, known as Blackie in the village for his dark complexion. May I ask your name, sir? He inquired. I am Fang Ling, he responded. This was his first interaction with those from the outside world, and he found them not as treacherous as his masters had suggested. Hidayo seemed quite amiable. Are you from the Fang family in the south of the city? Hidayo asked eagerly. Fang Ling shook his head. No, I hail from afar. I only know this is the Great Chu Kingdom, with a nearby city of Yeqing. The Great Chu Kingdom? Surely you jest. Hidayo exclaimed in astonishment. The Great Chu has long been extinguished. We are now in the year 678 of the Nanyang dynasty. The Nanyang has been established for over 20,000 years, and the city you mentioned has long since been renamed Lu City. Time had indeed changed. His masters had truly been secluded in Han's Han Temple for millennia. Fang Ling mused internally. Hidayo scrutinized Fang Ling, declaring, I see now. You must be a practitioner of the arts. Perhaps you have traveled here from a great distance? Indeed, Fang Ling affirmed. As he conversed with Hidayo, he gained insight into his current surroundings. Lu City, with a population exceeding 1 million, was home to many practitioners and families of cultivation. However, in comparison to other places, Lu City seemed rather unremarkable, a remote location. For Fang Ling, that mattered little. His primary concern was to understand this world before contemplating his next move. Hidayo, an ordinary man, took his time, and they finally reached Lu City as dusk approached. Thankfully, he was youthful and vigorous. Otherwise, reaching the city before the gates closed would have been difficult. Though Lu City was merely a small place for Fang Ling, who had been confined to Hanzhan Temple for 18 years, it felt overwhelmingly vast. The bustling streets and a myriad of novel sights filled him with a sense of unreality. "My dear sir, the road has led us here, and I must return to my family home. Shall we bid farewell here?" Hidayo said with a smile. Fang Ling sighed softly and replied, "I heard you mention on the road that your employer, the Zhao family, is also a lineage of practitioners. I find myself stranded here without a coin to my name. If possible, I hope Brother Dayo might kindly recommend me, allowing me to stay with the Zhao family for a while." "Well," Hidayo hesitated, "what skills does young Master Fang possess? Does killing count?" "Although I have yet to take a life, I have been trained in the art of killing since childhood," Fang Ling responded. Hidayo chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It seems young Master Fang indeed possesses some abilities. Perhaps you could be considered for the position of a Zhao family guard. The remuneration for a guard far exceeds that of a mere carpenter like myself. However, I cannot guarantee that the Zhao family will accept you, as their standards for hiring guards are quite stringent." "That is of no concern. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Dayo," Fang Ling said with a smile. "Come with me." Hidayo nodded. "However, I must warn you, the Zhao family is a place that values rules. Once you arrive, refrain from looking at what you should not, and do not ask unnecessary questions, lest you attract unwelcome trouble." "Understood. You need not worry, Brother Dayo," Fang Ling assured him. Before long, Fang Ling followed Hidayo to a grand residence in the west of the city. Hidayo entered first, and was soon followed by a portly middle-aged man who emerged from the main gate. The elegantly dressed man scrutinized Fang Ling and said, "I am Zhao Ruixiang, the steward of the Zhao residence. You're no ordinary visitor. What brings you to the Zhao estate?" Though Zhao Ruixiang's cultivation was modest, he had held his position for decades. Without delving into other skills, he was quite adept at discerning people and judging matters. He sensed that Fang Ling was not to be underestimated, thus he treated him with courtesy, wary of offending him. "I find myself adrift and without a place to stay, and would like to seek employment at your esteemed residence," Fang Ling replied. Zhao Ruixiang contemplated for a moment, already calculating in his mind. The young man before him appeared quite peculiar. Hastily admitting him might invite trouble. Hence, he sought a way to dismiss him while ensuring he did not offend. Just as he pondered over what excuse to fabricate, a carriage suddenly halted in front of the estate. "Mrs. Back." Zhao Ruixiang hurried to greet her. A soft sound emanated from the carriage, followed by a black-booted foot emerging as the Zhao family's young lady descended from the vehicle. "Ruixiang, who is this?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Fang Ling. "The situation is as follows," Zhao Ruixiang promptly informed her, "since he is a man in distress. Offering him assistance for a time is no issue," the young lady said nonchalantly. "Let him stay at our Zhao residence for now. We can discuss what to do later." "Thank you." Fang Ling bowed slightly to the young lady of the Zhao family, and then followed the steward into the Zhao residence. Zhao Ruixiang did not assign him to the servants' quarters, but instead led him to a top-tier guest room. After a brief explanation, Fang Ling settled in. "Father, did you call for me?" In the evening, in the chamber of the family head Zhao Tianlong, the young lady inquired. "Shilian, I heard from Ruixiang that you took in a stranger." Zhao Tianlong spoke in a deep voice. "He has nowhere to go and expressed a desire to stay with us for a while," Zhao Shilian replied. "I just want to see him and found him to be quite extraordinary." Zhao Tianlong continued. "Because he is extraordinary, I was willing to take him in. The Qin family has been pressing us too hard lately, and we need more hands," Zhao Shilian asserted. "Are you not concerned that he might be a spy sent by the Qin family?" Zhao Tianlong asked with a serious expression. Zhao Shilian chuckled. "The Qin family could not possibly have someone like him. He is definitely not a spy." Zhao Tianlong laughed heartily. "Indeed, my daughter, your words ring true. Given the Qin family's values, they could never cultivate such a person. In my travels, I have encountered many, and this individual is certainly not simple." Chapter 009. Diligent study. In the study for over a month, days passed without anyone summoning Fang Ling for work. Instead, he was lavished with good food and drink, which struck him as odd. Just as he contemplated seeking clarity from the rotund steward, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. "Knock, knock, knock. May I come in?" The voice belonged to Zhao Shilian, the young lady of the Zhao family. "Come in," Fang Ling replied nonchalantly. Zhao Shilian entered, carrying a food box. She was exceptionally beautiful, her demeanor dignified, and today she wore a light blue palace dress that accentuated her grace. The kitchen prepared some pastries, specifically the laurel cake unique to Lu City. Since you have traveled from afar, you should give it a try, Zhao Shilian said, her eyes meeting his with a gentle smile. She had already gleaned some information about Fang Ling's background from Haizi. At the very least, she was certain he was not from the southern Yang Kingdom. His accent was too distinct. Thank you, miss. Fang Ling nodded slightly. By the way, I have been at your residence for some time now. May I inquire if there are any tasks you need me to attend to? The estate is well staffed with servants and guards, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with labor, Zhao Shilian replied with a smile. Since you are in distress, feel free to rest and recuperate at my residence. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Although our Zhao family is modest, we understand the importance of hospitality and will do our utmost to accommodate you. Actually, there is one matter, Fang Ling said. Having traveled from a distant land, I wish to return, but the journey is perilous without knowledge of the road. Therefore, I would like to use your study to peruse some texts. We do have such a place that may meet your needs, Zhao Shilian smiled. Please follow me, and after you familiarize yourself with the route, you can visit freely in the future. That will be most kind, Fang Ling replied. He followed Zhao Shilian as she led him through a series of corridors until they arrived at a humble cottage. The area was seldom visited, and the yard was littered with fallen twigs and leaves, untended. At that moment, the portly steward, Zhao Ruixiang, came puffing over. Miss, young Master Fang. They exchanged brief pleasantries, and he promptly produced the key to the cottage and unlocked the door. This place has been neglected for quite some time, and it carries a heavy odor. I will have the servants clean it up right away. You may enter shortly afterward. Zhao Shilian nodded and added, Ruixiang, please hand the key to young Master Fang. He will likely be visiting often, so it will save you the trouble of running back and forth. Certainly, young Master Fang, please take care of this. Zhao Ruixiang respectfully offered the key with both hands. Fang Ling accepted it and expressed his gratitude quietly. After a short while, once the servants completed their cleaning, he and Zhao Shilian entered. Young Master Fang, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay here long, Zhao Shilian stated. If you require anything, just let Ruixiang know. Please attend to your affairs, miss. Fang Ling nodded, then turned to the bookshelf and began to peruse a book. He had read some texts at Han Han Temple, but they were primarily the treasured Buddhist scriptures of his master. His knowledge of the outside world was derived from their accounts, which were separated from the present by countless years. So much may have changed. He eagerly flipped through the tomes, not fully believing all that was written, but rather skimming through them. Time passed swiftly, and over a month had elapsed. In the Zhao family's garden, Zhao Shilian was tending to the spirit flowers. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, turned, and stood up. Greetings, father. Zhao Tianlong responded with a slight nod, and then led her to a nearby stone table. My dear, what has that guest been doing lately? He inquired, having been away on business shortly after Fang Ling's arrival and only returning today, prompting his question. Zhao Shilian replied, I have been reading day and night, never stepping out of the grass studio. Oh, how peculiar. Zhao Tianlong expressed his surprise. Have you uncovered any information regarding this person's identity? Zhao Shilian shook her head helplessly. I have found nothing. It is as if he appeared out of thin air. In that case, further investigation is unnecessary, lest we provoke him, Zhao Tianlong stated calmly. By the way, when will your senior brother arrive? I suspect the Qin family will take action in the next couple of days. They certainly will not let go of that spiritual mine. He should be arriving soon. Zhao Shilian sighed. If it were not for the urgent matters at home, she would not wish to summon him. Meanwhile, at a distance from the garden, in the grass studio, Fang Ling set down the book he had been reading, a contemplative expression on his face. With his spiritual power, he was well aware of every occurrence within the Zhao household, every word spoken. In an instant, he appeared in the garden, beside Zhao Tianlong and his daughter. His sudden appearance startled them greatly. I appreciate your hospitality during this time, Fang Ling began. If the Zhao family encounters trouble, I am willing to lend a helping hand. Zhao Tianlong quickly rose, greeting him with a smile. Please take a seat, young Master Fang. Fang Ling sat down and turned his gaze toward Zhao Shilian, inquiring. Ms. Zhao hails from the Feather Crane sect, does she not? His month of reading had not been in vain. He had gained a general understanding of the outside world, including the kingdom of Nanyang. Lu City contained only a few minor cultivation families, while larger cultivation forces resided in Lingtian City, which was home to numerous sects and major cultivation families, thriving in martial arts. Zhao Shilian nodded. Yes, I am an inner disciple of the Feather Crane sect. Due to family matters, I have returned home for a brief stay. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the archway. Junior sister, I have arrived. Uncle is also here. I am Fang Ling. Junior sister, Zhao must have mentioned me. A reasonably handsome young man in white strode over. I have met Brother Qian. Zhao Shilian greeted him immediately upon his arrival. It is good to see you, nephew. Zhao Tianlong exclaimed with delight. Kulme, please sit. Fang Ling, initially full of vigor, now found his attention drawn to Fang Ling junior sister. Who is this? He asked. Oh, this is young Master Fang Ling, a distinguished guest of the Zhao family. Zhao Shilian replied. May I ask where young Master Fang is currently residing? Fang Ling turned to Fang Ling and inquired. I am but a wandering soul, Fang Ling responded. Ah, a solitary cultivator. Fang Ling chuckled, shaking his head. Zhao Tianlong, aware of the young man's thoughts, wished to avoid any rift between them, but found himself at a loss for words. Junior sister, what is this person's background? After Fang Ling departed, Fang Ling asked again. Zhao Shilian replied, I do not know. He has merely taken refuge in my family for the time being. You are not VE, junior sister. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is likely a charlatan, Fang Ling said with a serious expression. I have encountered many like him, who come to the countryside to pose as formidable figures, seeking to deceive you for money or favor. Surely not. Zhao Shilian chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 010. Endless beauty in spring. Zhao Tianlong's expression shifted slightly. He knew that Fang Ling's words would certainly reach Fang Ling's ears. If this man offended Fang Ling, it would be unwise, and he quickly interjected, Nephew, there is no need to overthink it. Young Master Fang is not that kind of person. Seeing Zhao Tianlong defend Fang Ling only deepened Fang Ling's displeasure. His previously warm demeanor darkened. It appears I have meddled unnecessarily. Junior sister, with young Master Fang here. There is no need for me to stay. Haha, brother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He did not merely speak. He genuinely rose to depart. He was aware of the troubles plaguing the Zhao family, which required his assistance, and thus he sought to maintain the upper hand, hoping to win over the charming junior sister. Zhao Shilian glanced at her father, who subtly shook his head, signaling her not to say more. Thus, Fang Ling strode out of the Zhao residence. I cannot believe you would not come to retain me. Outside the estate, Fang Ling's face turned green with frustration as he slowed his pace, waiting for Zhao Shilian to chase after him. To his dismay, after waiting so long, there was no sign of her, leading him to feel foolish. Just a wild girl. Despite my repeated rejections, she dares to disregard my face. He resolved, You shall not expect mercy from me. He merely desired her company, but now. He turned back toward the city, intending to visit the Qin family. He was aware of the ongoing conflict between the Zhao and Qin families over a spiritual mind, and the Qin family would surely welcome his assistance. He planned to negotiate conditions that would work to his benefit. Just as he was about to return to Lu City, he suddenly spotted someone approaching. Fang Ling chuckled, his eyes gleaming with malice. Who would have thought it was you? Originally, this was my chance to gain leverage over junior sister Zhao, but you spoiled it. Do you wish to kill me? What of it? Fang Ling retorted, remaining unfazed. Fang Ling coldly huffed, drawing his sword. Wind Spirit Slash, he shouted, unleashing a green blade of energy. However, Fang Ling stood unmoved, silently watching as the blade approached his neck. What? Fang Ling was astonished to find that his strike could not even graze Fang Ling. He immediately turned to flee, but sensed an ominous presence behind him. With a swift motion, a blood-red sword pierced through his chest, impaling him completely. Fang Ling felt a surge of pleasure from the blood sword, causing him to tremble slightly. In an instant, the blood evaporated from Fang Ling's body. Fang Ling gazed at the blood sword in his hand, sensing an infusion of murderous energy within it. This marked his true initiation into the art of blood swords, and the experience exceeded his expectations, captivating him. The withered corpse collapsed to the ground as Fang Ling raised his right hand, inhaling sharply. A vortex materialized in his palm, drawing forth glimmering particles from the lifeless body. Consumed by the whirlpool, he was practicing the tasting of God's technique, absorbing the essence of life from his opponent. Unlike his brutish master, he did not need to consume the entire body. He had transformed his hand into a vessel for this technique, allowing him to simply absorb the essence. Though Fang Ling was weak, providing little life essence to devour, Fang Ling could still feel the benefits of even this small amount entering his body. I find myself quite fond of this sensation. Having seamlessly completed the training of these two formidable techniques, Fang Ling felt an exhilarating thrill, as if something long buried within him had been awakened. At night, he continued to read by candlelight in the grass studio. The collection of books within this humble study could be entirely perused by him tonight. At that moment, a gentle knock resounded at the door. Young Master Fang. Zhao Shilian greeted softly. Please enter. Fang Ling replied nonchalantly. Zhao Shilian entered, carrying a food container, though her attire for the evening was rather revealing. The towering peaks were subtly unveiled, full and fair. Another crisp sound echoed as a jade pendant at her waist accidentally fell to the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, her splendid form was laid bare for all to see. Fang Ling cast a glance before silently diverting his gaze elsewhere. Indeed, it was wise to maintain distance from women. Just as Master Hua had said, they could be utterly captivating. He mused. It was the first time he experienced such an unfamiliar sensation, catching him off guard. Zhao Shilian rose, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had observed Fang Ling's demeanor quite clearly. Initially, she had thought that a man of his caliber must have encountered countless women, yet it appeared he was entirely naive in matters of the heart, quite innocent indeed. Young Master Fang, you have been engrossed in your studies day and night. It must be quite exhausting. I personally prepared a bowl of blood ginseng soup for you. Of course, to you, it may seem like nothing special, she continued, her voice tinged with hope that he would not disdain it. She revealed the food container, presenting a bowl of crimson soup. Thank you, Miss Zhao, Fang Ling replied, taking a few sips. Previously, during his time at Hantan Temple, he had subsisted on the remnants of Master Pang's sustenance, those insects. It was only after residing in the Zhao Manor that he learned what true food was. This bowl of blood ginseng soup was quite delightful. Upon drinking it, he felt a warm comfort enveloping him. Young Master Fang has been in my home for over a month now. To call me Miss Zhao seems overly formal, does it not? If you do not mind, please just call me Shilian, she said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Her behavior tonight was largely influenced by Zhao Tianlong's guidance. Yet being of a blossoming age, she harbored her own curiosities regarding matters of love. The moment she first laid eyes on Fang Ling at the manor's entrance, her heart had fluttered. However, constrained by the modesty of a young lady, she had remained silent. Over the past month, believing she had come to understand him better, her affection had only deepened. Encouraged by her father's words today, she gathered her courage to be more proactive. Yet, seeing Fang Ling remain unmoved, engrossed in his reading, she could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Soon, she spent little time in the study before rising to leave. Chapter 011. Resolute and decisive and bloodied quagmire. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlong paced anxiously in the courtyard, unable to contain his anticipation. Since witnessing Fang Ling's capabilities, he found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. He understood that such an extraordinary individual would not linger long in the modest Zhao family. Thus, the only chance to ascend to such heights lay with his daughter. My girl, how did it go? He inquired eagerly as Zhao Shilian returned. She shook her head slightly, appearing somewhat disheartened. Father, young Master Fang seems to have little interest in me, she admitted. Zhao Tianlong sighed at her words. Ah, that is not surprising. His background is remarkable, and he has surely encountered many women. We are but simple folk. It's hard for us to catch their eye. Nevertheless, my daughter Zhao Shilian is still quite exceptional. We need not feel disheartened. Zhao Shilian murmured in agreement and promptly retreated to her room, yearning for a restful sleep. On the other side, Fang Ling closed the book and stretched lazily. Having finally finished the last volume, it was time for him to depart. However, before leaving, he had one more task to attend to. In a flash, he appeared at the Qin residence in the eastern part of the city. The Qin family wielded more influence in Luqing than the Zhao family and had consistently oppressed them. Recently, tensions escalated due to the discovery of a new spiritual mine outside the city, leading to several large-scale confrontations. Having received favors from the Zhao family, Fang Ling intended to resolve the Qin family issue before his departure. However, deep down he understood that this was merely an excuse. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, his body trembled, not from trepidation, but from exhilaration. After having slain Zhao Shilian's senior brother, the dormant beast within him awakened completely. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Shilian was deep in slumber when a series of urgent knocks startled her awake. Hastily donning her attire, she opened the door to find her father standing there. Father, what is the matter? She exclaimed, having never seen him so animated before. Zhao Tianlong spoke in a grave tone. Last night, the Qin family was brutally slaughtered. The entire estate, over 1,000 souls. None were spared. What? Zhao Shilian gasped. Not a single sound? The Qin family is even more powerful than you. What kind of expert could render them utterly defenseless? She wondered. Zhao Tianlong nodded. It must be him. It can only be him. I just went to the study and found he had already departed, leaving a note on the table thanking our Zhao family for their hospitality. He has left. Zhao Xilian's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. Perhaps it is for the best. He ultimately does not belong to our world. The destruction of a Qin family is a splendid turn of events. Now, in Lucheng, our Zhao family can stand unparalleled. Indeed, this young Master Fang lives up to his name, executing his plans with remarkable decisiveness. Zhao Tianlong exclaimed. I truly did not expect him to annihilate the Qin family before his departure. I had merely hoped he would lend us some support. However, there is something rather peculiar. Upon inspecting the Qin estate, I noticed that the bodies of the Qin family members were all missing. If not for the bloodstains on the ground, I would have thought they had suddenly relocated. All those bodies vanished. Zhao Xilian murmured. I suspect young Master Fang wished to conceal his identity, hence the meticulous disposal of the bodies. In this world, even corpses can speak. Some skilled individuals can determine the methods employed by the assailant through the cause of death, thus deducing their identity. Meanwhile, outside the city, Fang Ling took a brief respite before continuing on his journey. As for why he disposed of the Qin family's bodies, it was because they had all become nourishment for his cultivation of the blood sword and the gluttonous divine technique. He knew that in the outside world, such techniques were classified as demonic arts and were overtly prohibited. While his background might be inscrutable to anyone, he aimed to erase any traces, leaving no potential hazards for himself. During his month-long study in the Zhao family's humble abode, he had gleaned much knowledge, even uncovering the information he most desired. The world was divided into 8 domains: the Eastern Azure Domain, Western Desert Domain, Southern Dipper Domain, Northern Sea Domain, Central Divine Domain, Monster Wild Domain, Celestial Demon Domain, and the Shadow Diagram Domain. The country he resided in, Nanyang, was merely a peripheral nation of the Southern Dipper Domain. 18 years prior, a significant event transpired within these 8 domains. The foremost cultivation family of the Eastern Azure Domain, the Fang family, was exterminated overnight. The reasons behind this were not elaborated upon in the texts, or perhaps the chronicler simply did not know. The sudden annihilation of a domain's ruler incited widespread panic at the time. Yet, following this incident, no further malevolent occurrences transpired, and most people have since forgotten. However, Fang Ling did not believe in such coincidences. He had just turned 18 this year, and the family that was wiped out bore the same surname as his own. He was certain he was the last scion of the Fang family. In his childhood, before the demonic heart's influence was dispelled, he was plagued by dreams of his heart being gouged, his eyes plucked, and his bones laid bare. The vividness of those experiences transcended mere dreams, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. Even now, he occasionally recalled those moments. He was not in a rush to investigate the source of his pain or uncover the identities of his enemies. Even if he could ascertain the truth now, he lacked the strength for vengeance. The singular thought occupying his mind was to grow stronger. During the past month spent in a modest study, he devoted considerable time contemplating his next destination. The path he now treads does not lead to Ling Tian City, but rather to the Blood Marsh. Situated at the intersection of the Southern Yang Kingdom, the Tianming Kingdom, and the Lanyu Kingdom, this place is a chaotic wilderness, ungoverned and lawless, where outlaws from the surrounding nations, and even from farther north, congregate. Thus, those who manage to survive in the Blood Marsh possess considerable strength. According to the texts he has perused, as long as one is sufficiently powerful, they can act with impunity in this domain. Such a disorderly realm, rife with the strong, is indeed the perfect destination for him. The Blood Marsh lies on the western frontier of the Southern Yang Kingdom, and the Zhao family's library contains numerous tomes depicting this place, including several maps leading to it, one of which he casually retained. However, his current trajectory diverges slightly from the maps, for he seeks to procure a mount. The journey to the Blood Marsh is long and arduous, and having a steed would certainly be advantageous. Given that Lu City is somewhat remote, he intends to search for a swift beast nearby, where demons and monsters are known to gather. Chapter 012. A night in the forest on a tranquil night, within a mountain hollow. The crackling of a campfire intermittently punctuated the stillness. Fang Ling sat cross-legged beside the flames, the flickering light casting a warm glow upon his face, which flushed slightly from the heat. Beneath him lay a layer of spirit stones, acquired from the Qin family. In a short while, these stones were reduced to powder. He suddenly opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. It is no wonder my masters urged me to descend the mountain. There truly are abundant treasures below. Had I possessed these spirit stones in my youth, my cultivation would surely have surpassed this level. He murmured to himself, marveling at the efficacy of the stones. Alas, they are rather scarce. I must acquire more upon my return. At that moment, he turned his gaze eastward, sensing an approaching presence. With a casual flick of his hand, he dispersed the powder on the ground. Shortly thereafter, two figures became discernible. One was tall and lithe, appearing to be around 30 years of age, exuding a mature femininity with her elegantly coiled hair. Her companion, a little girl with two adorable buns atop her head, looked utterly charming. Aunt Ching, this big brother is quite handsome, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Fang Ling. The woman, referred to as Aunt Ching, cast a fleeting glance at him before leading the girl closer. It is late, and my little one is delicate. May we borrow your fire for the night? She inquired, looking at Fang Ling. He nodded, moving aside to provide space for the two. The woman's cultivation was indeed impressive. Fang Ling mused. In Lu City, the strongest individual he had encountered was none other than Qin Hui, the head of the Qin family. Yet, compared to this beautiful woman, he seemed insignificant. Qin Hui had merely reached the pinnacle of the Tianshu realm, while this woman stood at the mid-tier of the Tianji realm, one in the first realm of martial arts and the other in the third. Big brother, would you like some cake? I have delicious cakes, so fragrant and crispy, the lively little girl chirped, producing a half piece of cake from nowhere and offering it to Fang Ling. He smiled gently, accepting the treat from her tiny hand. Thank you. The woman known as Aunt Ching observed silently, not uttering a word. To her, Fang Ling was simply a young scion of a notable family, not worthy of her concern. Big brother, why are you here all alone? The little girl inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. I'm searching for something in the mountains, Fang Ling replied. The girl pouted, shaking her head vigorously. No, don't go into the mountains. Aunt Ching says it's very dangerous. There are man-eating demons inside. If it is so perilous here, why are you both venturing into the mountains? Fang Ling asked with a smile. The girl, without a filter, replied. We're also looking for something. But my Aunt Ching is really strong. With her by my side, no one can hurt me. And what treasure do you seek in the mountains? Fang Ling inquired further. Just as she was about to answer, Aunt Ching let out a soft snort, prompting the girl to obediently return to her side, resting her head against her leg. Aunt Ching turned her gaze to Fang Ling, saying coolly, young man, do not indulge your curiosity so. This Tianduan mountain is not a place for you. If you wish to avoid danger, you should return home swiftly. Fang Ling merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from nearby. Yun Shuiqing, it has been many years, and you remain as enchanting as ever. Truly, the most beautiful woman of our Tian Luo sect. A tall, bald man approached, exuding an aura of demonic energy, with a gray serpent coiled around his waist. Is this little girl your daughter? Though she does not resemble you much, he remarked, shaking his head. Yun Shuiqing glanced at the bald man and replied coolly, if you cannot speak sensibly, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut. After all these years, you still possess such spirit, the man chuckled, making himself comfortable. He then looked at Fang Ling, his brow furrowing slightly. Who might this young fellow be? I do not know. The fire pit is his, Yun Shuiqing replied indifferently. What a delicate and handsome young man, just right for feeding the snake. The bald man sneered, reaching to caress the sluggish gray serpent. My dear, why are you so disinterested tonight? Hurry up, that is your favorite meal. At that moment, the serpent tensed and suddenly darted away. What is wrong with you tonight? The bald man exclaimed, hastily chasing after it, eventually managing to rebind it at his waist. You are fortunate, young man. My pet has no appetite tonight. Sparing you for now, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Ling. Fang Ling remained silent, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. The bald man's cultivation was not insignificant, placing him at the early Tianji realm, only slightly weaker than Yun Shuiqing. To encounter two formidable practitioners simultaneously was indeed a rarity. Yun Shuiqing cast a glance at the lethargic gray serpent, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, yet she chose not to delve deeper. Yun Shuiqing, have you summoned everyone for a reason? Have you perhaps found the sect leader? The bald man inquired. Yun Shuiqing hesitated before gently stroking the little girl's head. The once lively child instantly fell asleep. Only then did she respond, I suppose so. However, the sect leader is dead, having perished within the Tianduan mountain. Do you know who this little girl is? The bald man asked, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Yun Shuiqing nodded slightly. Indeed, she is the sect leader's daughter. That cannot be. How could she be so young? The bald man was incredulous. It had been over 200 years since the sect leader's disappearance. Yet this girl appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Could it be that the sect leader only died recently? Why has he not returned to take charge? Because when we found Xiao Yao, she was temporarily sealed. It has only been in recent years that the forbidden technique was lifted, Yin Shuiqing explained. You all know our intentions without further elaboration. To prevent internal strife, I chose to keep this matter hidden. We await the moment when we have the strength to subdue that wretched creature and reclaim the Tian Luo divine art. Once we pass the Tian Luo divine art to this little girl, our sect will restore its former order and re-establish its formidable reputation. I understand that you have always been loyal to your sect. Since we have met, I shall speak candidly. To pursue this matter, I require your support. Chapter 013. The 2 envoys, 3 sovereigns, and 5 demons guardians you claim she is the daughter of the sect leader. What proof do you have? Inquired the Python sovereign. Setting aside the resemblance between Xiao Yao and the sect leader's wife, we can verify through blood recognition when the time comes. Yin Shuiqing replied with confidence. If the sect leader's remains are no longer extant, we can seek a master to discern the truth through his essence. You must still possess the sect leader's relics. A simple examination will reveal their authenticity. Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you, the Python sovereign replied solemnly. But even with my assistance, what difference will it make? Hu has claimed the position of sect leader for years, and the water and fire guardians have rallied behind him. Do you truly believe he would relinquish the heavenly net divine art and recognize this young girl as his master? The heavenly net sect is no longer what it once was. Yun Shuiqing retorted coldly. Hu is indeed arrogant and reckless. I will deal with him in due time. You need only to hold off the others, and once the situation stabilizes, they will know where to align themselves. For years, our heavenly net sect has been in decline, and countless disciples have met tragic ends. A century ago, the Earth Guardian Guzi was openly beheaded in the imperial city. Many disciples fervently hope for the revitalization of the heavenly net sect. Upon mentioning Guzi, the Python sovereign's expression darkened. He had been a close friend of Guzi, and upon hearing of his public execution, he had sought revenge, but fell into the imperial court's trap, nearly being captured by the palace's elite. Very well. I will assist you in establishing this young girl as the new sect leader and reorganizing the heavenly net sect, he declared. Fang Ling, who had been listening intently, now understood their identities. They were members of the heavenly net sect, once the foremost sect in the Nanyang kingdom. The sect masters had always borne the name of Rakshasa, and the combat prowess of successive Rakshasas was unparalleled in Nanyang. The 2 before him were, respectively, the enchantress Yun Shuiqing of the 2 envoys and the Python sovereign Mantian Ning of the 3 sovereigns. Young man, what is your background? Mantian Ning asked, gazing at Fang Ling. I am without a sect, a wanderer, Fang Ling replied. Ah, a carefree wanderer indeed. Mantian Ning chuckled and raised his hand, poised to strike Fang Ling. However, Yun Shuiqing interjected, wait. Anyone daring to venture alone into the Tian Duan mountain must possess some skill. We may find him useful. He will need to protect Xiao Yao. She turned to Fang Ling and said, young man, this is your opportunity. If you can safeguard this girl, I assure you, your rewards will be plentiful in the future. How many experts from the Heavenly Net sect will join us? Fang Ling inquired. Perhaps 3 to 5, Yun Shuiqing replied. Rest assured, I have everything under control. I merely need you to assist in escorting this girl. I cannot possibly engage them in combat while holding her hand. Fang Ling nodded, feeling a sense of excitement. The skills of these individuals from the Heavenly Net sect were impressive, a great source of nourishment for him. You are indeed perceptive, Mantian Ning remarked, smiling at Fang Ling's agreement. Follow our lead, and you shall not be at a loss. What is your name? He asked. Fang Ling, came the response. Very well, I shall remember that. Mantian Ning noted. Suddenly, he raised his voice, calling into the darkness. Qin Yi, why do you remain hidden? Did you truly believe that only the enchantress could sense your presence? From the shadows emerged an elderly man clad in tattered clothing, a gourd of wine dangling from his waist. He approached Xiao Yao, crouching to observe her closely. Indeed, there is a resemblance. He murmured to himself. Qin Yi, what is your perspective on what I just mentioned? Yun Shuiqing inquired casually. The old man stood and sighed deeply. If only that were the case. It would be ideal. I have been evading capture for years. My life has not been easy. Allow me to introduce him. He is one of the 5 guardians of our Heavenly Net sect, the Wood Guardian, Qin Yi. Mantian Ning said to Fang Ling. He is a renowned physician and alchemist in the Nanyang Kingdom. It is indeed a privilege to meet him. Not all. Merely an old man on the brink of death. Being yitchaklit akardli. He circled Fang Ling, shaking his head. Your innate talent. Well, it is somewhat perplexing at first glance. Upon hearing of his skills in alchemy and medicine, Fang Ling's eyes brightened. This man was worth sparing. Hu Yu and the others should arrive tomorrow. You two should rest well, for many fierce battles await us, Yin Shuiqing remarked, cradling Xiao Yao and moving aside. Mantian Ning stood, yawning, and leapt to a tree branch. I am in excellent form. A short nap will suffice. Only Fang Ling and the disheveled Qing Yi remained by the fire. Qing Yi's gaze intermittently fell upon Fang Ling, revealing his intrigue. Yet, he soon returned to his meditative state, focusing on his own matters. The following day, the group ventured deeper into the mountains, entering the main area of Tian Duan Mountain. Strange, this place is rife with demons, yet we have encountered none. Qing Yi pondered aloud. Mantianning Tuklet. Is that not evident? With our capabilities, ordinary demons would not dare to show themselves. They must be intimidated by our formidable presence. Yin Shuiqing shot Mantianning a glance and asked, what is the matter with your serpent? It is a formidable creature, yet it has been listless since last night. I am unsure. Mantianning shrugged helplessly. Perhaps it is unaccustomed to the environment of Tian Duan Mountain. However, it is more likely that it fears the monstrosity residing within. You know that beasts possess a keener sense than we do. It has certainly sensed the danger. Let's wait here for them, Yin Shuiqing decided. If we venture deeper, we may encounter that beast too soon. Mantianning and the others nodded in agreement and promptly settled down to rest. Fang Ling looked up and sensed the subtle aura emanating from deep within Tian Duan Mountain. This demon was at the late stage of the Tianji realm, quite formidable. He mused. The group remained stationed, and after 2 hours, 3 individuals approached. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, his features sharp and defined, exuding an aura of authority. Following him were a man and a woman. The man was flamboyantly dressed, projecting an effeminate charm, while the woman donned silver armor and carried 3 spearheads, radiating a spirited demeanor. Tiger Sovereign, Water Guardian, Fire Guardian, it has been a long time. Mantianning greeted them warmly. The Tiger Sovereign, Hu Yu, completely ignored him, his gaze fixed on Yin Shuiqing. Enchantress, you claim the sect leader perished in the lair of the Nether Beast. Is this true? He inquired. Chapter 014, Finding the Path Back. The Nether Beast, Yin Shuiqing nodded slightly. Indeed, for I was by his side when the sect leader met his demise. Oh, Hu Yu narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice surfacing. So, the sect leader's death is inextricably linked to you. He was at the late stage of the Tianji realm, while you were merely at the initial stage. How did you survive while the sect leader perished in the Nether Beast's lair? Hu Yu's words were sharp, casting doubt even upon the Python's sovereign and the old man, who had initially sided with her. During the confrontation with the Nether Beast, the sect leader fell ill. I intended to assist him in escaping, but I was instead injured by his own hand, Yin Shuiqing explained. The Master's ailment is well known. Once it manifests, he becomes unrecognizable to those closest to him. With no other choice, I decided to withdraw first. Ultimately, the Master, consumed by madness, met his demise within the lair of the Nether Beast. Hu Yu refrained from countering Yin Shuiqing's explanation and instead took a deep breath. The past has become mere smoke. Questioning it now holds no significance. The immediate priority is to assault the Nether Beast's stronghold and retrieve the heavenly net divine art. Subsequently, we shall elect a new master and revive our heavenly net sect. For the past 2 centuries, I have largely overseen the sect's affairs, with Yu and Yin Jun diligently assisting me. Therefore, I believe it is most fitting for me to assume the role of master. Mantianning Chakot, Tiga Zulvahiken. You misunderstand the rules. According to our sect's hierarchy, beneath the master are 2 prominent emissaries. The ghost emissary, Mr. M.O., has been missing for many years, but the charming emissary, Fairy Yun, is still present. It is her turn to succeed the master's position. Furthermore, should you become the master, I shall be the first to oppose you. The 3 of us, Eagle, Tiger, and Python, have always been on the same level. What gives you the right to overshadow me? Hu Yu snorted coldly, lifting his left foot to stomp heavily on the ground, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Simply put, my cultivation surpasses yours. I have mastered the Tiger Sha divine art to its 3rd level, he declared with authority. Mantianning glared back, yet words failed him. Previously, He had fallen into a trap and sustained serious injuries, taking years to recuperate. Thus, his cultivation had stagnated rather than advanced. Seeing Man Tian Ning unwilling to challenge him, Hu proudly turned his gaze to Yun Shuiqing. "Charming emissary, what say you?" he inquired, locking eyes with her. Yun Shuiqing silently observed the sleeping Xiao Yao beside Fang Ling. She had let her sleep upon sensing Hu Yu and the others approaching. "Tiger Sovereign, I have no intention of claiming the Master-S position, yet I cannot allow you to take it either. For even if I were to submit to you, the Ghost Emissary would not, should he return. Moreover, Eagle Sovereign is equally proud and would not recognize your authority. In such a case, the sect would remain fragmented and unlikely to improve." She continued, "Thus, it is most suitable for Xiao Yao to inherit the Master-S position. She is the Master-S daughter. At that time, the opportunity was not ripe. So I had no choice but to let her remain in slumber until recent years if she takes up the mantle of Master. With our support, no one would dare oppose her. Only then does our Heavenly Net sect stand a genuine chance of revival. She is the Master-S daughter?" A flicker of surprise crossed Tiger Sovereign's eyes. He turned to the old man, his expression serious as he asked, "Master Qingmu, can you confirm this?" Master Qingmu nodded, replying, "Last night, I discreetly compared bloodlines. There is no doubt that she carries the Master-S lineage. Tiger Sovereign, if you truly wish for the revival of our Heavenly Net sect, then you must heed the charming Emissary-S counsel. Do you genuinely believe she would be so benevolent?" Tiger Sovereign scoffed. "This girl has been raised by her. She is already close to her and will inevitably heed her words even more in the future. Ultimately, she would merely be a puppet in Yun Shuiqing's hands. Even so, this arrangement would foster greater unity than your leadership," Master Qingmu asserted. "You." Tiger Sovereign's fists clenched in anger. At that moment, the poised water sentinel, Yu, suddenly interjected, "Wait, wasn't he there a young man with you just now?" Yun Shuiqing and the others quickly scanned their surroundings, realizing Fang Ling had indeed vanished. No one knew when he had disappeared. "What the hell, he was just here?" Man Tian Ning exclaimed, scratching his bald head in confusion. Master Qingmu's expression shifted, his voice low. "That individual is truly formidable. He slipped away without a sound in our presence." Yun Shuiqing, equally astonished, stared blankly at Xiao Yao. "Charming emissary, who is that person?" Tiger Sovereign demanded sharply. Yun Shuiqing replied, "We encountered him on the road. I initially thought he was merely a scion of a noble family. He is privy to many secrets of our sect. We cannot allow him to roam free. Tiger Sovereign, let us postpone the discussion of the Master-S position for now. We must locate him first." Tiger Sovereign solemnly nodded. "Agreed. This lad shouldn't have gone far. He is still within the Tian Duan Mountains." Suddenly, a terrifying beast roar echoed from deep within the Tian Duan Mountains. Yun Shuiqing would never forget that roar. It belonged to the Nether Beast. The continuous howls seemed to lament, unsettling all who heard them. "The Heavenly Net divine art is paramount. We must first ascertain what ails the Nether Beast," Yun Shuiqing urged. Thus, the two factions, once poised for confrontation, united in their expedition towards the depths of the Tian Duan Mountains at that moment. Deep within the lair of the Nether Beast, the mysteriously vanished Fang Ling was present. "Little creature, if you refuse to submit, I shall feast upon you." Fang Ling gently patted the Nether Beast's head, speaking in an exceptionally tender tone. Moments earlier, he had been observing the unfolding drama of the Heavenly Net sect, but suddenly sensed the Nether Beast's desire to flee. It seemed the only fitting mount in the vicinity was this creature, and Fang Ling could not allow it to escape. Thus, he stealthily approached. With his celestial authority cultivation, he easily subdued it. However, demons are often proud by nature, and though the Nether Beast was swiftly subdued, it refused to yield. Consequently, Fang Ling delivered several firm blows, resulting in the wails that echoed earlier. Seeing it still unresponsive, he prepared to practice his skills on it. Never mind, the next one will be more obedient. Just then, the Nether Beast began to whimper, looking at him with eyes filled with servility. Faced with the threat of death, it ultimately acquiesced, willing to become Fang Ling's steed. A wise choice indeed. Fang Ling smiled faintly. "Then I shall spare your life." The Nether Beast resembled a black panther, adorned with a pair of golden horns. Its body was covered in thick black scales, and its claws crackled with latent thunder, an extraordinary sight. It possessed not only formidable offensive power, but could also meld with shadows, granting it unparalleled speed in darkness or nighttime. Its natural form towered several feet high, yet to accommodate Fang Ling, it had to compress itself to the size of a horse. Chapter 0:15. Ancient Sanskrit heavenly net divine art demons possess considerable intelligence. And as a great demon in the late stage of the Tianji realm, the Nether Beast is no exception. Over the years, countless human experts have perished at its hands, resulting in a treasure trove amassed within its lair. The ground was strewn with spiritual stones. Although it could not absorb the spiritual energy directly, the sheer volume allowed it to harness the ambient aura. Moreover, the lair was filled with an assortment of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, all well preserved and gleaming, clearly of high quality. As Fang Ling surveyed the space, one object captivated his attention, a dark golden stone tablet, partially embedded in the ground, its surface inscribed with radiant characters. He approached and unearthed the tablet. Though it was incomplete, the bottom bore a distinct fracture. After searching the lair thoroughly, he failed to find the missing half. Regaining his focus, he examined the characters on the tablet, which left him astounded. It was, astonishingly, ancient Sanskrit. To his knowledge, this script had long fallen out of use in the outside world. He recognized it because several of the Buddhist texts by the old monk with white eyebrows were written in Sanskrit. The heavenly net divine art, this is what those individuals have been seeking. It seems the heavenly net sect possesses significant origins. This divine art is no ordinary matter. Although the tablet is incomplete, the missing portion does not seem to hinder the overall cultivation process. The heavenly net divine art comprises two parts. The upper section is the primary scripture reserved for the masters throughout the ages, while the lower section serves as the supplementary scripture for all sect members to cultivate. The cultivator of the main scripture can instantaneously absorb the cultivation of those practicing the auxiliary scripture, merging it into oneself. However, this is not a permanent state, but rather a fleeting one. Even so, it is extraordinarily formidable, granting an individual terrifying explosive power in a short span of time. Yet, the cost is substantial. The body struggles to endure such an impact from the sudden influx of cultivation. Following its use, one may suffer permanent damage. If too much cultivation is absorbed at once, there is even a risk of exploding from within. The damaged portion of the steel raises serious doubts about being a solution to the flaws of the divine art. Regrettably, that part of the steel is not present here, leaving its true form a mystery. No wonder they consistently mention this divine art. Whoever obtains the method for cultivating the main scripture effectively controls their life and death, he mused. He then caressed the golden horn of the nether beast and commanded, "Gather all these items from your lair." Upon hearing this, the nether beast immediately opened its mouth, drawing in all the spirit stones and treasures from its den. It possesses an exceptionally vast alternate space within, capable of accommodating both inanimate and living beings. However, the alternate space is empty, and living beings cannot maintain vitality for long once swallowed. The once treasure-laden lair swiftly became desolate. Outside the lair of the nether beast, Yun Shuiqing and others stood guard, ready for any eventuality. As the saying goes, do not enter a den of ferocity. So they had remained vigilant near the cave since surrounding it. At that moment, the demonic aura surged forth from the lair, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Prepare yourselves. The beast is about to emerge, Yun Shuiqing declared in a deep voice. She was enveloped in a shimmering azure light, clutching a jade, auspicious object in her palm. Mansioning fused with his gray serpent, transforming into a colossal python. Its 10-zhong-long body loomed like a mountain of flesh, flicking its tongue and exuding a terrifying aura. Qingya, devoid of his previous languor, continuously emanated a toxic, dark green spiritual power, forming a manifestation of his true self behind him. Hu Yu's physique had multiplied several times, resembling a small giant, with bulging muscles brimming with explosive force. The elegant water guardian Yu perched on a branch, balancing on one leg, her 3 spear tips gleaming ominously. The sinister fire guardian Yanjun ignited with a peach-colored flame, creating an illusion of distorting space. These 6 individuals, if singled out, could be considered top-tier experts in Nanyang Kingdom. Yet, facing the formidable nether beast, even their combined strength left them feeling uncertain. The sound of the nether beast's hooves echoed like a harbinger of death in their ears. Yet, at the moment the creature stepped out of its lair, they were all left stunned. There was someone on the back of the nether beast. This level of demon had willingly allowed someone to ride it. And the one atop the nether beast was none other than the suddenly vanished Fang Ling. What sorcery have you employed to control the nether beast? Mansioning exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could finish, he suddenly screamed, rolling on the ground. The enormous python's thrashing caused the earth to tremble, rocks cascading down, creating a terrifying scene. Yet moments later, everything returned to tranquility. His merged form with the python was broken, and he knelt in exhaustion. The gray serpent lay nearby, too afraid to move. The python sovereign looked up at Fang Ling, understanding everything. The gray serpent's unusual behavior last night and its disobedience today had forcibly severed their combined state. The cause of all this was fear, not of the nether beast itself, but of Fang Ling, who rode upon it. A chill ran through him, draining color from his face. I am doomed. I have provoked such a formidable being. Reflecting on his words and actions from the previous night, he could already foresee his fate. What manner of person are you? Who you asked gravely. Fang Ling countered. What do you think I should be? Who you fell silent, unsure how to respond. However, Yun Shuiqing suddenly floated in front of Fang Ling and knelt. Enchantress Yun Shuiqing greets the master, she called urgently. Fang Ling emerged from the nether beast's lair, indicating that the celestial Luo divine art had undoubtedly fallen into his hands. According to the rules of the celestial Luo sect, whoever acquires the celestial Luo divine art becomes the master. Fang Ling's power was unfathomable, and they could not hope to reclaim it. Seeing Yun Shuiqing take the lead, Qingmu also hurried forward to kneel. Wood Guardian Qingmu greets the master. Fang Ling had initially intended to utilize the prowess of the celestial Luo sect's experts for his cultivation. Yet, after witnessing the majesty of the celestial Luo divine art, he was struck by a different notion. With so many ready subordinates, it would be foolish not to accept them. In the future, whether to investigate foes or undertake other endeavors, he would always require assistance. Hu Yu, with his fierce temperament, harbored suspicions that Fang Ling had merely stumbled upon a method to deal with demons. He was unwilling to relinquish the celestial Luo divine art, even at the cost of his life. If you can withstand my punch, I, Hu Yu, will obey your every command. With a resounding crash, he leapt into the air, unleashing a sonic boom with his formidable strength. Suspended in midair, his veins swelled, muscles brimming with explosive force. Tiger's Fury Fist. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches, 10,000 strikes in an instant. The immense force and dense impact caused the ground to sink, rocks rolling, dust billowing. Yet, at the epicenter of the punches, Fang Ling remained unmoved, not even the hem of his garment fluttering. The chaos sacred body's physique was not comparable to that of a mortal. Moreover, his realm far surpassed Hu Yu's. Standing there, he remained entirely unaffected. Hu Yu bore witness to all this, lowering his gaze in self-mockery. I have overstepped my bounds. I have already offended you. Do with me as you please. Fang Ling remarked, your strength is commendable. Will you pledge your allegiance? I shall gladly do so. Hu Yu stepped forward, kneeling again. Tiger Sovereign Hu Yu greets the master. The water and fire guardians, Yo Yu and Yanjun, exchanged glances and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Master, do I still have a chance? Mansioning muttered nearby. Among them, he was the most anxious. You owe your life to the fairy Yun. Had she not intervened last night, you would have long since become a pile of bones. Fang Ling chuckled. Now that I intend to take the reins of the celestial Luo sect, your assistance will be indispensable. Hearing this, the python sovereign felt as if a great weight had been lifted. He quickly rose and knelt before Fang Ling. Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. From now on, I shall serve with utmost dedication. And thanks to the Enchantress for pulling me back from the brink of death last night. He had genuinely believed he might not survive this ordeal. The drastic shift from despair to hope had left him disoriented. Fang Ling looked at the 6 masters of the celestial Luo sect before him and instructed them to rise, bidding them not to kneel any longer. Does the master wish to accompany me back to Black Mountain? The Tiger Sovereign inquired respectfully. Most of the disciples are gathered at the Black Mountain headquarters. I will send someone to notify them to prepare for your succession ceremony. Fang Ling shook his head. I shall not return to Black Mountain. As for the succession ceremony, it is also unnecessary. I do not enjoy such fanfare. You should promptly summon the disciples to accompany me to the Blood Marsh. Blood Marsh? Yun Shuiqing furrowed her brows slightly. Is the master serious? Though the celestial Luo sect is the most prominent sect in Nanyang Kingdom, we have gradually weakened over the past 2 centuries. Our strength is no longer what it once was. Even at our peak, we never ventured into the Blood Marsh. The waters there are far too deep. Do you find it unwise? Fang Ling inquired. Yun Shuiqing quickly shook her head. Not all. I am merely surprised. In the present day, all matters are guided solely by the revered master, whose directives must be adhered to without question. Fang Ling lightly acknowledged this, pleased with her attitude. He did not require his subordinates to possess exceptional prowess, but rather sought their unwavering obedience to orders. Very well, you may each proceed with your tasks. I shall await your return in Longsha. With a gentle pat on the back of the nether beast, it let out a soft hum and immediately took off in a frenzied sprint. Before long, Fang Ling vanished from their sight. The remaining 6 exchanged glances, their expressions subtly indicating their uncertainty. What exactly is our Master Fang's background? So young yet so formidable, Hu Yu remarked gravely. Yun Shuiqing speculated, surely. He hails from a prosperous family within the domain. The ease with which he subdued the nether beast suggests he must possess at least the cultivation of a perfected Tianji realm. Nonetheless, this is not entirely unfavorable. At least our Tianluo sect will not fall into disarray. Qingmu sighed. Who among you will contact Eagle Sovereign? We need her to return to the sect. And what of Ghostly Messenger? Can anyone reach him? Finally, only Jean Fa Kai remained. I know where that fellow is. I shall seek him out. I will communicate with Eagle Sovereign, but as for Ghostly Messenger, I have not heard news of him for many years, Yin Shuiqing said, her gaze shifting towards Hu Yu. Hu Yu shook his head. I do not know. I shall set off for Heishan to assemble our forces. Let us act swiftly so that the master does not wait too long in Longshan. Meanwhile, Fang Ling rode atop the nether beast, traversing vast distances with remarkable speed. As dusk fell, he arrived at Longsheng, the largest city in the western region of Nanyang. Upon reaching Longsheng, he found himself near the Blood Marsh. The city was grand and imposing, with the southern towers unable to rival the northern peaks, and the eastern carriages traversing through the night without ever reaching the western streets. A medley of characters from all walks of life frequented this place. As he rode through the streets on the nether beast, he garnered no attention, for the presence of beast riders was commonplace here. It was not unusual to encounter several riders even from across the street, and many of them appeared quite formidable. Although the nether beast was of noble lineage, few could discern its true nature. Moreover, it had completely concealed its aura, ensuring it went unnoticed. Upon entering the city, he made his way directly to an inn and settled in. Within the lair of the nether beast, he had acquired numerous treasures, and now was the perfect time to convert these into personal strength. By day, he pondered over the stone tablet inscribed with the Tianluo divine art, and by night, he practiced with spirit stones. Days passed swiftly, and he felt as though time slipped through his fingers. One day, with the successful cultivation of a purple inner core, Fang Ling finally attained the first layer of the Tianluo divine art. This inner core was of great significance, as only those who practiced the main scripture could condense it. Once formed, he could absorb the power of those who practiced the auxiliary scriptures. The Tianluo divine art proved even more formidable than he had anticipated. Upon mastering the second layer, he would even be able to elevate the cultivation level of those practicing the auxiliary scriptures without affecting his own. Since his arrival in Longqing, he had sequestered himself within the inn for cultivation. Now that he had achieved the first layer of the Tianluo divine art, he felt a sense of leisure and wished to venture outside. Coincidentally, as he opened the door, he spotted a woman of considerable cultivation passing by. She exuded an air of elegance and grace, her striking red attire drawing the eye. Accompanying her was a young girl, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, her large, curious eyes wide with wonder. The regal woman appeared to sense Fang Ling's gaze, abruptly turning to glance at him. Her long lashes fluttered, revealing a fleeting moment of intrigue before she quickly returned her attention forward. "Master, what is it?" the girl inquired, glancing up at the beautiful woman. "It is nothing. I merely found that individual rather peculiar," the woman replied nonchalantly. "Hee, master, you were clearly admiring that handsome young man for quite some time," the girl teased, her playful smile contrasting with the seriousness of the moment. "Umph, you little imp, do not weave such tales about your master," the woman retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "I was merely speaking in jest," the girl pouted, then shifted the conversation back to serious matters. "That elder sister from the Bai family is in such a pitiable state. Master, do you have any means to save her? The poison is exceedingly strange. Even I cannot guarantee success," the woman shook her head. "However, we must try nonetheless. Let's gather our belongings quickly. We shall move to the Bai residence, where I can better observe the symptoms of the Bai young lady." Having brought little with them, the two soon finished packing. They exited the guest room and made their way to the stable in the backyard. "Master, what is the matter with Xiao Jin? It seems lethargic. Is it unwell?" the girl worriedly asked, gazing at the fire scale beast lying down in the stable. Fire scale beasts were relatively common, prized for their endurance and extensively bred by humans. Yet, this particular fire scale beast was unlike the rest. Typically, their scales were a vibrant crimson, but this one bore dark golden scales. Dark golden fire scale beasts were regarded as the kings of their kind, possessing a purer bloodline. Such purebred fire scale beasts were rare and typically reserved for those of considerable background. The woman, upon hearing this, stepped closer to scrutinize the mount in the stable. Her previously relaxed brow began to furrow as she murmured, "This is not right." She swiftly checked the conditions of the other stables, discovering that all the mounts appeared similarly listless. Suddenly, she halted, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the creature in the trough. This cannot be," she exclaimed, her face displaying shock. "Another beast? It is indeed another beast." She examined the pattern of its double horns and noted that it had already reached adulthood. "Who, pray tell, rides a fully grown nether beast?" the curious girl asked. "Master, is this nether beast truly formidable?" The woman replied gravely, "Indeed. Do you remember what I taught you about the bloodlines of the demon race?" The girl nodded, recalling, "Of course. You just taught me about it recently. The potency of a demon's bloodline is directly linked to its strength. The higher the bloodline rank, the greater the potential and terrifying the combat prowess. Consequently, demons place immense importance on the purity of their bloodlines, often choosing to breed within their own kind to prevent dilution. Among the myriad of demons, bloodlines are classified into 5 tiers: minor demon bloodline, major demon bloodline, royal bloodline, imperial bloodline, and emperor bloodline. Higher tier bloodlines exert a suppressive effect over lower tier bloodlines, and among the countless demons, over 90% belong to the minor demon bloodline. The woman nodded in satisfaction. "Well said. It appears you have not disregarded what I have taught you. This nether beast possesses an authentic royal bloodline. Is it truly so powerful?" The girl gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. "No wonder you reacted so strongly, master. A demon with royal blood, upon reaching adulthood, would at least attain the mid-stage of the Tianji realm," the woman added. The girl, eyeing the nether beast in the stable, instinctively took a few steps back, fear evident on her face. "Heavens, how did it end up here?" she murmured. Such a creature, in her understanding, was a harbinger of calamity, capable of devouring hundreds or thousands. Perhaps a formidable presence was currently taking refuge in this inn. The woman glanced back at the main structure of the inn, carefully attuning her senses, yet found nothing amiss. To ride a nether beast, the individual's strength was unfathomable. Most likely a formidable ancient being. She continued, "Such ancient beings are often capricious and difficult to deal with. They might unleash havoc on a whim. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us, as master and disciple, depart swiftly." She promptly returned to the fire scale beast, tugging at it insistently, compelling it to overcome its inner fears and exit the stable. Meanwhile, Fang Ling, unaware that the nether beast had been recognized, was meandering in the bustling marketplace. He had often fantasized about the markets of the human world during his childhood. Yet now, amidst the lively scene, he felt a tinge of solitude. After wandering for some time, he began to understand why. Most of the people in the market were in groups of 2 or 3, while he stood alone. However, he did not indulge in melancholy, but sought to immerse himself within the crowd. As his master would say, "I suppose I am cultivating my heart now," he mused. He found himself amidst the bustling alley, flowing with the tide, oblivious to which street he had wandered onto. Occasionally, someone would jostle him, snapping him out of a mysterious reverie. What could be causing such commotion? He followed the direction of the throng and discovered a large gathering. Approaching, he realized that a wealthy family was performing acts of charity. Steaming baskets of fluffy white buns wafted a delightful aroma for miles. Whether beggars or children, anyone who patiently queued could receive a portion. Naturally, Fang Ling had no intention of idly waiting for buns. His attention was captivated by an announcement on the stage. It turned out that the Bai family of Longsheng was the one offering the buns. Their charity served 2 purposes: to accumulate virtue for the Bai family's young lady and to attract capable individuals who could cure her of a poison afflicting her. If successful, they would reward the healer with a Bodhi fruit or an equivalent treasure. Bodhi fruit, it seemed that Master mentioned it before, originating from the Western Desert. It was an exceedingly rare elixir capable of directly enhancing one's power. To think such a treasure existed within Longsheng, Fang Ling's interest was piqued. He leapt gracefully over the crowd, landing atop the donation platform. The Bai family guards, witnessing his aerial approach, did not dare to be negligent. A middle-aged man with a square face approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. "May I inquire your name, young sir?" Fang Ling replied. "Fang Ling." The man continued. "Does young Master Fang possess the ability to cure poisons? Would you care to visit our residence for a trial?" Fang Ling nodded slightly. "I have some knowledge. Perhaps I can be of assistance." De Yong, take young Master Fang back to the residence to attend to the young lady. The man immediately summoned a guard to lead Fang Ling. The residence was merely a street away from the donation site, quite close indeed. Following the guard named De Yong, Fang Ling soon arrived at the residence. Before he even entered, he sensed several formidable auras within. Astonishingly, for practitioners at the Tianji realm were stationed inside the residence, 3 in the early stages and 1 in the mid-stage. With such strength, the Bai family could easily assert dominance in the Nanyang kingdom. No wonder they boldly claimed to possess Bodhi fruit, unafraid of others coveting it. Fang Ling chuckled as he trailed De Yong through the main hall, arriving at a small chamber. Inside, several individuals were seated, most exuding a strong medicinal fragrance. De Yong respectfully stated, "Due to the numerous physicians in attendance, we must trouble you to wait here. If you require anything, feel free to summon the hall-less attendants." "Thank you for your patience, young Master Fang." Fang Ling nodded slightly and chose a spot to sit. The Bai family truly resorts to desperate measures, inviting all manner of individuals to their abode. At that moment, a rebellious youth scoffed, his words not directed at Fang Ling, but undoubtedly intended for him. After all, Fang Ling was quite young and hardly appeared capable of healing ailments. "More, mind your words." The elder in gray robes beside the rebellious youth suddenly opened his eyes, admonishing him. He glanced at Fang Ling, seemingly intrigued for a fleeting moment before moving on without further attention. Just then, 2 more individuals entered the small hall. "Is it her?" Fang Ling was slightly surprised, not expecting her to arrive. The newcomers were the master and disciple he had encountered upon leaving the inn. The elegant woman, exuding an unparalleled grace, captivated the attention of all present upon her appearance. Yet they dared not gaze too long, intentionally lowering their heads in reverence. "Master, look, that older brother is the one we met at the inn. Isnt. Is he also a physician? But why does he not carry a hint of medicinal fragrance?" The young girl whispered to her master after taking a seat. "Enough. Did you forget your master's instructions when we stepped out? Speak less and act with restraint." The elegant woman lightly huffed, signaling her to quiet down. The girl pouted but complied and sat still. "Since Dr. Do has also arrived, let us discuss this peculiar poison," the elder in gray proposed. "If anyone has insights, feel free to share." They had all already examined the Bai family's young lady. They were merely waiting for this significant presence to arrive. An attendant standing by cast a glance at Fang Ling, hesitating to speak. He knew Fang Ling had yet to attend to the young lady's ailment, but those present seemed indifferent to his presence, not considering him significant. Chapter 018. The ancient toxic creature, colorful butterfly Fang Ling had no desire to listen to their futile discourse. He was merely intrigued by the Bodhi fruit. He immediately stood up, leaving the hall and instructing the attendant outside to take him to the Bai family's young lady. Aside from the recently arrived elegant woman, no one else paid heed to Fang Ling's departure. Following the Bai family servant, Fang Ling soon arrived at the door of the young lady's chamber. "May I ask where you hail from?" A well-dressed, middle-aged man inquired at the entrance. He appeared refined, yet Fang Ling sensed a formidable malevolence emanating from him. He was certainly not as benign as he seemed, but rather a hardened individual, skilled in combat. Moreover, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. He was one of the 4 Tianji realm masters of the Bai family. Merely a wandering cultivator, Fang Ling replied nonchalantly. Bai Jiang was somewhat astonished, as he found himself unable to see through this young man. However, the absence of any medicinal scent on Fang Ling caused him to hesitate. "I observe that you are not a seasoned healer, so I will speak candidly. My daughter is afflicted by a severe poison. If your skills are insufficient prior to this." Several physicians had tragically succumbed to the poison while attempting to treat her. Fang Ling replied, "I would not have come if I did not possess some assurance. But after the task is complete, will your Bai family truly part with the Bodhi fruit?" Bai Jiang laughed heartily, stating, "My Bai family is the foremost family in Longsheng and one of the 7 greatest cultivation families in the Nanyang kingdom. Having made this public declaration, we certainly will not backtrack. You may rest assured." "Very well," Fang Ling nodded. "I shall now proceed to treat your daughter's poison. After you." Bai Jiang stepped aside and assisted in opening the door. As Fang Ling entered the room, Bai Jiang followed closely behind. He always remained at the side during the physician's treatments. "Please step outside." Fang Ling halted and turned to address him. Bai Jiang was momentarily taken aback before gently shaking his head. It is not that I do not trust you, but I fear that my daughter's condition may suddenly worsen during your treatment. Being present, I could at least help stabilize her. Are you certain you wish to follow? Fang Ling asked earnestly, as this was crucial. He would inevitably need to use the Tianwan Ding borrowed from Master Fat, a treasure that must remain undisclosed to outsiders. If Bai Jiang insisted on accompanying him, it would complicate matters. Bai Jiang contemplated for a moment before silently turning to leave the room, discreetly closing the door behind him. Brother, who is this young man? He seems so confident. With such an attitude, it appears he is quite certain of curing Ying. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he shows you no respect at all. He is either putting on a facade or possesses a significant background. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door. It was Bai Jiang's second brother. Bai Jiang gazed at his younger brother, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I am uncertain. Let him try, for he is at least more extraordinary than those who came before. Moments ago, I had a brief conversation with Dr. Do, and it appears that Ying's condition is quite dire. Bai Bo let out a soft sigh, unsure of how to console his elder brother. Although Bai Jiang had lived a life of prominence and success, he had only one daughter, who now faced such misfortune. Inside the chamber, Fang Ling strode directly to the bed of the Bai family's young lady, drawing aside the curtains. The young woman, approximately 23 or 24, bore a visage that radiated peace and stability. Yet, she seemed to be ensnared in a nightmare, her brow furrowed tightly. Her complexion shifted erratically, alternating between shades of red and orange. Fang Ling observed that there were 7 colors in total, fluctuating in an erratic pattern. Could it be the venom of the 7-colored celestial butterfly? His brow arched in surprise. Surely not. Hadn't Master Fat stated that such venomous creatures had long been extinguished from the outside world? He lifted his hand, flipping his palm to summon the heavenly pestilence cauldron. Immediately, he infused it with spiritual energy, activating this treasured artifact. The cauldron began to shimmer with a verdant light, levitating above the young lady's head. It hovered in the air, rotating continuously, unleashing a remarkable force. Moments later, a colorful pupa emerged from the young lady's body, drawn into the cauldron. Fang Ling recalled the cauldron, lifting its lid to peer inside. He scrutinized the writhing pupa, confirming its identity. Indeed, it was the 7-colored celestial butterfly, albeit still in its pupal state. It had taken residence in the young lady's body, preparing for metamorphosis. It appeared that her constitution was rather extraordinary, he mused. The adult 7-colored celestial butterfly ranks among the most potent toxins in existence. He had heard Master Fat elaborate on this creature, noting that its venom could effortlessly slay experts of the Yaoguang realm. Even those who had illuminated the 7 stars and transcended the 7 realms of martial arts would find it difficult to resist. However, in its current pupal form, it remained quite feeble. After its transformation, it would require several cycles of rebirth to reach true maturity. To refine it now would be a waste. It would be better to nurture it. Next time he visited Han's Han Temple, he would show it to Master Fat, who would undoubtedly be overjoyed. He closed the lid of the cauldron, drawing both the pupa and the cauldron back into his body. The heavenly pestilence cauldron not only served for cultivating toxic arts, but was also the finest breeding vessel for insects. The pupa would fare far better within the cauldron than remaining in the young lady's body. From his earlier observation, he realized that she could not endure for much longer. She was incapable of supporting its metamorphosis. Eventually, it would need to abandon its host and seek another target. What he had intended as a simple quest for a Bodhi fruit had unexpectedly yielded a significant windfall. Fang Ling smiled, recognizing that the value of this pupa could rival that of countless Bodhi fruits. It was indeed a grand opportunity. Returning to his senses, he turned to the Bai family's young lady. As the pupa detached from her, the toxins were entirely expelled. Her complexion, which had fluctuated between shades of red and green, returned to normal. However, after being parasitized for so long, she appeared pale and devoid of color. Outside, Bai Jiang was restless, his anxiety intensifying. Previously, he could remain close while the physician examined her, but now he could only wait impatiently outside. Brother, I shall go check on Dr. Do and the others. Perhaps they have made some progress, Bai Bo said, unable to bear the suspense any longer. Go. Bai Jiang waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the door swung open, and Fang Ling emerged with calm demeanor. How is it? Bai Jiang quickly approached, inquiring. Fang Ling replied, the poison has been eliminated, but she is still somewhat weak. She will require a period of careful recuperation before she can fully recover. Is that truly so? Bai Jiang exclaimed with delight, rushing into the room to inspect. Excellent. Thank you, young Master Fang, for saving her life. The sound of his trembling voice echoed from within. Outside, Bai Bo looked at Fang Ling in astonishment, surprised that he had truly succeeded. Young Master Fang, please come to the upper chamber to rest. I shall fetch the Bodhi fruit to reward you for your immense kindness. Bai Jiang, with reddened eyes, exited the room and deeply bowed to Fang Ling. Young Master Fang, please follow me. Bai Bo quickly led the way, guiding Fang Ling to the guest room to rest. Along the way, the servants and guests of the Bai family looked on in shock. The usually haughty second master Bai was now exhibiting such courtesy towards this young man. Meanwhile, in a small hall where the physicians were deliberating over the case, it had not been long since Fang Ling departed. They were fervently discussing to ascertain the nature of the poison afflicting the Bai family's young lady. At that moment, Bai Jiang entered the room. Renowned in the cultivation circles of Nanyang, Bai Jiang commanded respect. Although the physicians present held some standing, they dared not treat him with any disrespect. Upon his arrival, they all rose to greet him. Bai family master, has there been a change in your daughter's condition? Inquired the most authoritative physician, Dr. Do. Bai Jiang, unable to conceal his joy, responded, yes, the poison afflicting my daughter has been resolved. However, I would still like to trouble Dr. Do to take a look and provide some prescriptions to expedite her recovery. The physicians present were taken aback. They had only recently examined her, and the poison had clearly reached a critical state, fully integrated within her. How could it suddenly be resolved? Bai family master, what exactly transpired? The gray-robed elder asked urgently. He had come to the Bai family seeking the Bodhi fruit, and with the young lady's poison now gone, he saw no opportunity to acquire the treasure. All thanks to Dr. Fang, whose miraculous skills have purged the accumulated toxins from within her, Bai Jiang replied. Dr. Fang? I have never heard of a physician by that name in Nanyang, murmured the assembly, intrigued by this remarkable healer who had managed to neutralize such a peculiar toxin. Bai family master, may I inquire about the origins of this Dr. Fang? The gray-robed elder pressed further. Bai Jiang replied nonchalantly, I am not entirely certain, but he was here just a moment ago. You must have all seen him. Could he be the young man who just left? Dr. Do mused, her eyes widening in realization. Only Fang Ling had exited the hall moments ago. No one else had moved. Many recalled having previously overlooked Fang Ling, astonished that someone so young possessed such capabilities. The elder's apprentice looked incredulous. Impossible. That boy is about my age and bears no scent of medicine. He is clearly a novice. By family master, do not be deceived by him. Let my master examine your daughter. That boy may simply be employing sleight of hand. Bai Jiang, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly, silence. Can I not discern whether my daughter has been cured with my own eyes? Fang Ling had saved his daughter, and in his heart, he was already a benefactor, unworthy of any disparagement. The brash youth, intimidated by Bai Jiang's rebuke, turned pale and hid behind the gray-robed elder, lowering his head and refraining from further comment. The elder, recognizing Bai Jiang's anger, hastily interjected, Bai family master, please come higher. It is my apprentice who has spoken out of turn. Zicheng, this is not a place for your words, he scolded. The elder quickly acknowledged his mistake. With Bai Jiang's stature, he would not press the matter further. They proceeded to the young lady's chamber, where Dr. Do took her pulse at the bedside. The others stood behind the curtain, sensing her aura. How is she? Bai Jiang whispered after a moment. Though confident in his own judgment, he sought the opinions of these esteemed physicians. Dr. Do withdrew her hand, nodding gently. Indeed, there are no remnants of poison left within your daughter. This time, the poison has harmed the body. Once I recover somewhat, I must take good care of myself. I will prepare a prescription to aid in the recovery. I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Do. Bai Jiang felt a profound sense of relief. He then turned to the old man in the gray robe and the others, discovering their consensus. His daughter's breathing had returned to normal, albeit somewhat weak. By the way, I wonder if the esteemed Dr. Fang is still in the mansion? Doctor, Do suddenly inquired. I wish to pay my respects to Dr. Fang. He is in the guest room next to yours, Bai Jiang replied. Seeing that other physicians also wished to pay their respects, he turned to them and said, Dr. Fang is currently a guest in my mansion. If you wish to visit, please consider the timing. If everyone rushes in at once, it will surely disturb his peace. The group of physicians chuckled awkwardly, each discreetly departing. Master, do you think the ghostly beast in the inn stable could be the mount of Dr. Fang? Dr. Do's disciple asked. The poison that afflicted Bai Jiang's sister was indeed troublesome, yet he resolved it effortlessly. This suggests he may possess greater skill than you, master, and thus could very well be the owner of that ghostly beast. The beautiful woman also found this possibility compelling, Otherwise, what are the odds of such a coincidence? You should refrain from entering with Master later. I fear your loose tongue might offend him, she advised. Not at all. I will obey. The girl initially wished to argue, but fell silent upon receiving a fierce glare from the woman. Moments later, the two arrived at the guest room where Fang Ling resided. The beautiful woman gave her disciple a signal, and the latter promptly returned to her own room. After the girl had left, the woman raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Please enter. Fang Ling's voice called from within. Upon entering, she gracefully bowed to Fang Ling. Introducing herself, I am Do Qin, here to pay my respects. Fang Ling introduced himself in turn, asking, May I inquire what brings you here, miss? To inquire would be presumptuous. I am merely curious about the nature of the poison that afflicted Miss Bai Ying, Do Qin inquired. Though I am not a renowned healer, I have delved into the medical arts for many years. I have encountered numerous bizarre poisons, yet I have never seen such a peculiar and lethal toxin. Fang Ling smiled, explaining, in truth, she is not poisoned but rather afflicted by a parasitic creature. The symptoms you observe are merely the result of the creature's desperate attempts to suppress its own venom. What manner of creature possesses such potency? Do Qin asked, astonished. I have cultivated my medical skills for 5 centuries, and my spiritual power has considerable detoxifying effects. Yet, even with that, my abilities have proven ineffective against this creature's toxin. As you mentioned, this is merely the toxic gas that the creature cannot avoid releasing while trying to contain it. Under normal circumstances, have you heard of the 7-colored celestial butterfly? Fang Ling queried. I have not. Do Qin responded, shaking her head. Is the creature still alive? Might I have the opportunity to witness it? Fang Ling replied, There is no need for that. I fear it might poison you. It is likely quite agitated at present. Very well. I shall not press further. I take my leave. Chapter 020. The Bai family presents the gem sword not long after Do Qin departed. Bai Jiang arrived. He had previously presented Fang Ling with the Buddha fruit, and now he sought to express further gratitude. Fang Ling had intended to depart earlier, but remained upon learning of Bai Jiang's additional offering. Please take a look at this. I stumbled upon this item by chance. Though I am unaware of its true utility, I can sense a powerful force contained within. Unfortunately, the Bai family's resources are insufficient to utilize it. Rather than allowing it to languish in my mansion, I would prefer to present it to you, young Master Bai. Bai Jiang presented a piece of amber. Amber is a unique fossil formed from tree resin that has fallen and settled underground over time. The piece before them was of considerable size, requiring both of Fang Ling's hands to hold it. The amber was translucent, containing small insects and bits of animal remains. Within this sizable piece of amber lay a sword, one no longer than a palm and 2 fingers wide. Fang Ling attempted to probe the sword within the amber with his spiritual sense, but was thwarted by the amber's barrier. It is known that, at his current level, his spiritual essence is quite formidable. To penetrate material with his spiritual sense is usually effortless. However, this stone is extraordinary, completely obstructing my probing. It seems to harbor a vast amount of sword qi, and this qi is remarkably pure. If I could refine the sword qi contained within this amber, it would undoubtedly enhance my strength significantly. Having practiced swordplay since childhood, his sensitivity to sword qi was acute. Bai Jiang observed Fang Ling's thoughtful demeanor and realized he recognized its value. The Bai family had researched this stone over the years, yet they had been unable to remove the barrier of the amber. He estimated that breaking through this layer of stone would require at least a heavenly sovereign-esque cultivation. Given the Bai family's foundation, they may never have the opportunity to open it. Master Bai, where did you acquire this item? Fang Ling inquired, stowing it away. Bai Jiang responded, approximately 20 years ago, it was discovered in a forsaken ancient mine near Longqing. The forsaken ancient mine is an abandoned site from ancient times, where one occasionally finds relics from that era. It is likely that this stone has quite a history. Such a treasure would be better preserved as a family heirloom. Fang Ling remarked with a smile. Bai Jiang shook his head. Our ancestors warned that this item is dangerous and should not be kept in the house for long. You must have sensed the sword qi within. If one day the sword qi were to suddenly erupt, our Bai family would not withstand it. It is better to present it to you in gratitude, as my daughter's life-saving grace cannot be repaid with mere Buddha fruit in this stone. In truth, his words were half true. The Buddha fruit alone would suffice as thanks. The intention behind presenting this item was more to forge a connection with Fang Ling. You are too kind, Master Bai. Fang Ling chuckled, feeling that this matter had reached a conclusion. Then I shall take my leave. Young Master Bai, why not stay a bit longer in my mansion? At least wait until my daughter awakens, so she can personally express her gratitude to you. Although we are not a prestigious family, we understand basic etiquette. Her gratitude is indeed necessary. This, very well. After all, I have little to do recently. Staying in your mansion is no different from the inn. Fang Ling pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Fang. Bai Jiang rejoiced. He then asked, are you satisfied with this guest room? If it does not meet your liking, I can have someone prepare another. This room is quite satisfactory. Let be, Fang Ling replied. By the way, my mount is still at the Feline Inn. Would you be so kind as to send someone to bring it over? Of course. May I inquire what type of mount it is? Bai Jiang asked. A ghostly beast, Fang Ling answered. There should only be one such creature in the stable. It resembles a night leopard and has a pair of golden horns, easily recognizable. Oh, a ghostly beast, Bai Jiang murmured, suddenly startled. What? A ghostly beast? Indeed, it is quite impressive and very swift, Fang Ling stated. Bai Jiang's lips twitched as he quickly retreated. I shall personally bring it to you. Given his cultivation and knowledge, he fully understood what a ghostly beast was, hence his astonishment. Not long after, at the Feline Inn in front of the stable, Bai Jiang and his brother Bai Bo stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ghostly beast sprawled in the shelter. Brother, it truly is the one from Tiandu Mountain. When our ancestor fought it, it was at the mid-stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm. After all these years, its cultivation must have reached the late stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm. Bai Bo murmured, swallowing hard. Bai Jiang remarked in the past, our ancestor inflicted a wound upon it. If you observe its neck, you will notice a faint scar. Who is this young gentleman, truly? How could he tame such a creature? He must certainly be a descendant of a top-tier family within the realm. Bai Bo murmured, do you think it might suddenly attack us? He inquired further. Bai Jiang chuckled awkwardly. Surely not. This creature possesses intelligence. A clear communication should suffice. The two cautiously entered the stable, proceeding one after the other, leading the creature towards the Bai residence. Passers-by were utterly astonished, believing themselves to be dreaming. For the most powerful patriarch of the Bai clan and the esteemed Bai Yi were seen together, leading a horse. In the guest room of the Bai estate, Fang Ling was on the verge of refining the Bodhi fruit when, regrettably, another visitor arrived. This time, it was the gray-robed elder, who had previously displayed disregard in the hall, accompanied by his defiant disciple. Upon entering, the elder sat down, his profile facing Fang Ling, and began, I am Tian Quanzi, a figure of some repute in the medical arts of Nanyang, known as the Sage of Beishan. Young man, may I inquire how you managed to alleviate the peculiar poison afflicting the young lady of the Bai family? Would you be so kind as to share your methods? Fang Ling responded coolly. Is it not somewhat improper to ask another for their unique skills? Do not presume that aiding the young lady of the Bai family elevates your stature. Such matters often hinge on fortune. The elder's disciple retorted impatiently. My master holds a revered position in Nanyang. His inquiry is a privilege for you. Cough. Zisheng, do not be rude. Tian Quanzi interjected with a mild cough. Indeed, I have been presumptuous. It is natural for a young man to wish to keep his expertise undisclosed. I primarily come to discuss a matter with you. I trust the Bodhi fruit has been entrusted to you by the patriarch of the Bai family. I wish to propose a transaction to acquire it. Fang Ling replied. That may be feasible, but what treasure do you possess that could persuade me to part with the Bodhi fruit? This is a medical tome authored by myself. Of considerable value, Tian Quanzi produced a book from his robe. Fang Ling regarded him silently, withholding his response. Tian Quanzi, feeling a bit embarrassed, forced a smile, and added, then I shall sweeten the deal with an additional 100,000 spirit stones. The stones along with my painstakingly crafted medical tome should be a fair exchange. Fang Ling scoffed. Are you quite certain you are not jesting? At this, the elder's disciple erupted in anger, pointing an accusing finger at Fang Ling. You insolent brat. What do you mean? My master is sincerely attempting to conduct a transaction with you, and you dare to show such ingratitude. Do you have any idea how significant my master's influence is in Nanyang? People often invite to present him with gifts, which he typically declines. Seeing Fang Ling's lack of response, Tian Quanzi dropped the pretense and spoke plainly. I maintain relationships with the leaders of various factions. Should you assist me, I will remember your kindness. Understood. Fang Ling replied in a flat tone before swiftly decapitating him. Tian Quanzi's neck erupted like a fountain, leaving Zisheng in shock, who screamed in horror, Spare me. Please, spare me. He quickly knelt and begged for mercy, but instead, Fang Ling stamped down with a brutal force, crushing his head. Fang Ling did not waste time. He immediately utilized the corpses of the master and disciple to cultivate his skills. Chapter 021. The Sword Demon S3 Styles astonishing the world. No wonder this fellow was so eager to obtain the Bodhi fruit. It turns out he possessed the formula for the Bodhi diamond pill. The essence of a millennial purple bamboo, the immortal yellow essence. Aside from the Bodhi fruit, he had already gathered all the necessary materials. Given the elder's cultivation level, amassing these materials would indeed be no easy feat, Fang Ling mused. While handling the belongings of the two, he discovered many valuable items. Tian Quanzi had toiled for half his life, navigating life and death, to assemble these materials. In the blink of an eye, they had all become Fang Ling's. With all the ingredients for alchemy in his possession, it would be inappropriate not to attempt refining them. However, he had no skill in alchemy, and none of his mentors had ever taught him. The old man, Qing Mu, seemed to have knowledge in the craft, but it was uncertain when he would arrive in Longshan. He recalled the physician Do, who appeared quite capable. Perhaps it would be best to consult him. He left his room and approached the door next door, gently knocking. "Who is it?" A voice tinged with caution emerged from within. "It is I, Fang Ling from next door," he replied. With a loud clang, Do Qin's young apprentice opened the door. She looked somewhat frightened, quickly retreating to her bed, hiding under the covers. The earlier screams had clearly unsettled her and her master. "What brings you here at such a late hour, young Master Fang?" Do Qin inquired. Her hair already loosened as if she had just retired for the night. Fang Ling produced the formula from Tian Quanzi and presented it to her. "I have a formula here that I would like you, Physician Do, to examine." Do Qin examined the formula closely for a moment before stating, "This formula is well versed in the principles of alchemy and should pose no issues. However, the materials required are quite rare. Even with wealth, they are difficult to procure." Fang Ling asked, "What effects does the Bodhi diamond pill possess?" Do Qin replied, "It naturally enhances the physical body, and its effects are extraordinary, amplifying the Bodhi fruit's efficacy tenfold. However, the potency of the Bodhi diamond pill is exceedingly fierce. Should the user's physical strength be inadequate, they may be overwhelmed by its overwhelming force. Thus, it is also referred to as the death pill with a high fatality rate. Many believe their bodies are robust enough to withstand the impact of the Bodhi diamond pill, yet in reality." "Thank you, Physician Do, for your elucidation." Fang Ling nodded. "Additionally, I have another request. I possess both the formula and the materials, yet I lack alchemical expertise. If you would be willing to assist in a refinement, I would offer you a satisfactory reward." Do Qin appeared hesitant, her brows furrowing slightly. "What concerns you, Physician Do? Please, do not hesitate to express it," Fang Ling urged. "Are you aware of the protocols surrounding entrusting someone with alchemical refinement?" Do Qin asked. "For alchemy is inherently fraught with uncertainties. Thus, even the most skilled alchemists may sometimes fail. A failure would mean that all the painstakingly gathered materials would be rendered useless. The losses." Although Fang Ling had never entrusted anyone with alchemy, he understood her concerns upon hearing her words. He promptly reassured her, "You may proceed with confidence. Should there be an unfortunate mishap during the refinement, I would not seek any compensation from you. With your assurance, I am willing to assist in this endeavor." Do Qin replied with a soft agreement, nodding her approval. "What compensation do you require?" Fang Ling inquired once more. "Name your price. As long as it is not excessive, I shall certainly accommodate it." Do Qin smiled, stating, "It appears you seldom venture out, young Master Fang, as you seem unaware of many matters. For us alchemists, experience is the most invaluable treasure. The Bodhi diamond pill you wish for me to refine is among the finest of elixirs. Both the materials and the formula are rare. Rather than saying you are commissioning me for the refinement, it would be more accurate to say I am fortunate to have the chance to create such a precious elixir under your guidance. As for compensation, I find it rather difficult to bring it up. You need not be so formal." Since she did not seek compensation, Fang Ling was pleased. He then laid out all the materials needed for the Bodhi diamond pill on the table. Do Qin inspected each item meticulously, confirming that everything was in order. "The night had grown late. I shall commence refining the pill tomorrow. If all goes well, it should take approximately 7 to 8 days. During this period, I hope Master Fang will refrain from wandering about, lest I be unable to find you when the time comes," she said. Fang Ling nodded in agreement. "All right. During this time, I shall reside at the Bai family's residence, patiently awaiting good news. Meanwhile, in Bai Zhang's room, brother, I inquired of the servants. Approximately 15 minutes ago, Tian Quanzi and his disciple had visited Master Fang. After they entered, they did not emerge again, and that scream we heard. The attendant then observed Master Fang leaving his room alone and heading to Dr. Dou's chamber for a brief visit, Bai Bo remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiang snorted coldly. That scoundrel Tian Quanzi truly knows no bounds. What manner of person is Master Fang, that they dare provoke him? He is certainly after that precious fruit, which has displeased Master Fang. Brother, Tian Quanzi holds some renown in our Nanyang-esque cultivation circles. If he were to meet a tragic end in our Bai family, it would certainly, Bai Bo murmured softly. Bai Jiang pondered for a moment and instructed, we must contain the news. Do not let anyone know he has been to our Bai family. Fortunately, this old fellow carries himself with a certain dignity and has offended quite a few of his peers. The physicians who accompanied him should be willing to help us keep this secret. Master Fang does not appear as gentle and amiable as he seems on the surface. Immediately issue orders to everyone in the estate to ensure he is treated with utmost respect. We must not show the slightest neglect. Rest assured, brother, I have already instructed them. There shall be no oversight, Bai Bo replied. After leaving Do Qin's room, Fang Ling did not return to his own quarters, but instead flew outside the city. He had ventured into this desolate wilderness to refine the sword encased within stone. Previously, he had tried numerous methods, but failed to penetrate the amber shell to extract the sword's essence. Thus, he was left with no choice but to forcibly break through this outer layer. He weighed the amber in his hand before hurling it into the air. Then, he summoned the blood sword, striking down upon it with all his might. He had held nothing back, expecting to cleave the stone shell, yet he met with failure. It seemed he required a more powerful attack. Drawing in a deep breath, he amplified the might of the blood sword. Dragon Slash. This strike shook the heavens and earth, imbued with a chilling aura of slaughter. Nearby mountains were raised by the sword's reverberating energy. Dragon Slash, questioning heaven, and suppressing the abyss. These three strokes were the pinnacle of the sword demon's unique technique, embodying a legacy of invincibility spanning 100 millennia. Even though Fang Ling could only grasp the surface of this power, it was still immensely formidable. Under the force of this unparalleled strike, the hard stone shell finally succumbed, shattering with a resounding crack. The small sword, which had been imprisoned within the amber, transformed into a golden beam of light, swiftly piercing into Fang Ling's body, ultimately revealing itself at his brow, only to vanish in an instant. What lay within was not merely sword energy, but the very soul of the sword. Fang Ling was taken aback. Chapter 22. The name Sword. Tong Yuan Ancient Mind. The sword soul is the coveted treasure of all sword practitioners. Yet it is exceedingly rare due to its stringent conditions of birth. Its formation requires a protracted period of accumulation, at least several 100,000 years, if not millions. The endurance of a sword over such a span is an arduous challenge. Not only can it be lost in battle, but even when left undisturbed, it is subject to the ravages of time and may ultimately fade away. Therefore, a sword that gives rise to a sword soul must be crafted from the finest materials, ensuring it remains unscathed by the passage of time. Once a sword has birthed a sword soul, it signifies its immortality. Even if the sword's body were to shatter under external forces, it could persist in the form of its soul. The sword's soul embodies the essence of swordsmanship. Through understanding it, one may grasp the supreme path of the sword. Moreover, the sword's soul itself harbors terrifying power, capable of merging with any sword to enhance its sharpness and might. Fang Ling sensed the information emanating from the sword soul. His name was Tong Yuan, and he was now the 721st master. Let me attempt to merge the Tong Yuan sword soul with my blood sword. He raised his hand, coalescing the blood sword. Then, the sword imprint on his brow flickered, and the essence of the sword's soul surged forth, merging with the blood sword. The once chaotic and malevolent blood sword transformed into a state of tranquility and simplicity upon receiving the sword soul. The original blood sword, akin to a rootless weed, now bore a sense of weightiness. With a gentle flick, a beam of sword light swept across, leveling everything in its path for dozens of miles. Truly, the legendary sword soul had amplified the power of his strike tenfold and beyond. Fang Ling was elated. His sword master had also once possessed a sword soul, known as Qianjun. He wondered whether Qianjun was more formidable than his Tong Yuan. When he returned to show it to him, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Speaking of which, how is it that treasures abound in this little dragon city? He suddenly pondered. Whether it was the seven-colored celestial butterfly cocoon he had extracted from the Bai family young lady or this Tong Yuan sword soul, both were exceedingly rare. The seven-colored celestial butterfly was an ancient magical insect, rumored to be nearly extinct in the outside world, as even Master Pang had mentioned. And this Tong Yuan Sword Soul, preserved in amber. Could they both originate from the ancient mine mentioned by Bai Jiang? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. It appeared he must venture to this ancient mine. Perhaps he might stumble upon further unexpected gains. Unaware of the ancient mine's location, he would need to return and inquire with the Bai family. Although it was already deep into the night, the two Bai brothers stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. Despite Fang Ling's considerable distance, the commotion he stirred was too great to remain unnoticed, reverberating through Dragon City. Even from several dozen miles away, they could still sense the intense sword energy. It seems this Master Fang must be a descendant of a prestigious sword family, Bai Bo remarked. That is likely so, Bai Jiang replied, but what brings him to our Nanyang? Perhaps he is merely traveling. Are not the heirs of these noble families fond of wandering? Bai Bo suggested. Why are you two still awake at this late hour? Suddenly, Fang Ling materialized behind them, inquiring with an air of mystery. Startled, the Bai brothers turned, Master Fang. It was you. Bai Jiang glanced at him, subtly questioning. Fang Ling nodded. It was indeed my doing. I opened the amber. I am quite satisfied with what lies within, and I thank you for the generous hospitality of the Bai family. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. The Bai brothers, having reached their current stature, were well versed in the ways of the world and did not pry into the nature of the contents within the amber. You are too courteous, Master Fang. Bai Jiang replied with a smile. The doors of the Bai family will always be open to you. You are welcome to visit us anytime. By the way, I intend to explore the ancient mine, but I do not know where it is located, Fang Ling added. Just as Bai Jiang was about to respond, a deep voice resonated from behind them. Since Master Fang is interested in that place, why not allow this old man to accompany you for a visit? Fang Ling turned to see an elderly man in a white robe with one arm. He was Bai Xingyou, the patriarch of the Bai family. Greetings, ancestor. The Bai brothers quickly bowed in respect. Bai Xingyou nodded gently, slowly descending to join them. I have been in seclusion for some time, hence my delay in greeting Master Fang. I hope you do not take offense, he said. Fang Ling replied. Not at all, esteemed elder. Your words are too kind. Then I would be grateful if you could guide me to the ancient mine. Jian Erboer, you may return home for now, Bai Xingyou instructed the Bai brothers. I shall take Master Fang to have a look. Yes, ancestor. The Bai brothers promptly headed back to the Bai residence, leaving only Fang Ling and Bai Xingyou atop the city wall. Bai Xingyou turned to Fang Ling and asked, Is it the amber that has piqued your interest in the ancient mine? Pretty much, and I suspect the poison that Miss Bai Ying contracted originated from there. Fang Ling affirmed with a nod. Indeed, Bai Xingyou's expression darkened slightly. I had suspected as much long ago. A few days before Inger succumbed to poisoning, she had visited the abandoned ancient mine with the servants of the estate. The old gentleman is a living deity of Longqing. He must be quite familiar with this forsaken ancient mine, Fang Ling remarked. No, I only possess a superficial understanding, Bai Xingyou replied with a wry smile. In fact, I lost this arm within the ancient mine, he said, caressing his empty left sleeve. Let's set off at once. As they walked, Fang Ling listened attentively, gaining some insight into the ancient mine. In the contemporary cultivation realm, spiritual veins exist in three forms: large, medium, and small. However, in ancient times, there existed a more abundant form known as the source spiritual vein. The spiritual stones contained within the source spiritual vein are of exceptionally high quality. Classified as top-tier spiritual stones, and even rare spiritual marrow can be found. The abandoned ancient mine near Longcheng was once a source spiritual mine. Thus, during ancient times, Longcheng thrived due to this source spiritual mine. However, resource-based cities inevitably weaken once their resources are depleted. After the mine was exhausted, Longcheng fell into decline, leading to its current state. Nevertheless, even in its diminished form, Longcheng remains the undisputed largest city in the western region of Nanyang. Although the ancient mine has long been hollowed out, it continues to attract many seekers, hoping to unearth forgotten treasures. The influx of visitors has transformed the area into a hotspot for disputes, often resulting in bloody incidents. With many deaths, some treasures inevitably surface, allowing the descendants to occasionally discover valuable items nearby. This is the prevailing belief among the common folk. Yet Bai Xingyou harbors a different perspective. According to him, the ancient mine has not been entirely excavated. It conceals a little-known secret. Deep within the forsaken mine lies a sealed hall. The deeper one ventures into the mine, the more formidable the forces encountered. Thus, Most individuals cannot penetrate its depths and remain unaware of this hidden chamber. Even those who manage to delve into the mind find it nearly impossible to enter the mysterious hall. At its entrance stands a powerful puppet that intercepts all intruders. In his youth, Bai Xingyo, filled with ambition, disregarded the Bai family's teachings and sought to uncover its secrets. He ventured deep into the mine, hoping to unveil the truth. It was then that he clashed with the puppet, narrowly escaping with his life at the cost of his arm. Since that time, he has dared not set foot in the forsaken ancient mine again. Chapter 023. The white-clad woman from foreign land Fang Ling followed by Xingyo through the air for nearly half an hour until they arrived at the abandoned ancient mine. It was a majestic mountain, situated quite a distance from Longqing. The mountain had been nearly excavated, riddled with extensive mine tunnels. As the wind blew, the forsaken ancient mine emitted a low, growling roar reminiscent of a colossal beast. "This is the site of the ancient mine," Bai Xingyo declared, halting in his tracks. "My strength is feeble. I shall not accompany young Master Fang inside, lest I become a burden." Fang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Mr. Bai, for guiding me. It's late. You should return home to rest instead of waiting here." Bai Xingyo responded with a soft grunt, bowing in farewell. "Take care, young Master Fang. I implore you to exercise caution." The two parted ways, and Fang Ling strode purposefully toward the forsaken ancient mine. As he walked along the path, he noticed numerous individuals stationed around the mine's perimeter. These people were either treasure hunters or sightseers, creating a livelier scene than he had anticipated. "Are you looking to enter the forsaken ancient mine? I have something you might find useful." A freckled girl suddenly emerged from the roadside, following Fang Ling and promoting her elixir. "While others sell it for 500 spiritual stones each, I am not so greedy. I only need half that price to make ends meet. Would you consider it?" Fang Ling gently shook his head, finding her chatter rather bothersome. Seeing Fang Ling's disinterest, the freckled girl ceased her pursuit, letting out a sigh of resignation. Suddenly, a man flew in, kicking her away. Following this, several individuals surrounded her, delivering a brutal assault. "You little wretch, are you not afraid of death? We have warned you before. This is our territory, and you are not to encroach on our business. Can't you understand? Selling your elixir at such a low price is a slap in my face." A burly man with a thick chest hair, wielding an axe, sneered at the freckled girl. "Brother Yang, please have mercy. Let me sell here for a few days. Once I sell all my elixirs, I will leave," the girl pleaded, cradling her head. "You value money over your life, do you?" The burly man chuckled ominously, advancing menacingly. "Little wretch, I have heard that your father once found a treasure nearby when he was alive. If you obediently hand it over, I might spare you and allow you to continue selling here. Otherwise, I, Brother Yang, will cleave your head off with my axe," the burly man threatened. The freckled girl fell silent. "Boss, do you think the treasure might be on her? Shall we strip her?" A scrawny lackey behind the burly man grinned wickedly. "Such an important item must be carried on her person. The two speaks wisely." Others echoed in agreement. The burly man scrutinized the freckled girl, twisting his neck. "Though her face is unremarkable, her figure seems decent. It's dark now, and we can't see her face clearly. Stripping her could entertain my brothers. You lot, proceed swiftly." "Yes, sir." The burly man's subordinates approached lewdly, grinning maliciously. The freckled girl curled up on the ground, her gaze filled with despair. At that moment, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed. "You brutes, how dare you bully such a young girl?" A white-clad woman emerged from the shadows, brandishing her sword and charging at the burly man and his gang. "Who is this little girl, meddling in our affairs? Capture her first." The burly man scoffed. The assailants turned their attention to her, but a swift, melodic sound of the sword's song rang out, and all were swiftly dispatched. The burly man's eyes widened in terror, and he turned to flee. Yet, as he took a few steps, a flying sword pierced through his chest, and he collapsed to the ground. "Thank you for your timely rescue," the freckled girl said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. The white-clad woman helped her up, offering comfort, then suddenly looked toward Fang Ling, who was still walking ahead. The white-clad woman caught up to his side. "You are truly heartless. That girl was nearly assaulted, and you turn a blind eye." Fang Ling ignored her, continuing forward. The woman, angered, stomped her foot. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. What family do you belong to? And which sect? Why do you remain silent, embarrassed to speak?" Fang Ling slowly turned to her, coldly stating, "If you continue your incessant prattle, I shall silence you with a single strike." The white-clad woman's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to retort, when an elderly matron suddenly appeared beside her, pulling her away. "Grandmother, what are you doing? The pulled-away woman questioned, visibly dissatisfied. This fellow is cold-hearted and arrogant. I must teach him a lesson today. The matron gazed at Fang Ling, speaking solemnly. Miss, this person may not be ordinary. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. I have encountered countless individuals in my life and seldom misjudged. Furthermore, had you not intervened, that girl would not have been spared. Impossible, exclaimed the woman in white. That fellow walks around as if nothing is amiss. He certainly won't lend a hand. Miss, your cultivation is still lacking, so you cannot perceive it. In that fleeting moment, there was a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, the old woman explained. However, since he made a move, it vanished in an instant. Am I to conclude that I misjudged him? The woman in white scoffed. Yet how rude he is. I merely exchanged a few words with him, and he threatened to strike me down with a single slap. Wait a moment. My cultivation is insufficient. That may be true in comparison to you, but in reality, I have already reached the initial stage of the celestial realm. In this small nation of Nanyang, I am considered a top-tier expert. How could I fail to detect the spiritual fluctuations from that man? By your words, he must at least be in the later stage of the celestial realm. This fellow appears to be a few years younger than me. In this diminutive land of Nanyang, it is impossible for such a prodigy to exist. The old woman chuckled and replied, My dear, not everyone in Nanyang is necessarily a native. Just because you aren't from Nanyang doesn't mean he must be. Upon hearing this, the woman in white pondered, that does make some sense. But if what you say is true, he is significantly more formidable than I. So young, yet so powerful. Could he be one of the heirs from those esteemed families? Or perhaps a successor from one of the immortal sects? I wonder about his true identity. Furthermore, if he has a guardian by his side, that guardian's strength must surpass that of an old servant, as I cannot sense them at all. The old woman added. Chapter 024. The Crystal Coffin of the Golden Horn Clan. The old woman possessed profound cultivation, at least one major realm above mine. And the young woman had already attained the initial stage of the celestial realm at such a tender age. It is likely they are not from Nanyang. Fang Ling mused. They must have come here for the ancient mine that has been lost to time. I must hasten to reach the great hall before them. He unleashed the divine movement technique taught by the Flower Thief Master. This technique is unparalleled in the world, granting extraordinary speed upon mastering the first layer. Upon reaching the second layer, one can traverse distances in the blink of an eye. The divine movement technique consists of more than these two layers, with a third layer that he has yet to attain. Mastering the third layer allows one's speed to defy time itself, causing it to reverse. The extent of time reversal depends on the speed achieved. He had witnessed the Flower Thief Master demonstrate the third layer's velocity, enabling him to return to a moment half a stick of incense ago. Though a mere half incense duration may seem trivial in battles between top experts, mere moments can determine victory or defeat. With a flicker of his figure, Fang Ling entered the depths of the ancient mine, now within a spacious tunnel. Indeed, the force field was formidable, significantly compressing my teleportation distance. Upon entering the mine, a wave of gravity struck him. Those lacking sufficient strength would be crushed instantly by this force. All tunnels lead to that mysterious hall. Thus, Fang Ling proceeded swiftly along the path. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he reached the tunnel's end. Before him stood a weathered bronze door, marred by the passage of time. In front of this ancient door were 4 stone statues, each depicting a demon rather than a human. The ground was littered with long-decayed corpses, remnants of skilled beings from a bygone era. He strode forward, and true to Bai Xingyo's words, there were puppets blocking his path. These 4 demonic statues were transformed puppets. Usually, they exist in statue form, but upon sensing a living being nearby, they manifest. The 4 statues did not activate simultaneously. Only one, resembling a dog, came to life. Fang Ling observed its form and identified it as a blue-tailed wolf, a creature of great demonic lineage. The blue-tailed wolf bared its sharp teeth and lunged at Fang Ling. He raised his hand and delivered a simple yet powerful punch. With a resounding crack, the blue-tailed wolf was instantly obliterated. This very wolf had once bitten off Bai Xingyo's arm, yet for Fang Ling it was far too weak. After the blue-tailed wolf was defeated, the remaining 3 statues activated simultaneously, taking the forms of a serpent, a ghost deer, and a thunder lion. Among these, the thunder lion belonged to a royal bloodline within the demon race, possessing formidable lightning attributes. The aura of these 3 puppets far surpassed that of the blue-tailed wolf, which was at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The serpent was at the initial stage of the celestial sphere realm, comparable to Fang Ling, while the ghost deer was even stronger having reached the later stage of the celestial sphere realm. The Thunder Lion, however, was terrifying. At the initial stage of the Jade Balance realm, all three simultaneously launched their attacks against Fang Ling. The serpent opened its massive jaws, unleashing a jet of purple poison. The ghost deer summoned a fearsome beast spirit behind it, which lunged to devour Fang Ling. The Thunder Lion, in a frenzy, crackled with lightning, releasing waves of electric energy. Fang Ling furrowed his brow, refusing to underestimate them. His heart raced violently, blood surging within him. He unleashed a punch, akin to thunder roaring from the heavens, a sound that shook the earth and resonated through the air. The force of his punch transformed into a cosmic wave, shimmering and undulating. The attacks of the three beast puppets were instantly engulfed by his might. The residual force struck them, causing violent tremors and shattering their forms. This was the result of his arduous training in the Stellar Infinite Fist, one of the world's premier martial arts. This was merely the second layer of the Stellar Infinite Fist. If he could attain the fifth layer, he could shatter celestial bodies from a great distance. After vanquishing these obstacles, he intended to proceed, but was suddenly astounded to witness the four shattered guardian statues instantly restored. The fragments of stone reformed in an instant, leaving no trace of damage. If I could defeat them once, I can do so again. They shall not impede my progress. Fang Ling snorted coldly and pressed onward. However, the restored statues did not obstruct him again, seemingly reduced to mere decorations. Slightly taken aback, Fang Ling dismissed the thought and approached the door. With a firm push, he slowly opened the bronze door. Beyond it lay a spacious and brightly lit hall, adorned with numerous green lanterns flickering with flame. These candles, made from unknown materials, had endured countless ages and continued to burn. At the center of the hall rested a crystal coffin. Aside from this, the vast chamber held nothing else of note. Fang Ling approached the crystal coffin, preparing to unveil its secrets. Just then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The crystal coffin suddenly stood upright, and with a loud thud, the lid crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, the bronze door began to close slowly, sealing off his escape. Within the crystal coffin lay a figure who gradually opened their eyes, staring intently at Fang Ling. To have vanquished the four puppets I placed at the entrance, you possess some skill, the figure remarked. This person's appearance was peculiar, with a golden horn protruding from their forehead. Their eyes, unlike those of ordinary humans, shimmered with a hint of gold. It seems the time for the great contest of the priestly calculations has finally arrived. After this awakening, I shall no longer remain in slumber. The enigmatic figure mused. You are the Golden Horn clan, Fang Ling observed thoughtfully, astonished. The Sword Demon Master often recounted tales of his challenges against formidable beings from various clans, including the Golden Horn clan, renowned for their resilience. However, he had mentioned that this clan was annihilated 50,000 years ago. Yet here stands this individual. Oh, it seems that the Great Chu Kingdom still has those who recognize my lineage, the youth of the Golden Horn clan remarked, slightly surprised. The Great Chu Kingdom? It appears you have been asleep for at least 20,000 years, Fang Ling murmured. The predecessor of Nanyang was indeed the Great Chu Kingdom, which lasted for around 50,000 years before its eventual decline, while Nanyang itself was only established a little over 20,000 years ago. I'm uncertain how long I have lain here in slumber, perhaps for more than 20 millennia, the young man of the Golden Horn tribe remarked casually. While you may appear delectable, I do not intend to slay you. Following this awakening, I shall return to the world and require some subordinates. Become my servant. I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Not interested, Fang Ling replied, disappointment evident as he shook his head and turned to leave. I had thought this grand hall was an ancient ruin, only to discover it was merely constructed a few tens of thousands of years ago. The young man of the Golden Horn tribe, seeing him leave as if unbothered, was suddenly consumed by a murderous intent. You have been given an opportunity, yet you do not cherish it. Therefore, you shall become the sustenance for my restoration, he said coldly. Chapter 025. The Duel of Xianjin. Breaking Heaven's Spear. The young man of the Golden Horn tribe slowly raised his hand, conjuring a golden spear. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear towards Fang Ling. Fang Ling abruptly turned, meeting it with a punch. The spear shattered upon the impact of his iron fist, yet he was forced to take 2 steps back. The young man of the Golden Horn tribe, taken aback, thought, how could a mere human possess such strength? Though he could not discern Fang Ling's realm, he could estimate his age, which astonished him. It is known that among the myriad races, the human physique is the weakest. Yet, The physique of this young man is comparable to that of a supreme being with imperial blood, perhaps even stronger. The reason others could not perceive Fang Ling's true realm was due to his practice of the heavenly concealment technique bestowed upon him by his master, which solely served to obscure one's cultivation level. Although the young man of the Golden Horn tribe could not sense Fang Ling's realm, Fang Ling could readily assess his cultivation level. The young man was at the mid-stage of the J-Balance realm, a full realm higher than Fang Ling, plus an additional minor tier. I am Jin Buhuan. I never slay nameless individuals. Pray, reveal your name, he said. Fang Ling, he replied, simultaneously coalescing his lifeblood sword. The lifeblood sword, augmented by the Tong Yuan sword soul, instantly gave Jin Buhuan a sensation of being pricked. To think that right after awakening, I must face such a formidable opponent. He chuckled. Very well. It is an excellent opportunity to stretch my limbs. Have you heard of the great powers of my Golden Horn tribe? He said, bringing his palms together, unleashing a fierce aura that rippled outward from him. At the same time, his skin turned golden, making him appear as though he were crafted from gold. The body of 100 battles, eternally indestructible. Behold, the invincible golden body of my Golden Horn tribe. He clapped his hands together, producing a resounding metallic clang. Then he charged at Fang Ling, his heavy steps shattering the mystic crystal tiles of the hall. Fang Ling swung his sword, yet the light of the blade struck Jin Buhuan without inflicting any harm. In the interval of his attack, Jin Buhuan closed the distance, aiming for hand-to-hand combat. Jin Buhuan exclaimed with a frenzied look, swinging a punch towards Fang Ling's head. However, in an instant, Fang Ling vanished, leaving him to strike air. Jin Buhuan quickly redirected his assault towards the shifting Fang Ling, yet successive attacks yielded no success. His strength was formidable, yet he could not even graze the hem of Fang Ling's garment. This sensation of striking cotton with an iron fist left Jin Buhuan feeling utterly frustrated. You have the audacity to hide. Face me head-on, he roared. As you wish. Fang Ling murmured, his murderous aura swelling. The once tranquil blood sword became frenzied, akin to a starving beast unleashed from its cage. Dragon slash. He leaped into the air, cleaving down towards Jin Buhuan. The hall, unable to withstand the terrifying sword energy, was instantly pierced by it. The sword energy surged in all directions, annihilating everything. In the mining tunnel, the old woman and the woman in white were cautiously exploring. Suddenly, the old woman seemed to sense something, her expression changing. She swiftly raised her hand, conjuring a blue shield to protect the two. The tunnel trembled, beginning to collapse, while a wave of sword energy surged forth from deep within. Roaring past, such powerful sword energy, even the residual force possesses such might, the old woman remarked. The woman in white sighed in relief. Thankfully, grandmother reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. What transpired? Who is engaging in battle? Could it be that fellow from earlier? It is uncertain, but it would be wise for us to vacate this place, the old woman advised. My dear, my cultivation is limited. I may not be a match for the combatants, so we cannot take risks. If it truly is that individual, he must be a descendant of a sword-fighting lineage, the woman in white muttered. Let's not dwell on that. Retreat is paramount. The old woman disregarded her consent, promptly pulling her away from the forsaken ancient mine. Meanwhile, at the site of the battle, Fang Ling stood with his sword in hand, suspended in midair, silently observing the ruins of the collapsed hall. Dust billowed from the wreckage, obscuring the situation within. After a moment, Jin Buhuan emerged from the debris. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His invincible golden body had been breached, and he was smeared with dirt. A grievous wound, exposing bone, marred his chest. This was inflicted by Fang Ling's preceding strike. Jin Buhuan looked up at Fang Ling and said, That was a powerful strike. However, thankfully your cultivation is not high, or else it might have slain me. After sleeping for tens of thousands of years, has the outside world undergone some change, causing the descendants to become so formidable? Fang Ling remained silent, raising his hand to prepare for another strike. Jin Buhuan's expression shifted. He did not expect Fang Ling could unleash such a sword technique consecutively. He did not wish to endure another blow, hastily employing his innate technique. Golden light flickered at the sight of his wound, and, astonishingly, the grievous injury healed in an instant, leaving no scar behind. Is this the regeneration technique spoken of by the sword master, belonging to the Golden Horn tribe? Indeed impressive. Fang Ling nodded, acknowledging Jin Buhuan's strength. However, that was where it ended. He had already resolved to make Jin Buhuan his nourishment. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed another strike. This sword was the second form of the sword Demon S. 3 styles, the questioning heaven. This strike was even more terrifying than the dragon slash, indestructible. Jin Buhuan sensed the transformation of the sword energy and was struck with horror. He regretted having attacked Fang Ling. Yet, in this world, there is no antidote for regret, and he could only fight desperately. To think that in the first battle after awakening, he must reveal his trump card. Fang Ling, I shall remember you. You are a formidable warrior whom I respect, he thought, summoning a golden spear into his hand. This golden spear was dazzling and sharp, exuding an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth. I, Jin Buhuan, am the last generation of prodigies of the Golden Horn tribe. This is my accompanying spiritual treasure, the Xianjin breaking heaven spear. This spear has slain other tribes' prodigies and holy maidens in the past. Today, I shall send you on your way with this treasure. Jin Buhuan's forehead throbbed with golden veins, his aura reaching its zenith. With a roar, he hurled the spear with all his might. Fang Ling's questioning heaven strike was instantly overpowered. With a piercing sound, the Xianjin breaking heaven spear pierced through Fang Ling's body. Seeing this, Jin Buhuan secretly sighed with relief, finally. But in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. For he beheld Fang Ling smiling, watching as he pulled the Xianjin breaking heaven spear from his own body with both hands. Impossible. You, a mere human, have been pierced by my divine spear and yet remain alive. Jin Buhuan screamed in despair. Fang Ling looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, where the Xianjin breaking heaven spear had penetrated. However, at this moment, flesh was visibly regenerating, and in no time, the gaping hole had closed. I did not expect you possessed such a trump card. This weapon is quite impressive. Too bad it now belongs to me. Fang Ling's eyes narrowed as he activated the plundering secret method taught by his robust master, forcibly refining Jin Buhuan's accompanying spiritual treasure. Jin Buhuan felt the connection to the Xianjin breaking heaven spear being severed and was plunged into despair. No, you cannot do this. Return my treasure, he cried out. As you wish. Fang Ling tightened his grip on the spear, aiming it at Jin Buhuan. With a sudden crack, the Xianjin spear shot forth, aimed directly at him. Jin Buhuan let out a gasp, blood spattering from his mouth. His eyes brimmed with unwillingness, yet he understood that if he did not flee, he would likely meet his demise here today. Evanes révélation technique. In the instant the spear was about to pierce his body, he transformed into a flurry of light and vanished. Fang Ling furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the spot where Jin Buhuan had disappeared. What a pity. Such vibrant vitality and a splendid physique, and yet he managed to escape. Nevertheless, there was still something to gain. He turned his attention to the Xianjin spear, which radiated an aura of destruction, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 026. The ancient being's tomb gate opens. Fang Ling stored the Xianjin spear and prepared to return to Dragon City. However, at that moment, he cast his gaze down at the ruins beneath his feet, feeling a peculiar presence lurking beneath. Caw-caw, awakened from slumber. I am so famished. A strange being crawled out from the debris. Its skin was a dark purple, resembling a human form. Yet it bore a long tail and claws akin to those of a beast. It looked up at Fang Ling, its tongue greedily licking its lips. A feeble human, barely sufficient to sate my hunger. Suddenly, the otherworldly creature sprang forth, appearing behind Fang Ling. Its claws shimmered with a violet glow as it lunged for his neck. But it grasped only air. Fang Ling reacted swiftly, darting behind it in an instant and delivering a powerful punch. His strike was formidable, sending the creature crashing into the ground, embedding it within the ruins. Cough, cough. I underestimated you. The creature rose from the rubble, stretching its limbs. Human, might I inquire how many years have passed since the 9 clans' turmoil? It asked, gazing up at Fang Ling. The 9 clans' turmoil? Fang Ling murmured, his heart stirring. He recalled reading a miscellaneous tome in Zhao's estate regarding ancient times. It chronicled the epics of ancient history, the eternal rule of the celestial emperor, the strife of the 7 saints, the 9 clans' turmoil, and the dark finality. The 9 clans' turmoil persisted for nearly 500,000 years, reducing the once glorious realm of ancient cultivation to ruin. What? You are unaware of the 9 clans' turmoil? The creature chuckled. Fang Ling replied, that is a tale from ancient times. It has been several billion years since the end of the ancient era. Is the era I inhabit now considered ancient? The creature paused, a hint of desolation in its gaze. I did not anticipate such a lengthy slumber. Have you heard of my tomb, clan? Is our bloodline still extant? Fang Ling shook his head. I have not heard of it. Very well. The creature sighed. In light of your enlightening me, I shall allow you to suffer less. I will ensure your demise before feasting upon you. A 1T consume you alive. Remember, I am Wu Ertu of the Tomb Clan. When you meet the King of Hell, be sure to mention my name. Wu Ertu spread his arms and gradually ascended, hovering opposite Fang Ling, exuding an aura of purple spiritual energy. Then he pressed his palms together, and a sinister, eerie door materialized behind him, a bell suspended above it, swaying and ringing. Tomb gate open. Wu Ertu bellowed, and the door creaked open. Fang Ling felt an unusual force locking onto him, rendering him unable to move. A large purple hand emerged from the tomb gate, slowly approaching, grasping him, and then dragging him toward the door. The tomb gate slammed shut, seemingly intent on sealing Fang Ling away in the world beyond. Wu Ertu exhaled lightly, casting his gaze into the distance. Fortune smiles upon me. There are still 2 suitable human morsels. He looked towards the fleeing figures of 2 women in white. An old woman was flying alongside the woman in white towards Dragon City. Suddenly, the old woman's expression shifted. Not good. Something is pursuing us. Miss, you go ahead. I will hold it off. The woman in white inquired. Grandmother, how powerful is our pursuer? I still possess a trump card that may annihilate them outright. The old woman cautioned. Do not use that trump card unless in dire straits. I shall block it. You must flee. Reluctantly, the woman in white nodded, understanding the old woman's temperament. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly materialized in front of them. It was Wu Ertu, gazing greedily at the woman in white, a sinister grin on his face. Ah, a beautiful human woman, just what I need to alleviate my boredom. As for you, old hag, you shall serve as my blood meal. The old woman swiftly struck out, sending the woman in white away. At that moment, Wu Ertu lunged forward, engaging in close combat. Their levels of power were worlds apart. Wu Ertu's movements were lightning fast, overwhelming the old woman. In no time, she bore several claw marks, each exuding a toxic purple gas from Wu Ertu's attacks. Realizing she was no match for this bizarre creature, the old woman resolved to fight with her life to buy her mistress more time to escape. Ground a binding. She unleashed all her energy, activating the formation intricately drawn beneath her feet. In the heat of battle with Wu Ertu, she was already prepared to sacrifice herself. The formation instantly unfolded, and Wu Ertu found himself ensnared, unable to escape. You old hag, I truly underestimated you. Wu Ertu's expression darkened. He felt shame for being outwitted by this elderly woman. The formation's effects were formidable. With his current strength, he could not break free quickly. Desiring death so eagerly? Then I shall oblige. Wu Ertu charged forward, mercilessly tormenting the old woman. Having activated the formation, she had exhausted all her strength and could no longer resist. Soon, she was left battered and bruised by Wu Ertu's assault. Grandmother, I am coming. Just then, the woman in white, who had been sent away, reappeared beside the ground of binding formation. Seeing the old woman so grievously wounded by Wu Ertu, her eyes turned red with fury. Damn beast, I shall slay you. She flipped her palm, revealing a decree. The old woman looked at the woman in white, wanting to speak but lacking the strength to do so. Invoke the decree, the woman in white commanded. In an instant, the decree transformed into a black spear. With a whoosh, the spear pierced through the air, directly entering the formation and penetrating Wu Ertu's head. This is for your arrogance and for harming my grandmother. She coldly huffed. Then she stepped to the front of the formation, raising her hand to dispel the ground of binding. After breaking the formation, she rushed to the old woman's side. Grandmother. She supported the old woman, tears welling in her eyes. The old woman opened her mouth, attempting to say something, but at that moment, a palm strike thundered from behind them, sending both women crashing to the ground. How is this possible? The woman in white gasped, looking up in shock. She beheld Wu Ertu, who had just been slain by her decree, his body dissipating. Beside this form stood another Wu Ertu, a mocking expression upon his face as he overlooked them. Little girl, you are still too naive. What you killed was merely my clone. TSK, TSK. Fortunate for you that you returned and unwittingly released this suppression formation. Otherwise, I would have been quite concerned about losing track of you. Wu Ertu chuckled. The woman in white bit her lip, fists clenched, filled with regret. So I am this weak, this foolish. But I, Shangwan Haiwe of the Shangwan family, shall never allow you to prosper. She resolved to take her own life, but just then, a deep, resonant bell chimed. Ding, ding, ding. Behind Wu Ertu, the great door reappeared. However, Wu Ertu's expression changed drastically as he turned, his face filled with dread at the unfolding scene. Impossible. It should have already. Chapter 027. The unmatched formation of the Shangwan family with a resounding crash. The door was forcefully broken open. Fang Ling stepped out from the world behind the door. Bloodied, yet with an eerily calm gaze. Wu Ertu let out a pained scream, purple blood pouring from his mouth. The tomb gate was his lifeblood, now shattered, resulting in a severe backlash that nearly cost him his life. At that moment, Wu Ertu was devoid of the previous swagger, entirely consumed by fear. As he attempted to flee, Fang Ling advanced a step, instantly appearing before him and seizing his hair. Gripping Wu Ertu's hair, he forcefully hurled him upwards. Then, gathering his energy, he unleashed a rising dragon punch, sending Wu Ertu flying once more. In a place obscured from the view of the woman in white, he raised his hand to summon a blood sword, plunging it down onto Wu Ertu's head. The blood sword greedily absorbed the malevolent energy, draining him in an instant. Subsequently, he lifted his right hand, transforming his palm into a vortex that devoured the essence of life from Wu Ertu. The essence, shining like starlight, flowed into his body, causing Fang Ling to tremble with pleasure. This ancient being possessed a lofty realm, being in the late stage of the celestial equilibrium realm. However, he himself had fallen from such heights due to prolonged slumber. Thus, for Fang Ling, this was a tremendous boon. He could distinctly feel the enhancement of both the blood sword and his physical form. The difference from before was like that between heaven and earth. I begin to understand why the sword master only slays the strong. Killing 1,000 or even 10,000 weaklings cannot compare to the satisfaction of vanquishing a single strong foe. He gazed at Wu Ertu's withered corpse, flicked his fingers to conjure a fireball, incinerating it completely. Turning his attention to the lost ancient mine, he did not linger but promptly returned to Dragon City. Initially, he had considered this place merely a hiding spot for Jinbu Huan, but it now seemed he had underestimated the situation. The sudden appearance of the ancient tomb-dwelling beings felt peculiar, suggesting that there were likely more than one such ancient being sleeping here. The multicolored heavenly butterfly larva was undoubtedly among them. Additionally, the Tongyuan sword spirit could very well be an artifact of a powerful entity, merely having accidentally escaped from its slumber. Upon returning to Dragon City, the Bai family did not seek him out or inquire about anything, as if they were completely unaware and indifferent. After tidying himself up, Fang Ling climbed onto his bed to meditate. He reflected on the 2 battles in the lost ancient mine, summarizing the invaluable experiences gained from them. The following morning, while he was practicing in his room, a gentle knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a soft voice asking, "Noble benefactor, may I enter?" "Come in," Fang Ling replied, opening his eyes. A somewhat weary young woman entered. She was Bai Ying, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. "Greetings, noble benefactor." She curtsied respectfully. "Miss Bai, please rise. Your health has yet to fully recover. There is no need for such formality," Fang Ling said. Bai Ying smiled slightly, saying, "I am much better now. I should have come to express my gratitude to you sooner. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have surely perished. Please have a seat," Fang Ling invited. However, he soon found himself at a loss for words, as he was not skilled in conversation. Bai Ying, being a reserved individual, sat down and stared at the tea bowl before her, unable to utter a single word for a long while. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward until Bai Jiang entered. "Inger, have you properly thanked noble benefactor for his great kindness?" Bai Jiang inquired. Bai Ying quickly nodded yes. "The medicine should be ready soon, so I will return to take it now. Noble benefactor, farewell." She hurried away, faster than a rabbit, leaving no time for Fang Ling to respond. Bai Jiang watched her go, bemused, shaking his head in resignation. "My daughter is not accustomed to interacting with outsiders, so her manners may be lacking. I hope noble benefactor does not take offense." He turned to Fang Ling, saying, "Not at all. Your daughter indeed possesses the grace befitting the daughter of the Bai family," Fang Ling replied. Though it was a polite remark, Bai Jiang felt pleased, a smile spreading across his face. "As for my daughter, she is well-behaved and considerate. I have never had to worry as a father." Clearing his throat, he added, "By the way, someone wishes to meet noble benefactor. This individual is of no ordinary status, possessing the strength of the celestial realm at such a young age, which is uncommon in our Nanyang kingdom." "Oh, is she a woman in white, accompanied by a severely injured old woman?" Fang Ling asked. "Precisely," Bai Jiang confirmed. "The 2 arrived at our gate last night, seeking shelter." Recognizing their unusual presence, I did not dare to neglect them and arrange for them to stay in the west courtyard. The woman in white came to see me, stating she wished to find someone. From her description, I understood she was looking for you. However, I did not want to make assumptions, so I did not disclose that you reside here. I have come to inform you. How would you like to proceed? Neither of us bears any animosity. Let them come. Fang Ling replied. Very well. Bai Jiang nodded, promptly leaving. Shortly after, he returned with the woman in white and the old woman to Fang Ling's room. Once they were inside, he discreetly excused himself. The woman in white carefully helped the old woman sit down before looking up at Fang Ling. I'm Shangwan Haiwei, and I thank you for saving our lives last night, she said. Fang Ling replied coolly, I had no intention of rescuing you. It was merely a coincidence. That is of little consequence. What matters is the outcome, Shangwan Haiwei stated. As a member of the Shangwan family, we repay our debts of gratitude. Had you not slain that strange being last night, both I and Granny, you would surely have perished. This is the Xinyan token of my family. The bearer of this token is a distinguished guest of the Shangwan family. Should you encounter trouble in the future, simply present this token, and it may help you avert danger. My family holds some renown in the southern Dipper domain, and most factions will grant us a measure of respect. Is the Shangwan family the renowned formation clan from the Jade Nation? Fang Ling inquired. Indeed, Shangwan Haiwei affirmed, her face radiating confidence as she spoke of her lineage. It is the honor of the Shangwan family. No faction in the southern Dipper domain can compare to our prowess in formations. By the way, I still do not know your name or which faction you hail from. Shangwan Haiwei asked. I am Fang Ling, a wanderer without a sect or kin. Traveling the world freely, he replied. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Haiwei frowned slightly, about to say something, when the old woman beside her suddenly pinched her gently, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. I had to leave in haste, and brought few treasures with me. Aside from this Xinyan token, I cannot offer you anything else at the moment. Would you care to return to the Jade Nation with me? She inquired. At my home, I can persuade my father to provide you with more treasures as repayment for your life-saving grace. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shangwan, but that will not be necessary. Fang Ling replied. I will accept this Xinyan token and consider the favor already repaid. Dear mother-in-law, are you intentionally trying to make me return home? Shangwan Haiwei pouted. After much effort to escape, she was reluctant to go back so soon. My father controls me like a puppet, granting me no freedom whatsoever. This time, I must enjoy myself to the fullest. However, the outside world is indeed perilous. Even in this small kingdom of Nanyang, we nearly encountered danger last night. The old woman said solemnly. Now, I am severely wounded and it will take at least 6 months to recover. The decree bestowed upon you by the eldest son has already been used. If we face danger again, we may not have the same fortune as last night. It would be prudent for me to contact the family and have a master sent to protect you. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Haiwei quickly shook her head. No, if you do that, I will certainly be taken back. Mother-in-law, you have raised me since childhood. You know me best and care for me the most. You know how long I have yearned for freedom. It is so hard won to be out here. Even if I were to die out there, I would have no regrets. The old woman sighed helplessly, her heart aching for the girl before her. She had been confined to her home since childhood, never stepping outside, and thus held a deep obsession with freedom. During this outing, it was evident that the girl was joyous and relaxed. This time was undoubtedly the happiest she had ever been, her demeanor much lighter than the dullness of her previous days spent indoors. Time flew by, and half a month passed. In the Bai family's back garden, within a pavilion, Fang Ling reclined in a rocking chair, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers and listening to Miss Bai Ying play the zither, completely at ease. A fortnight had gone by, yet Dr. Doe had not emerged, which caused him some concern. After all, she had initially stated that 7 or 8 days would suffice, but now it had extended by half that time. It was likely that some unforeseen circumstance had arisen, and perhaps that batch of precious materials would go to waste. Yet, the outcome was a choice he had made. Even if it were to be discarded, he would merely feel a twinge of regret. What truly troubled him was another matter. He had instructed Yin Shuiqing and Huyu to organize their forces and lead the Tianluo sect members to Dragon City to meet him. However, over half a month had passed without a single sighting, which was exceedingly strange. He did not believe it should take this long to organize. He began to suspect that they had fled. Perhaps they did not wish to be under his control and had all escaped from Nanyang. If that were the case, there was little he could do, as he did not have the luxury of time to pursue so many individuals separately. Due to his recent sour mood, he often found himself retreating to the back garden to listen to Bai Ying's zither. Although her cultivation was not high, merely at the late stage of the Tianshu realm, She possessed an extraordinary talent for music. No piece of music was beyond her grasp. The melody she was currently playing was one that even many experts in music would find challenging. This soothing piece had a genuine effect of calming one's spirit. After a considerable time, she finished her performance, her delicate fingers resting gently on the strings. Fang Ling slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Thank you." Bai Ying smiled gently in response. "It is a blessing for me to play for young Master Fang. By the way, I have recently learned a new piece, but it carries some risks. Should there be any misstep, it might harm young Master Fang's soul. However, if performed flawlessly, it could nourish your soul and enhance your spiritual strength. Since Miss Bai dares to speak, I am certain there is a 99% chance of success." Fang Ling replied with a smile. "Then I shall listen attentively. If young Master Fang is willing to give it a try, then I shall present my humble offering." She closed her eyes, seemingly adjusting her state. The music began to swell, gradually forming a unique sound domain. The area enveloped by the sound was quite small, confined to the pavilion. Yet, Fang Ling's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt his spiritual power surging. The soul is the most mysterious and difficult realm for a person to cultivate. Anything related to the soul is rare and precious in the outside world. After a long while, Bai Ying concluded her performance, appearing nearly exhausted, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, her attire somewhat damp. "What kind of piece is this? It possesses such magical power," Fang Ling queried, astonished. Just from listening to a single piece, his spiritual strength had surged by approximately 1%. While it may seem like a mere fraction, it was truly extraordinary. If he were to listen a few more times, the results would be astounding. This piece is an ancient melody, known as Heaven and Earth Share Longevity. A few years ago, while exploring near an abandoned ancient mine, I stumbled upon a jade slip. This slip contained the score and cultivation method for Heaven and Earth Share Longevity. Over the past few years, I have devoted myself to studying it, and only recently. Perhaps having walked through the gates of death has transformed my mindset. A few days ago, I attempted to play it, and to my surprise, I succeeded, Bai Ying explained. I believe young Master Fang has also sensed its effects. This piece is indeed remarkable, capable of significantly enhancing one's spiritual power. "Are you this talented? Does your father know?" Fang Ling suddenly inquired. Bai Ying replied, "My father is aware of my deep understanding of music and my proficiency in it. However, he is yet to know that I can now perform ancient melodies. If your father knew of your prowess, he would surely be delighted," Fang Ling remarked. "Unfortunately, my father and my uncle cannot bear to listen to Heaven and Earth Share Longevity," Bai Ying muttered. "Why is that?" Fang Ling asked, confused. "You played without any issues just now. If you practice a bit more, you will become even more proficient." Bai Ying explained, "It is not that I worry about making a mistake. But this piece, Heaven and Earth Share Longevity, is not meant for everyone to hear. Those with weaker souls, rather than enhancing their spiritual power, may instead suffer harm to their souls. The piece's power is immense. Excessive exposure could be detrimental, akin to a case of too much nourishment. The danger I mentioned before playing for you refer to this. However, given your profound cultivation, I believed it would not pose a significant issue, which is why I dared to attempt it." "I see. What a pity," Fang Ling said. Chapter 029. The Blessing of Heavenly Patterns. At that moment, a girl with a dirty face and disheveled hair rushed into the garden. She was Dr. Dou's disciple, Shi Xiaobi. "Young Master Fang, the elixir has been refined," she exclaimed. "My master is calling for you. Come with me." Noticing the excitement in the girl's demeanor, Fang Ling understood that the situation had ultimately turned out to be less perilous than anticipated. "Miss Bai, I must take my leave," he said. Rising and looking at Bai Ying, she nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips. Fang Ling followed Shi Xiaobi as they made their way to the Bai family's alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, the usually composed Do Qin appeared somewhat disheveled. However, her mind was not on her appearance, but rather still immersed in joy. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master. I have fulfilled my mission. This batch of elixirs is complete. Moreover, with the favor of heaven, this batch has even produced patterns. Please take a look." With a thought, she opened the alchemy furnace. Golden Bodhi diamond pills floated within, each one smooth and adorned with peculiar blue patterns. "What do the patterns signify?" Fang Ling, unfamiliar with alchemy, inquired. Do Qin explained. "Each batch of elixirs requires the infusion of spiritual energy from heaven and earth during the refining process. If fortune smiles upon us during this awakening, the elixirs may undergo some mutation, manifesting blue patterns on their surface. This phenomenon is known as elixir patterns. Elixirs with patterns possess approximately 10 times the potency compared to regular ones. This is just the case of a single pattern. If there are 2 patterns, the potency can increase by 100-fold. The highest quality is 3 patterns, known as the 3 flowers gather at the summit pill, which has a potency 1,000 times greater than ordinary elixirs. Take a close look. There are a total of 9 elixirs in this batch. 8 of them bear a single pattern, and 1 even has 2 patterns. This is the most successful batch I have ever refined in my life. Fang Ling's expectations have been quite low, even harboring doubts about Douqin's ability to successfully concoct the elixir. To his astonishment, she presented him with a delightful surprise. "Thank you, Dr. Dou." Fang Ling bowed slightly in gratitude. "These 2 Bodhi diamond pills, 1 for each of you, are but a token of my appreciation." With a wave of his hand, he presented the 2 pills adorned with intricate patterns before the master and her disciple. Shi Xiaobi silently glanced at her master, while Douqin hesitated. She had previously stated that she would not accept any remuneration. Yet, as an alchemist, she had long yearned to possess a pill with such remarkable inscriptions for her research. After a moment of inner turmoil, she succumbed to temptation and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "Thank you, young Master Fang." Observing her master's approval, Shi Xiaobi sweetly expressed her gratitude and carefully stored the pill in a vial. Fang Ling, not want to waste time, quickly retrieved a wooden box to store the remaining pills. "Young Master Fang, these elixirs are of great significance," Douqin cautioned. "It is prudent to keep this matter confidential, lest it attracts envy." She had also educated her disciple on the importance of discretion when the pills were produced. "I will promptly refine these elixirs," Fang Ling nodded. "By the way, I recommend that you divide the one with the single inscription into 4 portions for consumption to avoid overwhelming your physical form. I fear that you may not withstand the potency otherwise," Douqin advised further. "And be particularly cautious with the one bearing 2 inscriptions. Take only a tiny fraction during each practice session, lest you be tempted to consume too much too quickly." "Thank you for the reminder," Fang Ling acknowledged. Though he remained unconcerned, he was well aware of his own physical resilience and could endure even the most potent of energies. After the alchemical process concluded, Douqin began to tidy up her belongings in preparation for a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Fang Ling lingered nearby, his gaze lingering on her face, seemingly on the verge of speaking. This made her blush, prompting her to inquire, "Is there something else, young Master Fang?" "Dr. Dou, your face appears somewhat soiled. It would be wise to clean it before you depart," he remarked. "Huh?" Douqin quickly turned away, retrieving a mirror from her pocket. Having devoted herself to her craft for the past fortnight, her face was, naturally, not pristine. How embarrassing to present myself in such a state. As a person of considerable pride, she felt quite flustered and hastily took out a silk handkerchief to wipe her face. The young girl, having realized the situation, chuckled and wiped her own face as well. The master and disciple, having worked closely together for so long, had not noticed their appearances until now. Once Douqin had cleaned her face, she turned back, only to find that Fang Ling had already vanished. A smile crept upon her lips as she mused that this young Master Fang was indeed considerate, having left her with a semblance of dignity. "Master, here is the pill for you." At that moment, Shi Xiaobi presented the earlier pill to Douqin. Ruffling the girl's hair, Douqin replied, "Young Master Fang has indeed stated that we, as master and disciple, each deserve one. You have assisted me tirelessly over the past fortnight, so please keep this. This elixir holds immense value for us. You, at such a young age, have been fortunate enough to comprehend the inscriptions, and your future accomplishments will surely surpass mine." Shi Xiaobi beamed with delight and nodded. "All right, I shall accept it. This young Master Fang is truly generous. If it were me, I could hardly part with such a precious elixir," she added. Fang Ling returned to his guest room, unable to contain his excitement as he retrieved the box of Bodhi diamond pills. Opening it, he eagerly grasped all the pills and consumed them in one swift motion. The pills were pleasantly crunchy and surprisingly flavorful. As the 6 diamond Bodhi pills settled in his stomach, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed throughout his body. This energy was boundless, and he could not fathom how long it would take to fully refine it. He closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in guiding this energy to nourish his physical form. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the rear garden, after Fang Ling had departed, Bai Ying collected her zither and subsequently took out a sketch pad to draw. It was unclear what she was illustrating, but her expression radiated joy. Having been well-versed in literature and the arts from a young age, she quickly sketched a scene that vividly captured Fang Ling reclining in a rocking chair while she played the zither for him. Inger, what are you drawing? A voice suddenly called from behind, startling her. Fearing that the contents of her drawing may be seen, she hurriedly crumpled the paper. Nothing. Father, what brings you here? You walk so quietly you startle me, she exclaimed. Bai Jiang regarded her with a stern gaze. I have actually been here for quite some time. You were so engrossed that you did not notice my presence. Inger, you aren't developing feelings for young Master Fang, are you? Bai Ying's face flushed crimson, and she quickly shook her head. Of course not. Bai Jiang, having experienced similar emotions in his youth, recognized her demeanor immediately, and he sighed deeply. You have always obeyed my words, and aside from that unfortunate incident with the poison, you have never caused me concern. However, I must clarify this matter. It is best for you to keep your distance from young Master Fang. You must not fall for him. Bai Ying furrowed her brows and inquired, why is that? Isn't he my benefactor? He saved my life. Indeed, young Master Fang saved you. But our Bai family has compensated him adequately. Therefore, Inger, you need not feel indebted. Nor should you entertain notions akin to those found in absurd novels about pledging oneself in gratitude. I have no such thoughts, merely. I enjoy being in young Master Fang's presence, Bai Ying murmured, her gaze downcast, her hands clasped nervously before her. Let me be candid. We and young Master Fang belong to entirely different worlds, Bai Jiang stated. There can be no future for you two, nor a happy ending. I do not mean to suggest that young Master Fang is of poor character. On the contrary, I hold him in high regard. However, a person of his caliber is destined to traverse the world, facing countless dangers. To aspire to be his woman is beyond your reach, and such aspirations would only lead to your own peril. It is my failure as a father. Despite my standing in Nanyang outside of this realm, I am but a trivial figure. My inadequacies have robbed you of the right to pursue your own happiness. Bai Jiang's eyes glistened with sorrow as he spoke from the heart. Bai Ying's eyes reddened, and she quickly replied, That's not true. You have done more than enough for me, father. I have always been proud of you. I will not dwell on this matter any longer. I shall cease my foolish thoughts. Seeing his daughter's understanding, Bai Jiang felt a deeper pang in his heart, but chose not to press the matter further. 7 days later, Fang Ling slowly opened his eyes. The potency of the Bodhi diamond pills had been completely refined within him. His physical strength had doubled, reaching an extraordinary realm. With the indomitable spirit of the undying heart amplifying his chaotic sacred body, his physical growth far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Additionally, having descended from the mountain, he had devoured the life essence of many creatures, making his physique even more formidable. Thus, with this foundation, to enhance his strength further to such an unimaginable degree was indeed remarkable. If I were to confront Jin Buhuan in my current state, even if I stood still and let him strike, he would find it exceedingly difficult to harm me. The formidable strength of his body, combined with his unparalleled recovery ability, would likely allow him to heal faster than any damage inflicted upon him by Jin Buhuan. Wait, why is she here? Suddenly, he cast a bewildered glance towards the west courtyard, recognizing a familiar figure. In a guest room of the west courtyard, Yin Shuiqing sat cross-legged on the bed, her expression grim as she focused on recuperating. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and her eyes flew open. Upon seeing Fang Ling's figure appear at the bedside, she was filled with immense joy. Hastily, she moved to the edge of the bed, donned her boots, and knelt before him, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the master. Fang Ling replied with a slight hum, immediately inquiring, Why does your breath seem so disordered? How have you been injured? Master, it is my incompetence that has prevented me from completing the task you entrusted to me. What transpired? Where are the others? Fang Ling asked in a low voice. After departing from Tianduan Mountain that day, we split up to gather our former associates and call upon our fellow believers. Yin Shuiqing recounted in detail. Due to my favorable relationship with Eagle Zun, I took the initiative to seek her out. She is an extraordinarily proud individual. After the passing of Master Mo, the Tian Luo sect was left without leadership, falling into disarray. She then took her followers and established the Fang sect. With profound cultivation and formidable methods, she developed the Fang sect into a major sect within just 200 years. However, she operates quite discreetly, and the Fang sect rarely engages in the southern Yang cultivation community, thus remaining largely unknown. I believe she was reminiscing about old ties, hoping to return to the Tian Luo sect one day, which gave me confidence in my endeavor. Yet when I approached her to discuss this matter, I was met with rejection. I was taken aback and, undeterred, remained near the Fang sect in hopes of persuading her further. However, I soon discovered the reason behind Eagle Zun's firm refusal. For some unknown reason, The Fang sect had become entangled with the Luha sect. The Luha sect possesses considerable strength and ranks among the foremost sects in southern Yang. During its peak, the Luha sect was among the top 5 sects in the nation. It was then I realized that Eagle Zun did not wish to drag her troubles into our sect, although the Tian Luo sect has been fragmented since Master Mo's demise. When faced with external threats, we remain loyal to one another. I informed Hu Zun and the others of the situation, and they immediately led the followers to provide support, uniting forces with the Fang sect. We all believed we would swiftly overcome the Luha sect and regroup with the Master in Long City. Yet, to our astonishment, the Luha sect had the backing of a mysterious force. After several fierce battles, not only did we fail to subdue the Luha sect, but we also suffered heavy losses. Originally, we had 370,000 followers, but by the time I slipped out of the Fang sect to seek aid, only 15,000 remained. The Python Zun and the Water and Fire Guards were gravely injured, and Qing Mushi was assassinated in the camp. The recently returned Jin Wei, Jin Fa Kai, and his merchant association also suffered attacks, losing both their assets and their lives. Upon hearing this, Fang Ling finally understood why they had delayed for so long. The deaths of Jin and Mu guards filled him with sorrow. "You should have come to me sooner," he said. Yun Shuiqing, feeling embarrassed, explained that they had initially been confident, but by the time they realized the gravity of the situation, they had already fallen into a passive stance. She had risked her life to break free from the encirclement of the Luha sect. Upon arriving in Long City and investigating, she learned that Fang Ling was at the Bai residence. However, when she arrived, Fang Ling was in seclusion, and she dared not disturb him, choosing to wait. "When did you arrive?" Fang Ling inquired again. "Yesterday at dusk," Yin Shuiqing replied. "Come with me. We must find reinforcements and head back immediately," Fang Ling stated firmly. "Yes," Yin Shuiqing replied, obediently following him. Fang Ling led her out of the room, turning left and right until they reached Dou Qin's door. After a gentle knock, Dou Qin's disciple opened the door. Shi Xiaobi blinked curiously at Yin Shuiqing. Standing behind Fang Ling, young Master Fang. Dou Qin greeted him with a graceful bow. She then noticed Yin Shuiqing standing behind him and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Sister Yin, it has been a long time." As fellow residents of Southern Yang, their mutual recognition did not surprise Fang Ling. Yin Shuiqing felt it was a coincidence that Fang Ling had come to find her. "Sister Dou, I hope you have been well." A smile graced her face. In their youth, Yin Shuiqing had once rescued Dou Qin, and Dou Qin had subsequently treated Yin Shuiqing's injuries multiple times. Their repeated interactions fostered a friendship between them. However, after Yin Shuiqing joined the Tian Luo sect, they had not proactively met again, as the Tian Luo sect was considered a demonic sect in southern Yang. While Dou Qin's medical Immortal Valley was a legitimate royal faction, representing the righteous path, their decision to cease contact was made to avoid affecting one another. "You two are old acquaintances, so there is no need for excessive pleasantries. Let us tend to our wounds while we travel," Fang Ling declared, stepping into the courtyard and whistling. The Yuming beast immediately dashed over. He leaped onto the back of the Yuming beast and turned to address Dou Qin and Yin Shuiqing. "My mount runs quite swiftly, so hold on tight," Fang Ling instructed. "All right," both women replied, steadying themselves. Just as Fang Ling was about to set off, Bai Jiang rushed over. "Master Fang, wait!" Bai Jiang shouted. "My Bai family is willing to lend a helping hand. My younger brother has nearly gathered a force and will be ready to depart shortly." Yin Shuiqing had informed Bai Jiang of Fang Ling's current identity upon her arrival the previous day. Learning that Fang Ling was now the master of the Tian Luo sect greatly astonished him. The Bai family's intelligence network was highly developed, and he was aware of the recent events. That night, he and his brother Bai Bo had met with their ancestor to discuss the situation, and they unanimously agreed that they should assist at this critical juncture. Preparations had already commenced. "Thank you, Bai family." Fang Ling expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Although he did not require the Bai family's assistance, he certainly would not refuse the company of an ally. Initially, Yin Shuiqing felt a twinge of concern, fearing that Fang Ling might be powerless upon his return. However, upon hearing that the Bai family was also willing to help, she felt a sense of relief. "The situation is urgent, so I shall take my leave first," Fang Ling proclaimed, and with that, the Yuming beast dashed toward the horizon, vanishing from sight. Chapter 031. The Clash of Two Sects. Mr. Mo. Originally, the Luha sect strength was significantly inferior to that of our Tian Luo sect. Their leader, Li Tinga, was not particularly formidable. The Hu Zun, Eagle Zun, and I, If we include the missing Mr. Mo, each possessed the capability to defeat him. However, this fellow has unexpectedly allied himself with a powerful force, now accompanied by 4 mysterious masters. These 4 enigmatic individuals possess mid-level Tian G realm cultivation, on par with me. Huzun and Eaglezun. Additionally, they command a battalion of red-clad assassins, approximately 30,000 strong. These red-clad warriors seem to have undergone special treatment, rendering them not only highly defensive but also devoid of any sense of pain. All of these red-clad assassins are at the initial stage of the Tianxian realm, making their combat prowess extraordinarily fearsome. Once they enter the battlefield, our side will undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. On the back of the Yuming beast, Yun Shuiqing inquired, "Do you know for where the Lu He sect's backing originates?" Fang Ling responded, "Perhaps it comes from the Blood Marsh. That seems the most likely source. The cultivation community in southern Yang is rather small, and if it were local practitioners, we would surely recognize some of them. Master, should we wait for the Bai family's reinforcements before we break into the encirclement?" The Bai family is one of the 7 great cultivation families in southern Yang. With profound foundations, their assistance could swiftly turn the tide. "No need. I already have a plan in mind," Fang Ling replied. Yun Shuiqing nodded in agreement, choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, Do Qin exhaled softly, retracting her hand from Yun Shuiqing's back, her azure spiritual energy also dissipating. Within the span of a single incense stick, she had completely healed Yun Shuiqing's injuries. Yun Shuiqing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Do, for your efforts." Do Qin smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for such formality between us. Once we arrive at the Fang Gate, I will require your assistance." Yun Shuiqing continued, "The assassination of Master Qingmu has left a significant void in our sect, and we are in dire need of someone with your medical expertise." Upon hearing the news of Master Qingmu's demise, Do Qin was momentarily taken aback. What a pity. Master Qingmu's medical and alchemical skills were on par with my own, yet he was so ruthlessly slain. In the realm of cultivation, it is a rare occurrence for a healer to be murdered, particularly one of considerable strength. After all, who could guarantee that they would not need to seek a healer's aid for their ailments or request assistance with alchemy? Gradually, an unspoken rule emerged within the cultivation community to avoid harming healers. Such actions could easily incite public outrage and yield little benefit to the perpetrator. Thus, it was evident that the Liuhe sect was determined to pursue a relentless vendetta. Yun Shuiqing spoke somberly. "Tell me, your involvement with us will not bring you trouble, will it?" Do Qin shook her head, replying, "Not at all. I am no longer the timid young girl I once was. In the medical Immortal Valley, I am now the chief physician, second only to the Valley Master. Even if the royal family discovers my alliance with your Tianluo sect, they will likely turn a blind eye." "Ah, so Sister Do has risen to the rank of chief physician in the medical Immortal Valley. No wonder you were able to heal me so swiftly," Yun Shuiqing remarked. The 2 women, having not seen each other for years, engaged in lively conversation behind Fang Ling, who was increasingly excited, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to the Fang Gate. To him, the Liuhe sect was not an adversary, but rather a tantalizing prize, beckoning him with a lure. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Fang Gate, a heavy gloom hung over the assembly. The sect's many elite members bore various injuries and were recuperating. At the head of the hall, a tall, striking woman clad in silver armor surveyed her surroundings. She was Feng Fian, one of the 3 esteemed leaders of the Tianluo sect. "Esteemed members, I shall lead the valiant warriors of the Fang Gate and carve out a path for our survival. You must leave. Your presence here was unwise from the outset," she declared suddenly. Huang Yu scoffed at her words. "Do I, Huang Yu, appear to be a cowardly rat cowering in fear? The situation has reached this point. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Though our Tianluo sect has fallen, we have never shied away from battle with any sect. Even if I perish, I shall take a few teeth with me." Nearby, the injured Mantian Ning chuckled. "Your fiery temperament, Tiger Sovereign, has always been irksome, yet I must admit, it is quite refreshing at this moment. It brings back memories of our glorious campaigns together. Who among the southern cultivators did not tremble at the mention of our eagle? Tiger and Python, we have not yet reached our end. If the sect leader can arrive, there may still be hope," Fire Guardian Yanjun interjected, adjusting his delicate grip on a fan. Water Guardian Yu Yu languidly reclined in his embrace, absent-mindedly caressing his cheek. The 2 were true companions, having known each other since childhood, navigating the world hand in hand. In a society where men often took multiple wives and powerful women could maintain several lovers, they remained steadfastly loyal to one another, their bond eliciting envy. "Who is this sect leader you speak of?" Feng Fian inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. "Even if he arrives, he may not alter the course of this conflict. The Liuhe sect outnumbers us by over 100,000, not to mention the 2,000 red-clad warriors." Huang Yu replied, "The sect leader, despite his youth, possesses remarkable cultivation that surpasses our own. He is likely a descendant of a great family or sect within the region, and may be able to summon powerful allies. Alternatively, he might negotiate with the forces behind the Liuhe sect, compelling them to show him some leniency." "Let's hope so." Feng Fian sighed helplessly. "This turmoil is all due to me, and I have brought you all into this predicament. There is no need for such self-reproach. Eagle Sovereign, we are all in this together. We rise and fall as one," Yu replied softly. "Remember the incident when the Earth Scholar was hanged in the Imperial City? The very next day, the royal ancestral tomb was besieged by a mysterious force. That incident was likely orchestrated by you and your subordinates, was it not?" Feng Fian neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. "Report. From the west side, a mysterious force has unexpectedly infiltrated," a disciple announced at that moment. "Could it be the sect leader has arrived?" Huang Yu stood, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. "Whoever it may be, we must send our forces to aid them," Feng Fian commanded. "Those of you unable to fight should remain here and recuperate. Tiger Sovereign and I will suffice." The two immediately led their troops toward the western perimeter to support the incoming reinforcements. The unexpected arrival of these allies caught the Liuhe sect off guard. Their western defenses crumbled under the onslaught, and the reinforcements surged into the Feying Gate. "Ah, it is Mr. Mo. I thought it was the sect leader who had arrived," Huang Yu exclaimed with laughter. "Mr. Mo, you have seemed to vanish from the mortal realm for the past 2 centuries. I believed you had long since passed." This Mr. Mo was quite remarkable, presenting himself not as a cultivator, but rather as a scholar, perpetually holding a folding fan adorned with landscapes. "Tiger Sovereign, it is good to see you," Mr. Mo greeted with elegant refinement. "And all of you, I have missed you dearly since our last parting." In the Tianluo sect, the sect leader held the highest position, followed closely by the ghostly envoys, with the ghost envoy often holding an even loftier status. The respect shown by the gathered members was not solely due to his rank, but also for his willingness to step into danger on their behalf. Why would Mr. Mo, who has chosen to live in seclusion, return to navigate this treacherous waters? Feng Fian sighed softly. "I, Mo Tong, am a ghost envoy of the Tianluo sect. Now that trouble has arisen within the sect, how could I remain idle? What kind of person would I be if I did not come to assist?" Mr. Mo smiled. "Moreover, even if I had chosen not to come today, they would eventually seek me out." Feng Fian furrowed her brow. "No, this conflict has arisen because of me." Mr. Mo shook his head. "The situation is not so straightforward. I have conducted thorough investigations and uncovered the origins of this turmoil. It is not that Li Tiange wishes to possess you. It is the forces behind him that covet the Tianluo divine art. Li Tiange, the leader of the Liuhe sect, had recently approached the Feying Gate with intentions to propose marriage to Feng Fian, who dismissed him outright. This refusal sparked a series of escalating conflicts, ultimately drawing many more into the fray. With the situation now spiraling out of control, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "What exactly has transpired?" she inquired anxiously. Mr. Mo settled down, sipping a cup of tea before elaborating. "When Master Mo went missing, the Tianluo sect was left leaderless and fragmented. I had no desire to become embroiled in the internal strife, so I withdrew to the blood swamp. Over the years, I have accumulated a modicum of influence there, although my power does not lend itself to combat. Instead, I specialize in gathering intelligence. Though I have not been present in Nanyang, I am aware of every whisper and movement within the cultivation world. Recently, I have closely monitored the conflict between you and Li Tiange. Behind Li Tiange lies a second-rate force from the Blood Swamp, the Xintian Palace. The Palace Lord, having obtained information regarding the Sure Divine Art, seeks to acquire our sex techniques. However, fearing the attention of other tyrants from the Blood Swamp, he discreetly allied with Li Tiange, who acted upon his encouragement, leading to the subsequent events. Their initial target was you, Eagle Sovereign, due to your establishment of the Feying Gate and its rapid expansion over the past 2 centuries. The Palace Lord presumed that the Sure Divine Art had likely fallen into your hands." "I see," Feng Fian mused, her heart lightening slightly upon grasping the full scope of the situation. On the other side, at the Liuhe sect camp, Li Tiange, the sect leader, paced anxiously outside a large tent. Although the Liuhe sect had achieved great victories recently, they had also lost tens of thousands of disciples, leaving them weakened. Initially, he had been persuaded by the assurances of the Xiantian temple that they would offer substantial support, which prompted his decision to act. However, seeing his own disciples suffer such heavy casualties filled him with frustration. "Come in." A sultry and languid voice called from within the tent. Li Tiange hurried inside, but dared not lift his gaze to the figure opposite him. A foul odor permeated the tent, and the woman reclining on the fragrant bed was merely draped in a thin veil. Her alluring curves and breathtaking beauty could easily captivate anyone's gaze. Yet beside her lay a withered male corpse, respectable one. "Another group has breached the encirclement to aid the Tianluo sect," announced Mr. Mo, the ghost envoy of the Tianluo sect, who had significantly progressed in cultivation since their last encounter. Even the combined might of the four esteemed law protectors had failed to subdue him. He had likely reached the late stage of the Tianji realm. His elite force, though only 1,000 strong, possessed extraordinary combat prowess. The war has dragged on for too long. It is time to conclude this. I fear that further delay may result in unforeseen complications. Therefore, I dare to request your assistance in breaking through and decisively defeating the Tianluo sect. Li Tiange implorat. "Oh, he has arrived as well?" The enchanting woman smiled. "That is splendid. Everyone is finally gathered. Only Yun Shuiqing managed to escape. It is of no concern. We shall send someone to pursue her later." Li Tiange murmured. The mesmerizing woman sat up, her gaze fixed on him with a playful smile. "Sect leader Li, why do you not dare to look at me?" she inquired. Li Tiange chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Naturally, I would not dare to offend your esteemed presence. Are you afraid I might drain you as well?" She teased. "Fear not, you are one of us. I shall only extract a small portion of your vitality. It is of no consequence." Li Tiange, already advanced in years and low on vitality, knew that if she were to siphon his energy, recovery would be difficult. Thus, despite the temptation that the woman presented, he dared not entertain any thoughts. "Please, do not jest with me," he murmured, feeling disgruntled. Seeing his timidity, the enchanting woman laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall not tease you any longer. Indeed, we have delayed long enough. It is time to initiate a full-scale assault on the Tianluo sect. Today, we shall utterly vanquish them." Li Tiange's spirits lifted, and joy sparkled in his eyes. "Excellent. I shall prepare immediately. Please keep the rear secure. I must rely on your prowess to handle those formidable foes." At the forefront of the Flying Eagle sect, Mr. Mo and his companions observed the gathering Liuhe sect disciples with grave expressions. They were about to engage in the final battle. "Let us fight to the bitter end." "Who you scoffed?" His fists clenched tightly. "I will not let that old fool Li Tiange escape with his life. Hold on, my Xuanwu 7-star formation is already set. It should hold for a while, Mr. Mo murmured. As soon as his forces arrived, they dispersed to various positions within the Flying Eagle sect, preparing their defenses. After half a stick of incense, the Liuhe sect had assembled nearly 300,000 cultivators, advancing towards the Flying Eagle sect for a final assault. Boom, boom, boom. The violent onslaught threatened to shatter the formation at any moment. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, the formation remained steadfast. This left Li Tiange feeling anxious, prompting him to fly to the rear of the army, halting in front of a hovering fragrant bed. He turned to the alluring woman reclining within the tent, stating, "Respectable one, their formation is remarkably sturdy. We have made little progress, and our disciples have expended considerable energy. Is there any way to breach this formation? If this continues, although we may eventually break through, our army's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be diminished." The enchanting woman replied nonchalantly, "None among us are proficient in formations. There is no chance of breaching it with cunning. Continue the assault. In any case, we will eventually break through, though we may suffer additional losses. You need not worry. After this, you will be one of us at Xiantian Temple, and you will not lack for rewards." Li Tiange, feeling resigned, returned to organize his disciples for the attack, inwardly cursing, "Vile witch, your people will suffer little loss. Of course, you are not concerned." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared above the Liuhe sect army. It was Fang Ling, who gazed down at the 30,000 Liuhe sect cultivators, swallowing hard. Chapter 033. The slaughter of the Shalami realm within the Xuanwu 7-star formation. Hu Zun and the others rejoiced at Fang Ling's arrival, but soon became apprehensive, as the situation seemed peculiar. The sect leader has come alone. He may be in danger, said Mang Zun solemnly. If the situation turns dire, we must rush out to assist him. Mr. Mo and the others, seeing Fang Ling for the first time, felt even more uncertain. Meanwhile, the Liuhe sect army had noticed Fang Ling's presence. They were momentarily taken aback, as the scene was too bizarre. A youth whose cultivation they could not gauge dared to hover above their vast army. In the rear, the enchanting woman, now disheveled, sprang to her feet, her bare feet gliding through the air. What a handsome young man! Let me shower you with affection. To her, Fang Ling's physique was irresistibly tempting, and she could no longer contain herself. She unleashed a surge of pink spiritual energy, transforming it into chains that ensnared Fang Ling. As the golden Buddhist wheel materialized behind Fang Ling, he dissipated the chains with a single swing of his blood sword, exhibiting an overwhelming force that cleaved the enchanting woman in two. Respectable one, Li Tianjie gasped in horror. The enchanting woman had reached the pinnacle of the Tianji realm, a level unmatched in Nanyang. Yet, before everyone's eyes, this mysterious youth had slain her with a single stroke. The army of 300,000 descended into chaos, frantically assaulting the barrier. However, despite their fervent efforts, they could not shake the formation in the slightest. In the face of impending doom, Li Tiange regained his composure, soaring above the army. Fear not, everyone. He is but a single individual, and we are 30,000 strong. He cannot slay us all. We will outlast him. He shouted passionately. If we cannot escape, we shall confront him head-on. In the fleeting moment that followed, his head was severed by Fang Ling, blood gushing forth from his neck. Although Li Tiange was instantaneously decapitated, the disciples of the Six Harmonies sect began their counterattack. The phrase "a cornered beast will fight back" perfectly encapsulates this scenario. Creatures in dire straits, with no retreat, unleash their utmost potential in a desperate struggle for survival. Those individuals silently prayed to be the fortunate ones who could endure until Fang Ling's demise. With an expression of indifference, Fang Ling faced the advancing army of cultivators, calmly drawing his sword to meet them. Within the seven-star Black Tortoise formation, the Tiger Sovereign and others exchanged glances, astonished by Fang Ling's sudden creation of a barrier that ensnared himself and all his adversaries within. At that moment, a terrifying beast, the Nether Beast, descended from the void. Riding upon it were Yun Shuiqing and Do Qin. Upon recognizing Yun Shuiqing's return, Mr. Mo promptly opened a breach in the protective array to allow them entry. What scheme does the master have in mind? The Tiger's Sovereign inquired hastily. Why did he suddenly conjure such a barrier? Yun Shuiqing offered a wry smile and shook her head. I am uncertain. Our only course of action now is to regain our strength and prepare for the next phase. She gestured towards her companion. This is my friend, Dr. Do Qin, a renowned healer. I trust you have heard of her reputation. Kindly summon the injured brethren. She will assist in their healing. The illustrious Do Fairy, we are immensely grateful for your willingness to aid our Tianluo sect. Mr. Mo and the others expressed their gratitude promptly. Healing is the duty of a physician. There is no need for such formality, Do Qin replied with a hint of aloofness. In the Sora Maya realm, a world drenched in crimson had emerged. Alone, with a sword in hand, Fang Ling wreaked havoc upon the 30,000-strong army, leaving chaos in his wake. His physical form was overwhelmingly powerful. No assault could inflict even the slightest injury upon him. The 30,000 soldiers were akin to mere ants under his might. You fiend, I shall fight you to the death. Many had succumbed to madness, losing all semblance of reason. Some even hurled themselves against the boundary of the Sora Maya realm, ultimately meeting their demise in a futile attempt. Fang Ling became drenched in blood, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. In the span of a mere incense stick's burn, the 30,000 souls were annihilated. He plunged his life-bound blood sword into the ground, allowing it to absorb the malevolent essence of the fallen. The blood sword greedily drank in the vitality, and Fang Ling could sense its exhilaration as though it rejoiced in its insatiable thirst. From a moment of its inception, it was destined to be a blade of calamity. Then, Fang Ling tilted his head back and opened his mouth, drawing in the essence of 30,000 lives, transforming it into a river of stars that flowed into him, nourishing his very being. The life essence of 30,000 cultivators served as a rare boon, augmenting his already formidable physique. After a considerable duration, the essence was refined and became his sustenance. He attempted to strike forward with a fist. The sound of the air splitting echoed like thunder across the heavens, creating a sensation of explosive power. The force was so intense that even the stable space around him exhibited distinct ripples. My physical prowess has reached the realm of fluctuation. As my master the barbarian once described, Fang Ling exclaimed in delight, I have barely met the conditions to cultivate the third layer of the infinite galaxy fist. On the other side, the blood sword had consumed the malevolent essence of the 30,000. The fearsome blade finally manifested its true form, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. The mere presence of this killing intent was sufficient to obliterate the weaker beings. Within the Sora Maya realm, apart from Fang Ling, only the scattered bones remained. The reason for the bones being devoid of flesh was due to his mastery of the gluttonous divine art, taken to its utmost limit. This unparalleled execution had left no remnants of skin, rendering the bones mere hollow shells, stripped of any essence. This method proved more efficient. As the grotesque sight of flesh and bones was avoided, the starkness of bare bones elicited less dissonance. Many dark arts also transformed corpses into bones instantaneously, making this outcome less surprising. This approach saved time on the battlefield. As the barrier dissipated, the disciples of the Tianluo sect, having just assembled in battle formation, were left in a state of trepidation and disbelief. Shock, fear, and reverence washed over their faces as they beheld the sight before them. 30,000 skeletons laid strewn across the ground, with Fang Ling standing nonchalantly amidst the remains. Gazing at them from a distance, no one could have anticipated such a conclusion. The Six Harmonies sect had been utterly annihilated. Mr. Mo quickly deactivated the 7-star black tortoise formation and flew towards Fang Ling, followed closely by Yun Shuiqing and other core members of the Tianluo sect, who knelt before him. The remaining 12,000 disciples of the Tianluo sect hastily followed suit. We pay our respects to the master. Their voices resonated as if they could reach the heavens. Behind them, Do Qin stood immobilized, captivated by the unfolding scene. While she had long recognized Fang Ling's ruthless nature, his actions today were still astonishing. The slaughter of 30,000 souls in an instant revealed a heart of ice. She thought to herself, I must keep my distance from such a terrifying individual. Fang Ling regarded the 12,000 kneeling disciples and bid them to rise. Today, he had used the Six Harmonies sect as a stepping stone to truly become the master of the Tianluo sect. Although he had previously subdued key figures like Yun Shuiqing, it had felt abrupt to the ordinary disciples. They may have been compelled to submit, but it would never inspire the same awe as now. The 30,000 skeletons served as a testament. He believed no one would dare betray him in the future. Master, these two are Ghost Envoy Mr. Mo Tong and Eagle Sovereign Feng Fian, Yun Shuiqing introduced. The two stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Fang Ling. I, as a subordinate, shall strive to assist the master and strengthen the Tianluo sect, Mr. Mo declared. Feng Fian then turned to address his subordinates from the Flying Eagle sect, stating, From this moment forth, the Flying Eagle sect is disbanded. All disciples will return to the Tianluo sect. With the main force of the Six Harmonies sect extinguished, you are to act independently and eradicate this influence entirely. Understood. Yun Shuiqing and the others responded immediately. After a brief discussion, they split into multiple groups, heading towards the mountain gate of the Six Harmonies sect and its various branches. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Ling remained, along with the wounded and the healers within the mountain gate. He swiftly approached Do Qin, but she instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them. Thank you, Dr. Do, for your assistance in healing the injured. I, Fang Ling, owe you a favor, he acknowledged, casting her a glance. Do Qin's gaze shifted elsewhere as she replied, I was merely helping Sister Yun. I owe you nothing. Fang Ling noted the coldness in her voice, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor, yet he remained unfazed. The mountain gate of the Six Harmonies sect likely harbors formidable foes. I must investigate, he stated. Dr. Do, after you finish treating these disciples, do not leave just yet. Wait here for the Bai family to arrive. When they do, inform their leader that I owe him a favor, and you may return with them. It will be safer on the journey. Do Qin nodded gently, understood. Moreover, I advise against practicing such dark arts. While they may rapidly enhance your strength, they often come with drawbacks. Particularly in the later stages, these drawbacks become increasingly pronounced and may even affect your mind. You are still young. If you change your course soon, it may not be too late. Though she was unaware of the specifics of Fang Ling's cultivation, her knowledge led her to believe these practices were detrimental. Thank you for your warning, Dr. Do, but I have my own considerations regarding my path. I am indifferent to your opinions, Fang Ling replied curtly. Do Qin huffed softly and turned away. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Fang Ling departed immediately, catching up with the main force heading towards the mountain gate of the Six Harmonies sect. Before long, Doqin had successfully treated all the injured members of the Tianluo sect. After waiting for 6 hours, the Bai family's entourage finally arrived. 3 formidable experts from the Tianji realm accompanied them: the Bai brothers and their slightly older uncle, Bai Cunyun. Bai Cunyun, much like the Bai family's ancestor, had spent years in seclusion and rarely made an appearance. Although only 30,000 Bai practitioners had come, this represented a significant portion of the Bai family's resources, illustrating their resolute stance. Initially, the Bai cultivators had prepared themselves for a fierce battle, but upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless. Many inexperienced disciples trembled in fear, their legs weak at the sight of the 30,000 stacked bones on the ground, a horrifying spectacle. Even those well-versed in the ways of the world, like Bai Jiang, felt a chill run down their spines. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Bai practitioners, Doqin swiftly flew over. Bai Jiang turned to Doqin and urgently inquired, "Dr. Do, what on earth transpired here? Where is young Master Fang?" Doqin replied, "A few hours ago. The 30,000 members of the Liuhe sect were annihilated by Fang Ling alone. He has since taken his subordinates to the Liuhe sect stronghold and various branch temples to wrap things up. Fang Ling asked me to convey his regards to you. But now that the dust has settled, your journey here was in vain." "You mean to say that these 30,000 people were wiped out by a young Master Fang alone?" Bai Jiang, thinking he had misheard, asked again. Doqin nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was he alone. Before the slaughter, he even set up a barrier, having no intention of sparing anyone from the very beginning. The sheer number of bones is truly unexpected. I never anticipated his killing intent would be so profound. Without further ado, Bai Jiang led the Bai cultivators back home, and Doqin accompanied them, intending to return to the medical Immortal Valley with her disciples immediately. Meanwhile, at the Liuhe sect's mountain gate, after the elite forces were entirely eradicated, the defenses here were utterly incapable of withstanding an attack, having already been breached by Fang Ling and his men. At this moment, he found himself in the forbidden area of the Liuhe sect, the Windstone Gorge. The Liuhe sect had been a first-rate power in the Nanyang Kingdom for many years. However, after taking a stroll in their treasure vault, he found it unsatisfactory. While it may have seemed valuable to his subordinates, it held no utility for him. Mr. Mo had mentioned that deep within the Liuhe sect lay another forbidden area, known as the Windstone Gorge. Here, a bone-chilling black gale blew year-round, growing more powerful the deeper one ventured into the gorge. The Liuhe sect designated this perilous location as forbidden because their highest inheritance was a physical technique that required external forces for body tempering. The unique gale here was particularly effective, but to prevent uninformed disciples from recklessly entering and risking their lives, it was sealed off. As he ventured deeper, Fang Ling felt the wind's force was so intense that even a Yume beast would struggle to withstand it. This piqued his curiosity about what lay at the gorge's end, capable of producing such a ferocious gale. He mused that perhaps no previous sect masters had ever reached the gorge's conclusion. After traversing further, he found the gorge to be longer than he had anticipated. Suddenly, he spotted a figure ahead, a woman, seated in meditation. Fang Ling halted, focusing intently, confirming that he was not hallucinating. A person was indeed present. The wind here was fierce enough to shatter the indestructible golden body of Jin Buwan, indicating that this individual possessed formidable strength. At that moment, the woman turned, slowly opening her eyes. She appeared quite youthful, around 30 years of age, with a mature allure. Yet, the depth of her gaze revealed countless years of experience. Fixing her eyes on Fang Ling, a flicker of intrigue crossed her features as she murmured, "I never imagined the Liuhe sect has grown so robust. You, at such a young age, possess a physique rivaling that of the supreme demon race. What is your name, and which generation of sect master are you?" The woman's sudden appearance in the depths of the Liuhe sect's forbidden area and her inquiry about his lineage led Fang Ling to suspect she might be a member of a Liuhe sect, possibly a former sect master. When he did not respond, she pressed further. "To what level have you cultivated the chemo body?" Fang Ling recognized the chemo body as the Liuhe sect's highest inheritance technique. He had skimmed through it previously and found it vastly inferior to the Taotai divine art, thus lacking interest. "It seems you are not of the Liuhe sect," the woman remarked, her eyes narrowing with a cold smile. "And who might you be?" Fang Ling countered. The woman chuckled. "In my time, I was known as the Lijiang Fairy, but that was millennia ago. I suppose you could say I am the founding ancestor of the Liuhe sect. When I traveled to the Nanyang Kingdom, I discovered this extraordinary place and established a sect to shield it from prying eyes and powerful wanderers. Fang Ling was slightly taken aback by her revelation regarding the origins of the Liuhe sect. This is the forbidden area I have designated. No one, save for the sect master, may enter without permission. The Lijiang fairy's tone shifted, revealing her displeasure. You have trespassed today. Could it be that? How would it matter to me what the Liuhe sect is like? This place was discovered by me first. If you have any sense, I implore you to leave voluntarily. Otherwise, or else what? Fang Ling regarded her with indifference, inquiring. At such a young age, your strength is indeed commendable, the Lijiang fairy smiled. But should you be unaware of the heaven's vastness, no matter how exceptional your talent, it will inevitably lead to your downfall. I cannot bear to extinguish a talent such as yours. Fang Ling, undeterred, pressed forward, unwilling to forsake what he believed to be a rare treasure ahead. Ignoring the Lijiang fairy's warning, he continued onward. Observing him, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Having spent millennia guarding this place, she could not idly watch as a newcomer took what she had long protected. Young man, this is your own doing. Do not blame me. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent, shedding any semblance of grace. In an instant, the Lijiang fairy vanished, appearing behind Fang Ling, delivering a swift kick. However, Fang Ling did not evade. Instead, he turned and seized her ankle with his left hand. He was not being arrogant. Rather, the fact that the Lijiang fairy halted here indicated that her physical limits were reached. For him, while the wind was fierce, it caused him no discomfort, and his limits extended far beyond this. Thus, he felt confident in their confrontation. Gripping her ankle tightly, he hurled her to the ground. With a resounding crash, the ground, hardened by the gale, shattered beneath the impact of the Lijiang fairy's form. Dazed, she felt a ringing in her head. As Fang Ling's killing intent surged, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, however, a terrifying flame erupted from the Lijiang fairy. The ankle he held, once smooth and cool, transformed into a searing iron, forcing him to instinctively release his grip. With his current physical strength, he could typically disregard ordinary flames, yet the fire enveloping the Lijiang fairy burned him. Young man, do you think your strength is on par with mine just because you have come this far? She scoffed. Little do you know that my weakest trait is my physical form. At that moment, she was ablaze with golden flames, even from a distance. Fang Ling could feel the searing heat against his skin. The fairy of the Li River leapt gracefully into the air, whereupon she raised her hand and instantly conjured a circular magic formation before her. Fire Rain Meteor, she declared, placing her palm over the formation, causing fiery meteors to erupt forth. The intense heat radiating from each meteor was magnified manifold. The terrifying fire meteors engulfed the entire area, leaving Fang Ling with no escape. He could only brace himself to withstand her onslaught. This woman's cultivation was remarkably high, at least at the early stages of the Open Sun realm. 2 whole realms above me. Fang Ling dared not underestimate her, nor did he wish to endure her attack head-on. Having merely brushed against her ankle earlier, he had been scorched painfully. Now, with the meteor's temperatures likely raised even further, should he allow the flames to touch him, he would suffer grievously, if not perish. He stood his ground, his right eye suddenly turning crimson, transforming into a blood-red eye. Shortly after his birth, one of his eyes had been gouged out, but later, with the transplantation of the Demon Ancestor's heart, his chaos-sacred body had restored itself, growing back an even more formidable blood eye. This eye possessed the power to influence space, and at present, his utmost limit was to distort space, deflecting and redirecting his opponent's attacks. The blood eye flickered ominously, and in an instant, the multitude of fire meteors vanished. However, such immense power could not be wielded lightly. A stream of blood tears flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. The fairy of the Li River had initially believed her move would annihilate Fang Ling, but fear now crept into her heart. What manner of creature is this? Though his cultivation is evidently inferior to mine, he can negate my grand technique. Although Fang Ling possessed the hidden sky technique, once he made a move, it would be easy for her to ascertain his general level of cultivation, which could not be concealed. With matters having reached this point, she resolved to eliminate him, for if he were to grow stronger, her demise would be assured. Gritting her teeth, the fairy of the Li River coalesced a great flaming sword in her hand. With a sharp command, she struck toward Fang Ling. In response, he summoned his own blood sword, meeting her strike. Celestial Suppression. The 3 swords, Dragon Slaying, Heaven Questioning, and Celestial Suppression, were the manifestations of the sword demon's mastery at different periods of his life. The dragon-slaying sword was born from his youth when he vanquished a dragon clan prodigy. The heaven-questioning sword emerged during his middle age, through sparring with the celestial Emperor's shadow in the heavenly palace. Lastly, the celestial suppression sword was the culmination of his comprehension after being imprisoned in the cold mountain temple for 300,000 years. It represented the pinnacle of his swordsmanship. Although Fang Ling could only execute the celestial suppression sword superficially, lacking a deeper understanding of its essence, its power nevertheless surpassed that of most sword techniques in existence. Furthermore, his blood sword was further augmented by the Tangyuan sword soul, rendering it even more terrifying. As the sword shadows flickered, the outcome was clear. The fairy of the Li River was struck by sword energy, leaving a deep, bone-revealing scar upon her chest, which festered with blood and malevolence, inflicting additional damage. With Fang Ling's strike, she fell to one knee. Drip, drip, as she watched the blood trickle from her chest, she felt as if she were in a dream. This man's swordsmanship was truly formidable. It appeared she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate technique. The fairy of the Li River gritted her silver teeth and threw her head back, unleashing a frenzied roar. 9 golden suns ascended from within her, hovering in the sky. 9 suns illuminate the world. The horrific heat scorched everything around, instantly melting the surrounding rocks and ground into bubbling magma. This was an indiscriminate attack. Even the fairy herself could not evade it. Her garments were entirely consumed by the flames, yet because the source of the fire resided within her, she felt no pain from the 9 suns' scorching heat. In contrast, Fang Ling suffered greatly. His long, dark hair was incinerated in an instant, and his clothing was likewise reduced to ash, leaving him utterly exposed. Under the relentless assault of the 9 blazing suns, his body struggled to endure, his skin turning a deep crimson, akin to a piece of iron that had been seared for ages. Had he doused himself with cold water at that moment, it would surely sizzle. Capturing the leader before the minions, he gritted his teeth and persevered, ignoring the 9 suns overhead. His gaze was fixed upon the fairy of the Li River. With a flourish, a golden spear materialized in his hand, its brilliance piercing through the air and causing the fairy to recoil in pain. It exuded an aura of annihilation, seemingly capable of obliterating all. "Are you not dead yet?" The fairy's eyes widened in disbelief as she stumbled backward, thoroughly alarmed. The 9 suns should have been her trump card, and logically, Fang Ling ought to have perished at their zenith. Yet, his vitality surpassed her expectations. Not only had he survived, but he was also still capable of fighting back. With a roar, Fang Ling hurled the Xinqian breakthrough spear. The reason this innate spiritual treasure was so formidable was not merely due to its overwhelming power. It was also because it was inextricably linked to its master, possessing the ability to grow alongside him. As he grew stronger, so too did the spear. Hence, the Xinqian breakthrough spear was now far more potent than it had been previously. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated the fairy of the Li River's torso, pinning her to the ground. Her eyes bulged, and her hands fell limply at her sides, marking her demise. The magnificent sight of the 9 suns in the sky dissipated with her death. Fang Ling's scorched skin gradually cooled, returning to normal. Thump, thump, thump. The heart of the indomitable pulsed faster, restoring his bodily condition. The ashes of his burnt hair regrew, and the dying skin flaked off, carried away by the wind. He hurriedly retrieved a new set of clothing from his storage pouch and donned it before slowly approaching the corpse of the fairy of the Li River. Chapter 036. The Fusang Divine Tree and Wind Spirit Stone, though the fairy of the Li River had perished. He sensed the lingering presence of a certain fire source within her. Rather than hastily expelling it, he summoned forth his blood sword. A powerful being like her was the finest nourishment. The blood sword hungrily absorbed her malevolent essence, while Fang Ling, too, raised his hand, drawing in her life's essence. Moments later, what had once been a voluptuous body was reduced to mere bones. Upon those bones floated a golden seed the size of a fingernail. This golden seed was the fire source he had detected. He beckoned the golden fire seed into his palm. Before he could fully contemplate it, the seed suddenly burrowed into his hand and into his body. A surge of scorching heat erupted, as if he were on the verge of combustion. His blood boiled violently, not merely as a metaphor, but genuinely bubbling like boiling water. The sensation of being engulfed in flames rendered him unable to maintain his composure, contorting his features in agony. Fortunately, the torment did not last long, swiftly subsiding. The golden fire seed took root and sprouted within his dantian, unfurling 2 leaves. This extraordinary flame seed began to transmit a series of messages, engaging in communion with his soul. Fang Ling finally discerned its origin. It was none other than the seed of the Fusang divine tree. The Fusang divine tree was renowned, an ancient tree that bore the Golden Crow lineage. The Golden Crow clan was the pinnacle of royal bloodlines among demonkind, and their fire was said to possess the ability to incinerate all. The very fact that a tree capable of nurturing such a lineage existed was self-evident of its extraordinary nature. Yet, regrettably, the Fusang tree withered shortly after giving rise to the Golden Crow lineage, and since then, there had been no reports of new Fusang trees sprouting forth. Fang Ling had not anticipated that he would be fortunate enough to obtain such a seed, and even more remarkably, that would take root and sprout within his dantian. He turned his palm over, conjuring flames within it. At this moment, the golden flames in his hand were more potent than those wielded by the fairy of the Li River. The searing heat seemed poised to dissolve the very fabric of space. While the Fusang tree seed had existed within the fairy of the Li River in a dormant state, it had not taken root. Thus, she could only harness the power of the seed itself. In contrast, Fang Ling was now wielding the flames of the Fusang sapling, a clear distinction in potency. The fairy of the Li River must have been a formidable figure indeed to possess a seed of the Fusang tree. However, this flame should not be summoned lightly, for should the Golden Crow clan discover it, they would undoubtedly mobilize their entire lineage to seize it. The Golden Crow clan had persisted since ancient times and had not been extinguished. Fang Ling had read accounts of them in the miscellaneous texts within his study. However, as the Golden Crow clan resided in the central divine domain, far removed from the southern Dipper domain, he need not worry too much for the time being. After acquiring the sapling of the Fuso tree, Fang Ling found himself less interested in the treasures at the end of Fengshe Gorge. No matter how precious the treasures within the gorge might be, they could not compare to the Fuso sapling. However, one can never have too many treasures. He took a deep breath and continued his journey deeper into the gorge. He traversed the Fengshe Gorge for another quarter of an hour, but during that time, he had not advanced much. The deeper he went, the more formidable the black gale became, and even his physical form began to struggle against it. At every moment, he felt a sensation akin to being scraped by sharp blades, with his skin caught in a cycle of renewal and destruction. If he continued further, it seemed his body would not withstand it. Perhaps it would be prudent to return another time. Weighing his options, Fang Ling decided to withdraw from Fengshe Gorge, planning to return once his physical strength had increased. Just as he was about to turn back, a sudden flash of light pierced his eyes. After a brief search, he discovered some peculiar crystals embedded in the opposite stone wall. The blinding light had emanated from one of these crystals. Gritting his teeth against the bone-chilling wind, he advanced further to stand before the wall. Indeed, these must be the legendary wind spirit stones. Fang Ling exclaimed in delight. He immediately took flight, brandishing his Xianjin breaking heaven spear to extract the wind spirit stones embedded in the wall. These wind spirit stones were not artificially embedded. Rather, they were rare treasures born from years of refinement by the gale. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones are typically categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, with the top grade spirit stones being exceedingly rare. The top grade spirit stones that circulate in the world today are remnants of ancient times. Beyond the top grade spirit stones, there exist even rarer attribute spirit stones. The conditions for the formation of attribute spirit stones are far more stringent, requiring prolonged exposure to the influence of elemental forces. Just like the wind spirit stones on this wall, they were birthed from the impact of the Black Gale. However, their numbers were limited. He managed to extract only 8 standard-sized spirit stones from the entire wall. These attribute spirit stones held little use for him, as he did not practice any techniques related to the wind attribute. Yet for those who cultivate wind attribute techniques, these stones will be worth their weight in gold, greatly enhancing their power and abilities upon refinement. After securing the wind spirit stones, he glanced towards the deeper parts of the gorge, still unable to see the bottom. Without hesitation, he turned around and retraced his steps. During his exploration of the forbidden grounds of the Lioha sect, Mr. Mo and the others had nearly completed their sweeping of the sect. The Tiger Lord and his companions heading towards the branch hall had also progressed smoothly without encountering any mishaps. They had not only acquired all the existing resources of the Lioha sect, but had also taken control of the various shops, medicinal fields, and spirit mines that served as lucrative assets. After assimilating the power of the Lioha sect, the Tianluo sect had undoubtedly risen to become the foremost sect in Nanyang Kingdom. This battle shocked the entire Nanyang Kingdom, and the legend surrounding Fang Ling began to spread like wildfire. Days later, Fang Ling returned to the headquarters of the Tianluo sect in Black Mountain alongside Mr. Mo. Over 120,000 disciples of the Tianluo sect had gathered there. Fang Ling distributed all the cultivation resources acquired from the Liuhe sect among them. The 120,000 disciples, along with Mr. Mo and other key figures in the sect, reaped significant benefits. Their respect for Fang Ling deepened, and this act of generosity further solidified their loyalty. In front of the altar of the Tianluo sect, Fang Ling was in discussion with Mr. Mo regarding the details of their advance into the Blood Marsh. From Mr. Mo, Fang Ling had already learned that the hidden hand behind this conflict was the Xintian Palace. Thus, the first order of business upon entering the Blood Marsh would be to eradicate this second-rate force. In my humble opinion, it would not be wise to relocate the sect at this time, Mr. Mo advised. Our sect already possesses numerous assets in Nanyang, and having absorbed the Liuhe sect, we require time to stabilize and manage our affairs. Once the situation in Nanyang is secured, this place will serve as our solid base for venturing into the Blood Marsh, providing a continuous influx of resources and talent. With this foundation, we can unleash our full might in the Blood Marsh. It would be best to gather elite members of the sect. Around 800 would suffice. Taking approximately 800 individuals into the Blood Marsh would attract little attention, allowing for smoother operations. Mr. Mo's reasoning was sound. Fang Ling nodded. Mr. Mo, you shall select these 800 individuals and prepare for our southern expedition. However, before we set out, I feel it necessary to meet someone. Are you referring to the Empress of the Nanyang Kingdom? Mr. Mo inquired. Precisely. Fang Ling intended to pay a visit to the royal palace to address this ruler of Nanyang, ensuring she would not cause disruptions later on. The Empress ascended to the throne at a young age and is a woman of considerable cunning, Mr. Mo remarked. Under her leadership, the Nanyang royal family has begun to experience a resurgence. Therefore, she is likely to possess a sense of pride, which may lead to conflicts with you. Although your strength is more than capable of eliminating her, such a course of action must be avoided. Despite being a small nation, Nanyang is still under the jurisdiction of the Great Qian dynasty. She is the Empress of Nanyang, effectively a representative of the Great Qian dynasty. To harm her would be akin to slapping the face of the Great Qian dynasty. The Great Qian dynasty is a formidable force in the southern Du domain, filled with experts. Even if your background is notable, they may not be intimidated. Even if you are unafraid, the hard-won stability of our sect could easily collapse. Fang Ling chuckled at these words. Mr. Mo, you worry too much. I have always treated others with kindness. How could I resort to violence without cause? Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on the Empress. Those present felt a sense of doubt, pondering whether their leader possessed a clear understanding of his own disposition. I am unfamiliar with the route to the royal palace. May sure, you shall accompany me on this journey, Fang Ling said, turning to Yun Shuiqing. She immediately rose. At your command. As they embarked, Yun Shuiqing leaped onto the back of the nether beast. However, before she could settle herself, the nether beast suddenly surged forward, sprinting at breakneck speed. The abrupt acceleration nearly caused her to be thrown off, forcing her to instinctively reach forward and cling to Fang Ling seated comfortably. Fang Ling suddenly felt Yun Shuiqing press against him, particularly noting the softness of her form, which left him both startled and surprised. Master, I have offended you. Yun Shuiqing stammered, quickly shifting back to create distance. No harm done. It is merely this beast's impatience, he replied, raising his hand to deliver a sharp smack to the nether beast. The creature let out a whimper, seemingly acknowledging its fault, though a hint of cunning flickered in its eyes unnoticed. Master, do not underestimate the Empress, Yun Shuiqing remarked, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. I have encountered her once, and her strength is unfathomable. She is quite formidable. There is also a little-known fact. During the prime of the previous sect master, he once sought her out for a spar, and the result was astonishing. The sect master was subdued in a single move. Had it not been for a drunken moment when the sect master's wife casually mentioned it, I would have remained unaware. Oh, Fang Ling expressed mild surprise, for he was aware of the previous sect master's cultivation level. To defeat him with a single move indicated that the Empress's power far surpassed the external narratives, certainly beyond the late stage of the Tianji realm. If she possesses such strength, why does she not unify the cultivation world of Nanyang? Fang Ling inquired. The sects and families in Nanyang are quite active, while the royal family and court hold minimal presence. Although the royal family retains a significant share of resources, They are deluded by the various factions. If she were truly a ruler with the power to suppress and subdue domestic forces, she would not allow them to run rampant. This is something I cannot ascertain, Yin Shuiqing replied. The Empress's thoughts are profound. I doubt anyone in Nanyang can fully comprehend her. The royal city is situated at the very heart of the Nanyang kingdom, making it relatively accessible from any direction, with the speed of another beast. They arrived carrying 2 individuals after the span of an hour. The imperial city was far more vibrant than the dragon city that Fang Ling had previously visited, emanating a potent aura of power. Particularly towards the direction of the palace, he perceived the presence of 21 experts in the Tianji realm. To his surprise, there was even a being at the initial stage of the Tianquan realm among them. Though this individual's cultivation was comparable to his own, Fang Ling could distinctly sense their waning vitality, having entered a state of decline. It was evident they had little time left, indicating this individual was certainly not the Empress, but perhaps an aging eunuch. Master, I shall not accompany you into the palace, Yun Shuiqing remarked as they strolled through the bustling marketplace. The medical Immortal Valley is located within the imperial city, and it seems Sister Do has returned as well. I wish to invite her out for some leisure. It's been many years since I've wandered through this imperial city, and I find myself reminiscing. Fang Ling nodded, allowing her to lead the nether beast alongside her. After a while, he approached the palace gates, only to be halted by the palace guards. He had no time to wait for the eunuchs to announce him, as he intended to stealthily enter and locate the Empress. Just then, a young palace maid approached him with delicate steps. You must be the newly appointed leader of the Tianluo sect? She inquired. Fang Ling nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The Empress is aware of your arrival and has been awaiting you in her chamber, the maid continued. I have been ordered to personally welcome you, Master Fang. Oh, she knows I am coming? Fang Ling expressed his surprise. The knowledge of his visit was limited to the core members of the Tianluo sect, and the news had spread unusually swiftly. Perhaps she had already anticipated his arrival. The maid did not elaborate further and silently led the way. This young maid served closely to the Empress. Thus their passage remained unobstructed, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Empress's chamber. The Empress is inside. Please, Master Fang. The maid gently pushed the door open, bowing as she invited him in. Fang Ling, trusting the situation, strode confidently into the room, only to find the maid closing the door behind him. Upon entering, he raised his gaze and saw the Empress reclining on her bed, propping her head with one hand, her posture alluring as she lay sideways. Behind a veil of golden gauze, her enchanting figure radiated a hint of temptation. The Empress had reigned for 678 years, having ascended to the throne at the tender age of 22, marking this year as her 700th birthday. Fang Ling had anticipated an elderly visage, yet she appeared as youthful as many women of the cultivation world, seemingly enamored with the art of beauty preservation. However, what perplexed him further was that he could not discern the depth of her cultivation. Who exactly is this Master Fang? The Empress inquired, her tone carrying a regal authority honed over many years. Why do you stir up trouble in my humble Nanyang kingdom? Fang Ling replied. Stirring up trouble seems a mischaracterization. I have always been quite content to abide by the rules. The Empress chuckled lightly. Over 300,000 cultivators of the Six Harmonies sect have perished at your hands. Is this not stirring up trouble? You, a youth with such cultivation, surely hail from a prominent lineage. Why come to this insignificant nation? She pondered. Fang Ling responded. One cannot comprehend all matters of this world. It is unnecessary to overthink. My purpose here is minimal, as I am soon to depart from Nanyang. However, many of my sect's disciples will remain, and I hope you will not make things difficult for them. The Empress shook her head lightly. That is not an option. After absorbing the Six Harmonies sect, your power has grown excessively. It must be restrained. I can only guarantee that there will be no large-scale slaughter of your Tianluo sect members, but I will seize at least half of the former Six Harmonies sect's assets. I seem not to be negotiating with you. Fang Ling furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. The Empress's tone grew colder. I am not jesting either. Fang Ling realized that she would not heed him unless he demonstrated his strength. Just as he prepared to take action, the Empress struck first. With a flick of her delicate hand, the surrounding environment transformed instantaneously. They were no longer in the Dragon Court, but within a vast, mysterious expanse. To his astonishment, she possessed such abilities. The technique she employed resembled the Saromi realm, though the independent space she conjured was far inferior to it. The Empress approached barefoot, exuding an overwhelming aura, her presence imposing, her form strikingly magnificent. Though she had reached the age of 700, She appeared as a stunning young woman of 25 or 26, her beauty unparalleled. Yet, her gaze was sharp and authoritative, instilling a sense of distance that demanded respect. Let us see whose true strength prevails. The Empress murmured, a powerful energy radiating from her. Fang Ling was taken aback, for he sensed an aura from her akin to that of Jin Buhuan, a prodigy of the Golden Horn clan, who was also blessed with a companion spirit treasure. Yet, the Empress, born and raised in the impoverished Nanyang, had managed to cultivate to such heights. I began my training at the age of 3, she declared with authority. By 5, I had entered the Tianxi realm. At 22, I ascended to the Tianxian realm. By 68, I broke into the Tianji realm. At 148, I reached the Tianquan realm. At 612, I attained the Yuheng realm. Now, I am in the mid-stage of Yuheng. Master Fang, do you still wish to battle me? How intriguing, Fang Ling smiled. With your cultivation, why allow external sects to grow unchecked? Such matters are trivial. I have never concerned myself with them. I could eliminate them at any time. My hidden strength is merely a means to deceive those above, she replied. Those above? Fang Ling inquired. You mean the Deqian dynasty? She nodded indeed. But Yuli family maintains its position as the rulers of Nanyang because of them. Fang Ling countered, perplexed. Do you know how much tribute my Nanyang kingdom must pay them annually? The Empress stated solemnly. At least 2 billion spirit stones. They need only extend their hands, and my Nanyang kingdom must dutifully offer 2 billion spirit stones. 2 billion spirit stones. I cannot fathom the suffering my people endure, nor the lives lost to gather such a sum. Every ruler of my Li family has dared not voice their grievances thus. I vowed from a young age to change this reality and devoted myself to relentless training. Master Fang, do you know why I share all of this with you? She asked again. Fang Ling shook his head. I do not know. The Empress smirked coldly. Because I have already deemed you a dead man. Before our meeting, I still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it was not necessary to kill you. But after our brief encounter, I have discerned the type of person you are. If I do not eliminate you today, you will inevitably cause greater turmoil. The more you stir, the more attention the Qin dynasty will pay to this place, risking the foundation I have built over the years. To prevent such unforeseen events, I must extinguish you. I have already investigated your identity. Yet no major forces in the southern Dipper region align with you. Earlier in my chamber, I felt uneasy and asked again, but your responses suggested you were not lying. Without a background, it would be of no consequence to kill you. If you must assign blame, do so to your own youthful arrogance. With that, the Empress flicked her finger at Fang Ling. A fierce wind arrow shot forth, swift and unyielding. With a swift whoosh, a gusting arrow struck Fang Ling's chest with astonishing speed. The Qiao Emperor initially believed that this single strike would be sufficient to eliminate Fang Ling. Yet the outcome left her somewhat astonished. Fang Ling remained still, seemingly unscathed. It appears you are even stronger than I had anticipated. The Qiao Emperor's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she took a deep breath. Summoning her hand, a finely crafted longsword materialized within her grasp. Ride the winds and break the waves, she exclaimed, unleashing her sword technique. The sword, imbued with the power of the wind, moved as swiftly as lightning. Such speed was commendable, even prompting Fang Ling to nod in acknowledgement. However, in terms of swiftness, there was still much for him to learn from her. The blade of light flashed past, yet it did not strike Fang Ling. In that fleeting moment, he utilized his swift movement technique to shift positions, appearing directly behind the Qiao Emperor. What remarkable agility! Her expression shifted, and beneath her feet, 2 currents of azure wind materialized. As a practitioner of wind-based techniques, she was naturally adept in speed. This windborne technique was her greatest skill, honed over many years. She immediately darted aside, creating distance between herself and Fang Ling. Do you wish to compete in speed? Fang Ling smiled, promptly pursuing her once more. The two seemed to have inner contest, refraining from deadly combat and instead measuring their swiftness against one another. However, the Qiao Emperor soon relinquished the endeavor, her face pale as she regarded Fang Ling. Unbeknownst to her, he had stealthily taken her hairpin, and had he chosen to strike instead, she might have already met her demise. What is that technique of yours? She inquired. I possess greater cultivation than you, having practiced the ripple steps for 5 centuries, yet I am unable to surpass you. Fang Ling merely smiled, choosing silence over explanation. All of his masters had warned him before descending the mountain not to divulge his knowledge, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. Although the Qiao Emperor had lost this round, she showed no intention of retreating. With her palms together, she unleashed another technique. Fang Ling was suddenly ensnared within a barrier of gale winds. The wind barrier compressed relentlessly, the air within diminishing rapidly, rendering him breathless. As the air was siphoned away, he found himself in a vacuum. Fang Ling felt discomfort and glared at the Tiao Emperor. "Are you finished messing around?" He clenched his fists and unleashed a punch. The terrifying force shattered everything in its path, even distorting the void with visible ripples. The wind barrier disintegrated instantly, the punch's momentum propelling the Tiao Emperor away. She slowly regained her footing, her expression grave as she regarded Fang Ling. She could hardly fathom how this young man possessed such strength, truly absurd. The memory of her previous arrogance filled her with shame. Yet, even in the face of defeat, as an emperor, she would never submit. Noticing the lingering defiance in her gaze, Fang Ling was somewhat taken aback. Most of those he had encountered previously had shown reverence and submission upon witnessing his prowess. Still unconvinced, he inquired, "You are clearly no match for me, unable even to breach my defenses." The Tiao Emperor retorted, "You may be strong, but what does that have to do with me? The time has come. If you wish to kill me, then do so without further ado." With a cold snort, she charged at Fang Ling once more. However, he had no intention of killing her. Doing so would only invite trouble. As Mr. Mo had stated, she was the sovereign of Nanyang, and should she meet with an accident, the Qian dynasty would not remain indifferent. Given his current strength, he was not prepared to contend with such a dominant power. Thus, his purpose for visiting the imperial city was merely to demonstrate his might to the Tiao Emperor. Unexpectedly, the situation had escalated to this point. Nonetheless, his objective had nearly been achieved. She was now sufficiently aware of his capabilities. Yet her continued defiance irked him. Perhaps it was time to test that technique? He suddenly recalled the fragrance-stealing finger his thief master had mentioned. He remembered the pride on his master's face when discussing it, claiming that with just a gentle touch of the fragrance-stealing finger, any woman in the world would submit. Fang Ling had never attempted this technique before, but with such an opportunity at hand, he decided to give it a try. With a flick of his wrist, he pointed at the Tiao Emperor's slender waist. In an instant, the once fierce Tiao Emperor collapsed to the ground, her expression flushed as she looked up at Fang Ling, indignantly exclaiming, "Shameless! The spring water flows gently, and the shade of the trees caresses the bright waters." Indeed, the fragrance-stealing finger was formidable. Unaware of the Tiao Emperor's unusual reaction, Fang Ling marveled at the technique's effectiveness. However, he soon found himself stunned as she suddenly clung to his leg, her hands climbing upward. Her gaze became dazed and fervent, her lips parting to murmur, as if yearning for something. Chapter 39. Unforeseen circumstances and turmoil. Fang Ling initially intended to kick her away, but then he experienced an unfamiliar sensation. Growing up in the cold mountain temple, he was oblivious to such matters and found himself bewildered. After a chaotic episode, the Tiao Emperor fell into a deep slumber. Reflecting on the recent events, Fang Ling even questioned whether he was dreaming. He lifted the sleeping Tiao Emperor, then used his hand to shatter the barrier she had erected. They returned to the Dragon Court, where Fang Ling drew back the bed curtain and gently placed her back onto the bed, tucking her in. Then, with a flash, he vanished from sight. Time passed, and the Tiao Emperor's long eyelashes fluttered before she suddenly opened her eyes. She vividly recalled what had transpired before her slumber. Her fists clenched in anger. "Scoundrel! One day, I will make you pay." The humiliation and fury within her were overwhelming, her eyes reddening with tears. After maintaining her purity for 700 years, she had been robbed by his vile means. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Fang Ling sat cross-legged for quite some time, finally managing to calm his tumultuous emotions. He had not anticipated the fragrance-stealing finger to be such a master thief. "Has deceived me," he thought. His original intention in visiting the imperial city was to admonish the Tiao Emperor. Yet instead of achieving that, it had devolved into this. "This place is not suitable for lingering. I should head to the blood marsh." Returning to his senses, he glanced down at a certain location within the imperial city. In an elegant room on the second floor of the Jixiang residence, Yin Shuiqing and Dou Qin were enjoying drinks and conversation, reveling in the moment. After a few cups of warm wine, Dou Qin, having reached her limit, was blushing, experiencing a delightful sensation. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Yin Shuiqing quickly stood to "Greetings, master." Dou Qin remained silent, simply observing. Fang Ling announced, "The task has been completed. Let us depart." "Miss Dou, I shall take my leave first. I did not drink enough today. Next time, I will treat you to a proper feast," Yin Shuiqing said to Dou Qin. Qin smiled back. Next time will be my treat. After a brief farewell, Fang Ling took Yun Shuiqing and left the tavern. They rode the spectral beast directly back to the Black Mountain headquarters. Master, what was the outcome? What is the Tiao Emperor's attitude? Yun Shuiqing inquired from behind. Not particularly smooth. There may be some minor troubles ahead, Fang Ling replied. Ah, so the Tiao Emperor possesses cultivation comparable to the Master? Yun Shuiqing was taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, strength ultimately determined everything. Fang Ling's response led her to believe that they had likely reached a stalemate. Fang Ling remained noncommittal, choosing silence as they traveled, preferring not to elaborate. Yun Shuiqing noticed her master's heavy heart, but she wisely chose to remain quiet. Before long, they returned to the Black Mountain headquarters. The 800 elite warriors selected by Mr. Mo were already prepared for departure. Fang Ling immediately set out with these elite troops towards the Blood Marsh. Accompanying him were only Mr. Mo and the Eagle Lord Feng Fian. Yun Shuiqing and the two esteemed beasts, as well as the two guardians of fire and water, remained behind in Nanyang. As the group passed through Long City, Fang Ling made a stop at the Bai family estate. Although the Bai family had not truly engaged in the battle between the Heavenly Luo sect and the Lioha sect, they had shown goodwill, and thus Fang Ling regarded them as true friends. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Fang Ling and Bai Jiang strolled through the garden to aid digestion. Gazing at the familiar pavilion, Fang Ling couldn't help but reminisce about the days spent listening to Bai Ying playing the zither there. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar and inquired, "By the way, Master Bai, why is your daughter absent from the dinner table tonight? Moreover, I seem to feel her absence. Has she gone out?" Bai Jiang nodded. "Indeed. My daughter has left. A few days ago, an elder from the Tianyin Pavilion passed through Long City and happened to hear her playing in the garden. The elder praised her greatly, stating that she possesses remarkable talent in rhythm and wishes to take her as a disciple. This elder's cultivation is profound. Even if I wanted to refuse, it would be beyond my capability. Thus, she has accompanied this elder from Tianyin Pavilion, and I know not when she shall return. Your daughter truly has a unique gift for music. Go to Tianyin Pavilion will provide her with an excellent opportunity to showcase her talents," Fang Ling remarked. Since leaving the Zhao family's herb hall, he had not ceased his studies and would seize every opportunity to delve into books. Hence, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Southern Dipper region and even the entire 8 domains. The Tianyin Pavilion is a premier force in the Southern Dipper region, comparable to the Great Qian dynasty. Bai Ying's apprenticeship under the Tianyin Pavilion elder undoubtedly foretells a bright future. Ah, if only there were an option. I would prefer for her to remain at home, Bai Jiang sighed. Living a simple life can be quite fulfilling. Wandering outside inevitably brings anxiety. The Tianyin Pavilion possesses a rich heritage. I believe Miss Bai will fare well there, so you need not worry, Master Bai, Fang Ling reassured with a smile. I hope so, Bai Jiang replied. By the way, as you are heading to the blood quagmire, could you assist my Bai family with a small favor? Please, Master Bai. Do tell. Fang Ling did not decline. The matter is this. Years ago, a master craftsman from the blood quagmire passed through Long City, and my Bai family commissioned him to forge a clan-defining artifact. However, we still owe a portion of the payment. In 3 months. The repayment deadline we initially agreed upon will arrive. My family has already gathered the required payment, and we originally intended for my brother and me to make the trip ourselves. However, that place is perilous, and we lack the confidence to return unscathed. Since you are heading to the blood quagmire, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in delivering the payment on our behalf. A trifling matter. Who is this craftsman? How shall I locate him upon my arrival? Fang Ling inquired. Bai Jiang responded, This master is quite renowned, known as the Thousand Mechanisms Master. He operates a shop called the Tianqi Workshop in the blood quagmire. Once you arrive there, it should not be difficult to inquire about him. Understood. I shall remember that. Fang Ling nodded. Then I shall take care of it. The payment is with me. Bai Jiang promptly unfastened a storage pouch from his waist and handed it to Fang Ling. He had only stayed at the Bai residence for 1 night before setting off again early the following day. Mr. Mo, have you ever heard of someone known as the Thousand Mechanisms Master? Fang Ling turned to the side and asked Mo Tong. Having spent 2 centuries in the blood quagmire, Mo Tong was certainly familiar. He is the foremost craftsman in the blood quagmire, and he is shrouded in mystery. No one has ever seen his true face. He always presents himself in the guise of a puppet, and whether his true form even resides in the blood quagmire remains a mystery. Why do you suddenly mention him? Do you possess some fine materials that require his crafting? Fang Ling shook his head. No, I merely intend to deliver a payment on behalf of the Bai family. This matter I entrust to you. I shall explore the blood quagmire first. Chapter 040. A catastrophe in Wuliang City. The blood quagmire comprises 36 grand cities, each comparable in scale to Long City. Among these 36 cities, 9 are particularly significant, and even the lesser 3 among them rival the imperial cities of the surrounding 3 kingdoms. The middle 3 and upper 3 cities are even more formidable, concealing countless ancient beings within. At this moment, one of the main cities, Wuliang City, stands as one of the lesser 3. Wuliang City boasts a thriving trade, attracting a bustling flow of people, more so than any of the other main cities. In a lively marketplace, a constant stream of patrons moved about, but every so often, bloody conflicts erupted. The blood quagmire is a realm devoid of rules. Here, one may kill at will and commit acts of pillage and rape, provided they possess sufficient strength to avoid being slain in return. Those daring enough to set up stalls and shops in such a place are undoubtedly individuals of formidable repute. Inside a boutique specializing in clothing, a beautiful woman was enraptured, admiring the stockings adorning her legs. "Grandmother, take a look at this." She smiled at the elderly woman beside her. It is said that female cultivators from the central divine domain love to pair these stockings, claiming they shape the legs perfectly. We once sold them in Yugua, but the royal family banned them, declaring them immoral. Alas, our Yugua is indeed commendable in many ways, but it is simply too conservative. Look at this small borderland. The customs here are even more liberal. I've seen many female cultivators donning them along the way. The elderly woman, upon hearing her words, shook her head in disapproval. "That will not do. If the family head learns of this, he will surely order you to destroy such items. However, they are rather intriguing. Wearing them would undoubtedly enhance your allure. Any man who sees you would surely be captivated." The woman replied with a mischievous smile, "Do not worry, grandmother. I would dare wear them home. But purchasing a few pairs to keep in my storage ring is harmless, as no one will see. I shall wear them occasionally when no one is around, to make my legs even more exquisite." The elderly woman said nothing further. During this outing, she had already permitted her to purchase more than she should have, and there was no stopping her. This mistress and maid were none other than Shangwan Haiyue and her grandmother, who had previously crossed paths with Fang Ling in the abandoned ancient mine. After resting for a few days at the Bai residence, they quietly departed and eventually arrived in the blood quagmire. Though chaotic, this place was far more thrilling than the southern Yang kingdom. Since arriving, Shangwan Haiyue had wandered through several cities and showed no intention of leaving the blood quagmire anytime soon. "I shall go settle the bill now," the elderly woman replied softly, turning to leave the exclusive fitting room. Once she was gone, Shangwan Haiyue gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, admiring her beauty. "With looks like mine, I wonder which fortunate soul will be graced with my charm," she mused to herself. Suddenly, the elderly woman returned. She had barely left when she hurried back, leaving Shangwan Haiyue perplexed. "Grandmother, why are you back so soon?" she inquired. The elderly woman's expression was grave as she replied, "Miss, quickly remove the stockings. We must leave at once. We cannot linger in Wuliang City." "What?" Shangwan Haiyue was taken aback. Yet she heeded her grandmother's words and promptly took off the white stockings. "What has happened? Have our family members tracked us down to Wuliang City?" "Not quite." The elderly woman shook her head. "If that were the case, it would not be a cause for alarm." Shangwan Haiyue chuckled, feeling relieved. "No, we are in grave danger." The elderly woman spoke sternly. "I overheard someone say that a great demon has arrived in the city. This fiend slaughters indiscriminately, having entered through the east gate, and no one can withstand him. Several renowned individuals in the city have already fallen by his sword. Judging by the situation, this sudden appearance of a great demon seems intent on slaughtering the city. If we do not leave now, we may find ourselves in peril." Wuliang City, as one of the lesser 3 cities, could not be trifled with, and this individual, daring to act in such a manner, must either be insane or possess terrifying strength. I would likely not stand a chance against him. "Someone seeks to massacre the city?" Shangwan Haiyue widened her eyes in astonishment. Although the individuals who frequented the blood pool were all desperate rogues, devoid of any mercy, the level of madness exhibited surpassed her expectations. The two ceased their idle chatter and hurried downstairs. Shangwan Haiyue clutched a storage bag, contemplating throwing it to the shopkeeper as she descended, intending to purchase all the silk stockings she had just seen. However, to her dismay, the shop below was already deserted. The shopkeeper, valuing his life, had abandoned the establishment and fled. In the center of the city, Fang Ling wielded a sword, his vision clouded with red fury. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the The souls that had perished beneath his blade numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The blood pool was unlike other places. He dared not behave so recklessly elsewhere. For those nations were far from what they appeared. For instance, the Nanyang kingdom had the mighty Dacian dynasty as its backing. Should he commit a massacre in Nanyang, he would inevitably attract grave trouble. Yet in the forsaken realm of the blood pool, such concerns were rendered irrelevant. Goodness, why are you in such a foul mood, my lord? At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman approached, her waist swaying alluringly, clad in audacious attire. Her ample bosom was provocatively exposed, captivating all who beheld her. Despite her seductive appearance, her cultivation was astonishingly formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly authority realm. Were she in the Nanyang kingdom, she could walk with impunity. I am Town Yang, and I trust you have heard of me. In Wuliang City, I am among the most prominent figures. She continued, come along with me, dear. I shall take you to a splendid place where I can help you cool your temper. It will surely bring you comfort. Youths are naturally fiery, but one must not be so impulsive. Just look at the number of people you've slain since entering the city. As Town Yang drew closer to Fang Ling, she affectionately placed her hand on his shoulder, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Had anyone else dared to act so brazenly in Wuliang City, Town Yang would have swiftly drained them of every last drop of vitality. However, she had observed Fang Ling for some time and sensed that his power was unpredictable. Thus, opting for a different approach to calm him, Fang Ling remained silent, suddenly engulfed in golden flames. The flames leapt from Town Yang's delicate hand, consuming her entirely in an instant, leaving no room for a single cry of despair. The experts of Wuliang City, hidden in the shadows, felt their hearts seize at the sight, fearing for their own lives. Where had this demonic figure emerged from? Those who had intended to suppress Fang Ling now fled with all haste, wishing they could grow additional legs to escape more swiftly. Chapter 041. Bloodstains Wuliang City, Suo Luo Mi Jia. Observing the rapid retreat of the cultivators within Wuliang City, Fang Ling decided to unleash his divine ability, enveloping the entire city. Initially, he refrained from using Suo Luo Mi Jia due to the considerable spiritual energy required to maintain the barrier. Uncertain of the levels of experts present within Wuliang City, he had been cautious about expending his energy unnecessarily. However, after the appearance of the alluring Town Yang, he felt assured. The Golden Domain separated Wuliang City from the outside world, instilling despair and panic in those cultivators who had yet to escape. What is this? Let me out. Everyone, do not panic. If we attack together, we can break through it. The agitated crowd hurled themselves at the barrier, but no matter their fervor, they could not create even the slightest ripple. This isn't working. Our attacks are too scattered. We must concentrate our efforts at a single point. I refuse to believe this barrier is so formidable that we, with our numbers, cannot breach it. The sounds of slaughter grew ever closer, amplifying their chaos. Amidst the frenzy, two figures stood out distinctly. They were separated from the crowd, and no one dared approach them, the cold corpses littering the ground serving as a grim deterrent. In the turmoil of Wuliang City, Granny Yu sought to protect her young lady from the grasping hands of the mob, swiftly eliminating anyone who dared to come near. Granny, can you break this barrier? Shangguan Haiwa questioned, her own anxiety rising. She had finally ventured out to experience the joys of life and did not wish to perish so soon. Let me try, the old woman declared, producing a magnificent long sword. She concentrated her energy and then swung the sword toward the barrier, executing a powerful strike. Yet, the sword light struck the barrier without making even the slightest impact, failing to yield any sensation of tremor. Even with her mid-stage Yuheng cultivation, she could not budge the barrier in the slightest. The prowess of that killer is remarkable. Should a confrontation arise, I would be no match for him. The old woman lamented. Our only hope now is to rely on the prestige of the Shangguan family to secure a path for our escape. However, one who seeks to massacre a city, burdened with such demonic tendencies, is unlikely to oblige. It's all my fault. Had I not been so willful. You and T have been dragged into this, Granny. Shangguan Haiwei gazed at the old woman, her eyes filled with sorrow. You have always advised me to return alone. Yet you refuse to leave. I cannot blame you for that. Granny Yu smiled gently. Having raised Shangguan Haiwei without a mother, she regarded her as a beloved granddaughter. Their bond deeper than blood. Let us go and confront this great demon. I wish to see what kind of ruthless character has emerged from the blood pool, she declared, leaping toward the area of the most intense chaos, with Shangguan Haiwei hastening to follow. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Fang Ling moved through the crowd with an air of indifference, like a specter. His hair was stained crimson with splattered blood, rendering him extraordinarily otherworldly. The blood sword in his hand radiated a palpable aura of murder, causing those with weaker cultivation to be obliterated by its very presence. Suddenly, amidst his bloodthirsty rampage, Fang Ling halted, abruptly lifting his gaze. The reason for his pause was the familiar presence of two auras. Fang Ling, Shangwan Haiwei, standing behind Granny Yu, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could it be you? Have you succumbed to madness? While she had always perceived Fang Ling as distant and cold, she never imagined that the demon wreaking havoc in Wuliang City would be him. What was even more difficult for her to accept was that Fang Ling had once saved both her and Granny Yu, rendering him their benefactor. Granny, has young Master Fang been possessed? Shangwan Haiwei turned to the old woman, desperation in her voice. Granny Yu shook her head gently. Having lived for 3,000 years and witnessed countless events and individuals, she discerned that Fang Ling's mind was clear. He was not being controlled, nor had he lost himself to madness. His mental state was entirely rational, merely engaging in the practice of demonic arts. Without addressing Shangwan Haiwei, she spoke directly to Fang Ling. Young Master Fang, my lady and I have inadvertently entered this city. Might you grant us the favor of allowing us to leave? We vow upon our hearts to never divulge the events that transpired here. The heart demon oath was a grave promise for any practitioner. To break it would invite devastating repercussions at critical moments in their cultivation. Given the profound heritage of the Shangwan family, Fang Ling had no desire to provoke them unnecessarily. Thus he nodded slightly in acquiescence. Seeing this, the old woman sighed in relief and promptly established the heart demon oath before Fang Ling. However, Shangwan Haiwei remained silent, prompting Fang Ling to turn his gaze toward her. Miss, this is our only means of escape, the old woman urged, tugging at her sleeve and whispering. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Haiwei reluctantly swore the heart demon oath, pledging to keep the happenings here secret. After both had taken their oaths, Fang Ling transported them out of Suo Luo Mijia. Within the realm, he was the sole master, effortlessly controlling the entry and exit of beings. After escorting the master and servant of the Shangwan family out, Fang Ling continued his rampage. The city was drenched in a crimson hue, with the scent of fear and despair permeating the air. Young man, cease this madness. You have gone too far. An elder in a black robe slowly emerged from the end of the street. This elder possessed the ability to conceal his aura, rendering Fang Ling unable to discern his realm. I am Nan Tianhui, once known as the Witch Taoist. I have resided in this infinite city for 3,000 years. I have encountered all manner of nefarious individuals, but your brutishness is a first for me. Though this blood-soaked ground is chaotic, it cannot accommodate your wanton slaughter. If you halt your actions and leave Infinite City, I shall pretend I have seen nothing, the Witch Taoist proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Having lived over 5,000 years, he was confident that his extensive experience could subdue a mere youth. If you are willing to let me consume you for my cultivation, I shall depart, Fang Ling replied. The Witch Taoist snorted coldly in response. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you think you can devour my old bones? Producing a talisman, he pointed it at Fang Ling, unleashing a beam of gray light. The beam struck Fang Ling. It seemed to lack any potency. To the Witch Taoist's surprise, he erupted into laughter. You are overly confident. You have already fallen victim to my witch poison. In no time at all, you shall meet a gruesome end before me. You poison is rather intriguing, Fang Ling remarked, slightly taken aback. This was the first practitioner he had encountered since descending the mountain who wielded poison. The Witch Taoist's poison was unlike the toxins he had cultivated since childhood. It specifically targeted the soul. He had heard from his rotund master that the world of toxins is divided into two categories: medicinal poisons and witch poisons. Medicinal poisons are common and primarily affect the physical body, whereas witch poisons are rare, an ancient technique that assaults the soul. At this moment, the witch poison relentlessly attacked his soul, attempting to breach the barrier established by the old monk by May to protect his soul from the annihilation of the Demon Ancestor's heart. The barrier's resilience was formidable. Even this ancient witch poison could not penetrate it. 1, 2, 3. The Witch Taoist continued counting, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Impossible. How are you still alive? He instinctively took a step back, alarmed. It turns out that you are not the only one skilled in poison, Fang Ling chuckled, releasing a colorless and odorless toxic gas. The gas swiftly enveloped the area, causing nearby individuals to drop dead on the spot. Realizing the peril, the witch Taoist attempted to flee, but let out a wail as he collapsed, rolling on the ground. His face swelled, his skin turning an eerie purplish hue, blood oozing from his orifices, his body stiffening. You are young, yet your mastery of poison is profound. The witch Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his expertise in ancient witch poisons, he had not neglected medicinal toxins, possessing considerable knowledge in both. Yet he found himself defenseless against the toxin unleashed by Fang Ling, his own defenses crumbling in an instant. It appears my toxic prowess is quite formidable. Fang Ling mused, surprised at the witch Taoist's imminent demise. It seemed that his rotund master's toxic creatures were more powerful than he had anticipated. The witch Taoist's cultivation was not weak. Being at the early stage of the Jade Balance realm, having lived for thousands of years, his mastery of poison was undoubtedly profound. Yet, this seasoned poison practitioner was utterly overwhelmed by Fang Ling's mere decade of cultivation. Little brat, I concede defeat to you, but do not think you will escape unscathed. I have prepared a parting gift. The once dying witch Taoist suddenly sprang to his feet, though he swayed precariously, as if he might topple at any moment. Unsure of what other tricks he might possess, Fang Ling was not foolish enough to remain stationary. With a swift motion, he severed the witch Taoist into pieces. You think this will allow you to evade your fate? Not a chance. This is an ancient forbidden technique, the death invocation, which I invoke using my very life as a sacrifice. No matter how strong your soul or intricate your abilities, you cannot escape its grasp. The death invocation ensures you cannot seek life, nor find peace in death. Ha ha ha. I shall be waiting for you in the netherworld. Though the witch Taoist's body lay in tatters, Fang Ling could still hear his voice. A blood curse coalesced, transcending time and space, breaching the barrier erected by the Golden Soul incantation, imprinting itself upon Fang Ling's soul. At that moment, Fang Ling felt a pain so excruciating that he nearly fainted, far surpassing the horrors of nightmares from his youth. Even the Golden Soul incantation of his master failed to shield him. Fang Ling half kneeled on the ground, clutching his throbbing head tightly. Look, the great demon has been injured. Quick, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. The onlooking practitioners rallied, charging at Fang Ling. Despite the agony threatening to tear his soul apart, Fang Ling raised his head, his face contorted in pain. He grasped his blood sword once more, gazing at the approaching crowd. His madness instilled fear in many, causing some to flee in terror. However, a portion still pressed forward to attack. Damn it! This demon's physical body is too strong. We cannot break through his defenses. One swordsman, witnessing his shattered sword on the ground, stood momentarily stunned. Yet in the next instant, he was cleaved in two, the scene gruesome beyond measure. As Fang Ling wielded his sword, he found that the act of slaughter alleviated some of his soul's torment. Perhaps it was not merely the act of killing, but the distraction that provided a fleeting reprieve. Time passed, and the once bustling city fell silent, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Fang Ling plunged his blood sword into the ground, allowing it to absorb the malevolent energy. He then raised his head, devouring the essence of life, coalescing into a celestial river, consuming it whole. His flesh expanded, transforming him into a towering figure of 10 feet. Yet in an instant, he reverted to his original form, though his skin bore an unusual dark red hue. It seems I have begun to grasp the art of the gluttonous deity, Fang Ling acknowledged, observing his altered skin. His brutish master had mentioned that when his body began to change, it signified true mastery of this divine art. At this moment, Fang Ling felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Had a mountain stood before him, he would surely obliterate it with a single blow. He roared, his crimson skin gradually fading back to its normal hue, and he could distinctly sense a slight diminishment in his strength. This must be what his brutish master referred to as the demon prison body. Upon transforming into the demon prison body, his physique was greatly enhanced, but his rationality and consciousness would be suppressed. Despite the increase in power, Fang Ling felt no elation. The witch Taoist's death invocation had truly rendered him unable to seek life or find solace in death. He felt at a loss on how to alleviate the excruciating torment of his soul, and his journey to Infinite City left him with a sense of profound loss. Meanwhile, the blood sword continued to absorb the malevolent energy from the countless practitioners within the city, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. Soon, dark patterns began to emerge upon the blood sword, bestowing it with an air of mystery. This was likely the blood pattern spoken of by his swordmaster. formed when the malevolent energy solidified to a certain extent. For the faint-hearted, the sight of these blood patterns could induce a sense of dread, as if they were engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood, ultimately leading to their demise. Fang Ling murmured to himself, withdrawing the blood sword as he slowly made his way toward the eastern gate. He had completed his training. Only the stark white bones remained within the city. Not long after he departed from Infinite City, two figures appeared in the skies above. Miss, although this individual once showed us kindness, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from him, for he is heavily tainted by demonic influences. The old woman gazed at the scattered bones on the ground, shaking her head. Shangguan Haiwei looked towards the direction in which Fang Ling had departed, murmuring, "It is precisely because he once saved me that I wish to rescue him in return. He must be pulled from the abyss, or he will surely meet a grim fate. Yet, with my current abilities, I fear I cannot assist him. However, we encountered Master Zizhu at the Chess City a few days ago. With her skills, she could certainly guide Fang Ling back to righteousness." Master Zizhu? The old woman nodded. If it is her, then perhaps there is hope. Chapter 043. Master Zizhu of the Pure Land Temple, not far from Wuyang City, lies a desolate mountain. Fang Ling sat cross-legged on the yellowing grass, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking through his garments. After leaving Wuyang City, he intended to head directly to Yuqing, for Mr. Mo's influence lingered there, entrenched in the land of blood. Yet, after a short distance, he found himself faltering. He had underestimated the potency of the Death Seeker's curse, which only grew stronger with the passage of time. Already suffering from an excruciating torment, the pain now multiplied beyond measure. He could scarcely fathom how much worse it could become. It could truly drive a person to madness, consumed by the desire for death. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. He had exhausted all possible remedies, yet he could not dispel the curse. He had no choice but to return to Han's temple, perhaps seeking the aid of several masters. He murmured to himself, "I once dreamed of making a name for myself before returning to Han's temple, but now I see no alternative, for I cannot endure this torment day and night." In such a state, he could neither rest nor focus on his cultivation. He rose, ready to return to Nanyang alone, when suddenly he heard a noise behind him. Turning, he saw a mysterious woman appearing from the shadows. Dressed in simple white, her face free of cosmetics, she exuded an elegant tranquility. In her right hand, she held a jade bottle containing several tender willow branches, the purpose of which was unknown. Despite her simplicity, her beauty was striking, captivating without adornment. "Amitabha, I am the nun known as Zizhu, the sixth elder of the Pure Land Temple. Recently, while gazing at the heavens, I discerned a malevolent star rising in the southern lands. Thus, I departed from the Jingzhu Temple to traverse this region, hoping to guide the malevolent star and reduce the world's sins. I have come from Wuyang City, lamenting the fate of the countless cultivators who have turned to lifeless bones. Abandoned and forgotten. Benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Allow me to assist you in cleansing your sins and purifying your spirit." Master Zizhu gazed at Fang Ling with earnest sincerity, her voice soft and soothing. Upon learning of her status as an elder from the Pure Land Temple, Fang Ling's heart filled with trepidation. In the southern Dipper domain, there are many Buddhist sects, yet two stand out as the most prosperous: Pulong Temple, filled with monks, and this Pure Land Temple, home to nuns. The power of Pulong Temple and Pure Land Temple is nearly equal, regarded by southern Dipper cultivators as the two great sanctuaries of Buddhism. I am not interested. I simply wish to return home. Fang Ling turned and instantly vanished from sight. The pressure emanating from Master Zizhu was formidable. Her strength must be terrifying. In his current state, he would not stand a chance and could only choose to evade. Yet, despite having utilized his swift movement technique to cover considerable distance, he could not shake the sensation of her presence lingering behind him. That unmistakable aura clung to him, inescapable. "Amitabha, do not fear, benefactor. My heart is filled with compassion. I mean you no harm." Suddenly, Master Zizhu appeared before him, her expression calm and distant. Fang Ling halted, realizing that with his current speed, he could not escape her. "Master, how do you intend to assist me?" he inquired. Master Zizhu replied coolly, "Benefactor, your murderous intent runs deep, and the roots of your demonic practices are profound. Thus, I must eradicate them. This is the only way to save you from the source of your suffering. Should these demonic arts remain, you will be trapped in despair for all eternity. Moreover, the malevolence surrounding you is too great, You must remain by my side, allowing me to gradually dispel it with supreme Buddhist teachings. In time, you shall be able to cultivate the Heart Sutra of Buddhism and finally emerge from this endless abyss. You wish to strip me of my powers? Fang Ling's brow furrowed. He had only recently made progress with the blood sword and the gluttonous divine art. Both teachings from his masters, he could not simply abandon them. Master Zizhu placed the jade bottle aside, joining her palms together, murmuring, Ba, I do this solely to save you. Fang Ling retorted, I am perfectly fine and do not require your meddling. If you have the time to concern yourself with me, you should instead go elsewhere to save others. Master Zizhu smiled gently. If you persist in your stubbornness, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. For the sake of all beings and to save you, I am left with no choice but to take a firmer approach. You speak of compassion, yet I am in pain. Might you first alleviate my suffering? Fang Ling asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Master Zizhu's eyelashes fluttered, and a mysterious blue light flickered in her eyes. A hint of astonishment crossed her previously serene face. A curse? Fang Ling nodded. This is the Death Seeker's curse. Those afflicted endure torment worse than death. I suffer the agonizing pain of my soul being torn asunder, and it grows ever heavier. It is indeed the Death Seeker's curse. Master Zizhu's eyes widened, clearly knowledgeable of this dark spell. Ba. However, the root of this affliction likely lies within you. The cause of past actions has led to this present consequence. Though you suffer from the curse, the one who cast it has long since departed this world. Master Zizhu seemed well versed in ancient curses. Could you not first help me escape this torment? Fang Ling pressed again. Master Zizhu closed her eyes, appearing hesitant. At that moment, Fang Ling suddenly made his move. Sakra's domain. He unleashed this technique, trapping Master Zizhu within its confines. Sakra's domain is not merely a tool for destruction, but also an unparalleled means of escape. By ensnaring just her, he constructed a relatively small barrier, consuming minimal spiritual energy. It was sufficient for him to flee a significant distance and elude this nun. Master, I shall take my leave, he declared before vanishing from sight. Within Sakra's domain, Master Zizhu gazed around in astonishment at the barrier encasing her. What is this individual's origin? How does he wield such supreme Buddhist powers? Sakra's domain is renowned as one of the 10 great techniques of Buddhism, capable of evolving into a realm of its own when mastered to the highest degree. Such a technique is not possessed by either the Pure Land Temple or Pulong Temple. From where did he acquire it? She took a deep breath, raising her gaze towards the direction Fang Ling had vanished. Initially, she sought only to guide him, yet now, she yearned to obtain this pinnacle of Buddhist technique from him. Fang Ling, enduring his pain, traversed through the clouds. Had I known, I would have brought the nether beast with me. Riding that creature would have expedited my journey, he muttered. Though Master Zizhu's cultivation far surpassed his own, as long as he remained within the martial realm, Sakra's domain would be impervious. What is happening? But in an instant, he found himself astounded. The Sakra's domain was intact. How could she? Master Zizhu had caught up, suddenly appearing before him. She regarded Fang Ling with a calm demeanor, stating, Ba, the form you have trapped me in is merely a manifestation of the lotus seed. I never anticipated that you would wield such a technique of our Buddhist order. I wonder from whom you learned it. Chapter 044. An unprecedented faux Master Zizhu. We have no grievances from the past and no enmity in the present. Why must you relentlessly pursue me? Fang Ling, noticing her unwavering pursuit, could not help but frown. Should you divulge the cultivation method of the Swami Jie to me, I shall allow you to depart today. Master Zizhu exclaimed. At her words, Fang Ling chuckled. You vile nun, how dare you covet my divine abilities? Just moments ago, you spoke of righteousness and urged me to reform. Now, for the sake of this power, you are willing to let me go? Truly. A blush suddenly crept onto Master Zizhu's fair face, as if Fang Ling had struck a nerve, inducing a sense of shame within her. She recognized her own fixation on that divine ability, which was one of the legendary 10 great divine powers of Buddhism. If she were to possess it, her future would be. Ba, it seems I have succumbed to greed, yet what of it? Master Zizhu's lips curled into a slight smirk, presenting a sinister visage that starkly contrasted with her earlier display of simplicity and compassion. You wretched being, you practice killing for power. 1,000 deaths, a myriad of deaths, would be insufficient for your sins. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens, seeking justice for the countless cultivators of Wuliang City, starting with you. She rebuked him. and a golden Buddhist wheel slowly rose behind her, accompanied by a pure and formidable energy that swept across the surroundings. Fang Ling's expression hardened, his entire being tensed. The formidable prowess of this malevolent nun far surpassed that of the Lijiang fairy he had encountered in Fengshe Gorge. Alas, I am but a humble practitioner at the late stage of the Yaoguang realm. Should you repent now, I may yet grant you mercy and save you from suffering. Master Zizhu declared sharply, her gaze fixed on Fang Ling. Seeing him remain silent, she scoffed, obstinate fool. Buddha's light illuminates all, thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. She seated herself cross-legged as an image of Avalokiteshvara materialized behind her, its eyes opening to gaze at Fang Ling simultaneously. A hand was raised to suppress him. In an instant, 1,000 hands of Avalokiteshvara descended upon Fang Ling, exuding an overwhelming aura of suppression. Master Zizhu's cultivation was exceedingly high, and even Fang Ling dared not confront this strike head-on. He intended to utilize the divine movement technique to distance himself from her, but suddenly found himself unable to move. Master Zizhu unleashed two divine abilities simultaneously. Under the radiance of the Buddha's light, he could not even twitch a finger, as if his inner spiritual power had been sealed. At that moment, he could only watch helplessly as the 1,000 hands bore down upon him. Bang, 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 bang. The hands struck him to the ground, creating a terrifying impact that sank the earth beneath him, leaving countless palm imprints in the area, an awe-inspiring sight. In the clouds, Master Zizhu pressed her palms together, her eyes closed. Ba, this wretched being is guilty beyond redemption. I shall transcend him, and it shall count as immeasurable merit. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, approaching the flattened Fang Ling. She raised her hand, preparing to employ her divine ability to extract his memories and uncover the cultivation method of the Soamijia. Yet, to her astonishment, the seemingly flattened Fang Ling suddenly revived. His flesh and blood coalesced into form, and he pointed a finger at Master Zizhu's waist. Master Zizhu gasped in alarm, immediately sensing that this gesture was amiss. Wretched being, she shouted, her fury igniting as she swung her palm towards him. Vajra Prajna Palm. Galaxy Infinite Fist. Fang Ling refused to back down, launching a punch in retaliation. Their strikes collided, propelling Fang Ling backward, while Master Zizhu took a small step back. She gazed at him in astonishment, her heart racing with shock. This wretched being's cultivation was not high, merely at the early stage of the Tianquan realm. Yet his physical form was formidable enough to withstand her palm. After being sent flying by Master Zizhu's strike, Fang Ling spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before stabilizing his breath. The disparity in their cultivation was immense. Had he not possessed a near-immortal physique, he would have perished beneath the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara. The Vajra Prajna Palm nearly claimed his life as well. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, his indestructible heart throbbed furiously, operating at full capacity. The Galaxy Infinite Fist had only caused her to retreat slightly, indicating that the Sword Demon S3 styles posed no threat to her. Let me try this move. He rose to his feet, coalescing the accompanying spiritual treasure. The Sioux New Jersey and PTI and spear in his hand. Kill, he bellowed, unleashing this deadly weapon. Master Zizhu's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the spear. With her knowledge, she could discern that it possessed innate energy and was indeed an accompanying spiritual treasure. Golden light spell, she exclaimed sharply, her body radiating golden light. This spell provided formidable defense, nearly impervious to all forms of attack. The Sioux New Jersey and PTI and spear advanced, yet she raised her jade-like hand to intercept it. The spear, known for its unstoppable prowess, failed to achieve any remarkable feat and was directly blocked by Master Zizhu. You wretched being, your skills are not insignificant. If you are not eliminated today, you shall become a grave threat in the future for my Southern Dipper domain. Master Zizhu was about to unleash her ultimate technique when a purplish hue suddenly appeared on her fair visage, causing her to stagger and nearly fall. Is this poison? She thought, hastily channeling her energy to suppress the toxin. Fang Ling had known from the start that the Sioux New Jersey and PTI in spear would struggle to inflict harm upon her. Thus, he had utilized it merely as a vessel. The true lethal strike was the toxin he had cultivated since childhood, which he had concentrated at the spear's tip. Though Master Zizhu's realm was profound, Fang Ling had faith she could not withstand poison. First, she had been afflicted by his stealing fragrance finger, and now she was affected by his toxin. At this moment, Master Zizhu was too preoccupied to focus on anything else. Fang Ling did not seize the opportunity to flee, but charged directly at her. Her desire for the Slomijia was too great. If she was not eliminated, the repercussions would be dire. Swastika, true technique. The Buddhist wheel behind him shone brilliantly, even more radiant than that of Master Zizhu. The golden swastika in his palm seemed to embody the supreme Tao. What is this? Master Zizhu stared at the swastika in Fang Ling's palm, momentarily stunned. Fang Ling struck her chest with a powerful palm, sending her flying backward. Master Zizhu's body rolled along the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt. With a cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that she had endured his palm strike yet remained alive, albeit slightly weakened, Fang Ling's heart sank. The swastika true technique's power surpassed that of the infinite galaxy fist and the sword demon S3 swords, yet had merely wounded Master Zizhu. It seemed he would not be able to kill her today. Clenching his fists in frustration, he turned to flee. Though he possessed an almost immortal body, his spiritual power was nearly depleted. Continuing the fight was futile. If he pressed on, he would likely be captured by Master Zizhu, and the consequences of that would be dire. Master Zizhu observed Fang Ling retreating, but did not pursue immediately, as she felt quite unwell. She sat cross-legged and exerted all her strength to suppress the toxin. After a while, she managed to contain it, and it no longer posed a significant threat. However, she was alarmed to find her body behaving increasingly strangely, and no matter how she tried to suppress it, there was no effect. A flush of anger and shame crossed her face. How could I? The peculiar sensation intensified, and certain thoughts lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. She shook her head vigorously, gazing in the direction Fang Ling had departed, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Wretched being, I shall eliminate you first." Chapter 045. A new wave of turmoil. Truly, misfortune begets further misfortune. By the mountain stream, Fang Ling halted his steps and sat upon a large rock. Gasping for breath, tormented by the death-seeking curse, he was already in a state of despair, and his encounter with Master Zizhu had plunged him further into despair. Moreover, it seemed that due to his poor condition, the death-seeking curse had intensified. That Val Nun should not be able to catch up now, right? Reflecting on the intense battle moments ago, a sense of trepidation still lingered within him. He had believed that, with his strength, he could establish a foothold in the cultivation world. However, it now appears that he is still too young, and the Master of Purple Bamboo is merely an ordinary elder of the Tianjing Monastery. Above her, there surely exist many formidable figures. Home, back home. He gazed towards the direction of the Nanyang Kingdom, murmuring to himself. Just as he intended to rise and continue his journey, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from ahead. You, slaughtering cities to hone your skills, what a spectacle. Why the glum face now? TSK, that Master of Purple Bamboo is indeed formidable. Even I, watching from afar, felt my heart tremble. Of course, you are not too shabby yourself. To escape her grasp in the mere heavenly authority realm is quite an achievement. The speaker was an enigmatic young man, emanating a strong scent of blood, with hair as red as crimson. His gaze carried the weight of ages, unmistakably the aura of an ancient being, yet his skin was more well-preserved than that of an 18-year-old maiden. "Who are you?" Fang Ling inquired in a low voice. The young man chuckled. "I've been in seclusion for many years. You likely have not heard of me. Once, the people of this southern barbarian's land referred to me as the Blood Demon Ancestor." The Blood Demon Ancestor? Fang Ling's brow furrowed as he struggled to muster his spirits. He recognized this figure from a biography he had once read. He was formerly a cultivator of the Tianlan Kingdom, expelled for practicing demonic arts. Upon his return, he unleashed a storm of bloodshed within the Tianlan cultivation community, even annihilating the legitimate royal family. The three kingdoms of the southern barbarians are mere vassals of the great Qian dynasty. When such cataclysmic events transpired in the Tianlan kingdom, the great Qian dynasty dispatched powerful figures to settle the score. According to the records, the Blood Demon Ancestor had already been slain by the experts of the great Qian dynasty. "Oh, you have heard of my name? Quite rare." The Blood Demon Ancestor sensed Fang Ling's subtle emotional shift and laughed heartily. "It has been over 7,000 years since I feigned my death to evade the pursuit of the great Qian's fierce soldiers. I thought no one in this world would remember me, Wei Wuyo, the Blood Demon Ancestor. Since you still recall my name, I can grant you a swift death. I have no grievances with you, nor any enmity of late. Why must you kill me?" Fang Ling questioned, his condition dire. Every moment he could delay was a moment to regain his strength. "Do you think the title of Blood Demon Ancestor comes without reason?" The Blood Demon Ancestor sneered. Since you slaughtered Wuliang City, I have been keeping an eye on you. If I could use you to refine my skills, perhaps I could break through the bottleneck of the Jade Balance's perfection and ascend to the opening sun realm. I know you're merely stalling for time, but what of it? I dare show myself because I have observed you for long enough to have confidence. You are already at your wit's end. Do not force yourself any longer. I shall send you to your demise. With a ferocious glint in his eyes, the blood demon ancestor raised his hand to suppress Fang Ling. A bloodied hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. Fang Ling braced himself against the onslaught with both hands, his legs trembling, the ground beneath him sinking under the immense force. Oh, you can still hold on? The blood demon ancestor, surprised that his attack did not secure an instant victory, contemplated his next move. Let us see how you fare against this. Blood beast frenzy. He spread his arms wide, and a sea of blood surged behind him. Countless blood beasts emerged from the roiling tide, charging toward Fang Ling. These blood beasts were the culmination of his life's cultivation, drawn from the essence of other beings. As long as his blood river remained, these creatures were invincible, possessing an almost immortal nature. Old man, you seem quite delectable. Fang Ling roared, his countenance fierce, his physique transformed, muscles bulging and skin turning a deep crimson. This was the manifestation of the Taotai divine skill, resulting in the infernal body. Although still in its nascent stage, it was a formidable sight. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a flurry of punches against the blood hand, shattering it with raw power. His gaze morphed into that of a wild beast, filled with primal fury. As the ferocious tide of blood beasts surged forth, he opened wide his mouth and devoured them whole. The essence of these blood beasts was, at its core, vital life force, rendering them mere delicacies in Fang Ling's eyes. A gaping abyssal mouth opened toward the blood demon ancestor's sea of blood, eager for sustenance. What cultivation method are you practicing? How can it be so tyrannical? The blood demon ancestor barked in frustration. Initially dismissive, he found himself taken aback as Fang Ling dared to consume the blood beasts, envisioning a gruesome scene where the beasts would tear him apart from within. However, to his shock, once devoured, the blood beasts severed their connection with him. Witnessing Fang Ling's greed extend even to his blood sea, the blood demon ancestor hastily retracted his divine form and retreated. Fang Ling raised his hand, channeling his lifeblood sword. At this moment, the sword was more terrifying than before. Infused with the essence of the blood beasts he had consumed, jailing the abyss, he leaped high, striking downward towards the blood demon ancestor, who was forced to retreat. In a fit of desperation, the blood demon ancestor did not dare to conceal his true form any longer. He transformed into a monstrous figure, covered in crimson scales, with peculiar black horns sprouting from his head. He raised both hands to block Fang Ling's sword light. Then with a powerful thrust, he shot out from behind Fang Ling. Do you think I'm so limited in power? The blood demon ancestor taunted. Even if you devour my blood beasts, I will refine you, and they will still belong to me. A fierce close-quarters battle ensued between them, with each strike landing heavily. Swastika, true words. Fang Ling roared, delivering a powerful palm strike. The blood demon ancestor, not to be outdone, unleashed his ultimate technique, the six-path divine fist. With a thunderous crash, both were hurled apart. But Fang Ling was clearly sent flying further, landing below. The blood demon ancestor's realm was alarmingly high, reaching the pinnacle of the Jade Balance. Coupled with his extensive lifespan, his foundation was formidable. Fang Ling understood that even in his prime, defeating him would be a daunting task. Madam, will you not make your move? The blood demon ancestor called out, wiping the blood from his lips. Do not worry, my lord. I am nearly prepared. Suddenly, a graceful beauty appeared behind Fang Ling, her attire flowing, exuding an enchanting aura, cradling a pipa in her arms. Drunken dream, she murmured, her fingers deftly strumming the strings. The once mighty Fang Ling collapsed to the ground with a thud, his bones feeling as though they were turned to jelly, muscles rendered powerless, unable to even maintain his stance. Strange images flooded his mind, lulling him into a state of intoxication. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor exclaimed with delight, deadly needle. He produced an object in his hand, an artifact of 7 prohibitions. In the world of artifacts, there existed innate and acquired distinctions. Innate artifacts, known as spiritual treasures, were often found with favored individuals, while acquired artifacts were crafted by skilled artisans and classified as treasures. The strength of a treasure was measured by its prohibitions. The more prohibitions, the greater the power. Common treasures bore only 2 or 3 prohibitions, while the deadly needle in the blood demon ancestor's grasp possessed 7. Kill. Seizing the moment, the blood demon ancestor unleashed the deadly needle. It struck true, piercing Fang Ling's forehead deeply. Finally subdued this brat. What a struggle. He sighed in relief. Thanks to my lady's intervention, I had the opportunity to use the deadly needle. Had the battle continued, I might not have been able to overcome him. The beauty with the peepa smiled softly as she approached him. It is also thanks to my lord for restraining him that I had the energy to play this tune. The nun is not to be trifled with. You should hasten your practice lest she catches up to you. If by chance you were to cross paths with her, it would likely be a dire predicament. Understood. The blood demon ancestor nodded and strode towards Fang Ling. However, he was suddenly taken aback. The previously dull and unremarkable Fang Ling abruptly lifted his gaze. Fang Ling raised his hand and withdrew the deadly spike embedded in his forehead. Not only was the blood demon ancestor stunned, but even the beautiful woman beside him bore a look of astonishment. Is he truly impervious to death? What manner of creature is he? My husband, perhaps we should retreat, the beautiful woman murmured. The blood demon ancestor, having lived for so many years and witnessed countless storms, prided himself on his composure. Yet today, he felt an inexplicable fear towards this junior, a sense of dread. Thump! 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 Fang Ling's heart raced furiously, the sound akin to thunder crashing from the heavens. A wild grin spread across his face as his body surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the blood demon ancestor's abdomen. Regaining his senses, the blood demon ancestor retaliated fiercely, engaging Fang Ling in close combat once more. The beautiful woman, witnessing the altercation, hastily moved to assist the blood demon ancestor. Their cooperation was remarkably seamless, quickly cornering Fang Ling into a dire situation. Yet, from the depths of despair, Fang Ling surged forth once again, as if he possessed an immortal essence. Even the blood demon ancestor found himself flustered, his mind only focused on one thought: escape. My lady, withdraw first. I shall provide cover, he shouted urgently. The beautiful woman, her cultivation level 2 ranks lower than his, only in the mid-stage of Yuang, realized that her presence would not aid him further and turned to flee immediately. Fang Ling did not pursue her, but continued to battle the blood demon ancestor before him. A quarter of an hour later, the blood demon ancestor's true form was shattered, leading to his utter defeat. Fang Ling ruthlessly plunged his lifeblood sword into the top of the ancestor's head, executing him. Having taken countless lives throughout his existence and cultivated the blood demon scriptures by drawing upon the vitality of countless beings, the blood demon ancestor's demise allowed Fang Ling to feast heartily. Both the blood sword and his physical form received substantial enhancements. The burdens imposed by near-death experiences gradually dissipated, rejuvenated by the essence of life. I demand retribution for my husband. Suddenly, the beautiful woman, who had seemingly departed, reappeared. Her eyes were bloodshot and in a frenzied state. She began to play the peepa, 9 strikes of demonic melody. This piece targeted the soul, yet Fang Ling's spirit was shielded by the golden soul incantation, rendering her efforts futile. In a flash, Fang Ling utilized his swift step to appear behind her. He raised his hand and struck her down to the ground, shattering the peepa she held. Every bone in her body fractured. You shall not escape unscathed. But as she neared death, she concentrated her thoughts and activated a decree contained within her grasp. This decree, a one-time treasure carried by a specific spiritual silk, held the essence of a particular secret technique. Once activated, the decree would unleash its power based on the target determined by the user's consciousness. Fang Ling, witnessing a fiery peach blossom drifting towards him, dared not underestimate it, and immediately exhaled the Fusang divine fire. He intended to refine this peculiar fire peach with the divine flames. To his shock, the Fusang divine fire proved ineffective against it. The flaming peach blossom merged directly with his body, fully blossoming and igniting an insatiable desire within him. The beautiful woman's final decree was not merely fire, but a burning desire that tormented both body and soul. If repressed, even a powerful Yuheng cultivator would find themselves suffocated. For Fang Ling, this was especially terrifying, as his physical form was exceedingly potent, already brimming with yang essence. That overwhelming yang essence now fueled the desire, intensifying the flames. Having already been tormented by the death wish curse, Fang Ling's mind slipped into utter madness. He gazed at the still warm corpse of the beautiful woman, ready to pounce. Just then, a voice thundered from above. You wretched being, even in your attempt to flee, you seek to create further evils. Truly, you are beyond redemption. With a complexion flushed, Master Zizhu tightly clasped her legs, rebuking him. Today, I shall eradicate you for the sake of the people. With a flourish of her palm, the white jade vase adorned with willow branches reappeared in her hand. This was no mere ornament, but a treasure crafted from her life's savings, the snow jade pure vessel. This artifact far surpassed the blood demon ancestor's deadly spike, possessing 13 prohibitions and regarded as a supreme treasure. Upon invoking the artifact, a beam of white light shot forth, illuminating Fang Ling, rendered immobile by the vessel's power. He struggled with all his might against its pull. Should he be drawn within, even if he survived, he would never escape again. Wretched being, do you dare resist? Master Zizhu scoffed. You would do well to accept your fate and spare yourself further suffering. Fang Ling remained undeterred, continuing to resist, yet the vessel's pull grew ever stronger. They remained in this stalemate for roughly a quarter of an hour. Fang Ling was nearing exhaustion, helplessly watching as he was drawn closer. Just as despair enveloped him, the vessel's divine light abruptly vanished, and the snow jade pure vessel fell to the ground. During the standoff, Master Zizhu's condition deteriorated. Her complexion was now redder than a ripe apple, and beneath her plain skirt, "For today, I shall let you off the hook." She gritted her teeth, hastily turning to flee. However, at that moment, Fang Ling lunged forward, pulling her down from the clouds. Fang Ling's sudden approach shattered Master Zizhu's already fragile state, and she no longer cared about anything, consumed by greed. Chapter 047. The method to unravel the curse of Cold Mountain. It was unclear how much time had passed when Master Zizhu groggily opened her eyes. At that moment, she was entirely unclothed, and a sudden gust of wind swept through, instantly rousing her senses. The lingering pain seemed to serve as a reminder that everything that had transpired was not merely a dream. In that instant, her resolve crumbled. As a practitioner of Buddhism and an elder of the Pure Heaven Monastery, her innate talent had propelled her to rapid advancement. Reaching the Yao Guang stage by the age of 900, becoming the youngest elder in the monastery's history. In recent years, her cultivation continued to climb, breaking into the late Yao Guang stage and becoming a top expert among the elders. The abbess had high hopes for her, even entrusting her with the monastery's ultimate techniques ahead of time. In a panic, she snatched up the plain garment from the ground, hastily donning it before stumbling away, disregarding everything else. At this moment, her mind was a whirlwind, desperately seeking a secluded place to meditate and repent before the Buddha. As for Fang Ling beside her, she regarded him as non-existent, completely overlooking him. In her turmoil, she had no time for anything else, only yearning to stabilize her crumbling resolve. Before long, Fang Ling abruptly opened his eyes. The death wish curse clung to him like a malignant growth, threatening to tear his soul apart. It was this excruciating sensation that jolted him awake. He recalled the events leading up to his slumber, incredulous at their improbability. She had vanished, and had not seized the opportunity to kill me. He glanced around, surprised not to find Master Zizhu in sight. Perhaps she would return to exact vengeance. This was no place to linger. Rising to his feet, he quickly departed. Without pause, he made his way back to the borders of Nanyang, eventually returning to Luqing. Upon his return, he followed his memory back to Cold Mountain. He gazed up at the tranquil mountain, a sense of otherworldliness washing over him. Although not much time had elapsed since his descent, so much had transpired. He ascended the stone steps slowly, arriving at the temple's entrance. When he had descended the mountain, the peach blossoms in front of the temple had been in full bloom. Now, however, the blossoms had long since withered, and small peaches adorned the branches. He pushed open the temple door and stepped inside. In the courtyard, the sword demon was engaged in a game of chess with the white-browed monk. Upon Fang Ling's return, both turned to regard him, nodding in mutual acknowledgement. The sword demon smiled in satisfaction. He could sense Fang Ling's lifeblood sword, entirely unexpected, having grown significantly stronger in such a short span of time. The old monk with white eyebrows furrowed his brow, gazing sternly at Fang Ling. It seems to be an ancient curse. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed the death wish curse, he murmured. The sword demon raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "The death wish curse. A friend of mine once fell victim to it and, unable to endure the torment, ultimately took his own life." At that moment, Fang Ling's other 3 masters suddenly appeared, surrounding him. "My disciple is powerless. Having fallen under this curse, there is no way to resolve it, so I can only return," Fang Ling said, feeling a twinge of shame. The flower thief shrugged and remarked, "As for me, Master Flower, I am utterly ignorant of curses and cannot be of any assistance. However, Master, you should be able to spell it, right?" He then looked towards the old monk with white eyebrows. The old monk let out a quiet sigh and stepped forward. "Generally speaking, only another curse can dispel a curse. However, I shall give it a try." A magnificent light of Buddha emanated from him as he pointed 2 fingers at Fang Ling. The tightly knitted brows of Fang Ling finally relaxed, and the excruciating pain that had threatened to tear his soul apart vanished. He smiled, about to express his gratitude to the master, but the old monk's expression turned grave. He shook his head and sighed, "Alas, I cannot completely disperse it. This is due to the shallow cultivation of the one who cast the curse. I can only suppress it to a degree. Otherwise, to truly dispel the curse, one must rely on the curse itself. My method can only temporarily suppress it, not eradicate it." "How long can it be suppressed?" Fang Ling's smile abruptly faded as he inquired. "At most, 100,000 years. After that, it cannot be suppressed any longer," he replied. 100,000 years? I may not even live that long." Fang Ling chuckled again. The old monk spoke with a solemn tone. "This death wish curse should not be taken lightly. You must resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when it regains its strength, you will face excruciating pain instantly. Though I have managed to suppress it, it still operates. You must have noticed that the power of the death wish curse will only grow stronger with time. If after a few years, by some accident, this curse breaks free from suppression, you will suddenly confront pain amplified thousands or even 10,000 times." Fang Ling thought carefully and felt a chill run down his spine. This curse indeed posed a significant threat and must be eradicated immediately. "I didn't know a curse, but I cannot dispel this death wish curse." At that moment, the fat master spoke up. "From my understanding, the curses that can resolve the death wish curse should be the carefree curse or the rebirth curse. I happen to know of a place where someone might possess knowledge of these 2 curses." "Where?" Fang Ling asked eagerly. "Miaojiang," the fat master replied. "Coincidentally, Miaojiang is also located in the southern Dipper domain, but lies at the farthest south. You will need to traverse a vast wilderness from the southern Yang kingdom to reach it. The people of Miaojiang gather in tribes, known for their fierce and insular nature. You must tread carefully when dealing with them." "Thank you, Fat Master, for your guidance." Fang Ling nodded. Since he had returned after a long time, he decided not to descend the mountain immediately, but to stay at Hanzhan Temple for a few more days, as he had some cultivation questions he wished to consult them about. "Fat Master, let me show you something." Fang Ling summoned the heavenly plague cauldron and opened its lid. The fat master looked at the pupa inside, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. "This poison I have never seen before. It sparkles with a rainbow light, resembling a pupa of the rainbow, celestial butterfly." He cradled the heavenly plague cauldron, excitement evident on his face. "In my past, I searched the world for it, and who would have thought that one day my disciple would find it?" His laughter caused the flesh on his face to tremble. This was the first time Fang Ling had seen the fat master so elated, and he immediately said, "Then I shall present it to you. You rascal, you indeed have a filial heart, but there is no need for that." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Though the rainbow celestial butterfly is remarkable, I do not lack for trifles at the moment. Moreover, such an ancient poisonous insect is a pity to use for cultivation. If it can be nurtured, it would become a significant asset. You may leave it with me, and I will help you raise it. It should transform into a butterfly more quickly. However, before that, you must first establish a master-servant contract with it. This way, once it grows, you can control it and it will not betray you. Have I taught you how to form a master-servant contract? Have you forgotten?" "I have not forgotten. I even acquired a steed using this method when I descended the mountain," Fang Ling replied. "Then let us begin. The sooner the contract is formed, the better," the fat master instructed. Fang Ling then cast the spell to establish the master-servant contract with the pupa of the rainbow, celestial butterfly. Chapter 048, Learning Divine Skills and the Name List of Swords. Just as Fang Ling exited the fat master's presence, he was pulled aside by the flower thief master, who was grinning mischievously as he scrutinized Fang Ling from head to toe. "Is there something wrong?" Fang Ling felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny and mumbled a question. "You truly are my disciple." The flower thief chuckled ambiguously. "You have just descended the mountain, and your yang energy is already depleting. Young man, you must learn to exercise restraint." You really don't listen. I told you to keep your distance from women yet." Having once been renowned as the greatest flower thief in the world, he was particularly sensitive to the balance of yin and yang. The battle between Fang Ling and a master of purple bamboo had actually lasted quite a while, with countless exchanges. Such indulgence in a short time had naturally drained his yang energy. Fang Ling felt a bit embarrassed and muttered, "It was all an accident. Little Fang Ling has grown up. There is nothing wrong with such matters. But there is one point you must remember." He suddenly grew serious. "You must not develop genuine feelings, lest you hurt yourself." "I will remember, Master," Fang Ling nodded. "Now that you have entered this realm, you will inevitably encounter more of it," the flower thief continued. "Therefore, I shall impart another divine skill to you. This is the 9 extremes yin-yang secret technique, a method of dual cultivation. It can not only rapidly enhance your cultivation, but also accumulate profound yin and yang energies within your body. The great yin-yang palm, which utilizes these energies, possesses power that is absolutely no less than the stellar river infinite fist taught to you by your barbarian master. If your yin and yang energies are sufficiently deep, the power of the great yin-yang palm may even surpass the true words of the swastika taught by your grandmaster. The 9 extremes yin-yang secret technique is so formidable." Fang Ling was quite astonished. In his impression, the flower thief master had the weakest combat ability among the 5 masters. But now it seemed otherwise. Dual cultivation is not a prominent path, and moreover, I previously did not want you to approach women, so I never taught you. The flower thief sighed. "Now that I am passing this divine skill to you, you have truly inherited my legacy. However, once you descend the mountain, do not act recklessly. I am the infamous flower thief, but I do not wish for my disciple to become a flower thief as well." "I will heed your teachings, Master," Fang Ling replied. Although the flower thief master before him was the most lively among the 5 masters, for some reason, Fang Ling always sensed a hint of sorrow emanating from him. "Now that the serious matters are settled, let us discuss something else." The flower thief suddenly draped an arm around Fang Ling's shoulder, grinning slyly. "I will teach you a few techniques for the bedroom. They will surely have you." Fang Ling felt a bit overwhelmed, but patiently listened to the flower thief's ramblings. "Enough. You truly are incorrigible, teaching such nonsense." Suddenly, a cold huff from the sword demon reached their ears. "What nonsense? If it weren't for me teaching little Fang Ling the stealing fragrance technique, he might not have made it back," the flower thief shouted. Under his relentless questioning, Fang Ling had briefly recounted the general events, and upon hearing it, the flower thief's vanity soared, convinced he was the most formidable among the 5 in the temple. The two began bickering, and not wanting to get caught up in their exchanges, Fang Ling promptly retreated to the main hall. The venerable monk Bai Mei and Zhao Manzi were seated before the statue of Buddha, immersed in meditation and reciting scriptures. Fang Ling quietly settled onto a nearby mat, joining their solemn practice. Before long, the two began to bicker, prompting him to rise and approach the sword demon. "What is the name of your sword soul?" the sword demon inquired. Though Fang Ling had not manifested the blood sword in his presence, the sword demon sensed its existence. "The sword soul is named Tong Yuan," Fang Ling replied. "Tong Yuan?" The sword demon raised an eyebrow. "You possess remarkable fortune. Tong Yuan is an ancient renowned sword, ranked 7th on the ancient sword list. Its previous masters were all formidable sword practitioners. However, with your current cultivation, you cannot yet unleash Tong Yuan's true power. Its greatest value lies in the sword principles inherited from its past masters. If you earnestly contemplate these teachings, in due time, you too shall become a sword master." "The ancient sword list? Then, master, at what rank does your Qianjun sword soul stand?" Fang Ling asked curiously. "Qianjun is not an ancient sword. Thus it cannot be compared," the sword demon replied nonchalantly. "However, in my perception, Qianjun surpasses Tong Yuan. Although Tong Yuan is only ranked 7th. It is infamous for its lethality. The sword soul embodies the principles of slaughter, the force of which you cannot yet perceive or wield. So you do not grasp its true might. When your realm ascends, you will truly comprehend the terror of Tong Yuan's sword soul. The Qianjun sword soul I possess is imbued with the principles of gravity. In terms of might, your Tong Yuan cannot compare. Nevertheless, Tong Yuan is an ancient sword. Its heritage far beyond that of Qianjun, and the disparity between them remains substantial. Now, let me assess the results of your training during this descent." The sword demon continued. "Unleash those 3 sword techniques for me to observe." Upon hearing this, Fang Ling immediately summoned his lifeblood sword and sequentially executed the 3 techniques: Dragon Slash, Question Heaven, and Suppress Abyss before the sword demon. After witnessing the display, the sword demon nodded in satisfaction and praised, "You have improved significantly since before. Thus, I shall impart to you another sword technique. Is there a technique even stronger than these three? Fang Ling asked, somewhat perplexed. The reason I did not teach you this technique earlier was due to your insufficient understanding, rendering you unable to learn it, the sword demon explained. This final sword move is the unity of man and sword. When this sword is unleashed, it either slays enemies or inflicts grave harm upon oneself, potentially resulting in death through backlash. Therefore, unless one reaches an absolute crisis, it should not be employed lightly. As he spoke, the sword demon summoned his lifeblood sword, merging himself with it, becoming one with the blade. He was the sword, and the sword was him. The unity of man and sword possessed an overwhelming might. Even though the sword demon restrained his power, Fang Ling found it difficult to endure, his body marked by numerous deep sword wounds. This realization illuminated why the sword demon had refrained from teaching him earlier. He was indeed unable to learn it at that time. The unity of man and sword was the aspiration of all sword practitioners. Though the sword demon shared its intricacies with Fang Ling, even he could not master it immediately, requiring time to refine it gradually. That night, Fang Ling entered the grand hall, where only the venerable monk by Mei remained. He was accustomed to this solitary existence, perpetually seated before the Buddha, reciting scriptures. The other four masters continued their cultivation, yet he seemed to have long ceased his own practice. Master, I possess a technique inscribed in Sanskrit. Could you please examine it? Fang Ling inquired, taking a seat beside him and producing the half-stone tablet inherited from the Tian Luo sect. The monk's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he scrutinized the tablet closely before breaking into a smile. Why do you find amusement, master? Fang Ling asked. Because the wonders of fate are truly beyond words. He replied, stroking his white brow. After all this time, it has returned to me. This Tian Luo divine skill was created by the ancient first evil monk, Ji Tian. I once received his teachings, which included this very skill. Huh? Master, you have also practiced it? Fang Ling was astounded. The coincidence seemed too extraordinary. The old monk nodded. I practiced in the past, but I ultimately abandoned it. This Shura divine skill led me down many misguided paths and caused considerable bloodshed back then. My insistence on having countless beings take refuge in me was partly due to my desire for them to cultivate this divine skill. This divine skill seems unproblematic. Why did you choose to abandon it, master? Fang Ling questioned, puzzled. The skill is without fault. It is merely that I suddenly attained a higher understanding and no longer required it, he responded. You possess boundless vitality and a robust physique. Cultivating this skill would suit you well. I shall complete the missing portion of the stone tablet for you. He raised his hand and pointed at Fang Ling. Fang Ling had previously speculated that the missing part of the tablet contained the solutions to the divine skill's shortcomings. But in truth, the remaining portion encapsulated the essence of the Tian Luo divine skill. This portion was a secret technique, a method that could be unleashed by countless practitioners in unison. The secret technique was named Tian Luo Jimmy. Only those who cultivated the main scripture could actively employ it. Once executed, all practitioners of the auxiliary scriptures, regardless of their location, would sense it and could combine their power with it. If enough practitioners of the auxiliary scriptures were present and sufficiently strong, the might of Tian Luo Jimmy would be utterly terrifying. The old monk declared this ancient first evil monk was invincible precisely because of his trump card. Fang Ling felt a surge of excitement, determined to develop the Tian Luo sect diligently. From the old monk's tone, it was evident that this Tian Luo Jimmy, if mastered adequately, would undoubtedly surpass the swastika mantra. The recently imparted Great Yin-Yang Palm from the Flower Bandit Master would likely pale in comparison. Chapter 049. The Celestial Cave and the Blood Beast Slaughter. Fang Ling spent a night at the Cold Mountain Temple, and the following day descended the mountain. He did not immediately proceed to Miaojiang, but instead made his way to the Blood Swamp. Having acquired the complete Tian Luo divine skill, he became increasingly invested in the Tian Luo sect. The Xintian Temple had yet to be dealt with, so he intended to eliminate it before heading south to Miaojiang. Before long, he arrived at Tianqing City. Though not one of the 9 main cities, Tianqing City was still bustling with activity. Fang Ling strolled through its streets, preparing to seek out Mr. Mo and others. The Wan Liao Pavilion, established by Mr. Mo over the years, was located here. However, as he approached the entrance of the pavilion, he could not help but furrow his brows. Many individuals were hiding within the Wan Liao Pavilion, but they were certainly not members of the Tian Luo sect. Within a certain distance, as a practitioner of the Tian Luo divine skill, he could sense those cultivating the auxiliary scriptures. Yet, at that moment, None of the individuals inside were practitioners of the Tian Luo divine skill. He slowly approached and pushed the door open, stepping inside. As he entered, those lying in ambush within the Wan Liao pavilion sprang forth. Leading them was a clever young girl, her strength formidable, clearly at the late stage of the Tian Quan realm. "Who are you, boy?" the girl asked with a teasing expression. "And who are you?" Fang Ling countered. "Impudent. How dare you speak to our protector Qiao in such a manner?" One of the warriors beside the girl unsheathed his sword in anger. Yet, the girl raised her hand, signaling them to remain calm, and wore a smile as she looked at Fang Ling, responding, "We are from the Xiantian Temple. You must be the leader of the Tian Luo sect, right? I heard the current leader is quite young," she continued. Fang Ling did not affirm or deny, but simply asked, "What has become of the original inhabitants?" "You shall meet them soon. Come with me. Our temple master wishes to see you," the girl stated. "You still have not answered my question," Fang Ling said in a low voice. Hearing this, the girl's smile vanished entirely. "How audacious! You seek to confront me?" she scoffed, raising her hand, intent on subduing Fang Ling. However, in that moment, Fang Ling preemptively stamped his foot heavily on the ground. A terrifying force unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing the building to shatter and the ground to collapse beneath. The members of the Xiantian Temple surrounding Fang Ling, with the exception of the girl who resembled a protector, met their fate in an instant, slain on the spot. The girl was thus injured, her internal energy surging, blood uncontrollably spilling from her mouth. How could this happen? She was horrified and intended to flee. However, at that moment, a large hand enveloped her head, instilling a sense of impending doom. "You have yet to answer my previous question," Fang Ling stated indifferently. We did not capture them. They escaped to the Qitian ancient cave," the girl hastily replied. "Please spare my life. I was merely following orders and did not kill any of you." "Qitian ancient cave?" Fang Ling found the name vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before but could not quite recall. "That is a forbidden zone in our blood marsh, located near Tianqing City," the girl explained. Fang Ling responded with a slight hum, then forcefully crushed the girl's head. Those around him, witnessing his brutality, instinctively kept their distance. He randomly seized another person to inquire about the precise location of the Qitian ancient cave. Inside the Qitian ancient cave, Mr. Mo and Eagle Lord were leading 800 elite disciples, making their way through the treacherous terrain. Fang Ling's mount, the nether beast, was among them, but it appeared to have sustained severe injuries, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Mr. Mo's intelligence network was exceptionally well informed, having sensed the movement of the Xuantiang Palace. However, at that time, they could not contact Fang Ling, so they had to retreat with their men. Despite their earlier precautions, the speed of the Xuantiang Palace was astonishing, and they arrived a step too late. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to enter the Qitian ancient cave. "Mr. Mo, you've been in Tianqing City for 200 years. Do you know why the Qitian ancient cave is referred to as a forbidden zone?" Feng Fian asked curiously. "The people from Xuantiang Palace dared not pursue us inside, which speaks to its fearsome reputation." Mr. Mo shook his head and sighed lightly. "I am not entirely sure. I have only heard that any being entering the Qitian ancient cave, regardless of their strength, has never returned. Thus, this place has become known as a forbidden zone. Had we not been left with no alternatives, I would never have brought you here. Alas, I now regret it. If the sect leader were to pursue us, we, the mediocre, would merely perish, but to lose a talent like the sect leader here would be a great pity," Feng Fian remarked. "The sect leader is inherently aloof, and since we have only recently followed him, he is unlikely to take such risks. Perhaps it is for the best. We owe the sect leader a life from our time in the Flying Eagle sect. If we were to owe another, I cannot fathom how we would repay it." Eagle Lord, possessing a striking appearance, quipped, "If it were to come to flesh repayment, I suppose that could suffice." Mr. Mo fanned himself with a folding fan and laughed. "Is this a time for jokes? If one must perish, one should do so with a light heart rather than a furrowed brow. Look at you. You almost have worry etched upon your face." Feng Fian sighed. "Having been here for so long without incident, this sense of dread hanging over us is truly tormenting." No sooner had she spoken than a disturbance arose ahead. "Oh, my ominous words," she lamented, puffing and panting. A creature formed of crimson blood slowly approached them. Its realm was alarmingly at the initial stage of the jade balance, and its terrifying aura left everyone breathless. No wonder no one who enters here ever returns alive. "This creature is truly formidable," she remarked. "My apologies, everyone. I have led you to a dead end," Mr. Mo declared loudly. "You speak as if it were not for your guidance leading us here. we would have perished at the hands of those from Xuantiang Palace. One of the 800 elite retorted, unfazed and not rushing in panic. The moment they entered the Qiqian cave, they had foreseen this outcome. If I must die, at least I will have the chance to contend with such a powerful creature. Ah! The 800 elites immediately scattered, assuming combat positions. Mr. Mo, witnessing this, laughed heartily, feeling a sense of comfort within. Come on. He and Feng Fian braced themselves at the forefront as everyone held their breath in anticipation. The blood beast, incensed by their calmness, suddenly accelerated, charging at them. In this moment of crisis, a slender figure abruptly appeared. Fang Ling let out a cold snort and swiftly swung his sword. Dragon slay. With a single strike, the blood beast disintegrated. This aura is... Fang Ling exclaimed in surprise. The blood beast he had slain was familiar to him, sharing a source with the blood demon ancestor. Could it be that this place is the blood demon ancestor's hidden dwelling? He mused, convinced that this cave harbored treasures. After all, when he had slain the blood demon ancestor and his spouse, he had found nothing of value on them. Yet having lived so long, it was unlikely they lacked some form of wealth. Chapter 050. The demonic crystal forging 800 demon soldiers. Thank you, sect leader, for saving us. Otherwise, we would have perished here today. Mr. Mo and the others rushed forward to express their gratitude. Fang Ling responded with a slight hum and inquired about further details. When he arrived at the Qiqian cave, there had been no one outside. He initially thought the people from Xuantiang Palace had pursued them inside, but it seemed they had retreated. After all, the Qiqian cave's notorious reputation was well known throughout the Blood Marsh. They had surmised that this group of cultivators from Nanyang Kingdom would never emerge alive after entering. Subsequently, he led the 800 elites to explore the depths of the Qiqian cave. Indeed, this was the hidden abode of the blood demon ancestor. Within a stone chamber, he discovered the blood demon ancestor's journal. The blood beast he had just slain was left behind to guard the cave. The blood demon ancestor was a being who had lived for millennia. Although his cultivation was not supreme, he had a wealth of knowledge. As Fang Ling carefully examined the journal, he unearthed some intriguing insights. He gazed at a potted plant on the table, marveling, what a magnificent blood spirit flower. It can actually enhance the bloodline quality of a demon. According to the journal, this flower was a rare find discovered by the blood demon ancestor in a valley during his youth. It was exceedingly precious, a supreme treasure for demons. After harvesting it, he had transplanted it into a pot using his spiritual cultivation techniques, nurturing it diligently each day. He had originally intended to select the most powerful blood beast to refine the blood spirit flower, thus creating a beast king. Unfortunately, his greed had led him to delay, hoping to allow the flower to mature further. Thus, the now potent blood spirit flower became a wedding dress, benefiting Fang Ling instead. Beside him, the nether beast stared intently at the blood spirit flower but dared not act recklessly, suppressing its inner urges. The flower held no value for Fang Ling, so he plucked it and casually tossed it to the nether beast lying nearby. In light of your loyalty, you may claim this opportunity, he stated casually. The nether beast was overjoyed, eagerly approaching Fang Ling and affectionately nuzzling him in gratitude. Go on, quickly refine it, he said, patting its head. It will also expedite your recovery. The nether beast let out a soft whine, consuming the blood spirit flower in one bite before retreating to a corner, curling into a ball. Just then, Mr. Mo entered, reporting, Sect Leader, we have discovered a peculiar area deep within the cave. Fang Ling promptly followed him to the depths of the cave. Here, it felt as though something was concealed, shrouded by a formation. Fang Ling surmised that what lay hidden here was likely the other item he had seen in the journal. He immediately set to work dismantling the formation, and a pungent smell of blood surged forth. As everyone looked ahead, they beheld blocks of crimson crystal standing upon the ground. What are these? Even Mr. Mo, with his extensive knowledge, could not identify the blood crystals. Yet Fang Ling revealed a smile, stating, these are the demonic crystals painstakingly crafted by the blood demon ancestor over millennia. These blood-colored demonic crystals were forged from precious metals, high-quality spiritual herbs, abundant spirit stones, and the blood of demons, all meticulously combined using secret techniques. That blood demon ancestor was exceedingly stingy. He has existed for an eternity, his lifespan waning. Yet, he harbors a desire to prevent his grave from being violated after his demise. Thus, he has prepared these magic crystals in advance. By merging these crystals with a corpse, it is possible to create a legion of mindless soldiers, solely obedient to commands. These soldiers will possess formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, serving as guardians of his tomb. However, these magic crystals are not limited to the deceased. The living may also harness their power. I shall impart the method of refinement to you. Each of you should excavate some magic crystals and refine them here. Upon hearing this, Mr. M.O. quickly interjected, Master, this is absolutely unwise. Since the magic crystals can enhance strength, you should enjoy them yourself and not waste them on us. Indeed, we have yet to achieve any merit and lack the face to accept rewards, Fang Ling added. Fang Ling calmly replied, The energy of the magic crystals is diverse. For me, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, but they are entirely suitable for you. What I give you, you should accept with confidence, for your strength will assist me. Then we are profoundly grateful for your nurturing, Master. Mr. M.O. ceased his objections and promptly led 800 elite individuals into the chamber. In no time, each person, according to their cultivation level, acquired a portion of the magic crystals. Subsequently, Fang Ling imparted the secret method of refinement to them, and everyone began refining on the spot. Fang Ling himself did not remain idle, moving forward to commence his own cultivation. Layers of spirit stones unfurled beneath his feet. After slaughtering in Wuliang City, his pockets had become quite ample. Since descending the mountain, he had undergone considerable trials and felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Now that he had time, it was the perfect opportunity to test himself. A vast quantity of spirit stones was swiftly reduced to powder, despite the formidable nature of the Chaos Sacred Body. The resources required for cultivation were indeed staggering. Time slipped by, and after depleting half of the spirit stones in his storage ring, he finally broke through the barrier, advancing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Celestial Authority realm. This breakthrough in level was sufficient to dramatically enhance his strength. All his acquired skills were the pinnacle of worldly divine abilities. As his realm elevated, the power of these abilities could multiply exponentially. Rising, he approached the area where his disciples were refining the magic crystals. Some had already completed their refinement, their auras significantly deepened, their enhancements quite remarkable. However, they underwent certain transformations as well. Their eyes glowed red, and their skin took on a pale, purple hue. These magic crystals are astonishing. I was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial pivot realm, and now I am directly at the pinnacle of the celestial sphere realm. Not only that, have you noticed how exaggerated our physical strength has become? We are practically like artifacts. Indeed, it's as though we have been reborn. Master, we are eternally grateful for your rebirth. Everyone knelt partially, pledging their vows. In the harsh realm of cultivation, even the closest of kin may turn against one another over the struggle for resources. Yet, they now found themselves fortunate to receive such an opportunity, as Fang Ling had elevated them to heights they could scarcely have dreamed of in this lifetime. Others gradually completed their refinements, each brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Ultimately, Mr. M.O. and Fang Ling also finished their refining. Naturally, they received a greater share of magic crystals and experienced significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. Fang Ling advanced from the mid-stage of the Celestial Balance Realm to the late stage of the Celestial Authority Realm. Mr. M.O. transcended from the late stage of the Celestial Balance Realm to the pinnacle of the Celestial Authority Realm. In terms of realm alone, they had both surpassed Fang Ling himself. The effects of these magic crystals far exceeded Fang Ling's imagination. Now, these 800 elites generally reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Sphere Realm, with over 100 attaining the Celestial Balance Realm. Coupled with the leadership of Mr. M.O. and Fang Ling, this battalion of magic soldiers had truly become a formidable weapon. Chapter 051. The Transformation of the Nether Beast Suddenly. A terrifying pressure emanated from another part of the cave. Mr. M.O. and the others' expressions tightened, swiftly forming a battle formation in preparation for confrontation. However, Fang Ling waved his hand nonchalantly. Not an enemy. It is my mount. Although the aura felt somewhat unfamiliar, as its master, Fang Ling certainly recognized it approaching. The nether beast slowly approached, looking far more ferocious than before. Its pair of golden horns had elongated and sharpened, and dark lightning surged across its body, exuding an aura of extreme danger. The blood spirit flower not only enhanced its bloodline quality, transforming it from royal to imperial, but also propelled its strength to new heights. Its realm had directly reached the early stage of the Jade Harmony realm, akin to a meteoric rise. It walked to Fang Ling's side, affectionately nuzzling him with its head, appearing quite docile. Indeed, you have undergone a remarkable transformation, Fang Ling mused with a smile. Despite its current gentle demeanor, when provoked, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. The enhancement of its bloodline signifies an epic elevation for the demon race, resulting in a leap in all aspects. The nether beast communicated with Fang Ling through divine thoughts, sharing its newly awakened divine abilities from this evolution. It could now merge with any shadow, and in this state, it could choose to lend its strength to the shadow's master. With its current cultivation, this would undoubtedly be a significant boon for Fang Ling. Moreover, this ability could not only enhance combat capability, but also be employed for intelligence gathering and assassination. As they departed from the Chitian ancient cave, Fang Ling glanced back, feeling a wave of emotion. Blood Demon Ancestor, you truly are a great benefactor. In Liu City, at the Xiantian Hall, the Hall Master, Ji Manhua, paced restlessly within the Grand Hall, deeply troubled. The news of her most trusted protector, Qian Xiaoye, having met a tragic end in Tianqing City, had reached her. Her own realm was only slightly higher than Qian Xiaoye's. When a decision must be made, one must act. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. She clenched her silver teeth, intending to abandon everything and flee for her life. Although it meant losing the foundation she had painstakingly built, just then, a subordinate stumbled in, panicked, reporting to the Hall Master, grave news. A horde of magic soldiers has emerged from somewhere, attacking. Though they number only around 800, each is immensely powerful, and our brothers cannot withstand them. The man reported. Ji Manhua's expression changed, and she commanded, immediately order all disciples to prepare for battle. I am already prepared. We only need to hold on for a moment. Understood. The subordinate's eyes brightened, and he quickly withdrew. Once he left, Ji Manhua vanished in a flash. Departing the Xiantian Hall, she understood that it must be the Tian Luo sect seeking vengeance, and she had to flee quickly. Otherwise, it would be too late. However, just as she ascended to the clouds, she spotted a handsome young man who seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. The Tian Luo divine technique is in my possession. Do you desire it? Fang Ling asked, observing the fleeing Ji Manhua with a calm tone. Ji Manhua forced a laugh and said, please do not be angered. This is entirely a misunderstanding. I have no interest in the Tian Luo divine technique. I was merely deceived before. Although she could not perceive Fang Ling's cultivation, she indeed felt a sense of dread in his presence. Having survived in the blood-soaked lands for so many years, she was quite astute. At this moment, she had entirely abandoned the notion of fleeing, and would not dare to attack Fang Ling. Of course, I have made mistakes as well. Therefore, I am willing to compensate. As she spoke, she bashfully stepped forward, delicately loosening her clothing, letting it flutter away in the wind. Fang Ling silently observed, saying nothing. Upon seeing this, Ji Manhua smiled, feeling a slight sense of relief. She thought Fang Ling had accepted her apology, but she still needed to maintain a good demeanor. Gradually, she knelt down, her delicate hands reaching forward. However, just then, Fang Ling's expression turned indifferent as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, thrusting it toward her head. The blood sword pierced through the top of her head, completely engulfing her. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the moment of death. The blood sword unleashed its power, instantly draining Ji Manhua's body, leaving only a skeleton behind. Fang Ling let out a soft sigh, nodding to himself. During this return to the mountain, he sought counsel from his sword master and his companion, the brute, regarding some doubts in his cultivation. Upon gaining clarity on these questions, he suddenly experienced a revelation, daringly intertwining the techniques of the blood sword with the gluttonous divine art. Now, as this sword fell, the blood sword would devour everything. The bloodthirsty aura would linger on the blood sword, while the essence of life would flow directly into his body through the sword as a medium. The principle was quite simple. Previously, he could absorb the essence of life using his palm. Now, he merely replaced his palm with the blood sword, which was inherently a part of him, making the process seamless. Thus, future cultivation would no longer be cumbersome. He would simply need to wield the sword. In the presence of others, it would also be inconspicuous, leaving no trace of suspicion. Returning to the matter at hand, he surveyed the situation within Liu City. The greatest strength of the 800 demon soldiers lay in their physical form, with the magic crystals infused with a multitude of precious metals. These metals were originally intended for crafting magical artifacts. Thus it was not an exaggeration to refer to them as soldiers. Their combat prowess was formidable, each possessing the ability to battle across tiers, rendering the practitioners of the Xiantian temple powerless. Master Fat often taught that one must not waste food. he murmured to himself, rushing to the battlefield to join the slaughter. The Xintian Temple was a dominant force in Liu City, and now, with Fang Ling leading the charge against them, a tremendous upheaval ensued. Leaders of smaller factions hastily approached to pay their respects, expressing their willingness to submit. Such was the nature of the Blood Marsh. The strong claimed the most bountiful resources, while the weak were left to beg beneath their feet. Unlike his indiscriminate slaughter in Wuliang City, Fang Ling now recognized the importance of human resources. These individuals could potentially become part of the Tianluo sect in the future. In less than a month, first Wuliang City fell, followed by the Xintian Temple in Liu City. This resurgence of violence stirred the long-quiet Blood Marsh once more. Many perceptive individuals realized that the mysterious figure responsible for the massacre in Wuliang City was likely Fang Ling himself, who had seemingly emerged from thin air. Consequently, the cities of Liyue and Tianqing became bustling with activity. Both cities had since come under the control of the Tianluo sect, each establishing its own branch. An increasing number of people flocked to join, eager to become part of the sect. However, upon hearing that one must first abandon their original cultivation methods to join, many hesitated. Nevertheless, some resolute individuals chose to sever their ties and decisively entered the sect. Fang Ling valued these individuals greatly, for they would undoubtedly become the elite within the sect. In his study, Fang Ling was engrossed in reading books about Miaozhuang when Mr. Mo entered respectfully, inquiring about any instructions from the sect leader. Fang Ling looked up and replied calmly, "I require you to issue a challenge to all the leaders of the first and second tier powers in the Blood Marsh. Inform them that I intend to fight them all." Mr. Mo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly assented, not uttering another word as he exited. The forces within the Blood Marsh were intricate, and Fang Ling desired to leave Miaozhuang promptly, wishing not to waste time there. Thus, he sought to decisively conquer the Blood Marsh, making it his domain. Soon Mr. Mo dispatched individuals to deliver the challenge to the various influential figures in the Blood Marsh. Although they typically avoided each other and were often adversaries, the sudden emergence of Fang Ling instilled a sense of crisis in them, prompting a collective response. 3 days later, on the sunsetting plains outside Tianqing City, waves of elite cultivators flocked from various cities, converging in one place. The vast expanse of the plain became so crowded that there was scarcely room to stand, with thousands of warships anchored in the sky. Such a grand spectacle had not been seen in the Blood Marsh for many years. In fact, aside from Fang Ling's subordinates, everyone else in Tianqing City had fled. Everyone knew that an imminent fierce battle was unavoidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Within the newly established branch of the Tianluo sect in the city, despite the presence of millions of formidable cultivators outside, it felt like a sanctuary. Fang Ling continued to read in his study, with Mr. Mo periodically entering to report on the situation outside. He knew that not all forces had arrived yet, and he would wait for them before exiting the city. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the candle flame on the green lamp to flicker. Fang Ling set down his book, raising his head abruptly. Upon seeing the person who had appeared before him, he felt an immediate sense of unease. The visitor, clad in plain white robes, possessed a beauty akin to a blooming lotus, pure yet captivating. This individual was none other than Master Zizhu, with whom Fang Ling had recently fought fiercely. She had been absent for some time, and he had assumed she had long departed the Blood Marsh. Her sudden appearance caught him off guard. If she were to attack now, his situation would become precarious. A wave of pressure washed over him. Master Zizhu's cultivation was terrifyingly formidable. He was no match for her. If a confrontation ensued, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the millions of cultivators outside. While he might manage to escape, his loyal subordinates would likely perish here. Their eyes met, and they regarded each other silently. After a moment, Master Zizhu spoke. "You need not be so tense. I have not come to kill you this time." "Then what does the master wish to convey?" Fang Ling replied solemnly, skeptical of her words. Master Zizhu turned slightly, appearing somewhat shy. "I have come to request your assistance in my cultivation," she stated. Fang Ling furrowed his brow and coldly responded, "What I have learned cannot be imparted to you. You should abandon that notion. If you seek to seize it by force, let us settle it through our skills." Cultivators often held their legacies in high regard. His 5 masters had cautioned him against sharing his knowledge with others. Master Zizhu gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, replying, "The cultivation I refer to is not your Buddhist techniques. That day, when I broke my vow of celibacy, my heart was shattered, and to this day, I remain unable to. If I cannot transcend my desires in this life, I will forever struggle in martial arts and never reach the pinnacle. Fortunately, a Buddhist scripture enlightened me, and I finally grasped the method to break free from my demons. Without breaking, there can be no establishment. Hence, I hope you can assist me in my cultivation. If you help me shatter these demons and restore my heart, I shall no longer pursue past grievances. Upon hearing this, Fang Ling secretly sighed in relief, grateful that she was not seeking revenge. How may I assist you in your cultivation? He inquired with a serious expression. Master Zijou clenched her delicate fist, her wide eyes fixated on him. She felt she had expressed herself clearly enough, yet this dense fool seemed oblivious. Or perhaps he understood everything and was merely feigning ignorance to toy with her. Seeing her angry demeanor brought him unexpected delight, as he thought that even when she was upset, she was quite charming. There's no need to look at me like that, Master. I truly do not understand. Perhaps you could articulate your request more clearly, he suggested. Master Zijou took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with each breath. I am troubled by desire, and to overcome it, I must first confront it directly. You treat me as you did that day. You attend to your affairs, and I will tend to mine, until I can achieve a state of tranquility, free from thoughts and desires. If I can reach such a realm, then this layer of demons shall be broken. Amida Buddha. She closed her eyes and pressed her palms together, preemptively seeking forgiveness from the Buddha. Fang Ling inhaled deeply, rising from his seat. Very well, if not me, then who will descend into hell? The cause of the past leads to the fruit of today. To untie the bell, one must tie it. Master Zijou furrowed her brows slightly, huffing. You are quite the rascal. Since the beginning of my path, I have been known as the Jade Guanyin. What you just said seems to imply that I have wronged you. Truly, you have no shame. Fang Ling chuckled, fully aware that he had intentionally provoked her, wishing to see her smile rather than remain perpetually stoic. In those few exchanges, the previously awkward atmosphere seemed to ease a little. He walked directly to Master Zijou, who was visibly flustered, unsure of where to place her hands. Her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat quickened. Ultimately, she overcame her mental barriers. After a prolonged moment, Master Zijou rose, picked up a plain robe from the side, and draped it over herself. I shall take a moment to awaken my understanding and return to the fray later, she murmured, and instantly vanished from sight. Fang Ling leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The 9 extremes yin-yang technique was indeed profound. The spiritual energy gained from a single session of practice equated to a month's worth of his efforts. Moreover, the dual energies of yin and yang, he opened his hand, revealing wisps of black and white energy manifesting in his palm. These strands were the very essence of yin and yang. Master Zijou was truly remarkable. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Naturally, as a young man brimming with vitality, he was not immune to the allure of desire. Though he had been multitasking, he had relished the experience. Above the skies of Tianqing City, Master Zijou sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform, seeking enlightenment amidst the clouds. How detestable! I have become lost in my own indulgences, she murmured, a frown clouding her features. You cultivate the samadhi, yet remain entangled in worldly desires. Without purging your lust, you cannot transcend this realm. No matter how wise you may be, if your mind is consumed by lust, you shall inevitably fall into the demonic path. Zijou, you must transcend soon. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, gazing toward the direction of the setting sun plane. A flicker of golden light caught her attention, as the realm of Shaluo engulfed the entire plain. This little demon, her expression turned to one of fury. How utterly vile! Knowing I am here, you dare to create such slaughter. Completely disregarding me, once I have vanquished my inner demons, you shall be the first to face my wrath. Fang Ling had taken the opportunity to leave the city while she was engrossed in her meditation, wishing to avoid her interference. He found Master Zijou to be an enigma. Despite their previous moment of camaraderie, he had no doubt that she would soon turn hostile, perhaps even calling for his demise. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he needed to eliminate the threats outside the city first, ensuring he would not be forced into a passive position. Chapter 053. The invincible path of the flesh. At this moment, within the realm of Shaluo, Fang Ling wielded his blood sword, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. All those within the blood-soaked ground were ruthless, with few possessing any virtue. To claim this land as his own, he would have to be even more merciless, instilling fear in all. The millions before him were the elite from various cities and factions. If he could annihilate them here, everything that followed would become significantly easier, perhaps even requiring no further effort on his part. As he began to slay top-tier masters, some could no longer hold their ground. "Spare me. My lady is willing to lead the Jiucheng Tower to submission." The beautiful woman kneeling before Fang Ling was the master of the Jiucheng Tower, a formidable force in the blood-soaked land, renowned and established for many years. Witnessing even her beg for mercy, an increasing number of individuals dropped their weapons. Kneeling before Fang Ling, he ignored them and swiftly executed a strike. Aside from a few master-level experts, the rest perished. "Everyone, this man is an unrepentant madman. Today, it is either his death or ours. We shall fight him to the end." The master of the Jiucheng Tower bellowed, but her words had barely left her lips before Fang Ling severed her head with a single stroke. The setting sun plain, once a vast expanse of lush green grass, was now entirely stained crimson. Fang Ling resembled a monstrous entity solely focused on destruction, relentlessly swinging his blood sword. In less than an hour, the millions of elite cultivators from the blood-soaked land had been reduced to mere bones. The stark white skeletons lay upon the blood-red grass, creating a hauntingly beautiful yet sorrowful sight. Above the prairie, Fang Ling's lifeblood sword hung in the air, continuously emanating black energy. This black energy was the fully materialized aura of killing intent. Due to the overwhelming number of murders committed in a short span, the blood sword could not contain it, leaving Fang Ling with no choice but to let it linger. He gazed at his own flesh, noticing that his crimson skin had begun to develop black patterns. These patterns were intermittent and incomplete, indicative of the evolution of the demon prison body. He had witnessed his barbarian master demonstrate the complete form of the demon prison body. Once fully developed, these patterns would form a formation, known as the body formation. However, such formations were not uniform, as each individual's circumstances varied, leading to different outcomes. His barbarian master's body formation was called Opening the Heavens, which, upon activation, could amplify his power tenfold. Thus, Fang Ling eagerly anticipated what kind of formation his own body might evolve into. After a while, he withdrew the blood sword into his body and waved his hand, dismantling the realm of Shaluo. He looked up at the skies above Tianqing City and, in a flash, returned to the study of the sub-temple. Above the setting sun plain, Master Zizhu gazed solemnly at the sea of bones, tightly clutching her snow jade pure bottle. After a brief pause, she departed in anger, appearing in Fang Ling's study. "Why are you so malevolent?" she chastised. "You left not a single one of the millions of cultivators on the setting sun plain today. You have wrought such slaughter. You shall surely reap the consequences. This does not concern you," Fang Ling replied nonchalantly. Master Zizhu opened her mouth to retort, but suddenly stopped. She had completely seen through this man and believed that Fang Ling was beyond redemption. The only path to salvation lay in sending him to meet the Buddha. "If I do not slay you, how many innocent lives will be lost at your hands in the future?" she thought. She felt a surge of indignation within her and immediately left. The battle at the setting sun plain cast a shadow over the entire blood-soaked land. Those who had previously viewed this place as a sanctuary were frightened into fleeing overnight. In an instant, the blood-soaked land descended into chaos, seemingly reverting to its primordial state. Days later, in Tianqing City, 180,000 cultivators knelt before Fang Ling in unison. "We pay homage to the master," Yun Shuiqing proclaimed with resolute strength, and the other disciples quickly echoed her. The blood-soaked land was vast, and the 800 demon soldiers alone could not maintain order. Consequently, Fang Ling ordered all disciples to relocate, completely abandoning the Nanyang kingdom. He prepared to have them occupy the 36 cities of the blood-soaked land in batches, establishing sub-temples and bringing the entire region under his control. Although the combat strength of the 180,000 disciples from Nanyang kingdom was not particularly formidable, with his current authority, none would dare to oppose him. Everything was already predetermined. During his absence from Nanyang kingdom, the Tiao Emperor had not suppressed the remaining disciples, allowing their numbers to grow from 120,000 to 180,000. "Now it is up to you," Fang Ling nodded, signaling for them to rise. Yun Shuiqing and the others had long been eager to act. In the following days, she, along with Hu Yu and others, moved swiftly, capturing all 36 cities and establishing sub-temples. From this day forward, the fragmented power dynamics of the blood-soaked land would vanish, leaving the Tian Luo sect as the sole dominant force. However, Fang Ling did not rush to leave. He lingered for a while longer, ensuring stability before preparing to head south. Before doing so, he decided to leave the nether beast behind. Although the blood-soaked land had stabilized, he could not guarantee that no unexpected events would arise during his journey to Miaojiang. Thus, he chose to leave the nether beast. Should any unforeseen circumstances occur, its current strength would likely suffice to resolve them. Master, did you call for me? Mr. Mo entered the study, bowing respectfully. Fang Ling rolled up the regional map of Miaojiang on the table and stored it in his storage ring. He then looked up at him and said, I will be heading south shortly. I entrust the affairs of the sect to you and the others. Mr. Mo had long been aware of Fang Ling's plans to journey south, so he was not surprised. I will do my utmost. He replied, before you leave, there is something I wish to hand over to you. Fang Ling gestured, and the deadly spike appeared in his hand. This is a sevenfold restricted artifact, the deadly spike. Its power is unparalleled, and I bestow it upon you. When I am away, should formidable enemies invade, perhaps I can rely on this object to turn the tide. The deadly cone is a treasure of the blood demon ancestor, of considerable quality. Yet, for the other party, Ling, it is utterly useless. This is merely a postnatal treasure. In his possession rests the innate companion treasure, the Sioux New Jersey NPTI and spear. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mo did not refuse, feeling immensely honored. He understood that Fang Ling's actions were meant to leave some contingency plans, lest others take advantage of the heavenly Luo sect in his absence. The fact that Fang Ling chose to entrust this treasure to him indicated that in Fang Ling's eyes, he had become a trusted confidant. After conveying all necessary instructions, Fang Ling departed from the Blood Marsh. The Blood Marsh lies beyond a vast wilderness from Miaojing. After several days of travel, he finally set foot in this land teeming with demons. By a mountain stream, he scooped up a handful of water and drank deeply. The wilderness is rich in spiritual energy. Even the mountain's spring water surpasses that of the southern Yang Blood Marsh. After quenching his thirst, he turned to gaze a large tree. If you wish to continue your cultivation, then show yourself, he said. If you no longer wish to cultivate, do not follow me. A graceful figure slowly emerged from behind the tree, the purple bamboo master wearing a frosty expression as she fixed her gaze on Fang Ling. Since that day at the sunset origin, she had not revealed herself again. However, Fang Ling knew she had been trailing him all along, merely sulking in silence. Chapter 54. The Eternal Family and the Undying Sect at Night, in a secluded hollow. The purple bamboo master sat quietly by the fire, seemingly lost in thought. The firelight illuminated her face, casting a warm glow that made her complexion appear alluring. Half a month had passed since she reappeared, and they had ventured deep into the wilderness. At this moment, Fang Ling approached from a distance, holding a seven-colored feathered chicken. He had read that the meat of this magical bird was exceptionally delicious, a true delicacy. He set about slaughtering and marinating it, skewering it with a piece of jade wood that would not catch fire easily. Then, he sat down opposite the purple bamboo master and began to roast the chicken. Upon seeing this, her delicate brows furrowed, and she immediately turned away, presenting her back to him. Fang Ling continued to roast the chicken, and soon, an enticing aroma filled the air. Merely the scent was enough to make one's mouth water. He took a bite, and his eyes brightened instantly. This dish could be said to be the most exquisite food he had tasted since descending the mountain. As he indulged, he suddenly heard a faint sound of someone swallowing. He looked up at the purple bamboo master's back and couldn't help but chuckle. This is truly delectable. Would you care to try a bite? Fang Ling inquired. The purple bamboo master snorted coldly, her tone laced with indignation. Do not presume too much. I'm a practitioner and never consume meat. Moreover, this is utterly foul-smelling. Only you could enjoy it, But how did I just hear someone swallow? Fang Ling asked. The purple bamboo master felt her face flush with embarrassment, hastily retorting, You misheard. Is that so? Fang Ling smiled, setting the roasted chicken aside, and then stood to leave. I just discovered an intriguing place. I shall go take a look. Once he departed, the purple bamboo master turned around, her eyes fixated on the roasted chicken. Even one as dignified as she could not help but swallow hard. Although she had strictly adhered to her vows, her physical instincts were difficult to suppress. The seven-colored feathered chicken was a culinary delight, igniting her appetite uncontrollably. After all, I've already broken my vow of abstinence. What would it matter to break my vow of vegetarianism as well? She murmured. Swiftly, she broke off a chicken leg and took a tentative bite. The moment it touched her lips, her body trembled. It was not only the exquisite taste that thrilled her, but also the exhilaration of her internal rebellion. In this instant, she had broken her vow, Yet her heart was filled with a rush of excitement. This transgression brought her an unprecedented pleasure. After a while, Fang Ling returned. He looked at the bare jade branches by the fire and shook his head. "Where's my roasted chicken? Not even a bone remains." The purple bamboo master, who had been meditating nearby, opened her eyes and replied calmly, "It must have been snatched away by a passing demon spirit." "That makes sense." Fang Ling nodded slightly, then suddenly pulled out a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth. The purple bamboo master blinked, as if realizing something. She silently turned away, using her spiritual sense to check her appearance, only to see her face glistening with grease. Having never indulged in such a manner before, she found herself in quite the predicament. Fang Ling sat down and suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of the Fang family in the Eastern Green Domain?" The purple bamboo master, still feeling flustered, responded quickly, "If the Fang family you speak of refers to the former hegemon of the Eastern Green Domain, I certainly have heard of them." At their peak, the Fang family boasted 6 celestial-level experts, their influence extending far beyond any single domain. However, 18 years ago, even the mighty Fang family was annihilated, a matter that shocked the entire 8 domains. I still remember that year when I was out exterminating demons. The abbess sent me 18 urgent messages, summoning me back to the Tianjing monastery. The monastery's doors remained closed for 10 years, only reopening a decade later when peace was restored. Since the Fang family was once a domain's hegemon, who could possibly have the power to exterminate them? Fang Ling queried. The purple bamboo master replied nonchalantly, "The so-called domain hegemon is merely a superficial title. In some secluded places, there exist immortal sects that have been passed down since ancient times, as well as eternal families from even more ancient eras. These forces rarely reveal themselves, as they prefer to remain hidden. After all, the spiritual energy in the current 8 domains pales in comparison to their secluded realms, which they deem utterly polluted. In those days, the major powers of the 8 domains had no motive to attack the Fang family. Thus, everyone understands that it was most likely an immortal family or an undying sect that brought about the Fang family's demise. This matter can never be definitively established, as no one dares to investigate. It is said that even a mere servant from an eternal family is considered a master in the outside world. One wonders what offense the Fang family committed against them. Fang Ling seemed to ask casually. A common man is often blamed for possessing a treasure. I once heard the abbess say that the Fang family seemed to have obtained some extraordinary artifact. The purple bamboo master murmured. Such occurrences are commonplace in the cultivation world, happening every moment. However, for it to happen to a hegemonic force like the Fang family is truly surprising and evokes pity. "What? Do you have ties to the Fang family?" she asked. Fang Ling shook his head. "Just a curiosity, really. I presume so, as it is said that all forces and individuals associated with the Fang family were eradicated in one fell swoop." The purple bamboo master stated, "There should no longer be anyone related to the Fang family in the world." Fang Ling stood up, yawning slightly, appearing somewhat fatigued, and then lay down on the side. The purple bamboo master is the highest-ranking cultivator he has encountered in the outside world. What she said must certainly be more reliable than the accounts found in miscellaneous texts. The path of cultivation diverges into martial and celestial ways. The 7 realms of martial arts are named after the Big Dipper. From weakest to strongest, they are Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tianji, Tian Quan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, the Yaoguang Great Perfection, one must undergo 7 tribulations to break through to the celestial realm. Throughout history, 99% of cultivators have found themselves trapped during this tribulation phase, unable to transcend. Yet even the Fang family, with their 6 celestial-level experts, was quietly annihilated. This filled Fang Ling with immense pressure. With his current strength, he was still far too weak. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, casting an irritated glance at the purple bamboo master. She had unexpectedly drawn near without a word of warning, intruding. Fang Ling, already in a foul mood, became infuriated by her actions. After a while, Fang Ling exhaled softly, setting her down. The purple bamboo master breathed lightly, using her foot to pull over a nearby garment, promptly draping it over herself. Fang Ling was about to say something, but as he turned, she vanished without a trace. Not far away, the purple bamboo master sat cross-legged on a lotus pedestal, her complexion flushed. In her heart, she could not help but murmur, "This fellow. Tonight, he is remarkably vigorous." Just moments ago, when Fang Ling had lifted her entire being, she felt as if her soul might soar to the heavens. Yet, there has been no progress at all. This hurdle is indeed difficult to overcome. The thought of still being lost in her own oblivion, perhaps even more so, filled her with endless regret and guilt. Chapter 055. The source of life of the bone of creation in a secluded place. The sky rumbled ominously. Crimson lightning ravaging the surroundings, painting half the heavens red. Yet amidst this terrifying storm, a handsome young man stood resolutely. Countless bolts of thunder struck him, yet he did not so much as flinch. The lightning danced around him like threads, unable to harm even a single hair on his body. In the distance, two venerable elders, exuding an air of ethereal grace, observed this scene with smiles upon their faces. Truly worthy of the diamond body, Lang Tian's physical form grows increasingly formidable. Perhaps in a millennium or two, he shall surpass us, one remarked, stroking his long beard in admiration. The other elder, with flowing white hair, chuckled. Is it necessary to wait a millennium? Look at him now. Transcending this first heavenly tribulation is almost laughably easy. Within a century, he will surely overcome 7 tribulations and illuminate the 7 stars. At that point, he will transform and enter the realm of immortals, his physique rivaling ours. However, I have heard that the young lady from the Yi family seems to be progressing even further. According to reports, she is already facing the 4th heavenly tribulation. In her chaotic divine, I has completely merged with her, the other elder said, his brow furrowing slightly, his mood dampened. It is regrettable that my Lin family acted too slowly back then, only managing to seize a single bone of creation. Had we acted sooner, perhaps the chaotic divine I would have belonged to us. Though the bone of creation is powerful, it pales in comparison to the chaotic divine I and the sacred heart of the heavenly path. He lamented. In truth, acquiring a single bone of creation is already a stroke of fortune, the other elder replied with a smile. Moreover, the bone of creation within Lang Tian is one of the 2 with stronger Tao rhythms. The other bone, containing its creation techniques, cannot compare to his. Indeed, greed often leads to downfall. We should be content with our share, the first elder nodded slightly. After a while, the thunderstorm subsided. The handsome young man strode towards the 2 elders. Thank you, Elder 2 and Elder 5, for your protection, Lang Tian said, bowing respectfully. The elder with white hair, who was the 2nd elder of the Lin family, Lin Weia, nodded in acknowledgement and said, with your current strength, you do not require our assistance to face the first tribulation. It has been many years since our Lin family has produced a talent like you. Work hard and strive to bring honor to our family in the longevity debate a century hence. The 5th elder, Lin Sanshan, added, our expectations for you are not high. The little monster from the sword pavilion possesses an innate sword body, bolstered by the sacred heart of the heavenly path. It is only natural that you cannot defeat him. Additionally, the Yi family's enchanting girl wields the top-tier companion spirit treasure, the Yi divine bow, and the assistance of the chaotic divine eye, making it difficult for you to compete with her. However, against other heirs from various families and sacred lands, you should have no significant issues. Lang Xian replied solemnly. Although those 2 may currently surpass me in realm, I do not believe my talent is inferior to theirs. With 100 years remaining, as long as I cultivate the creation techniques of the bone of creation to the 2nd realm, I will undoubtedly be able to contend with them. If you can truly achieve that, there is indeed a chance. However, the bone of creation is an acquired implant. You are not its original bearer. While mastering the first layer is relatively easy, the higher one climbs, the more challenging it becomes. The 5th elder cautioned. Lang Xian smiled confidently. This bone of creation has been within me for 18 years. It has completely merged with my being. I can feel that within a century, I will certainly master the 2nd layer. With the might of this creation technique, combined with my unparalleled diamond body, I will surely sweep through the talents of all clans. Such confidence is commendable, and you already exhibit the aura of a supreme being, the 2nd elder praised. Perhaps you will indeed surprise us. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley of the wildlands, Zijou suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up to gaze at Fang Ling beside her. At that moment, Fang Ling appeared to be trapped in a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat and twitching intermittently. Letting you commit such heinous acts, this is your retribution, she thought to herself, awakened in the dead of night by Fang Ling's disturbance. Losing all semblance of sleep, she decided to sit cross-legged and cultivate her inner peace. Just then, a series of thunderous booms erupted ahead, accompanied by flashes of lightning that rent the night sky. Fang Ling jolted awake, gasping for breath. Having dreamt once again of that horrific nightmare where his heart was gouged and his eyes plucked. coming to his senses. He rose and gazed towards the source of the thunder. Then, with a leap, he soared towards it. Seeing this, Zizhu immediately followed suit. The commotion emanated from a fierce battle between two fearsome beasts, a swan and a gray flood dragon, both of royal bloodlines, immensely powerful among the demon race. Watching from a distance, Zizhu's expression turned grave. What a terrifying presence. These are two demon beasts at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. We must leave swiftly to avoid being caught in their crossfire. Look over there in the valley, Fang Ling pointed, indicating the area. Zizhu carefully observed in the direction he indicated, murmuring, "They are very close to the valley, yet the residual forces of their battle seem to deliberately avoid it, almost as if there is something precious within." Closing her eyes, she pressed her palms together and activated her heart's eye, allowing her to see clearly into the valley without being detected by the swan and gray flood dragon. To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "There is a spring of life." "What is so remarkable about this spring of life?" Fang Ling inquired. Zizhu replied, "The spring of life is a gift from heaven and earth. Its emergence is entirely unpredictable. It may appear at any time and place. However, even if one can live for 1,000,000 years, the chance of encountering it is exceedingly slim. The spring of life is a divine opportunity, appearing only to vanish quickly thereafter. The waters of the spring contain the purest essence of life. If a recently deceased person is immersed in its waters, they may even be revived. However, this miraculous substance cannot be preserved. Any container used to carry it will cause the pure essence to dissipate completely once it leaves the spring." At that moment, Fang Ling felt a stir within his dantian as the Fusang divine tree grew restless, yearning for the spring of life, sensing that it could accelerate its growth. Is there a way to approach the spring without alarming these two great demons? Fang Ling asked. Zizhu shot him a glance. You would be wise to abandon any notion of coveting the spring of life. These two great demons are not to be trifled with. Then I shall resort to a cunning strategy, Fang Ling declared as he suddenly slapped her on her rear. Forgive me, master. His forceful action sent her soaring into the air. This fellow, so forceful. Zizhu felt a rush of shame and indignation, as if her very being had been struck. Suddenly, a human figure appeared in the air, causing the swan and gray flood dragon to halt their battle, their fierce gazes turning towards her, intent on eliminating this human woman before resuming their fight. Seeing this, Zizhu clenched her fists, her lungs nearly bursting with anger. To think I would be used as bait. How despicable. With no hesitation, she turned to flee, while Fang Ling seized the opportunity to slip away to the location of the Spring of Life. Chapter 056. The initial growth of the Fusang divine tree. Fang Ling raised his hand, a vortex forming in his palm, instantly consuming the entire pool of the fountain of life. The energy contained within this fountain was purer than the life essence drawn by the voracious divine arts. He drew a portion of it to his dantian, nourishing the Fusang divine tree, while the majority was devoted to his own cultivation. His physical strength surged uncontrollably, but the overwhelming energy was too abundant to absorb all at once. Within his dantian, the Fusang divine tree grew at a visibly rapid pace, quickly transforming into a lush tree, with the Fusang divine fire changing to a brilliant golden hue, its power significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the swan and the gray flood dragon, in pursuit of Master Zizhu, sensed the unusual happenings in the valley. They were furious. Such mighty beasts of the wild were being toyed with by mere humans. The swan and decisively abandoned the chase and turned its gaze towards the valley. With a bellow, it unleashed a bolt of lightning. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Before Fang Ling could react, he was struck. In an instant, his flesh was reduced to charred remains. The Swan-Ni's furious strike had been executed with full force. Even with his formidable physique, he was no match for a great demon at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Ling's heart pounded violently as the necrotic flesh was swiftly regenerated. He stomped his foot, shaking off the dark armor that had formed from the charred remains. The Swan and was astounded that its furious attack had not killed Fang Ling. In the next moment, a thunderous array appeared behind it, and a more terrifying wave of lightning surged forth. This was one of the Swan-Ni's innate divine abilities, divine thunder annihilation. The sensation of flesh being charred by lightning was something Fang Ling did not wish to experience again. He activated his blood eye, distorting space to banish the Swan-Ni's divine thunder into the void. The Swan and was momentarily stunned, It sensed that Fang Ling's realm was not high, appearing to it as insignificant as an ant. Yet, this tiny ant had managed to withstand 2 of its strikes. By the time it regained its wits, Fang Ling had already slipped away. The next day, at noon, Master Zizhu sat pale-faced on a large rock beside the mountain stream. She gazed at her reflection in the water, appearing quite haggard. Suddenly, she looked up, excitement flooding her as she summoned the snow jade pure vessel. "You villain! You nearly caused my demise at the claws of that gray flood dragon. Today, I shall capture you." She felt deeply aggrieved since she embarked on her path. She had never been so humiliated. This individual before her not only instigated her inner demons, but also committed such outrageous acts yesterday. The treasure vessel hovered in the air, radiating divine light that enveloped Fang Ling, immobilizing him. Just as he was about to be drawn into the snow jade pure vessel, Zizhu, in a fit of anger, waved her sleeve and stowed the treasure away. They had known each other for some time, and Fang Ling understood her temperament. If he had resisted, she would have pursued him relentlessly. However, if he remained passive, she would likely release him voluntarily. "I have endured all the hardship, yet you have reaped the benefits of the fountain of life," she exclaimed. "You are truly detestable, infuriating." Her eyes fixed on Fang Ling as she struggled to articulate her feelings. "I nearly perished at the hands of that swan, and I, suffering greatly," Fang Ling replied. "Unfortunately, once the fountain of life leaves the pool, its energy dissipates immediately, leaving me unable to bring you any." However, considering the significant assistance she provided, he prepared a form of compensation. He retrieved a jade slip from his pocket and pushed it towards her. Zizhu accepted the jade slip, her fingers brushing over it, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. Could it be a cultivation method from the Sholami realm? She pondered. She quickly scanned the contents of the jade slip with her divine sense. Upon finishing, her face flushed, and she glared at Fang Ling. "What do you mean by giving me this? As a respected elder of the Tianjing monastery, would I practice dual cultivation techniques?" What Fang Ling had given her was a condensed version of the 9 extremes yin-yang art. This abridged version focused solely on enhancing one's cultivation without allowing the accumulation of yin-yang energy, nor did it include the training methods for the great yin-yang hand. Although it was a simplified version, its quality far surpassed the inferior dual cultivation techniques found in the outside world. Fang Ling's intention in offering this technique was not merely to soothe her emotions. More importantly, if they both cultivated simultaneously, a resonance effect would occur, amplifying their progress tenfold compared to solitary practice. He was unconcerned about her potentially leaking this technique. Unless she wished to tarnish her reputation and be expelled from the Buddhist sect, the consequences would be dire. As a disciple of the Buddha, if it became known that she practiced dual cultivation, she would likely face persecution from the entire Buddhist realm. After all, no one will know. "You might as well give it a try. Perhaps there will be surprises," Fang Ling encouraged. Zizhu was about to retort when her brow furrowed, murmuring, "This is bad. Those 2 savage demons are mobilizing their forces to encircle us." Numerous monstrous beings were emerging from all directions, soon to discover their presence. Fang Ling inwardly sighed. Why they arrived so quickly? I have just escaped from the swan and my internal spiritual energy is nearly depleted. I fear I am unfit for battle. Zizhu replied, "Neither am I. In fact, to evade the gray flood dragon, my lotus avatar has already been destroyed. You must be a descendant of the Changshang family, right? If you have any trump cards, now is the time to use them." There were many ferocious beasts nearby, including formidable ones at the Yaoguang realm. Although not as terrifying as the 2 dominating beasts, they still posed a significant threat. "I have no distinguished background. I am not from the Changsheng family," Fang Ling replied. "There is no alternative. We must fight to the death and carve a path through." "Stay close behind me," he instructed. Zizhu silently regarded him, her heart filled with doubt. At this moment, she felt Fang Ling had no reason to lie. The swan and gray flood dragon were likely nearby. If they were ensnared, those 2 would soon arrive. She said, "Our best strategy is to temporarily avoid confrontation. After some time, we can figure out a way to leave." "The demon clan's senses are exceptionally keen. How can we evade them?" Fang Ling queried. Zizhu raised her hand, palm up, revealing the snow jade pure vessel. This treasure could not only suppress evil, but also serve as a refuge in times of disaster. However, to maintain the vessel's operation, their cultivation would be continuously drained, resulting in a regression of their realms. Moreover, there was no spiritual energy inside the vessel for recovery. The longer they hid, the more their cultivation would decline. It matters not. Let us enter quickly. Fang Ling nodded. He was not concerned about the regression of his cultivation. He doubted that the daily dual cultivation would not be sufficient to counterbalance what the vessel absorbed. Zizhu gave a soft response and summoned the vessel. A flash of divine light engulfed them both as they were drawn inside. Gradually, the vessel faded, merging with the void as if it had never existed. Chapter 057. Rapid advancement in cultivation, slaying the demon monkey. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Inside the snow, jade, pure vessel. Zizhu diligently twisted her waist, spinning in circles. After some time, she nestled against Fang Ling, blissfully closing her eyes. Fang Ling gently caressed her silky hair, feeling as though these 3 years had been nothing but a beautiful dream. Just then, a message talisman appeared out of thin air within the vessel's space. The once languid Zizhu jolted upright, her expression grave. She flicked her fingers to open the talisman. Zizhu returned to Tianjing Monastery immediately. The talisman bore only this single line, yet it weighed heavily on her heart. Initially, the two had only intended to remain in the snow jade pure vessel for a month or so, yet they had stayed until now. At the beginning, Fang Ling had utilized the 9 extremes yin-yang art, advancing in cultivation within the vessel's space. This imbalance only intensified Zizhu's feelings of inadequacy, leading her to succumb to temptation and also practice the condensed version of the 9 extremes yin-yang art that Fang Ling provided. After savoring the sweetness of success, she became increasingly proactive, her cultivation progressing day by day. Months passed without her willingness to leave, ultimately spending 3 years alongside Fang Ling within the precious vase. In this secluded realm, apart from each other, there was nothing else. Yet now, she suddenly received a message from the temple master, which jolted her back to reality like a thunderclap in spring. She abruptly realized the absurdity of her situation. Having spent 3 years here, indulging in pleasures with Fang Ling, completely forgetting her initial resolve to overcome her demonic obstacles, she had even become willingly depraved, sinking into utter degradation. I must return, she declared solemnly, casting a glance at Fang Ling. The past was to be regarded as a fleeting dream, an unrecapturable reverie. I cannot continue down this path of decadence. Fang Ling nodded in agreement, as he too had matters to attend to. The sentimental ties of love meant little to him. In a remote wilderness, the snowy jade celestial vase gradually solidified, revealing itself once more. With a flash of light, Fang Ling and Zizhu emerged from the vase, re-entering the outside world. 3 years had passed swiftly. Fang Ling was now 21 years old, having shed all traces of youthful naivety, appearing remarkably handsome. Zizhu, having maintained her composure for millennia, had also undergone subtle changes during their nurturing time together. She now resembled a perfectly ripe peach, ready to burst with juice at the slightest touch, her femininity radiating vibrantly. She cast one last glance at Fang Ling before soaring into the air, departing from the wild forest. Fang Ling turned and walked forward, neither of them exchanging farewell words. Over the 3 years, Fang Ling's cultivation had advanced significantly, now reaching the early stage of the Yuheng realm. Before entering the vase, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Tian Quan realm, having broken through 3 minor levels. However, the greatest gain was not merely the increase in cultivation, but the accumulation of yin and yang energies within him. With Zizhu's profound cultivation and her being untouched by men for millennia, her body harbored an abundance of pure yin energy. Meanwhile, Fang Ling was brimming with yang energy, making their practice together exceptionally fruitful. Thus, over the past 3 years, the yin and yang energies within him surged, reaching the threshold to utilize the great yin-yang technique. He strolled leisurely, not in haste to progress, needing to clear his mind after 3 years in the vase's space. Suddenly, a group of monkeys appeared, chattering wildly, with a few even hurling peaches at him. These were no ordinary monkeys. Their demonic aura was palpable, and their black fur made them appear ferocious. He also heard a woman's cries ahead. Using his spiritual sense, he discovered a woman, dressed in a style distinct from that of Nanyang, surrounded by a horde of monkeys. She was in a much worse predicament, as these monkeys were tearing at her clothing. Yet, she clung desperately to her garments, striving to preserve her last shred of dignity. At that moment, another wave of monkeys arrived, among them a large monkey at the Tian Quan realm. The other monkeys clustered around it like stars surrounding the moon. The large monkey glanced at Fang Ling in the distance, seemingly unconcerned, before turning its attention back to the woman, nodding in satisfaction. The monkeys surrounding the woman immediately sprang into action, restraining her arms and legs. Simultaneously, the monkeys near Fang Ling began to advance, attempting to capture him. The woman struggled desperately, but it was futile. "Please, spare me," she begged pitifully. Yet, the large monkey remained unmoved, slowly approaching her with a sinister cackle. At that moment, Fang Ling coldly snorted, unleashing a wave of force that obliterated the surrounding monkeys into a mist of blood. These black-furred demon monkeys are indeed, as described in the texts, reveling in the violation of humans, he murmured, summoning his lifeblood sword. He charged forward, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding black-furred demon monkeys. However, he deliberately allowed two to escape. The two fortunate monkeys fled towards their lair, with Fang Ling following closely behind, neglecting the woman entirely. Having spent 3 years in the vase, his blood sword was parched with thirst for carnage. Before long, he followed the fleeing monkeys to a mountain range brimming with spiritual energy. This was the territory of the black-furred demon monkeys, and his spiritual sense detected that the size of this monkey clan was considerable. It was estimated that no less than 30,000 black-furred demon monkeys resided within this forest. Sadomiya, he invoked, erecting a barrier that enveloped the entire mountain range. He then raised his blood sword and charged in. The black-furred demon monkeys quickly retaliated upon noticing the invasion, but they were utterly unable to withstand Fang Ling's onslaught. "Human, why do you slaughter my kin?" The Monkey King emerged, its cultivation level not low, having reached the initial stage of the Kaiyang realm, surpassing Fang Ling's by a significant margin. Such a level of demon could articulate speech, though transformation into a human form was only achievable after attaining immortality. Fang Ling did not respond to the Monkey King's inquiry. Instead, he struck with his sword. He unleashed the dragon-slaying sword technique, its brilliance stretching 30,000 miles, the sword energy piercing through to the heavens. After slaughtering millions of elite cultivators in a blood-soaked battleground, his blood sword now wielded an imposing power. Additionally, during the 3 years in the vase, he had not only cultivated alongside Zizhu, but had also dedicated considerable time to comprehending the sword path embodied by the Tong Yuan sword soul. Compared to 3 years ago, his mastery of the sword path had multiplied several times over. Enraged by Fang Ling's ferocity, the Monkey King transformed into a towering giant ape, standing 10 feet tall, pounding its chest and roaring in fury, launching a powerful punch. Yet, in an instant, its massive form was cleaved into pieces by the sword light. Slain by Fang Ling's strike. With the death of the Monkey King, the remaining monkeys descended into chaos, frantically attempting to break through the Saro Mi Jie barrier in a desperate bid for escape, but their efforts were in vain. Drip, drip. Fang Ling, gripping his bloodied life sword, strolled through the mountain range, exterminating every last one of the 30,000 monkeys. Before long, the corpses of the monkeys lay in heaps of white bones. The physical bodies of demon creatures typically surpassed those of humans in strength, their life essence more abundant. The augmentation he gained from blood refining the black-furred demon monkeys exceeded his expectations. Chapter 058. The two clans' soul-nourishing Fang Ling did not rush to leave the mountain range but ventured deeper within. Given the considerable size of this monkey clan, he anticipated discovering valuable treasures. Before long, he stumbled upon a pool of exquisite wine. Like humans, the monkeys had a penchant for alcohol, and they were born masters of brewing. For all monkey clans, a wine pool was sacred. Therefore, in the outside world, procuring monkey wine was exceedingly difficult. Each barrel that surfaced signified the annihilation of an entire monkey tribe. The pool of wine emitted a rich aroma, invigorating the senses with just a single whiff. The monkey wine was not only delightful, but also a rare tonic due to its ingredients derived from spiritual fruits found in the mountains, having matured and fermented over the years to achieve remarkable potency. Those with insufficient cultivation who consumed too much risked explosive spiritual energy. This remote wilderness, coupled with the monkey's formidable strength, indicated that the clan had been established for a considerable duration. The quality of this pool of monkey wine was undoubtedly exceptional, Fang Ling mused, promptly retrieving a gourd from his storage ring. The gourd was merely a magical artifact with 2 restrictions, its origin lost to him amidst countless battles. It bore no formidable powers, merely serving as a superior vessel. In no time, the pool of monkey wine was entirely siphoned into the gourd. He took a sip, and its potency far exceeded his expectations, equating to several days of arduous cultivation. However, he did not intend to consume it all, but rather planned to reserve some to honor his masters. Aside from the monkey wine, there was little else of value in the area. Fang Ling waved his hand, dispelling the sorrow mi jie, and departed from the mountain range. Yet, shortly after he left, a few individuals suddenly pursued him from behind. They were dressed in peculiar attire, resembling the tribes of the Miao region. The woman who had nearly fallen victim to the black-furred demon monkey was present among them. At this moment, she nestled against a sturdy man, still in a state of shock and appearing somewhat haggard. "Door, was it he who saved you just now?" the robust man inquired. The woman nodded and softly replied, "It was him." Upon hearing this, the man immediately approached Fang Ling and bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir, for rescuing my wife from the demon monkey. To express my appreciation, I would like to invite you to our Tu clan tribe as a guest." Tu Air, the sturdy man, was the chieftain of the Tu clan in the Miao region. Due to an illness among his kin, he had ventured into the wilderness with several capable tribesmen in search of medicinal herbs. However, an unexpected incident had caused their party to separate, and his wife, Dor, had narrowly escaped danger. Fang Ling nodded. It was fortuitous that he was heading in the same direction and might gather the information he sought. Tia, overjoyed by Fang Ling's agreement, did not inquire about his origins, but simply asked for his name. The Miao tribes were quite familiar with this wilderness area, allowing Fang Ling to travel unhindered, encountering no further demons along the way. A few days later, he departed the wilderness and arrived at the Tu clan tribe. The Tu clan was a small tribe in Miao, comprising just over 20,000 members. Chieftain Tu Air was the strongest among them, possessing an early stage of celestial power. The architecture within the tribe was simple, mostly consisting of high-railed bamboo houses or thatched huts. Their attire was modest, primarily made of coarse cloth, and their living conditions seemed to fall short of those in the southern Yang kingdom. However, as Fang Ling walked through the tribe, he sensed that the people lived not in misery. The men, women, and children he encountered wore smiles, and the atmosphere of the tribe was quite pleasant. "Esteemed guest, this is our tribe's soul-nourishing tea. Please give it a try." A chubby young boy approached Fang Ling, holding a cup of tea. This boy, named Tu Shan, was the son of Tu Air and Dor. The Miao people often practiced shamanic arts, closely linked to the strength of the spirit. Thus, Miao practitioners placed particular emphasis on the cultivation of the soul, showing less concern for physical strength and spiritual power. Almost every tribe possessed ancient formulas passed down through generations, serving as the core of their heritage. Fang Ling drank it in one go, feeling a wave of rejuvenation wash over him, as if his spirit had been nourished. At that moment, Tu Air approached, holding an ancient wooden box. "Our tribe's soul-nourishing tea. The older the tea, the richer its flavor, and the more effective it is for enhancing spiritual power. This box I hold has been passed down through my family for 10,000 years and is the oldest in the tribe." Tu Air offered the box of ancient tea with both hands, wishing to repay Fang Ling's kindness. "Thank you." Fang Ling accepted the tea and stored it in his storage ring. Seeing Fang Ling accept the gift brought a smile to Tu Air's face. He then added, "By the way, my grandfather has returned from herb gathering. I will take you to see him. He is the oldest elder in our tribe and was the previous chieftain. He may know where you can find the carefree spell and the rebirth spell you seek." Tu Air continued. On the journey back from the wilderness to Miao, Fang Ling had already inquired about these spells, but Tu Air had limited knowledge. Following Tu Air through the tribe, they soon arrived at the elder's dwelling. The elder was currently sorting herbs in front of a bamboo house. Upon seeing Tu Air bring someone, he hurried to a nearby water tank to wash his hands. Having heard the tribe members speak of Fang Ling saving Dor in the wilderness, he regarded Fang Ling as an esteemed guest. "What would you like to know, young man?" the elder asked directly. Fang Ling replied, "I wish to know where I can find practitioners of the carefree spell or the rebirth spell." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed, and he scrutinized Fang Ling closely. "Those two spells are used to dispel the death-seeking curse." "Young man, have you been afflicted by the death-seeking curse?" he asked in astonishment. Fang Ling nodded. Tu Air, standing nearby, also displayed a look of surprise. The death-seeking curse was well known in the realm of curses, and most practitioners had heard of it. It was said that those cursed would endure relentless torment of their souls, with the pain intensifying until the afflicted could no longer bear it and sought death willingly. Yet, Fang Ling appeared calm, which struck them as profoundly unsettling. What immense fortitude must he possess to maintain such composure? Noticing their astonishment, Fang Ling refrained from further explanation, silently observing the elder. The elder regained his composure and quickly said, "I cannot say who might know the carefree spell, but I do know of a tribe that has passed down the rebirth spell for generations. It is one of the largest tribes in Miao, the Lan clan. The Lan clan is quite far from our Tu clan, but I can have Tu Air take you there. He stated. Tu Air appeared puzzled and asked, Grandfather, doesn't the Lan clan have a total of 11 spells? I don't think the rebirth spell is among them. The elder chuckled and replied, What is widely known cannot be trusted. Outsiders only know that our Tu clan has one spell, but in fact, we possess two. Do you think the Lan clan has no hidden spells? I can assure you that the Lan clan must have someone who knows the rebirth spell. For when I was young, I also visited the Lan clan and learned of it from a girl there. Fang Ling felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated such good fortune, discovering the whereabouts of the rebirth spell upon arriving in Miao. Esteemed guest, allow me to make some arrangements first. And we shall visit the Lan clan tomorrow, Tu Air said, glancing at Fang Ling. Since he had already learned the destination, Fang Ling was in no rush. Nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a dark-skinned man rushed over. Chieftain, the messenger from a Mu clan has arrived, he announced. Upon hearing this, Tu Air's expression darkened, and the elder sighed in resignation. Tu Air turned to Fang Ling and said, Esteemed guest, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. You may converse with the elder. He knows many intriguing tales of Miao. He hurried to the tribe's altar, where he found the messenger from the Mu clan. The messenger, a young man with a somewhat fierce appearance and only one ear, addressed Tu Air arrogantly. Tu Air, how is your tribe's priestess preparation going? The day for the worship of a shaman is just 9 days away. Our priest has stated that if you cannot gather enough participants, he will send someone to select them directly. Should there be an excess, do not blame us. Tu Air's face reflected his difficulties as he replied. Our tribe has suffered from a strange illness this year, resulting in many deaths. The priest has set a number of priestesses that is too high. We truly cannot gather that many. He pleaded humbly, Could you possibly inform the priest of our situation and request a reduction in the number of participants? The messenger from a Mu clan grew furious at this. The worship of the shaman is of utmost importance and leaves no room for negotiation. Your tribe has a considerable population. It is only a matter of 100 priestesses. You cannot possibly claim you cannot gather that many. Do not play tricks on me. I advise you to cooperate. Tu Air wished to say more, but seeing the young messenger's impatience, he had no choice but to relent. I will try my best to negotiate, he said helplessly. The messenger's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. Now that sounds reasonable. Furthermore, the priest wishes to sample your tribe's soul-nourishing tea. The dark-skinned man behind Tu Air wore an expression of indignation. Yet he could only endure it as he stepped forward to present him with a box of soul-nourishing tea. The envoy from the Mu clan opened it, inhaled its aroma, and nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging its decent quality. However, they were all aware that the priest would hardly regard the tea they offered with any esteem. Rather, it was merely a pretext for the envoys to extort something for themselves. Leave now. Hurry and bring the shaman. Do not keep the priest waiting. If he becomes displeased, your tribe shall not enjoy peace. The envoy from the Mu clan cheerfully accepted the soul-nourishing tea before departing in a raucous manner. Tu Air stood rooted to the spot, painfully shutting his eyes. Tribal leader, what are we to do? The dark-skinned man inquired. This year we have already determined 20 households, but their daughters have perished. Tu Air replied helplessly, we can only select 20 from next year's households to fill the void. Allow me to handle this. I shall take on the role of the villain. Meanwhile, at the bamboo hut of the old man, Fang Ling was listening to him recount amusing tales from the Miao region. Yet he had also clearly overheard the conversation between Tu Air and the others at the altar. What exactly did the shaman say? He suddenly asked. The old man shook his head in distress, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. However, after a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. We Miao people are deeply devoted to our shamanic deities. Every year on the 16th of April, we hold a grand sacrificial ceremony for the shaman. The offering is none other than a shamaness. Not every woman can fulfill this role. She must be under 30, a virgin, and proficient in at least one shamanic spell. Some ancestors deemed it too cruel to sacrifice living beings, and thus this custom was gradually abolished, replaced by offerings of beasts such as tigers, leopards, pigs, and wolves. Our Tu clan has adopted this practice. However, some tribes still cling to the ancient customs and sacrifice a shamaness on this day. The Mu clan, which just arrived, is one such tribe. Yet the shamaness they use for their rituals is never one from their own tribe. They always select from our Tu clan. The Mu clan is far stronger than us. We lack the ability to resist. Generations have endured this humiliation. hoping for the emergence of a shamanic genius among our descendants to lead us out of this plight. Fang Ling inquired. The Mu clan must be quite close to your Tu clan, correct? The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are less than half a day's journey to the north of our tribe. The Mu clan is immensely powerful, and their priest is exceptionally skilled in 3 forms of sorcery, a formidable force. Young man, I know your heart is kind, but do not act impulsively. The matters of the Tu clan should be resolved by our own people. There is no need to trouble you. I was merely asking, Fang Ling replied nonchalantly. On the other side, Tu Air had gathered those future households together. He suddenly knelt down, prostrating himself before them. Tribal leader, please rise. We all understand. An elderly woman said, wiping her tears with a silk cloth as she helped him up. In any case, death is inevitable. Whether it comes a year sooner or later matters little. Living an extra year only prolongs our suffering. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with sorrow, yet eventually, one by one, they stepped forward to draw lots. Fang Ling quietly left the Tu clan and soon caught up with the envoy from the Mu clan. However, he did not reveal himself, instead silently following him until they reached the Mu clan's encampment. The Mu clan was significantly larger than the Tu clan, with an estimated population of over 200,000. Among them emanated an impressive aura. He surmised this must be the priest of the Mu clan spoken of by the old man. The priest possessed a late-stage realm of the Jade Balance, but his true power surely exceeded that. The spiritual prowess of these shamanic practitioners did not accurately reflect their combat capabilities. They relied on their formidable spirit and intricate spells or potent voodoo. Huh? What's she doing here? He raised an eyebrow, taken aback. While investigating the Mu clan's priest, he also detected a familiar presence. In a dim room, Doqin was bound by ropes. She had traveled to the Miao region to learn the ways of shamanic medicine, but unexpectedly, she was captured shortly after her arrival. She had been escorted here and imprisoned. At that moment, an elderly man, dressed in fine attire and wielding a gray-green staff, entered. He scrutinized Doqin with a lecherous smile. From the size of your boots, I can tell you possess a pair of delicate, fair feet. Another healer with the scent of medicine wafting from you. I presume those feet. Haha. You are also quite lovely, which pleases me greatly. I can hardly wait to remove your boots and toy with them. Not only would it be a feast, but even merely inhaling their fragrance could prolong my life. At his words, Doqin shuddered in revulsion and struggled fiercely. The priest of the Mu clan, upon witnessing her reaction, became even more exhilarated. Just as he was about to approach and indulge himself, a cacophony of battle cries and screams erupted from outside. Lord Priest, a formidable character has invaded the tribe and is wreaking havoc. Several elders, including Mu Hua, have already been slain. You must act swiftly to subdue this intruder. Upon hearing this, the old priest's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately exited the room. Chapter 060. The destruction of a shamanic spell by the divine fire of Fusong. Old priest Mu Gu surveyed the scene before him, seething with rage. The cries of battle had scarcely begun when so many had already perished. Bold intruder, I, Mu Gu, am present. Who dares to challenge me? He vanished from sight, appearing before Fang Ling. With a single sword strike, Fang Ling cleaved him in two, although the old priest was merely 2 realms higher in the Jade Balance. Fang Ling had learned from his previous battle with the shamanic practitioner in Wuliang City that swift resolution was paramount when confronting shamanic practitioners. Otherwise, one could fall victim to their torturous and bizarre spells. The people of the Mu clan were aghast at the sight of Mu Gu being slain by Fang Ling's sword. The old priest was the most powerful shamanic practitioner in their tribe. If he could be dispatched with a single strike, what hope was there for them? In an instant, the 20,000 inhabitants of the tribe scattered like frightened birds. Yet at this moment, the Mu clan was enveloped by the Shalomi realm. Once they reached the outskirts of the tribe, despair quickly set in. With an impenetrable barrier before them, they could only watch helplessly as Fang Ling continued his slaughter. In no time, half of the originally 200,000-strong Mu clan had been annihilated. At that moment, at the altar of the Mu clan, a powerful and ominous presence surged into the sky. Fang Ling turned to observe. It was a colossal soul form, towering like a great mountain. This manifestation bore a striking resemblance to the shamanic deity worshipped by the Mu clan, its muscles bulging and bare, adorned with symmetrical stripes. Wielding a staff in its right hand, "You, fiend, dare to massacre my Mu clan? You shall find no rest today." The shamanic deity's manifestation roared, yet its voice echoed eerily like that of the slain old priest Mu Gu. "You're not dead," Fang Ling remarked, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that despite the old man's flesh being cleaved in two, his spirit had not dissipated. The spells of my Mu clan are beyond your comprehension. The shamanic deity's manifestation snorted, immediately casting a spell. Having witnessed Mu Gu's swift demise, it dared not waste words and sought to conclude the battle quickly. The reason it had refrained from appearing sooner to thwart Fang Ling was that it needed him to slay his own kin. Only by sacrificing enough souls could its spells take effect and transform its spirit into the shamanic deity's manifestation. With over 100,000 dead from the Mu clan, their vitality had been severely depleted, shaking their foundation, which enraged Mu Gu greatly. Fang Ling could not afford to underestimate the situation. He swiftly unleashed a powerful sword strike. Prison of the Abyss. A blinding light from the sword extinguished everything around it, even shattering the altar of the Mu clan into countless fragments. However, the shamanic form transformed by Magoo remained unscathed, seemingly unaffected. Youngster, I am now a manifestation of a shamanic curse. Your feeble attacks cannot harm me. Magoo sneered. Allow me to demonstrate the lethal curse of my tribe. With a flourish of his staff, he directed a finger towards Fang Ling. In an instant, a bolt of dark lightning surged towards Fang Ling. The speed of the dark lightning was astonishing. Before Fang Ling could react, it struck him. Yet, his body showed no signs of injury, not due to his physical strength, but because the target of the curse was solely the soul. No matter how formidable one may be, the soul remains a vulnerable point. This dark lightning curse is sufficient to obliterate your very essence, Magoo proclaimed with arrogance, turning his gaze towards his kin who were still assaulting the Sorami realm. His concern was not for them, but rather to choose a body most suitable for himself. He had no intention of dying just yet. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and whipped around to look for Fang Ling. He had vanished, leaving no trace behind. What was happening? He murmured. Just then, he felt an intense heat. Turning, he found Fang Ling had already appeared behind him. Protected by the golden soul spell of the old monk with white brows, ordinary curses posed no threat to him. Behind him stood a magnificent golden tree, a celestial divine tree wreathed in flames. The golden flames blazed fiercely, scorching even the stable space around it, presenting a mesmerizing sight of shimmering black and gold from a distance, exuding an otherworldly aura. The current Fusang divine tree had begun to reveal its ancient might, radiating an imposing aura capable of incinerating heaven and earth. Under the searing heat of the Fusang divine fire, even Magoo's shamanic form, manifested through the shamanic curse, was swiftly annihilated. After vanquishing the old priest, Fang Ling turned his blade towards the remaining members of the Magoo tribe. Before long, the entire tribe of over 20,000 souls perished beneath his sword. The bloodthirsty blade greedily consumed the essence of life, while he sat cross-legged in the air, quietly cultivating. After a while, the Magoo tribe was left with nothing but bleached bones. Fang Ling stepped over the bones and approached a wooden hut, pushing the door open and entering. Upon hearing the noise, Do Qin's heart skipped a beat. When she beheld the visitor's appearance, she couldn't help but exclaim, Fang Ling, how could it be you? Fang Ling replied calmly, Dr. Do, it has been a long time. Do Qin responded, it must have been over 3 years. You've changed so much. The Fang Ling of yore was merely 18, youthful and tender, while the current Fang Ling had clearly matured, not just in appearance, but in presence as well. Fang Ling continued, Dr. Do, I have saved your life. I wonder if you might show your gratitude? Although I did not listen closely, it seems you possess something of great value. That old priest mentioned, not only consuming it, but even merely smelling it can extend one's life. Is that not so? What could be so wondrous that just a whiff could prolong life? Do Qin, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled, her face flushing with embarrassment. It's nothing. That old fool was just rambling, she stammered. I have no treasures worthy of your eye, but I shall remember your kindness in saving me. If the occasion arises, I will surely repay you. Fang Ling fixed his gaze on Do Qin's boots, pausing in thought. He vaguely recalled that the old man seemed intent on removing her boots, surmising that the elixir of life was likely concealed within. In their early acquaintance, he and Do Qin had shared a cordial relationship. However, after he had bloodily exterminated the 30,000 cultivators of the Lyoha sect, she regarded him as a nefarious entity and distanced herself. Fang Ling was indifferent to this, but had since deemed her a stranger. Now, as she possessed a treasure and he had saved her, it was only fitting he claimed some recompense. Dr. Do, forgive my intrusion. I am most intrigued by this elixir of life and wish to make it my own. This treasure belongs to me. From now on, we shall owe each other nothing. He stepped forward, disregarding her struggles, and removed her boots and stockings. Do Qin, feeling his grip on her delicate foot, was consumed by a mix of shame and anger. I truly possess no treasure, she exclaimed in indignation. That old wretch merely has a foot fetish. Upon hearing this, Fang Ling shot her a sidelong glance and released his hold. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do Qin turned her head away, muttering, such sordid matters are hard to speak of. I never expected you would. Chapter 61. Heartfelt advice from a stubborn follower, Fang Ling waved his hand, loosening the binding spells around Do Qin. Once freed, she exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly put on her boots and stockings. Fang Ling observed her silently, astonished by her cultivation. 3 years prior, she had only been at the Tianji realm, yet now she had ascended to the pinnacle of the Tianquan realm. Such a remarkable breakthrough in just 3 years indicated she must have encountered significant fortune. This was precisely why he had hastily attempted to remove her boots in search of treasure. He understood that he and Do Qin were not of the same ilk and chose not to linger, promptly exiting the wooden hut. The Magoo tribe, a medium-sized tribe of over 20,000, was meticulously searched by Fang Ling, soon leading him to their treasury. It was filled with abundant spirit stones, the tribe's reserves of soul-nourishing tea, and various other rare treasures. He had a keen interest in curses, but alas, opportunities were scarce. Unlike divine techniques and secret arts that could be inscribed on jade slips or other mediums, curses could only be passed down orally through generations. This was also why the ancient lineage of shamanic cultivation had nearly vanished in the present cultivation world. Meanwhile, Do Qin walked along the path, her expression grave. She looked at the bones scattered around her, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Although she had narrowly escaped persecution from the Magoo tribe as a healer, witnessing such scenes was inevitably heart-wrenching. At that moment, Fang Ling approached from a distance, preparing to leave, seemingly intent on ignoring her. However, she defiantly stepped forward to block his path. Hear my advice. You must cease this. She fixed her gaze on Fang Ling, speaking firmly. Look at what you have done. You slaughtered 30,000 cultivators of Liuhe sect back then, which was already ruthless enough. Now, you've annihilated this entire tribe, sparing not even the defenseless elderly, women, or children. You are too cruel. You have completely succumbed to madness. If you do not awaken soon, you will inevitably become a monster driven only by bloodlust. Fang Ling retorted, to eradicate the roots of evil is essential. Why should I justify my actions to you? If you have the leisure to meddle, focus on your own affairs. Had it not been for the good elixir you concocted for me back then, I would have slain you alongside them. Do Qin, upon hearing this, straightened her posture, her ample bosom quivering slightly. Go ahead, kill me now, she said with a resolute tone. Since your bloodlust runs so deep, I shall grant you that. I only hope you will heed my counsel. Truly do not continue down this path. Practicing such dark arts leads to no favorable conclusion. Over the years, my medical skills have greatly improved. I am 70% certain I can help you purge that terrifying malevolence from within you, preventing it from corrupting your mind. With further nurturing, even your twisted psyche can be corrected and redeemed. With your talents, you could achieve much without resorting to dark practices. Fang Ling's expression darkened, his brow furrowing. Leave me. Do not pester me. With a swift motion, he struck her round, beautiful posterior, sending her flying. He then vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Do Qin furrowed her brows, feeling the sting of his slap. Yet her gaze towards the direction in which he had disappeared grew increasingly resolute. You saved my life today, and I cannot bear to witness you tread the path of no return. Even if you were to take my life, I would remain unrepentant, she mused. Fang Ling returned to the Tu clan as the sky dimmed. Tu Air's plump son was scouring the tribe in search of Fang Ling, eager to invite him for dinner. Fang Ling followed the chubby boy back to Tu Air's home. To honor Fang Ling's presence, Tu Air's wife, Duo Air, had toiled in the kitchen all day. At the dining table, Tu Air forced a smile, concealing his despondency from Fang Ling. The matter concerning the shaman weighed heavily on him, plunging him into sorrow. Our benefactor shall sleep at our home tonight. We have a bamboo hut reserved for guests behind our house, Tu Air stated after dinner. I have taken care of the tribe's affairs, and will take you to the Lan clan at dawn. Fang Ling nodded and followed Tu Air to the guest hut. Having recently gathered a trove of cultivation resources from the Mu clan, he felt the hour was still early, so he immediately began his training. After about 2 hours, he abruptly opened his eyes. How peculiar. With her abilities, she managed to find me? He was quite taken aback. His spiritual sense detected Do Qin entering the tribe. He did not believe it was a mere coincidence. She was likely pursuing him. The tribe members alerted their leader, Tu Air, upon noticing the outsider's arrival. Tu Air swiftly approached, scrutinizing the visitor's intentions. Upon hearing Do Qin declare herself a friend of Fang Ling, Tu Air exhibited immediate goodwill. Before long, Do Qin followed Tu Air to Fang Ling's doorstep. Tu Air, aware of the situation, discreetly withdrew. Do Qin pushed the door open and entered, gazing intently at Fang Ling. "You must be furious at me for striking a nerve," she remarked. "You are well aware of the detrimental effects of cultivating dark arts, yet you cannot seem to restrain yourself. I can help you, truly, you must believe me." Fang Ling merely inquired, "How did you find me?" Do Qin pouted and replied, "Do not underestimate me. I am not as incompetent as you think. By the way, why have you settled in this tribe? Are you planning to annihilate it as well?" "Absolutely not. I have observed that this tribe keeps its doors open at night and exudes peace, such a rare haven. You cannot do this. You must vanish from my sight immediately, or I will not spare this tribe. Otherwise." Fang Ling spoke in a low voice. Do Qin furrowed her brow, clenching her fists. Although her instincts told her that Fang Ling would not resort to violence, she dared not gamble with the lives of the thousands of innocents here. "Fine, I will leave, but remember, I will return to find you. By then, I should have mastered extraordinary powers capable of forcefully purifying your body and mind." She suddenly realized that if the gentle approach failed, she would resort to a more forceful one. While she currently could not overpower Fang Ling, she felt confident. The awakening of that entity had significantly enhanced her abilities, and if this trend continued, she would eventually surpass Fang Ling, amused by her intentions of using force. Fang Ling remained silent. Do Qin, having made up her mind, turned to leave. Just then, an elderly woman rushed to Tu Air's doorstep, clutching a 7- or 8-year-old child. "Chief, please, I need some medicine. My Huzi is unwell again." The old woman knelt, pleading. Hearing the commotion, Tu Air's family quickly emerged. "Please, Granny, get up." Duo Air hurried to assist the elderly woman. Meanwhile, Tu Air retrieved a vial from his storage ring, pouring out a pill and immediately administering it to the child. However, after consuming the pill, the child not only failed to improve, but began to convulse violently. Tu Air, instead of being surprised, sighed deeply. Huzi's strange illness has progressed to a severe stage. This pill cannot alleviate it. The elderly woman wept bitterly upon hearing this. The strange illness had spread through the tribe for some time, and everyone was familiar with its general progression. Although she was reluctant to accept it, she understood that her grandson was nearing the end of his days. Do Qin, who had been preparing to leave the Tu clan, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Her azure spiritual energy surged as she stepped in to help. Her healing powers had grown substantially since her earlier days. Under Do Qin's treatment, Huzi soon showed signs of recovery. Not only did the convulsions cease, but his complexion also improved significantly. The elderly woman, overwhelmed with joy, bowed in gratitude to Do Qin. However, Do Qin appeared far from relaxed as she said, "Please, do not thank me just yet. I have only temporarily suppressed the toxins within him. I have not completely resolved the issue." "Toxins? Are you saying Huzi is not ill, but poisoned?" Tu Air and his wife were taken aback. They had believed that the tribe's people were afflicted by some peculiar illness, but Do Qin claimed it was poisoning. Do Qin nodded slightly, stating, "I am certain it is poisoning. However, I have never encountered this particular toxin before, so I cannot guarantee a solution." But she glanced towards the bamboo hut where Fang Ling resided, contemplating whether to seek his assistance. She felt that although she had never seen the toxin, its potency and complexity were far less severe than the symptoms exhibited by the young Miss Bai. With her current abilities, she believed she could succeed. Tu Air, his eyes reddened, knelt before her, saying, "Dr. Do, on behalf of our people, I thank you. This strange illness has plagued our tribe for quite some time, claiming many lives. We have sought the help of various shamans, but to no avail. If Miss Do can assist, you will be a great benefactor to the Tu clan. Please rise. It is the duty of a healer to save lives." "I will do my utmost," Do Qin replied. "Also, gather all those from your tribe with similar symptoms so that I may treat them more efficiently. I will attend to it immediately." Tu Air responded. Do Qin paused before the bamboo hut where Fang Ling resided. I will leave in a few days," she murmured softly. "Let me first tend to the people here. Is that acceptable?" However, it seemed that the occupants inside had already fallen asleep, offering no response. "If you do not speak, I shall take it as your agreement," she said, promptly turning to leave. Meanwhile, Tu Air quickly gathered all the patients near the tribe's altar. The number of afflicted individuals was substantial, numbering in the hundreds, which explained his earlier distress. The tribe's population was already small and could not endure such turmoil. After Doqin carefully examined them, she confirmed that they were all afflicted by the same toxin. After extracting the poison, she retreated to a nearby shed by the altar to contemplate. Tu Er and the elder remained near the altar, anxiously waiting without daring to interrupt. 2 hours later, Doqin emerged. Tu Er hurried forward, asking nervously, "How did it go?" They had been poisoned by the toxin carried by the three-legged toad with blue eyes. Doqin replied, "The three-legged toad with blue eyes? Have you ever heard of it, elder?" Tu Er asked the elder beside him. The elder shook his head. "Never heard of it. Why would our tribe's people be poisoned by it? Even if the three-legged toad wishes to harm, why would only a portion of the people be affected? Regardless, it was at least a lead. Tu Er spoke solemnly. "Dr. Do, do you have any means to help our people detoxify?" Doqin gently shook her head. "My spiritual energy is adept at healing internal and external injuries and replenishing vitality, but I am not skilled in detoxification. However, I once read in a medical text that detoxifying the poison from the three-legged toad with blue eyes is not too difficult. Simply locate its essence and take a small sip of its blood. I suspect that the emerald-eyed, three-legged toad resides near your tribe. Are there any clues?" Tuer and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, Tuer's chubby son, Tushan, exclaimed, "Could it be the Misty Mountain? Indeed, how could I have forgotten that place? Tuer siget in frustration. Dr. Do, to the east of our tribe lies the Misty Mountain. I recall that when our Tuer clan settled in this region, the Misty Mountain already existed. This place is quite eerie, surrounded by dense miasma that is lethally toxic. Anyone who ventures in meets their demise. The poison may very well emanate from there. Then take me there," Doqin urged. The old man furrowed his brow and advised, "No, that place is far too toxic." Tuer also wore a frown, gloomily stating, "Even if you, Dr. Do, can enter, we cannot assist you in confronting the emerald-eyed, three-legged toad. If something were to happen to you, it would be our fault. Let us drop the matter. I must accompany Fang Ling to the Lan clan tomorrow. At least I've learned about the affliction of my tribesmen. Perhaps the shaman of the Lan clan will have a remedy. Though I am not particularly skilled in detoxification, my experience of 5 centuries in medicine grants me considerable resistance to toxins." Doqin replied calmly, "The miasma there should not pose a threat to me. Of course, if the situation proves too perilous, I will retreat immediately. Among those afflicted in your tribe, several have already succumbed to the poison infiltrating their vital organs. If we do not detoxify soon, they may not survive until tomorrow. Tuer, please lead the way." Tuer, though reluctant to endanger his tribe, felt guilty for allowing Doqin to take such risks. "Why not summon Fang Ling as well? His strength could assist you." Doqin replied, "No need. He is not one to meddle in such matters." "Very well." Tuer nodded and promptly led the way. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Misty Valley. East of the tribe, the miasma outside the valley was thick, resembling the fog of autumn and winter. Doqin waved her delicate hand, beckoning wisps of miasma to examine them closely. Indeed, the emerald-eyed, three-legged toad was right here. The toxins contained within the miasma were consistent with those affecting your tribesmen. However, the poison in the miasma is far more potent. Those afflicted are likely poisoned due to the vaporization of the toad's toxin. Recently, those who fell ill mostly resided near this area, correct? Indeed, Tuer nodded. Our tribe has settled here for over 10,000 years, and such occurrences had never happened before. So we never suspected the Misty Valley. It's quite unexpected. The toxicity of the miasma is indeed formidable, given your current realm and physical condition. It is beyond your capacity to withstand. She declared, "You all should wait here while I venture in to investigate. Please be cautious." Tuer and the others felt a pang of shame. Their own weakness rendered them incapable of assisting, forcing them to wait idly. Doqin strode forward and soon vanished in the mist. Chapter 063. The plague cauldron unleashes its poison pill. A faint azure light enveloped her, shielding her from the poisonous gas. The emerald-eyed, three-legged toad merely possessed the bloodline of a great demon, typically reaching its limit at the Kaiyang realm. Based on the strength of the toxin, this particular toad, as cultivation, likely corresponds to the mid to late stages of the Tianquan realm. With my current capabilities, capturing it should pose no challenge, Doqin mused. She did not act impulsively. Her mind was already prepared with an assessment. Even if the outcome deviated slightly from her expectations, she possessed a safeguard for her life. The area, shrouded in miasma, was extensive. and she had walked for quite some time without reaching the end. Suddenly, she heard a series of snoring sounds, as if some creature were in slumber. Following the source of the noise, she quickly arrived at her destination. Before her lay a massive, emerald-eyed, three-legged toad, its eyes wide open in surprise, and her heart raced. Some demon races grow larger as their cultivation deepens, and the emerald-eyed, three-legged toad is one such example. A typical Tianquan realm toad would measure 2 to 3 zhang in height when crouching. Yet this one, lying asleep, towered at an astonishing 20 zhang. Impossible. Even at its maximum growth, reaching the Kaiyang realm, it should only attain 7 or 8 zhang in height. What manner of creature is this? She wondered. Could it be something other than an emerald-eyed, three-legged toad? Regardless, this being is beyond my capacity to confront. She swiftly turned, walking cautiously to avoid making too much noise and waking it. Just a few steps in, however, a sudden sense of trepidation washed over her. Turning her head, she found that the sleeping toad had stood up. Its pair of emerald eyes shimmered with an eerie glow, and a grayish-white miasma continuously escaped from its body. Such a delightful aroma. Human, you have disturbed my slumber, it proclaimed. As punishment, I shall consume you. The emerald-eyed, three-legged toad immediately extended its long tongue, ensnaring her and swallowing her whole. How long had it been since I last slept? I am so hungry. It gazed greedily towards the Tuer tribe's territory beyond the valley, drooling in anticipation. Boom! 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 Its colossal form leaped, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Yet, after only a brief moment, it came to a halt. Humph! A feeble ant dares to obstruct my path? The emerald-eyed, three-legged toad roared, then immediately lashed out with its long tongue, attempting to consume Fang Ling as well. But Fang Ling was quick-witted, swiftly drawing his sword. With a swift slash, he severed the toad's long tongue. The emerald-eyed, three-legged toad stood at a remarkably high cultivation level, clearly at the early stage of the Yaowang realm. Thus, Fang Ling did not underestimate it, having initiated the dragon-slaying sword technique. After its tongue was severed, the toad emitted a pained howl, its anger igniting. Its cheeks swelled, and it unleashed a plume of purple toxic gas. Wherever the gas spread, everything was corroded. It was utterly terrifying. Hiss! 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 The sound of iron sizzling in cold water resonated from Fang Ling. The toxic gas invaded his skin, but it only affected the surface. The rate of skin necrosis was outpaced by his body's regenerative capability. After years of slumber, the human race has grown this strong? The emerald-eyed, three-legged toad was astonished. It could sense Fang Ling's cultivation was merely at the early stage of viewing. Clearly, there existed a two-realm gap between them, yet its prideful toxin was ineffective against him. Fang Ling's figure flickered, appearing near the back of the toad's head. Great Inyang hand! With a fierce glint in his eyes, he struck down with his palm. A thunderous boom echoed as terrifying energy surged forth. The ground beneath the toad sank dramatically, and its head buzzed, nearly rendering it unconscious. This strike had inflicted considerable pain upon the emerald-eyed, three-legged toad. It coiled its 3 legs, then leaped into the sky, ascending to the 3rd tier. Toads naturally possess remarkable jumping ability, and as a great demon of the Yaowang realm, this one was no exception. Fang Ling couldn't even see where it had leaped to. I refuse to believe in omens. Can you withstand my life-threatening poison pill? The emerald-eyed, three-legged toad opened its mouth wide, releasing a dark purple, lustrous pill. This was its life essence, the quintessence of its toxins, possessing the most terrifying potency. This tribe only resorts to employing its life-threatening poison pill in dire circumstances. The pill plummeted towards the ground like a meteor. As it neared, Fang Ling observed this scene with a smile. Just wait for your own demise. He flipped his palm, revealing the plague cauldron. Although he left the colorful butterfly on the mountain under the care of the plump master, he did not leave the heaven plague cauldron behind. With the plump master's abilities, there was no need for the cauldron's assistance, so Fang Ling kept it by his side. With a stern command, he summoned the cauldron. Initially able to rest in the palm of his hand, the heaven plague cauldron suddenly expanded to an unimaginable size. In the 3 heavens, the green-eyed, three-legged toad sensed danger and hurriedly attempted to withdraw its poison pellet. However, it was too late. Its life-bound poison pellet was swiftly captured within the cauldron. After sealing it, Fang Ling stored the cauldron away, planning to refine it later. Human, return my life-bound poison pellet. The green-eyed, three-legged toad raged. This pellet contained the essence of its lifetime cultivation, Without it, its strength might not even match that of a mere opening sun realm beast. A fierce battle ensued as the toad retaliated with formidable force. Fang Ling unleashed a variety of divine powers, relentlessly striking the creature and completely suppressing it. Ultimately, gazing at the toad, now gasping for breath, he hurled the Xianjin breaking sky spear. The golden spear pierced through its skull, and a great demon of the early Yaoguang realm was thus vanquished. Fang Ling exhaled softly, aware that his victory was somewhat fortuitous. The toad's greatest strength lay in its poison, while he had been tempered by toxins since childhood, possessing exceptional resistance. Additionally, with the Heaven Plague Cauldron, which countered all poisons, he had been in an invulnerable position from the very beginning. He flew forward to the toad's abdomen and, using the Xianjin breaking sky spear, he split it open, discovering Do Qin, who had been swallowed whole. At that moment, she was entirely unclothed, her garments and shoes long since corroded by the toad's gastric juices. Yet, she bore no injuries. Her skin was smooth and fair, seemingly protected by some miraculous force. "Close your eyes quickly," Do Qin exclaimed, her face flushed. She turned away, hastily rummaging through her storage ring for clothing. Fang Ling remarked, "I've already seen everything. It's nothing to fuss about." Do Qin, upon hearing this, clenched her silver teeth in indignation. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson for meddling." Fang Ling countered, "Even if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have perished. Spare me your ire." After she donned her attire, she immediately turned to glare at Fang Ling, puffing up like a pufferfish. Ignoring her, he began searching the corpse of the green-eyed, three-legged toad. Under normal circumstances, this creature could break the bloodline limit to reach the Yaoguang realm, leading Fang Ling to suspect it might possess some treasures. In the next chapter, Do Qin swiftly produced a large jade vial to collect the toad's blood. Having just been slain, the demon's blood still retained detoxifying properties, and such a sizable toad would provide ample supply. Fang Ling also discovered an object on the toad's body, a pearl emanating a faint white glow. While he sensed no vibrant life or surging spiritual energy from it, it exuded an ancient aura. He intended to inquire if Do Qin recognized it, but in that instant, the pearl suddenly merged into his body. Upon entering, the pearl transformed into an unknown white energy form, swirling around the two precious bones in his chest. These bones had been reborn after being excavated and had developed intricately over the years. Although his blood had also been developing, as it resembled a magical treasure. It could be used even if not fully matured. However, the two reborn creation bones were destined for supreme techniques. Only upon their complete maturation could one practice them. The white energy from the pearl quickly surged into the creation bones, seemingly accelerating their growth. The patterns on the bones became increasingly complete and distinct, resonating with an unparalleled Tao rhythm that sent ripples through Fang Ling's mind. Under the influence of this marvelous energy, the two creation bones fully formed. Although he was uncertain of the exact prowess of these techniques, merely sensing their Tao rhythm made him feel they far surpassed everything he had learned thus far. Meanwhile, in the Tai Yi Cave Heaven, which lay beyond the 8 domains and served as the residence of the Chongsheng Lin family, Lin Langtian was bathing in the supreme, mysterious spirit pool of his clan. He radiated a dazzling golden light, with his vital energy resonating like thunder, brimming with immense power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in pain. What has happened? He wondered, glancing down at his chest. Just a moment ago, he had felt a disturbance in his creation bones. Oddly, since their transplantation, such a phenomenon had never occurred. It should be of no consequence, he thought. Elsewhere, in the Falling Flower world, a realm akin to Tai Yi Cave Heaven and the residence of the immortal holy religion's flower goddess palace, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged within a magnificent pink blossom. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of frost and snow. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, gazing down at her prominent bosom. "Why does it hurt?" she murmured, frowning. Such sensations had never been present before. It must be due to the transplantation. I have already cultivated this creation immortal technique to the 3rd layer. Who would have thought I would resonate so closely with his creation bone? The person from the Sword Pavilion or the demoness of the Yi family are certainly no match for me. The brash man from the Lin family is even less of a concern. I have heard he hasn't even mastered the 2nd layer of the creation immortal technique. In the pursuit of longevity, I shall be the foremost. In the competition among the 100 clans, I too shall lead the human race to the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Fang Ling and Do Qin had exited the Misty Valley. The hearts of two heir and others waiting outside finally eased. We have obtained the blood of the green-eyed, three-legged toad. Your two clan will be saved, Dochin announced. Moreover, this demon has been slain, and no toxins will spread henceforth. Tu Air and the others, upon hearing this, wept tears of joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. This green-eyed, three-legged toad was indeed a great demon of the wilderness, having offended a swan Inai 2,000 years ago, and after sustaining injuries fled to Miaojiang, ultimately hiding in the Misty Valley. It had been resting and healing there, but to avoid being discovered by its enemies, it had completely sealed itself. Thus, its toxins had not leaked out, and the two clan had remained unaffected. Recently, however, as it healed, its body prepared to awaken, and its toxins began to seep out, leading to the subsequent events. Had Fang Ling and Dochin arrived any later, the entire two clan would have been annihilated by the increasingly potent toxins. Upon returning to the altar near the clan, Dochin promptly distributed the green-eyed, three-legged toad's blood to all who had been poisoned. After consuming a cup of demon blood, the toxins in their bodies quickly dissipated. Dochin then waved her hand, using healing spiritual energy to restore them. In an instant, the hundreds of ailing individuals were revitalized. Observing their recovery, Dochin felt genuine joy. She relished the sense of accomplishment that came from healing and saving others. After returning to her room, she retrieved a medicinal bath barrel from her storage ring. She then poured a blue ceramic vial into the barrel, and soon, a floral fragrance filled the room. Being a person who cherished cleanliness, she always carried bathing essentials. Next, she conjured azure flames in her palm, dipping her hand into the bathwater. Before long, the room was enveloped in a veil of white mist. At that moment, the water was perfectly warmed and everything was ready. After a moment of rustling, she slipped into the bath barrel, leaning back in sheer contentment. Suddenly, just as she began to relax, her body tensed. She opened her eyes wide, looking forward. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Ling had appeared in the room. "You are quite the rude one," she exclaimed, her face flushing as she hastily covered herself. Fang Ling replied, "I am rather curious about the fortuitous encounters you have experienced over the years. How is it that, at your level, you could be swallowed by the Yaoguang realm green-eyed, three-legged toad and emerge unscathed?" Dochin responded, "I will speak honestly. This thing cannot be given to you. It has already merged with my heart. Have you ever heard of the sacred Bodhi?" Fang Ling shook her head. Dochin continued, "The world knows that highly cultivated Buddhist practitioners, upon their death, can condense precious relics. Yet few are aware that some medical practitioners, too, can coalesce a certain substance after death. This substance is called sacred Bodhi, resembling a pill that ordinary people cannot recognize. The name of sacred Bodhi remains obscure because it is exceedingly difficult to condense. After transcending the 7 realms of martial arts, one enters the immortal realm. However, even within the immortal realm, distinctions of strength and weakness exist. The initial stage of the immortal realm is known as the Jade Clarity stage, also referred to as the Jade Immortal. Following that is the Upper Clarity stage, revered as the Upper Immortal. There is also the Supreme Clarity stage, where one is regarded as the Supreme Immortal. When a Buddhist practitioner enters the immortal realm, they are referred to as Arhats, Bodhisattvas, or True Buddhas. Buddhist relics can be condensed upon reaching the first stage of Arhat. In contrast, the sacred Bodhi of medical practitioners can only be achieved upon reaching the 3rd stage of Supreme Immortal. The sacred Bodhi embodies the lifetime cultivation of a supreme immortal medical practitioner, encompassing not only various medical techniques, but also pure healing power. After awakening the sacred Bodhi, my cultivation has increased day by day. Fang Ling asked, "Are you saying awakening? This substance did not come from the outside, but appeared spontaneously within you?" "Indeed," Dochin nodded. "The sacred Bodhi cannot be sought or forced. It chooses its master on its own. It will only select a medical practitioner, and no one else can obtain it. Perhaps my virtuous deeds in a past life have granted me the favor of the sacred Bodhi in this life. It is indeed a great honor. Thus, even should you kill me, you cannot obtain the sacred Bodhi. I wish to give it to you, but it is impossible." Chapter 065. The art of offense and defense is peerless. Fang Ling had always sensed an unusual energy emanating from her, which compelled him to observe from the shadows as the green-eyed, three-legged toad devoured her, eager to uncover the truth. Upon understanding the situation, he felt no regret. Although Dochin regarded him as a malevolent entity, he understood that, given her nature, should he ever require her assistance, she would surely lend a hand. "I have revealed all that you wish to know. May I leave now?" Dochin murmured. Fang Ling, however, lingered, hesitating as if he had more to say. Speak your mind. This is not like you, Qin remarked. I practice a technique and would like your cooperation, Fang Ling replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin nodded. Of course. What must I do? Though she had spoken fiercely in the Mist Valley, she still felt indebted to Fang Ling. While the green-eyed toad could not kill her, had Fang Ling not slain it, she would have been trapped within the foul creature's belly for an indefinite time. If she were to emerge one day, she feared she would reek entirely. Having received Fang Ling's kindness repeatedly, she yearned for an opportunity to repay him. Her desire to guide Fang Ling back to the right path stemmed from his gratitude. Thus, when he proactively requested her assistance, her heart leapt with joy. Thinking she could finally contribute meaningfully, Fang Ling produced a jade slip from his bosom and presented it to her. Qin held one hand protectively over her chest while tightly grasping the jade slip, perusing the technique inscribed upon it. After scanning a few lines, she was taken aback, her mind buzzing. Her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. This, she stammered. What Fang Ling had given her was a condensed version of the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang technique. She never expected this fellow would so earnestly invite her to cultivate together. Since her union with Zizhu, Fang Ling had matured significantly. However, he was discerning and would not readily engage in cultivation with just anyone. Yet, he found this woman somewhat agreeable. Moreover, she was one of the few women he knew. His abruptness stemmed from the desire ignited by her perfect form in the Mist Valley. His inquiry about an opportunity was a pretext. His true intention was to invite her for dual cultivation. Can I withdraw my consent? Qin nearly cried out in panic, vexed by her own foolishness in having agreed so readily without inquiry. She was also apprehensive, fearing that should she refuse, Fang Ling might resort to force. With her current strength, she could not resist. Very well, Fang Ling replied calmly. Farewell. The failed invitation did not surprise him. After all, to Qin, he was merely an irredeemable villain. He turned to leave, but she quickly called out, Wait. How about I help you relax a bit? I understand you have your reasons. However, I have my own methods to assist you without engaging in this technique. She was unsure why she felt compelled to keep him from leaving, having been frightened just moments before. Yet, as Fang Ling prepared to depart, her mind heated, prompting her to speak up. She glanced down at her feet, appearing contemplative. Fang Ling turned to look at her and nodded. After a considerable time, Fang Ling returned to his bamboo dwelling. He had not anticipated this turn of events, though peculiar. It brought him joy. Once released, his mind calmed. He sat cross-legged, reflecting on his 2 regenerated creation bones. The creation techniques derived from these bones had fully formed, and he immersed himself in their understanding. All the divine abilities he currently possessed were, in essence, external techniques, methods acquired from the outside world. However, the creation techniques birthed from these 2 creation bones were uniquely his internal techniques, perfectly aligned with everything he was. Remarkably, he did not need to cultivate them. He could wield the first tier of the creation techniques, as if directing them with a mere thought. These 2 creation techniques were perfectly balanced, one for offense and the other for defense. The defensive technique, once deployed, could rebound the opponent's attack tenfold. Thus, not only would he remain unscathed, but he could also cause the opponent to harm themselves. The offensive technique was equally formidable, akin to a palm strike descending from the heavens. When executed, it would swiftly draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy, causing his own power to surge tenfold. With his enhanced power, the might of this strike was unimaginable. Furthermore, it could harness the power of heaven and earth, rendering the targeted opponent unable to evade. Even retreating into another space or folding dimensions would prove futile. There would be no escape. Additionally, it could ignore any defensive divine ability or protective treasure, directly targeting the essence of the adversary. This strike was guaranteed to hit without diminishing in strength, infused with the might of the cosmos, seemingly capable of annihilating all. This was merely the first-tier effect of the 2 creation techniques. Further cultivation would enhance them even more. Fang Ling rejoiced in his heart. These 2 creation techniques were astonishingly powerful and defied imagination. He named the defensive technique, Karma Rebound, and the offensive technique, Heavenly Hand. Taking a deep breath, he sought to steady his exhilarated heart. He calmed himself and diligently studied the creation bones, delving into these supreme arts. Unbeknownst to him, a night passed. When the next day dawned and 2 Air came looking for him, he concluded his practice. Benefactor, when do you plan to depart? 2 Air inquired from outside the door. Fang Ling did not respond to the question, but instead asked, Where is Physician Do gone? Having been absorbed in his cultivation, He had not noticed her departure. She left at dawn, Tu Er replied. Physician Do also asked me to convey a message to you. She mentioned she would return to help you cure your stubborn ailment. She must be referring to the death curse, right? He mused. She left in a hurry. I didn't have the chance to tell her we planned to go to the Lan clan today, where someone can lift the curse. She vanished in an instant. Fang Ling nodded, stepping out of the room. Let's set off at once. We must arrive at the Lan clan as early as possible, he declared. Understood. Tu Er replied. Do Qin departed without a word. Yet Fang Ling experienced no turbulence within. He had never desired her presence by his side. However, at this moment, his thoughts inadvertently drifted to the legendary ginseng fruit, said to extend one's lifespan merely by its scent. Chapter 66. The profound heritage of the Lan clan, the Miao region, is neither large nor small. Fang Ling accompanied Tu Er on a month-long journey, traversing countless tribes, until they finally reached the Lan clan. He did not squander his time on the road. By day, he traveled, and by night, he practiced with the Tian Wending. The venomous essence contained within the green-eyed, three-legged toad in the Yaoguang realm was formidable. It was only on the eve of their arrival at the Lan clan that he completely refined it, significantly enhancing his toxic prowess. At the marketplace of the Lan clan, Tu Er turned to Fang Ling and said, Benefactor, please take care of yourself from here on. I must return home. This round trip will take 2 months, and I'm somewhat concerned for my family. Unbeknownst to Tu Er, the Mu clan had been completely slaughtered, thus his heart was tinged with unease for their well-being. Fang Ling lightly acknowledged him with a nod and retrieved a scroll of decree from his robe, handing it to Tu Er. This decree is a gift for you. I hope you will never have to use it. During his time in the Tu clan, he had amassed considerable gains. Moreover, since Tu Er had tirelessly guided him to the Lan clan, Fang Ling wished to bestow a token of gratitude upon the Tu clan. He had previously acquired the method to craft the decree from a hapless individual. With an array of materials within his storage ring, he successfully created it after several attempts. The current decree encapsulated the essence of the infinite galaxy fist, although the decree could not fully convey the entire might of the divine arts. It retained about 10% of its original power, sufficient to slay beings at the early stages of the Yuheng realm, or perhaps even stronger adversaries. For the weaker Tu clan, possessing such a decree could prove invaluable in times of hardship. Tu Er gazed at the decree in Fang Ling's hand, hesitating to accept it. Our Tu clan has already received immense kindness from you. It would be improper to accept, Fang Ling replied calmly. I seldom bestow gifts. Fearing to offend Fang Ling, Tu Er promptly accepted the decree. After a brief farewell, the two parted ways, with Tu Er embarking on his journey home. Fang Ling wandered through the bustling market of the Lan clan, marveling at the unfamiliar sights. The wares displayed at the stalls were rare in regions like Nanyang. Being unique to the Miao territory, had time permitted, he would have enjoyed browsing further. However, he prioritized completing his urgent matters. The environment of the Lan clan bore little difference from that of the Tu clan, characterized by low thatched or bamboo houses. Yet, the scale of the two clans was worlds apart. He estimated that the area of the Lan clan was a staggering 10,000 times that of the Tu clan. Situated upon a vast plain, the houses coalesced into a sprawling settlement. Such a large settlement could never exist in Nanyang or the Blood Marsh. The Lan clan was akin to a metropolis housing millions. As Fang Ling traversed the market, he finally paused before an altar. The expanse of the Lan clan was immense, and there must have been no fewer than 1,000 such small altars. The tribal guardians of the Lan clan were stationed near these altars. Fang Ling's attire immediately drew the attention of the nearby guardians. Outsider, what brings you here? A scruffy man inquired. Fang Ling replied, I wish to meet your clan's priest or elder. The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Fang Ling. Although he could not sense Fang Ling's cultivation, his instincts signaled that the young man was extraordinary. Are you certain you have business with our elders and priests? Their time is precious, and if you are merely wasting it, you will not find it pleasant. Merely losing one's life would be fortunate. We possess a plethora of cruel punishments. Fang Ling nodded in affirmation. Follow me then. I doubt you would jest with your own life, the man said. He briefed the other guardians before leading Fang Ling onward. In the Miao region, the two largest clans are the Lan and Chuan. The profound heritage of these clans is such that even the first-rate forces within the Dacian dynasty, such as the Tianyin Pavilion, would not dare to offend them lightly. Fang Ling could keenly sense the formidable auras around him. Among the Yaoguang realm experts he detected, there were 7. Additionally, the combat prowess of which practitioners in the Yaoguang realm generally surpasses that of their fellow cultivators, making them particularly formidable. Even if he could defeat them, the cost would be significant. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Ling followed the guardian to a bamboo house. Reporting to Elder Lan Sheng, "There's an outsider here seeking an audience," the guardian respectfully announced. A gentle voice emanated from within the house. "Let him in." "Go ahead." The guardian glanced at Fang Ling, signaling him to enter. Upon entering, Fang Ling encountered the ninth elder of the Lan clan, Lan Sheng. He was curious. The elder's attire bore no resemblance to that of the Miao people, but instead resembled Fang Ling's, with decor reflecting the cultural essence of a northern dynasty. His cultivation was not low, having reached the pinnacle of the Kaiyang realm, merely a step away from Yaoguang. "I am Lan Sheng, the ninth elder of the Lan clan. Who are you, and what brings you to our clan?" he inquired. Fang Ling replied coolly, "I am Fang Ling, hailing from the north, seeking a transaction with your clan. I am afflicted by the death curse, and have heard that someone in your clan can perform the rebirth curse. Hence my visit." "Oh," Lan Sheng expressed surprise, scrutinizing Fang Ling closely. "But I sense no curse energy emanating from you. You are lying." His expression darkened immediately. Fang Ling responded, "The death curse torments its victims severely. Therefore, prior to my journey, my master sealed it, which is why you cannot perceive it." "Huh? Who is your master, that they could seal the death curse?" "That is absurd." Lan Sheng Lauget. Fang Ling's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. "Do not jest about my master. I speak earnestly." Lan Sheng was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. In this world, aside from witch practitioners, no other cultivators possess any means against witch curses. "Is your master, perhaps, a celestial being? Or a supreme immortal? I see you are merely in your 20s. Yet your temper is rather formidable." Fang Ling immediately turned to leave, leaving behind a single remark. "I shall return if now is not the right time for discourse." So be it. After all, the curse had been sealed by his master for 100,000 years. He could return in a few years. However, by that time, the Lan clan would have no right to make demands and would have to comply obediently. Lan Sheng watched Fang Ling's retreating figure, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and foreboding. Fang Ling's words and demeanor were exceedingly peculiar, instilling in him a sense of ominous premonition. It felt as though allowing him to depart unchallenged would lead to future regret. Trusting his instincts, he hastily called out, "Wait." As a guest, "I was indeed impolite just now. I hope for your forgiveness. Allow me to take you to meet our Grand Priest. Only the Grand Priest in our clan can perform the rebirth curse. You may converse with her directly." Upon hearing this, Fang Ling halted in his tracks. "Then I shall trouble you." Chapter 67. The transaction with Priestess Lan Yin. Fang Ling followed Lan Sheng to the heart of the Lan clan, the witch god altar. This altar is one of the two largest in the Miao region, boasting a history exceeding 1,000,000 years, rendering it a supreme treasure in its own right. Atop the altar, 9 individuals sat cross-legged in midair, engaged in meditation. The altar radiated an aura of extraordinary spiritual and soul energy, creating an isolated world within its bounds. This was merely the sensation Fang Ling perceived from beyond the barrier. He could scarcely fathom the experience of being enveloped within it. The 9 individuals on the altar were the priests of the Lan clan, along with 8 other elders. Among the 8 elders, only one had achieved the pinnacle of the Kaiyang realm. The others were primarily at the Yaoguang realm, corresponding to the 7 formidable masters he had initially sensed. The most terrifying of them all was the woman at the very center of the altar. She was the true sovereign of the Lan tribe, the High Priestess Lan Yin. Although Fang Ling could not perceive her cultivation level, a mere glance at her filled him with a sense of dread, as if he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. He couldn't help but wonder if this woman had transcended the martial path and reached the realm of immortals. Reporting to the priestess, "This person claims to be afflicted by a death curse and has come to our Lan tribe seeking a remedy." Lan Sheng proclaimed loudly from outside the altar. He refrained from entering because he was not a true member of the Lan clan, but rather an outsider who had married into the family. His wife was the 6th elder, Lan Yu, who was currently meditating within the altar. The power holders of the Lan tribe turned their gazes towards Fang Ling, their usually composed expressions now betraying surprise. They could discern that Fang Ling's strength was formidable, yet the precise extent of it eluded their understanding. What puzzled them further was his remarkably youthful appearance. They were momentarily uncertain whether he was a cunning old monster in disguise or genuinely a prodigious youth. Just as Fang Ling contemplated speaking, he was abruptly drawn into a separate space. Before him stood the high priestess, Lan Yen. As the foremost authority of the Lan tribe, her presence was overwhelmingly commanding, her gaze exuding an imperial pressure. Despite her advanced age, she appeared strikingly youthful, with flawless skin that seemed impossibly delicate and a figure that was perfectly proportioned. Especially her long, shapely legs. Lan Yan's eyes fixed intently on Fang Ling as she murmured, "What sort of being possesses the ability to seal the death curse so thoroughly with mere soul force?" Fang Ling refrained from answering directly and instead countered, "I have heard from your ninth elder that you are adept in the rebirth curse. Might you assist me in dispelling this death curse?" Lan Yan nodded slightly and replied, "I can help, but I wish to request your assistance for the Lan tribe in return." "What assistance do you require?" Fang Ling inquired. "Lanzan a la buzet." There exists a sacred site in Miaojiang known as the Witch God Temple. This ancient temple, left behind by the Witch clan, holds the unparalleled legacy of our witchcraft lineage. It can be said that all incantations circulating in Miaojiang originate from this temple. The Witch God Temple opens once every 1,000 years, granting access to those who seek to obtain the Witch clan's legacy and learn new spells. However, entry is restricted. Anyone over the age of 50 is barred from entering. Even after gaining entry, one must traverse a lengthy path to reach the place of inheritance. Historically, our Lan tribe's descendants and those from the Chuan tribe would clash here, with only the strongest earning the right to inherit. In 3 days, this momentous occasion will occur once again. Unfortunately, for decades, our Lan tribe has lacked a descendant of considerable martial prowess, while the Chuan tribe has produced an extraordinary prodigy named Chuan Pu. At just 31 years of age, he has attained the late stage of the Tianquan realm and has mastered 5 witch spells. His strength poses a significant threat, potentially preventing our Lan tribe's offspring from reaching the inheritance. Although I cannot ascertain your exact realm, I believe your power is certainly on par with this Chuan tribe's prodigy. Therefore, I ask you to lead a team to safeguard a member of the Lan tribe, ensuring her safe passage into the temple and back. Regardless of your ability to fulfill this task, if you agree to assist, I will help you dispel the death curse. Should you successfully protect her, I shall offer additional rewards, ensuring you do not suffer loss. Fang Ling harbored no doubts regarding Lan Yan's words, for he had already gleaned information about the Witch God Temple from various texts and the accounts of Tuer, albeit not in great depth. It was clear from Lan Yan's speech that entry to the temple was not exclusive to witch practitioners. He might also gain some benefits from it, as he had long coveted witch spells. "I shall comply with your request," he replied decisively. "Excellent." Lan Zan smai Fai Li, raising her green staff and pointing it towards Fang Ling. Although the death curse had already been sealed by his master, he could still sense its lingering presence. At this moment, that peculiar sensation completely vanished, confirming that the death curse had been dispelled. Moreover, a surge of pure soul force flowed into his spirit, causing his soul power to ascend rapidly. In an instant, his overall soul power level increased by more than half. Noticing Fang Ling's astonishment, Lan Yan explained, "The rebirth curse can do more than just dispel the death curse. Its primary function is to save a dissipating soul or directly enhance soul power. Unfortunately, each use inflicts significant harm on the user, and most people cannot withstand the impact of the rebirth curse. Otherwise, I would not struggle to cultivate several powerful young witch practitioners." "Thank you." Fang Ling was taken aback by her immediate assistance in dispelling the curse, demonstrating her sincerity. "I shall now take you to meet the individual you are to protect. Please do not mistake her identity," she added, with a gentle wave of her staff. Their surroundings transformed once more, and they found themselves in a serene bamboo grove. Mother, a young woman with a figure as ample as a pomelo, yet possessing an innocent face, hurried toward them. As Fang Ling scrutinized her demeanor, he noted the striking resemblance to Priestess Lan Yan. Her cultivation level was modest, merely at the initial stage of the Tianji realm. In places like Shuohua or Nanyang, she would be considered exceptionally talented, but in Miaojiang, she was not regarded as a top-tier individual. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he sensed that this youthful yet robust girl was extraordinary, though he could not pinpoint why. "Luo, let me introduce you to this gentleman." Lan Yan turned to Fang Ling, suddenly feeling embarrassed for forgetting to ask, "What is your name?" Fang Ling dismissed any concern and promptly introduced himself. "From now on, young Master Fang, you shall reside here," Lan Yan continued. "Luo, be sure to treat young Master Fang well and uphold the etiquette of hospitality." "Lan Luo not det obedini understo." Fang Ling had no objections to him, It mattered little where he stayed. Lan Yin departed promptly, her aura noticeably weakened after employing the rebirth curse. Given the critical nature of the moment, she had no time to linger and needed to recuperate swiftly. Lan Luo timidly glanced at Fang Ling before pointing to a nearby bamboo house. "Young Master Fang, you may stay in that one. I recently tidied it up." Fang Ling acknowledged with a brief sound and proceeded toward the house, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Lan Luo further. Being naturally shy, Lan Luo felt a sense of relief at his demeanor. After watching him enter the bamboo house, she returned to her own room. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the witch god temple's opening arrived. At that moment, Fang Ling and Lan Luo were seated atop a crimson flame bird, soaring high in the sky. This crimson flame bird was one of the powerful creatures raised by the Lan tribe, possessing a cultivation level in the Mid-Kaiyang realm. Due to their proximity to the wilderness, many of the larger tribes in Miaojiang maintained a tradition of raising fierce beasts and birds. Lacking large battleships, they relied on these domesticated creatures for travel. After 2 hours of flight, the crimson flame bird descended at the foot of a mountain. This mountain was known as Sacred Witch Mountain, with a witch god temple situated at its peak. The members of the Chuan tribe had also arrived before them, accompanied by a formidable azure Qilin beast, which boasted a strength comparable to that of the crimson flame bird. Excluding their respective priests, each tribe comprises 20 individuals, undoubtedly the most distinguished representatives of their younger generations. From Fang Ling's perspective, the youth of the Chuan clan appear to possess a certain superiority. Following the descent of the crimson flame bird, an enigmatic man approached from the opposite side. He appeared to be in his 30s, yet his gaze bore the weight of countless years. This man was Chuan Ning, the priest of the Chuan clan. "Your Lan clan's arrogance seems to be growing, leaving us in prolonged anticipation," Chuan Ning remarked with a cold smirk directed at Lan Yin. Lan Yin cast him a disinterested glance and replied coolly, "The witch god temple has yet to be opened. It is you who arrived prematurely. Perhaps the speed of the azure scale beast surpasses that of your clan's feathered fowl." The long-standing animosity between the two tribes rendered their exchanges fraught with tension. Lan Zhang, disinclined to engage in verbal sparring, shifted her gaze towards the 20 young warriors of the Chuan clan. Upon noticing an outsider among them, her expression darkened slightly. This individual, at the early stage of the Jade Harmony realm, among the ranks of the Chuan clan stood a foreigner clad in Miao attire, yet not a practitioner of the shamanic arts. Though he attempted to conceal his aura, he could not evade her keen perception. She discerned that he possessed the early stage of the Jade Harmony realm, which unsettled her. The Chuan clan already boasted a formidable member, Chuan Pu, at the late stage of the Celestial Authority realm, and now they had recruited such a powerful ally. There is no need for such astonishment, priest of the Lan clan. Did you not also invite an outsider? Chuan Ning taunted with a brazen laugh. However, your ally seems quite remarkable. Even I cannot discern his true capabilities. Perhaps he possesses some extraordinary treasure that conceals his presence. You certainly have a knack for attracting such a prodigious youth, Lan Yin observed, noting the man's apparent age of around 40. Achieving the early stage of the Jade Harmony realm at such an age indicates a significant background, likely as a direct descendant of a top-tier power. "I am Mo Yuan, a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect," the man announced, stepping forward with an air of pride. Despite the Miao practitioner's isolation, they were not devoid of awareness regarding the conflicts within the Southern Dipper domain. Each notable heir of the major powers was always a subject of interest. She had heard of Mo Yuan's reputation. He was one of the twin stars of the Heavenly Tao sect, renowned for his extraordinary birth that heralded an omen of celestial phenomena and innate fortune. Why does a member of the Heavenly Tao sect involve himself in matters concerning the Miao clan? "Lan Zhan in Gui," Mo Yuan replied, "neither deferential nor arrogant. You misunderstand. Esteemed elder, I act solely on my own accord, with no ties to the Heavenly Tao sect. I agreed to assist Priest Chuan solely due to the benefits he promised." "Then it is best that it remains so," Lan Yin responded coldly. She glanced at Fang Ling, who stood beside her daughter, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Although she was aware of Fang Ling's significant background, knowing that he was supported by formidable allies capable of sealing death curses, his youth, barely in his 20s, was a source of trepidation. In contrast, Mo Yuan was already in his 40s, having cultivated for 2 decades longer, and held the reputation of a prodigy. Whether Fang Ling could contend with him remained uncertain. "What is your origin?" Mo Yuan queried, turning his gaze toward Fang Ling, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. While he did not perceive Fang Ling as weak, He found it puzzling that he had not heard of anyone in this age group possessing such power. Fang Ling's aura and appearance were unfamiliar to him, defying comparison with any known heir of the major powers. Just a wanderer, Fang Ling replied nonchalantly. And Mo Yuan chuckled. This is becoming less interesting. If you are unwilling to disclose, I shall discover your capabilities in due course. At that moment, Fang Ling received a telepathic message from Priest Lan Yin. This individual is a renowned prodigy within the domain, not to be underestimated. He has attained the early stage of the Jade Harmony realm and possesses innate fortune, having been born with a strand of innate purple energy. Such energy, though minimal, is formidable. When blended with his spiritual power, it magnifies the efficacy of his techniques, rendering him a formidable opponent. Exercise utmost caution when you engage him. Fang Ling acknowledged with a slight nod, refraining from further discussion. The two parties maintained a respectful distance, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Half an hour later, radiant, seven-colored light flickered atop the mountain. The first barrier surrounding the witch god temple dissipated, signifying its official opening. Members of the Lan clan swiftly mounted the Crimson Flame Bird, soaring toward the summit, while the Chuan clan ascended the Azure Scale Beast, racing towards the temple. Go! With simultaneous commands from both tribes' priests, all entered the temple. Upon entering, members of the Chuan clan immediately charged at those of the Lan clan. Fang Ling summoned his lifeblood sword, an aura of terrifying bloodlust emanating that not only instilled fear in the Chuan clan, but also compelled the Lan clan to instinctively distance themselves from him. With a single sweep of his sword, all but Chuan Pu and Mo Yuan were eliminated. The arena fell into a profound silence, as members of the Lan clan were taken aback by Fang Ling's overwhelming strength. Chuan Pu's expression d'arcaned, grief stricken, as he mourned the loss of his relatives and friends who had perished alongside him. Fortunately, he had cast a death substitute curse upon himself upon entering the temple. Otherwise, Fang Ling's strike could have easily claimed his life as well. Drip, drip. And Mo Yuan clutched the wound on his chest, his expression grave as he regarded Fang Ling. I did not expect such a figure to exist in the Southern Dipper domain. A single strike was sufficient to injure me. Are you a disciple of the Sword Mountain Manor, or do you hail from the Sword Dao Rong family? Fang Ling, uninterested in further discourse with the deceased, leaped into action, raising his blood sword. Dragon Slash. As the blade descended, the clouds above parted under the onslaught of the sword's energy. Divine Flame Curse. The two would not remain passive. Before Fang Ling could execute his Dragon Slash, Chuan Pu had already begun chanting a spell. The Divine Flame Curse was his pride, the mightiest of the 14 sorceries of the Chuan clan. Those afflicted would suffer the torment of heavenly fire until their souls were utterly consumed. Seeing the sword's momentum bearing down upon him, Chuan Pu recognized his impending doom. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. You shall not escape unscathed. Burn! With his command, the Divine Flame Curse unleashed its terrifying power, capable of nullifying any countermeasures. In an instant, Fang Ling felt his soul igniting, and no matter how he struggled, he could not extinguish the flames. Fortunately, the Fusang Divine Tree, protective of its master, intervened to absorb the heavenly fire. Regaining his composure, Fang Ling glanced ahead. Chuan Pu lay slain beneath his sword, yet Mo Yuan remained unharmed. Earlier, he had summoned a defensive artifact, the 12-bound Qingquan Mirror, which had deflected Fang Ling's strike. This defensive treasure, though slightly inferior to the Snow Jade Heavenly Cleanse bottle of the Zizhu lineage, was formidable in its own right. Given Mo Yuan's status, he should not possess such an artifact. However, the Heavenly Dao sect had recognized him as one of their heirs and had thus entrusted him with one of their 4 supreme treasures to ensure his survival. What a terrifying strike. Had it not been for the protection of the Qingquan Mirror, I might have perished. The individual before him was utterly terrifying. I was no match for him. At that moment, Mo Yuan felt a wave of retreat wash over him, reluctant to confront Fang Ling head-on. He immediately turned and fled towards the exit. From the face of life and death, he could not afford to worry about his dignity. Naturally, Fang Ling would not allow him to escape so easily. He raised his hand to suppress him. The great Yin-Yang palm, with a single downward motion. The energies of Yin and Yang rippled outward like waves. Mo Yuan's face turned pale with fear as he hastily summoned the Qingquan Mirror to defend himself. With a resounding bang, he was pinned to the ground, his knees crashing heavily onto the floor. Even though the floor of the Witch God Temple was laid with incredibly hard lapis lazuli, it crumbled under the force. Purple chi from the east. Mo Yuan bellowed in fury, a strand of innate purple energy bursting forth from within him and merging into the Qian Kuan mirror above his head. This strand of innate purple energy had resided within him for many years, and he had long since discovered various applications for it. When infused into his spiritual power, it could significantly enhance the potency of his divine abilities. When merged with a magical artifact, it could also greatly amplify the artifact's power. Now, bolstered by the innate purple energy, the Qian Kuan mirror unleashed its formidable might. Fang Ling's great yin-yang palm was deflected by the Qian Kuan mirror, instantly dissipating. Ha! No matter how powerful your divine techniques may be, what does it matter? With my innate purple energy supporting me, in your current state, you will never breach the Qian Kuan mirror. Today, I concede defeat to you, Mo Yuan. However, your prowess is too extraordinary. If you are not eliminated, you will surely become a significant threat to me in the future. My Tiandao sex masters are nearby in Miaojiang, and when you leave the Witch God Temple, it will be your demise. Mo Yuan's spirit was shattered by Fang Ling's overwhelming strength, causing him to scream wildly. Regardless of the truth behind Mo Yuan's words, Fang Ling would not let him escape. He adhered to the principle of eradicating threats at their root, leaving no potential dangers behind. With a fierce glare, he transformed completely. His muscles bulged, twisting like gnarled tree roots. His skin turned a deep crimson, adorned with strange black markings. Boom! 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 He strode through the air, each step seemingly threatening to collapse the very fabric of space itself. His power nothing short of terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yuan was filled with dread and immediately fled. Yet, in a flash, Fang Ling appeared before him, blocking his path. He threw a punch, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom akin to thunder. Mo Yuan quickly summoned the Qian Kuan mirror to shield himself, positioning it defensively before him. Fang Ling smirked slightly, and in an instant, he was behind Mo Yuan. In the state of demonic imprisonment, Fang Ling's physical form received a tremendous enhancement. The strength of his divine movement technique was closely tied to his physical prowess. With his body now strengthened, the effectiveness of his divine movement technique surged accordingly. Before Mo Yuan could react, Fang Ling had already struck, shattering his head with a single palm. After Mo Yuan's demise, the Qian Kuan mirror fell to the ground, and the strand of innate purple energy began to escape, threatening to dissipate back into the ether. The innate purple energy was a coveted treasure sought by many, yet none dared to seize it from Mo Yuan. The reason was simple. This innate purple energy could not be plundered. Once its host perished, it would quickly disperse. Recognizing its value, Fang Ling was determined not to let it slip away. He recalled that the innate purple energy bore similarities to the treasures birthed alongside it, and promptly employed the techniques taught by his rotund master to refine it. Initially, he approached this endeavor with little confidence, treating it as a desperate gamble. Yet, to his astonishment, he succeeded, and the innate purple energy melded into his being. However, he could not yet wield it. He needed time to comprehend it before he could command it, as Mo Yuan had. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the Qian Kuan mirror back to him. This artifact, bound by 12 seals, may not have been as precious as the innate purple energy, but it was still a rare treasure. It would prove invaluable to him at this moment. He never wasted resources and soon reduced the rest of Mo Yuan's associates to mere bones. Regaining his composure, he lifted his gaze towards the members of the Lan clan. Having witnessed things they should not have, he intended to eliminate them all, save for Lan Luo. As for Lan Luo herself, after their brief interactions over the past few days, Fang Ling found her quite easy to manipulate. With a little intimidation, she would not dare to speak out. Even if she were to inform her mother, Fang Ling was unperturbed. It was not a significant concern. The Lanyan priestess, aware of the unmatched power behind him, would not dare to act against him. Just as he was about to silence them, Lan Luo hurriedly stepped forward. Though simple-minded, she sensed Fang Ling's intentions. Do not harm my kin. I can cast a spell to erase their memories of this incident. I will remain silent as well. I will not speak of you to anyone, including my mother, she declared earnestly. I can swear a great oath of the heart. Chapter 070. Cultivating Witchcraft and the Witch God Legacy. Very well, Fang Ling nodded. Upon seeing his agreement, Lan Luo immediately swore her great oath in his presence. She then cast a spell upon the others, erasing their memories of the recent events. Fang Ling, still uneasy, carefully verified the results before confirming that they had indeed forgotten everything that had transpired. Following the wide path, the group soon arrived before the main hall. The ancient witch clan's legacy lay within this grand and magnificent temple. This time, all our clan members can enter the witch god temple and have the opportunity to learn new witch spells. Fang Ling, on behalf of the Lan clan, I thank you, Lan Luo said, glancing at Fang Ling beside her. Fang Ling replied nonchalantly, "It was merely a transaction. I received my due reward." Lan Luo smiled faintly and stepped forward into the main hall. Once inside, everyone dispersed, leaving Fang Ling alone. The environment he found himself in was not the resplendent hall he expected, but a dimly lit stone chamber illuminated by flickering candlelight. At that moment, a phantom figure suddenly appeared before him. This apparition was not a soul, but rather an image projected from a memory stone. The figure depicted an elderly hunchbacked man leaning on a staff. Judging by his attire, it was clear that the tribes of Miaojiang had inherited this style. The Witch God Temple was indeed the sacred ground of Miaojiang, the source of all that the region encompassed. "Welcome to the Witch God Temple," the hunchbacked elder said kindly. "This temple is the legacy left by the last generation of witch gods, containing the entirety of our witch clan's heritage. If you manage to obtain part of this legacy, I implore you to carry it forward and ensure that the witchcraft does not become extinct. As for how much you can inherit, that will depend on your own fortune and abilities." He raised a staff and pointed at Fang Ling. In that instant, a method for cultivating a witch spell materialized in Fang Ling's mind. If you can master this spell within 3 days, you will progress to the next stage and learn more powerful witch spells. If you fail to do so, regrettably, you will have no connection to the witch clan. When you leave, all knowledge of this spell will be erased from your mind. A large hourglass appeared on the table, the colored sand flowing steadily downward. Fang Ling sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, and closed his eyes. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the witch spell. This spell, known as the soul-severing spell, was purely offensive in nature, designed to attack the souls of others. After studying it carefully, he began to grasp the essence of witchcraft. Practicing witchcraft was not particularly difficult, yet not entirely simple either. One merely needed to imprint the spell onto their soul. When casting the spell, it would consume a significant amount of soul power. Thus, while witch spells held great power, they were not suitable for prolonged combat. After casting a few spells, one could easily find themselves drained. He began to attempt the imprinting, but struggled to grasp the technique. However, he was not anxious. To him, witch spells were merely optional. Whether he succeeded or failed did not concern him. With a calm mindset, he methodically attempted and contemplated. Time passed swiftly, and the hourglass was nearly at its end. Just then, Fang Ling successfully imprinted the final rune onto his soul, completing the entire spell. Upon his success, the phantom figure reappeared. "Congratulations on mastering this arcane spell. Regardless of whether you can learn the subsequent incantations, you have successfully acquired the soul-severing spell. I shall now impart to you a more profound enchantment, and you will have a month to master it." Upon concluding his words, the hunchbacked elder produced another hourglass, its sands flowing at a slower pace. Simultaneously, the new spell, known as the immobilization charm, was bestowed upon Fang Ling's mind. Those ensnared by this spell would find themselves utterly motionless, rooted to the spot. The duration of the immobilization would depend on the amount of soul energy exerted during the casting, as well as the strength of the afflicted individual. The potency of a spell can be easily gauged. The greater the number of runes required to be inscribed, and the more intricate their designs, the higher the spell's strength. At this moment, the number of runes for the immobilization charm was tenfold that of the previous soul-severing spell. However, its complexity surpassed mere multiplication. With only a month at his disposal, Fang Ling felt a sense of urgency. He focused intently, gradually constructing the runes. Although the runes for the immobilization charm were intricate, he found that once he grasped the underlying principles, his speed in inscribing them significantly exceeded that of the soul-severing spell. Just as the final moments approached, he successfully completed the inscription of this spell. "Congratulations on mastering this incantation. However, regrettably, you will be immediately teleported out of the Hall of Sorcery." The hunchbacked elder reappeared, uttering words that left Fang Ling in shock. Having just acquired 2 spells, he was excited and eager to learn even more powerful incantations, but suddenly, "Why?" Fang Ling inquired. The elder revealed a hint of a satisfied smile, responding, "Because someone has already obtained the legacy of the sorcery god. Consequently, the Hall of Sorcery is about to close. Only she may remain within." Fang Ling suddenly recalled Lan Luo, suspecting her involvement. Although her cultivation was not particularly high, She had always given him an unusual impression. Moreover, Lan Yin had gone to great lengths to ensure her safe passage into the Hall of Sorcery, which certainly had its reasons. It would be a considerable risk to send her, his only daughter, who was merely at the celestial realm, into such a perilous situation. In the next moment, a great force enveloped Fang Ling. When he regained his senses, he found himself outside the Hall of Sorcery, along with 18 others who had also been teleported out, as the hall vanished with a thunderous roar, seemingly retreating into the boundless void. Excellent. Luo Heir indeed possesses the qualifications to inherit the sorcery god's legacy, Lan Yin exclaimed with great excitement. She held high hopes for Lan Luo. Although Lan Luo did not exhibit her prowess in spiritual cultivation, her comprehension of sorcery was unparalleled. At such a young age, she had already mastered all the spells of the Lan clan. In fact, before Fang Ling's arrival, she had prepared contingencies to ensure Lan Luo's entry into the hall. Among the young members of the Lan clan present, one of them was but a manifestation of her. How strange. Why was her memory a blank? Was it Lan Luo's doing? Why did she erase everyone's memories? Or was it the work of the Hall of Sorcery? Lan Yin found herself perplexed by the situation of this manifestation. Nevertheless, she was entirely absorbed in the joyous occasion, too carefree to delve deeper, deeming it inconsequential. Meanwhile, Chuan Ning, the priest of the Chuan clan, harbored a fierce malice in his eyes. Not a single member of the Chuan clan had emerged, indicating their complete annihilation. What pained him further was that members of the Lan clan had obtained the sorcery god's legacy. From now on, the Chuan clan would forever be trampled beneath the Lan clan's heel. That fellow Mo Yuan, who claimed to be a prodigy, was nothing extraordinary after all. The Heavenly Tao sect has deceived me, he lamented. Otherwise, with the innate talent of that lad, Chuan Pu, he could have easily learned 3 to 5 spells. It would have prevented that little girl from the Lan clan from acquiring the sorcery god's legacy. Suppressing his murderous intent, he immediately leapt onto the back of the azure-scaled beast and swiftly vanished from sight. Lan Yin gazed in the direction of Chuan Ning's disappearance. Knowing that a fierce battle was likely imminent, the Chuan clan would certainly not relent so easily. We should return, she murmured, casting a final glance. Lan Luo's acceptance of a legacy would take years, and until then, she could only wait patiently. Upon returning to the Lan clan, Fang Ling accompanied Lan Yin to her residence. As previously promised, if Fang Ling successfully ensured her safety, she would express her gratitude with a substantial reward. Within the courtyard, there stood a well, remarkable in its own right. Fang Ling sensed a continuous surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, saturating the surrounding air with an exceptionally high concentration of energy, as if the very vitality of the Lan clan depended upon it. This well is the foundation of our Lan clan. My treasures have long been nourished at the bottom, thriving daily, Lan Yin explained. She extended her hand and drew forth a gleaming stone. At first glance, the stone appeared ordinary, yet upon closer examination, it contained a terrifying energy, as if it would erupt like a volcano once activated. What is this? Fang Ling inquired. Lan Yin elucidated. This is known as the Ascension Stone, a rare treasure birthed by the heavens and earth. It can enhance the power of postnatal magical artifacts, effective for artifacts of any grade. However, the energy it contains is fixed, so the degree of enhancement depends entirely on the quality of the artifact itself. Lower-tier artifacts can experience significant boosts, while higher-tier artifacts will see only marginal improvements. I fortuitously obtained this Ascension Stone while traversing the Central Divine region 80,000 years ago. It has been soaking in our clan's creation well for 80 millennia. Its energy vastly increased since the day I found it. This gift is for you, as a token of my appreciation. Fang Ling marveled at the existence of such a wondrous item. Coincidentally, he had recently acquired one of the Heavenly Tao sect's 4 paramount artifacts, the Qinkuan Mirror. This treasure was already remarkable. If it could be further enhanced, it would be truly splendid. Thank you, Priest Lan, he said as he accepted the Ascension Stone. In truth, Lan Yin had already repaid her debt to him by helping him dispel the death curse, and he understood that her generous gift today was more about establishing a friendship. With Lan Luo inheriting the sorcery god's legacy, the Lan clan would undoubtedly rise in prominence, and he was pleased to gain a formidable ally. Although he had fasted for over a month within the Hall of Sorcery, he felt a thirst creeping upon him. Observing the miraculous well, he scooped some water into his hands. Hold on, Lan Yin quickly interjected. Fang Ling, not one to be greedy, promptly discarded the water from his hands. He surmised that it was likely a clan rule prohibiting outsiders from drinking from this well. In such places, peculiar customs were abundant, and he was no longer surprised. I'm not being stingy. Rather, this creation well is not intended for drinking, Lan Yin hastily clarified, lest Fang Ling perceive them as miserly. The creation well is extraordinarily unique, continuously releasing spiritual energy. However, under normal circumstances, it should not be consumed. If a woman drinks from it, she will conceive. If a man drinks from it, he will struggle to exhibit virility for an extended period. Hearing this, Fang Ling quickly shook off the remnants of the well water from his hands. He had not anticipated that this seemingly enticing well would harbor such terrifying properties. In our clan, if a woman wishes to bear a child without marriage, she would request this water from me, Lan Yin continued. Luo Er, in fact, has no father. She was born from my drinking of this creation well. Fang Ling found himself at a loss for words, as today's revelations truly broadened his horizons. Having accumulated many items, Fang Ling chose not to leave the Lan clan immediately. He now resided in Lan Yan's home, albeit not in her chamber, but beside the creation well. The well continually released pure spiritual energy, making it an exquisite place for cultivation. He took out the ascension stone and infused it into the Chinkoan mirror. Instantly, it upgraded from 12 restrictions to 13, elevating its rank to match the snow jade celestial cleansing bottle of the purple bamboo. Although it was merely an additional restriction, the power of this artifact had increased by more than double. Especially in its focus on defense, the current capabilities can be deemed unparalleled. After his endeavors, he devoted himself to contemplating the strand of innate purple energy within him. Although this essence now belonged to him, utilizing it felt quite foreign, necessitating time for mutual acclimatization. He hovered above the well of transformation, immersed in cultivation day and night, unaware of how much time had passed. Until one fateful day, numerous terrifying auras descended upon the Lan clan tribe. Alongside them were the Chuan clan and the cultivators of the Heavenly Dao sect. Among them, the shamanic practitioners of the Chuan clan predominated, numbering nearly 10 million. On the altar, Lan Yin and the other 8 elders of the Lan clan immediately ascended into the sky. Chuan Ning, you shameless wretch. Lan Yin glared at Chuan Ning across the way, her eyes ablaze with fury. How dare you collude with outsiders, truly devoid of shame? Chuan Ning sneered, saying, what of colluding with outsiders? It is high time for Miaojiang to undergo a transformation. My shamanic practitioners have been confined here for generations. It has always been a mistake. We ought to integrate into the broader cultivation community. Chuan Ning's words were astute. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Dao sect, Wenmu, chuckled from his side. Lan Yin, have you considered an alliance with my sect? As you may know, we are currently in a time of turmoil, and great calamities are about to descend. As cultivators of the Southern Dipper domain, we should unite. I am willing to act as a mediator, facilitating peace between your two tribes. Upon hearing this, Chuan Ning's brow furrowed, silently cursing the old fox. He had already established contact with the Heavenly Dao sect, and previously it had been clear that they would assist the Chuan clan in unifying Miaojiang. Yet now, it seemed the sect aimed to transform Miaojiang into their own backyard. There is nothing more to discuss. If it is war you seek, then let it come. Lan Yin huffed coldly. Behind her, tens of millions of cultivators from the Lan clan surged into the sky, their momentum fierce. This place is no longer safe. As he hovered above the well of transformation, Fang Ling contemplated a retreat. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. This person was the 9th elder of the Lan clan, Lan Sheng. Gone was the previous elegance of Lan Sheng, replaced now by a sinister aura. We meet again. Lan Sheng's my. Though that little fellow Mo Yuan may lack talent, he has been nurtured at considerable expense by the Heavenly Dao sect. You should not have killed him, nor should you have purloined my sect's Chinkoan mirror. If you return the mirror to me now, I can guarantee that you will receive a complete corpse. Fang Ling responded. So you are the Heavenly Dao sect. Your sect truly possesses patience, having plotted for so long. Lan Sheng had been in the Lan clan for thousands of years, indicating that the Heavenly Dao sect had begun its schemes millennia ago. The Lan clan possesses a unique divine formation. If it is not broken, even our sect's formidable power combined with the Chuan clan would struggle to conquer this stronghold. Lan Sheng Tukai. Fortunately, everything has finally borne fruit, and my years of restraint here have not been in vain. My true name is, before he could finish, Fang Ling struck with a sword. I have no desire to know the name of a dead man. This strike was the sword of calamity from the sword demon, three styles, its power formidable. Moreover, at this moment, Fang Ling's strike was unlike any before, boldly infusing that strand of innate purple energy into his blood sword. The blood sword was thus elevated, its might enhanced tremendously. How could this be? The previously composed Lan Sheng's expression changed drastically. Fang Ling's strike sent chills down his spine. This strike will kill. He hastily attempted to defend himself, but his defensive techniques were incapable of withstanding Fang Ling's assault, shattering instantly. His physical form was torn to shreds by the fierce sword aura, leaving only a remnant soul to flee. Madness. This is sheer madness. This young man possesses such terrifying strength. His remnant soul desperately attempted to escape Fang Ling's grasp. However, Fang Ling showed no mercy, invoking a soul-severing curse that locked onto him. Boy, I shall drag you down with me. Lan Sheng felt the curse take hold, knowing he was doomed, and succumbed to despair. But ultimately, it was too late. Fang Ling acted too swiftly, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. The soul-severing curse unleashed its power, annihilating his remnant soul. Above the tribe, the two factions were initially at a standoff, but upon witnessing the sudden clash between Fang Ling and Lan Sheng, they erupted into chaos. The aftershocks of their battle rattled Fang Ling's mind. My master often said, beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. Truly, this holds no falsehood. He promptly fled, wishing to avoid the ensuing turmoil. With both sides embroiled in battle, they paid Fang Ling no heed. The Heavenly Tao sect had not worried about Lan Sheng's failure, thus they did not send reinforcements. Taking advantage of the situation, Fang Ling escaped this nest of troubles. After departing from the Lan clan, he sped away, heading directly towards the Chuan clan. Having already offended the Chuan clan, he resolved to take bold action, planning to strike while their elite forces were engaged in battle with the Lan clan. Chapter 072. A sudden assault on the Chuan clan. Fang Ling appeared at the outskirts of the Chuan clan. At this moment, the Chuan clan was enveloped by a massive formation. These two great clans of Miaojiang had maintained their legacies for many years. Each clan's protective formation had been reinforced by countless generations of formidable practitioners, rendering its defensive capabilities formidable. Even typical celestial beings would find it challenging to breach. While the elite forces of the Chuan clan were deployed, they activated their protective formation, demonstrating considerable foresight. Yet, Fang Ling did not turn back. The formation posed no significant challenge for him to dismantle. With a flash, his right eye turned crimson, the power of the blood eye awakened. He twisted space, directly creating a breach in the formation. The blood eye's capabilities extended beyond merely devouring others' attacks. It was also an unparalleled tool for dismantling formations. However, he had to pay a price for this. The blood eye bore the strain, and blood tears flowed uncontrollably for a long time. Seizing the moment the formation opened, he swiftly entered the territory of the Chuan clan. Upon entering, he lifted his gaze towards the heart of the clan. There stood a towering tree, 100 feet high, lush and teeming with spiritual energy. While the Lan clan possessed the well of transformation, the Chuan clan had this heavenly spirit tree. Both served similar purposes, providing exceptional cultivation environments for their respective clans. Otherwise, the two clans would not have stalemated for so many years, unable to discern a victor. Let the assault begin. Fang Ling unconsciously cracked his neck, emitting a low groan. The populations of the Chuan and Lan clans were comparable, each numbering in the hundreds of millions. He spread his arms wide, fully unleashing his toxins, no longer suppressing them. In this state, he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. In the past, to avoid harming others, he had kept his toxic powers restrained. Over the years, he had gradually acclimatized to this, but now, releasing it felt exhilarating. The toxins spread rapidly, and many members of the Chuan clan, caught off guard, perished from the poison. Unfortunately, the vast expanse of the Chuan clan was too great. With my current spiritual power, I cannot cover such a wide area of the Shaluo Mijia, Fang Ling murmured, acknowledging that he could not annihilate them all during this visit, but he would kill as many as possible. Drawing his blood sword, he charged forward. In an instant, wails echoed throughout the Chuan clan, the scene utterly brutal. Chuan Ning had not anticipated that someone could infiltrate their protective formation. At this moment, the shamanic practitioners left behind in the Chuan clan were few. Fang Ling moved through the clan like a wolf among sheep, leaving no one to impede his path as he slaughtered his way through the Chuan clan. At the altar of the Chuan clan, a middle-aged man in the late stage of the Kaiyang realm sat in meditation. He was Chuan Hung, the elder left behind in the Chuan clan, and the weakest elder among them. Although his combat prowess was the lowest, he possessed a unique spell that allowed him to completely conceal his presence. Thus, while Fang Ling rampaged through the Chuan clan, he remained undetected. Upon the outbreak of chaos, Chuan Hung immediately notified the Grand Priest Chuan Ning, who was engaged in battle with the Lan clan. He then began to cultivate within the shamanic altar. It was evident that he was anxious, his face flushed and drenched in sweat. Fang Ling had been slaughtering for a considerable time, and the number of casualties among the clansmen was unknown. With each passing second, thousands more would perish. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous sense of relief and let out a long sigh. At last, it is accomplished. Behold the might of the Chuan clan. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he merged with the ancient shamanic figure that appeared upon the altar. In the distance, Fang Ling, engaged in battle, abruptly looked towards the vicinity of the altar. He had specifically used his divine sense to inspect that area, finding nothing amiss. Yet now, an ancient shamanic figure had inexplicably materialized. The aura emanating from this figure instilled a sense of dread in him. It surpassed the level of Yao Guang, yet still fell short of the powers of Lan Yin and Chuan Ning. Perhaps it possessed the strength of someone in the tribulation phase, he mused. At that moment, the ancient shamanic figure glared at him with fierce eyes. You vile creature, how dare you run rampant in the Chuan clan's territory? Today, you shall understand the meaning of living a fate worse than death, and the regret that comes too late. Eternal prison curse. The ancient shamanic figure pointed menacingly at Fang Ling. The retribution of causality. Fang Ling, unwilling to endure the torment of the shamanic curse any longer, decisively unleashed the celestial arts of creation. Regardless of whether it was a curse or a divine technique, this celestial art could rebound the effects back onto the caster. In that instant, the eternal prison curse rebounded with tenfold energy, causing the ancient shamanic figure to shatter instantly. Chuan Hung, merged with this ancient figure, was obliterated beyond recovery. The eternal prison curse was indeed terrifying, capable of directly extracting a person's soul to endure torment in the 18 layers of hell. As he was struck by the backlash of Fang Ling's celestial arts of creation, he suffered tenfold pain, causing his soul to disintegrate. After casting the celestial arts of creation, Fang Ling's aura immediately diminished. Though the art was extraordinary, it came at a considerable cost to himself. Fortunately, this maneuver had resolved a significant issue once and for all. The remaining adversaries were merely small fry. He drew his blood sword and plunged once more into the endless cycle of slaughter. Meanwhile, above the Lan clan's territory, Chuan Ning and the Grand Elder of Tiandao sect, Wenmu, joined forces against Lan Yan. Despite Lan Yan's considerable strength, she was currently gravely wounded. The realms of the three were not vastly different, yet she was struggling to contend against two foes. This cannot continue, Elder Wen. I must return to the tribe first. The elder left behind has sent word that a calamity has breached our clan and is indiscriminately slaughtering our people. This individual can break through our clan's protective array, indicating that they are exceedingly formidable. The remaining defenders likely cannot withstand him. I must return at once. Chuan Ning conveyed his thoughts to Elder Wenmu. Upon hearing this, Wenmu snorted coldly. Foolish. If we do not eliminate this woman now, she will undoubtedly become a future threat. The loss of clan members is inconsequential, for you're still alive. I assure you that I shall grant you an even greater Chuan clan in the future. I'm sorry, but I must return. I will leave the rest to you, Elder Wen. Chuan Ning dismissed his empty promises. More importantly, the Chuan clan was the culmination of his life's work, something he could not bear to abandon. Furthermore, the clan harbored a vast treasure trove, accumulated over millions of years. Should that intruder seize it, it would be a tremendous loss. He transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Lan Yan, noticing Chuan Ning's sudden departure, felt a flicker of confusion. Nevertheless, this turn of events was ultimately a blessing. With unwavering resolve, she summoned a cyan hexagram imprint to her brow. Divine awakening, she exclaimed, unleashing an even more terrifying soul force that rippled from her being. As Chuan Ning retreated, she knew she must swiftly suppress Wenmu to gain the upper hand. On the other side, within the Chuan clan's territory, Chuan Ning hovered in midair, staring in shock at the desolation of his tribe. All around him lay a sea of white bones, an overwhelming scene of despair. He estimated that it seemed as though the entire Chuan clan had perished. The celestial tree, situated at the heart of the tribe, had been uprooted, leaving only a vast pit in its place. The treasury beneath the altar had been excavated to its depths, and the Chuan clan's million-year accumulation was entirely gone. He scoured the area and discovered a few fortunate survivors from his clan. Even when gathered, their number barely reached 10 million, from a once mighty tribe of billions. Only this handful remained. Vile scoundrel, I, Chuan Ning, swear to grind you into ashes. His eyes reddened with rage as he howled in despair. Chapter 073. Establishing a realm to nurture warriors after emerging from the Chuan clan's territory, Fang Ling headed north without pausing for a moment. He had nearly annihilated the entire Chuan clan, and one could only imagine Chuan Ning's fury. Thus, his sole intention now was to flee, and the further, the better. He disregarded the exhaustion from employing his divine movement technique, advancing at breakneck speed for 3 days and nights. He swiftly departed from Yaojiang, crossed the wilderness, and returned to the Blood Marsh. Over 3 years had passed since he headed south. The Blood Marsh had undergone a dramatic transformation, now entirely under the dominion of the heavenly Luo sect. Once an insignificant part of the Upper Nine cities, Tianqing City had now become the most prosperous area of the Blood Marsh. The main headquarters of the heavenly Luo sect was established within Tianqing City. As soon as the Nether Beast sensed his presence, it rushed out, affectionately nudging him with its head. 3 years had elapsed, yet the Nether Beast remained at the early stage of the Jade Balance realm. For demons, the rate of power enhancement was rather slow, so its lack of change over 3 years was quite normal. Greetings, Sect Master. At that moment, Mr. Mo and others also appeared. Compared to the Nether Beast, their advancements were substantially greater, particularly Mr. Mo and Feng Fian, who had undergone transformation through blood crystals. Mr. Mo had encountered some fortuitous circumstance, breaking through to the heavenly authority realm and reaching the early stage of the Jade Balance. Meanwhile, Feng Fian had advanced a small tier, attaining the consummate level of the heavenly authority realm. Sect Master, your bearing has surpassed that of the past after 3 years, Mr. Mo exclaimed. Fang Ling smiled lightly. You have not disappointed me. Your strengths have considerably improved. However, now is not the time for idle chatter. I have provoked a formidable enemy. So gather all disciples immediately. I will first escort you to a secure location to evade the storm. Also, ensure that everyone brings their families along. This way, there will be no lingering concerns. The forces of the Tiandao sect will eventually uncover my ties to the heavenly Luo sect. I have invested considerable effort in them and do not wish for them to become mere fodder. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mo and the others swiftly departed to summon their respective subordinates. The following day, 1 million cultivators gathered, along with their families, totaling nearly 2 million individuals. Though the numbers were significant, they paled in comparison to Tianqing City, which had undergone one expansion and could now accommodate at least 10 million inhabitants. When he left 3 years ago, the sect members numbered just over 100,000. Now, after 3 years, the heavenly Luo sect boasted over 1 million disciples. This was still due to Mr. Mo and the others intentionally controlling the sect size and strictly regulating the admission of new members. Otherwise, the heavenly Luo sect could have easily surpassed 5 million. However, Fang Ling preferred the elite force of 1 million over a disorganized mass of 5 million. Bow to the sect master. The million cultivators knelt in unison. The bloodshed Fang Ling had wrought in the blood marsh still instilled fear in their hearts. Those who joined later harbored both reverence and trepidation. No need for formalities. Fang Ling said blandly, since you wish to follow me, I shall bestow upon you opportunities. I will now transport you to a place abundant in cultivation resources. All of you will have access to them, and aside from cultivation, you will not need to engage in any other tasks. Even the earliest followers of Fang Ling found his words to be quite preposterous, hard to believe. Nonetheless, they had no other choice. Once they joined the sect, each person was bound to cultivate the auxiliary scriptures of the heavenly Luo divine technique. Their very lives were, in fact, in Fang Ling's hands. Even if he commanded them to traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames, they would have to muster their courage to comply. Yet Fang Ling was not joking with them. He ascended into the air, stepping towards the skies above Tianqing City. Then he clasped his hands together, and a wheel of Buddha light rose behind him. The radiance enveloped all, casting a warm glow upon their faces. At the edge of Tianqing City, the Saraira realm emerged, enveloping the entire city. Fang Ling did not intend to subject them to blood cultivation. Rather, he was invoking the second state of the Saraira realm. As one of the 10 great divine abilities of the Buddhist sect, the Saraira realm was not merely a binding barrier. It can also evolve into a small world, which is what is referred to as the Buddhist realm. However, at Fang Ling's current level, he is unable to expand much space. Thus, he must encompass the entire Tianqing city within, directly swallowing the city and transforming it into a part of the Saromi realm. Yet, once the Saromi realm begins to materialize into a world, there is no turning back. In the future, if he wishes to trap his enemies within the Saromi realm, he must consider whether it will affect the entities within this small world. Though those trapped cannot escape, they can still attack the beings that already reside within this realm. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The Saromi realm commenced its all-encompassing absorption, merging Tianqing city into itself. Collect, Fang Ling commanded, and the Saromi realm retracted into his body, along with the entirety of Tianqing city and the million followers of the Tianluo sect, who now indirectly became part of him. He raised his hand, flipping his wrist, and a golden orb appeared in his palm. This was the reduced Saromi realm. As he gazed intently, he could still see Tianqing city within. Within the Saromi realm, the followers of the Tianluo sect were awestruck. Even the weakest among them could sense that they had departed from their original world and entered a small realm. Mastering space was a feat only achievable by immortals. The power of our leader is truly terrifying. He has crafted a small world with a mere gesture, Mr. Mo exclaimed in astonishment. The others, including Yun Shuiqing, expressed their amazement, unable to contain their wonder. At that moment, a voice echoed within the Saromi realm. It was Fang Ling speaking. No outsiders may tread upon this world. From henceforth, you may cultivate here in peace. The Saromi realm was a world he had created through divine powers, and thus he was its absolute sovereign. The beings here would instinctively develop a fervent reverence for him, regarding him as their true master. Fang Ling then took out the Tianling tree he had unearthed from the Chuan clan and directly transplanted it into the heart of Tianqing city. This spirit tree had lived for 1,000,000 years and had already begun to exhibit sentience. Sensing that it had entered a nascent, small world, it realized it could take root here and become a world tree. As this realm grew stronger, it too would ascend, becoming a supreme being. Consequently, after being planted by Fang Ling, it exerted itself to release spiritual energy, far exceeding that which it had emitted while in the Chuan clan. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Fang Ling, as the Saromi realm was significantly smaller than the Chuan clan. With the Tianling tree releasing an abundance of spiritual energy, the spiritual levels of the Saromi realm reached a remarkably terrifying degree. Heavens! The spiritual energy here is even denser than the spirit gathering array. The divine tree's origins were unknown, yet it was astonishingly powerful. Fortunately, I decisively abandoned my previous cultivation method and shifted to the Tianluo divine art, becoming a disciple of the Tianluo sect. Otherwise, I would not have encountered this opportunity. The previously anxious followers of the Tianluo sect were now elated, cheering with excitement. For cultivators, having such a place to practice was akin to living a dream. I have some cultivation resources here. Ghostly envoys, you are tasked with distributing them, ensuring that all disciples receive a share. Soon, a rain of spirit stones began to fall from the heavens, cascading down like they were free. Following the spirit stones, various pills, soul-nourishing tea, and magical artifacts rained down. These treasures were acquired through his journey of battles since his emergence. Naturally, a significant portion of these resources came from the Chuan clan. The Chuan clan was a massive tribe with hundreds of millions of members, boasting a legacy of 1,000,000 years. The foundation of such a colossal entity is self-evident. Even if these 1,000,000 disciples did not eat or drink, devoting all their time to cultivation, the treasures Fang Ling had cast down would sustain them for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Chapter 074. The return of the heavenly sealed body. Fang Ling clenched his hand, and the world in his palm vanished. He had already sown the seeds of hope. Now he simply needed to wait patiently for the day they would blossom and bear fruit. He looked down at the ground, where a terrifying chasm had opened after the city was removed. Anyone unaware of the circumstances would surely be taken aback upon seeing it. At this moment, he concealed his only weakness, no longer burdened by other concerns. He retrieved a Dragon King mask from his storage ring and donned it. Then, employing the heavenly concealment technique imparted by his master, the flower thief, he altered his aura. The disguise technique of heavenly concealment was of the highest caliber. Even during his time in Miaojiang, even a powerful figure like Lan Yin could not see through his true cultivation level. After changing his aura, he remained undetectable. Given his current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting a behemoth like the Tiandao sect directly, so he decided to bide his time. Since his emergence, his activities have been confined to the vicinity of Nanyang's blood pit. Thus, in the coming days, the Tiandao sect and the remaining shaman practitioners of the Chuan clan would undoubtedly come seeking revenge. He planned to temporarily leave this place and head north towards the Great Zhou dynasty, a prominent power within the southern Dipper domain, which possessed a deeper foundation than the Great Qian dynasty behind Nanyang. More importantly, the Zhou dynasty was at odds with the Han dynasty, where the Tiandao sect resided. He could safely develop in the Zhou dynasty for a while without worrying about being pursued by the Tiandao sect. However, before departing, he inexplicably veered towards Nanyang, intending to visit the imperial capital. In the imperial palace of Nanyang, Li Hongtao was practicing in her training chamber. At this moment, she exuded even more charm than in the past, possessing an added grace. Most astonishingly, in just 3 short years, she had remarkably advanced from the mid-stage of the Jade Balance to the pinnacle of the Jade Balance. To achieve 2 minor breakthroughs in such a short span was nothing short of extraordinary. The cause of this transformation, however, was a past she wished to forget. Ever since that day when Fang Ling claimed her, she felt as though her body had been unlocked. From that day onward, her cultivation surged at an astonishing rate, even without deliberate effort. Initially, she was thrilled, but soon she began to feel a tinge of fear. No free lunch. Such an uncanny situation made it hard for her to remain at ease. However, after investing considerable time into researching ancient texts, she finally understood the reason behind it. She believed she was the fabled heavenly sealed body recorded in the texts. This rare physique often remained undetected until the seals on the body were broken. Although she had previously displayed remarkable talent compared to the heirs of major powers, she felt insignificant. Having reached over 800 years of age, she had only cultivated to the mid-stage of the Jade Balance. So she never considered herself to possess any extraordinary constitution. Where could that scoundrel have run off to? Her subordinates had searched for news of him over the years, but to no avail. Though thanks to you, I am now soaring to great heights, I still. 3 years had passed, and she could not forget Fang Ling, yearning for revenge. Now, she brimmed with confidence, convinced that she had surpassed him. Your Majesty, young Master Wei seeks an audience. At that moment, a voice came from her trusted maid outside the door. Li Hongtao frowned slightly, coldly huffing. Did I not say I would not meet him? Tell him I am in seclusion. The maid conveyed this, but hesitated to continue. Speak freely, Li Hongtao commanded. He said if your Majesty refuses to meet him, this year our Nanyang kingdom will likely need to increase tribute by 70%. The maid murmured softly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Li Hongtao's eyes, and her expression darkened. Nonetheless, these negative emotions swiftly dissipated. She had endured for many years, honing her temperament to an exceptional degree. She rose from her seat and exited the training chamber. Before long, she arrived at the Golden One Hall. At this moment, the expansive hall was devoid of any attendants, save for a nonchalant young man lounging on the dragon throne with his legs crossed. As Li Hongtao approached, he remained unmoved, seated in place. Empress, do you not wish to see me? Wei Wujiao fixed his gaze on Li Hongtao, unabashedly revealing his possessiveness. I am merely in seclusion. I am unaware of what business you have. This year's tributes, have I not already submitted them? Wei Wujiao, a scion of the foremost family in the Great Qian dynasty, was penalized for his transgressions by accompanying the envoy to various vassal states to gather tributes. Initially perceiving it as a burdensome task, he found himself elated upon arriving in the Nanyang kingdom. He had not anticipated encountering such exquisite women in this modest locale. Although she exuded an icy demeanor, giving off an aura of aloofness, he was inexplicably drawn to her. He relished the sight of a formidable woman yielding before him. You should be aware, Emperor Tiao, that my Wei family holds significant positions within the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue. The quantity of tributes your vassal states submit annually is ultimately dictated by my family. Indeed, you submitted the originally designated tributes 2 days ago, yet circumstances are seldom immutable. This year is exceptional, and I fear we will require an increase. Well, I shan't make it difficult for you. We shall require an additional 50%. Within 3 days, you must present the remaining tributes, and I shall depart immediately, Wei Wujiao said with a cold smile. Emperor Tiao retorted icily, You jest, sir. To adjust the tribute quantity at such short notice requires an edict bearing the imperial seal of the Qian emperor. Do you possess such a decree? If you wish to see it, I can procure it. Wei Wujiao declared somberly. I am the sole heir of the Wei family. Should I desire it, the edict can be in hand by tomorrow. Let us not waste time. How much do you truly intend to offer? Provide a figure. Li Hongqiao remarked, those tasked with collecting tributes in the past have often extorted, costing the treasury a considerable amount of spirit stones. Wei Wujiao chuckled, rising to gaze down upon Li Hongqiao. My family is wealthier than nations. I have no interest in your meager offerings. What I wish to convey is that I have taken a liking to you. Should you accompany me, I shall cease to trouble you. Otherwise, prepare for ever-increasing tributes until your kingdom falls into ruin. Emperor Tiao inhaled deeply. It was the first time she had encountered such shamelessness in an envoy over the years. Years of pent-up anger surged within her. She had had enough. With the royal bloodline dwindling to herself alone, should she take a life, she could always flee to foreign lands. As long as she lived, the Nanyang kingdom would not be considered lost, and one day, she would ensure the great Qian dynasty paid dearly for its exploitation. Just as she was preparing to strike, a figure suddenly appeared behind Wei Wujiao. Who are you? Wei Wujiao exclaimed, startled. What is happening? I cannot move. What do you intend to do? Release me at once. Do you know who I am? Fang Ling swung his hand, striking Wei Wujiao's head and turning it into a mist of blood. He then turned to Emperor Tiao, stating coolly, I am the one who has slain him. Simply report my name. Now burdened with debts, he was indifferent to the additional woes posed by the great Qian Wei family. Li Hongqiao furrowed her brows, retorting coldly, I shall personally deal with him. There is no need for you to intervene. I have sought you for many years, and I did not expect you to present yourself voluntarily. Today, you shall pay for your past actions. She waved her sleeve, pulling Fang Ling into an isolated space. Chapter 075. Two seals. Falling. Fang Ling regarded Li Hongqiao across from him, his emotions quite intricate. She was his first woman, yet her gaze radiated animosity. Thanks to you, I have made great strides in my cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the Jade Balance realm, she proclaimed, her tone frigid as the winds of her elemental energy surged around her, enveloping Fang Ling. Fang Ling observed her silently, not uttering a word. However, Li Hongqiao would not soften her resolve in response to his silence. With a flick of her wrist, several blades of wind surged forth, striking Fang Ling. Yet, the terrifying wind blades had no effect upon him, failing even to breach his protective aura. Recently, he had wreaked havoc in the Chuan clan, stepping over mounds of bones, and his strength had surged significantly. Though his physical body had yet to reach the level of forming a complete array, he had already developed a protective aura. This aura emerged naturally as his vitality reached a formidable level, creating a steadfast field akin to armor. Seeing this, Li Hongqiao's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively retreating a few paces. Impossible. Is this the legendary protective aura? Your physical form has grown so powerful. She could not accept this revelation. For 3 years, she had envisioned the day of their reunion, yet she had never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Despite her own remarkable progress, she found herself outpaced. Humph! It must be an illusion. I refuse to believe you have truly mastered the protective aura, she huffed, summoning a sword into her hand. As she prepared to strike, Fang Ling suddenly appeared behind her, gripping her wrist that held the sword. Simultaneously, he pressed a finger against her waist, employing a technique known as the fragrance-stealing finger. Li Hongqiao's response irritated him, prompting him to embrace his role as the villain. With a clang, the sword fell from her grasp, and her expression shifted to one of discomfort. You scoundrel, she gritted her teeth, unable to contain her frustration. Fang Ling chuckled, leaning in to whisper, I assure you, my previous actions were unintentional. However, this time, after a considerable pause, the surroundings fell silent. Fang Ling looked down at Li Hongqiao, who was now snoring softly in his arms, her expression fluctuating. Initially resistant, she began to exhibit peculiar behavior. He initially thought his powers had affected her cognition, leaving her dazed, but soon he realized she was fully aware. Perhaps after 8 centuries of repression, she too sought a release for her pent-up emotions. After a while, Fang Ling lowered his gaze, noticing her eyelashes fluttering before her eyes abruptly opened. She stared at him in astonishment, her cheeks gradually tinging crimson. I think I may have lost my mind, she murmured. Fang Ling, you are incorrigible. Fang Ling gently tucked a few stray strands of her hair behind her ear, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Li Hongqiao, raised in royalty, had long endured oppression. And after ascending the throne, she had never known a moment of respite. She had never allowed herself to admit that on that fateful day, 3 years ago, she had felt alive. Today was no different. It was as if all her worries had dissipated, leaving only joy behind. The realization that despite her significant progress, she was still overshadowed by Fang Ling weighed heavily on her. She had believed she could triumph over him, only to find herself the subject of an unamusing jest. Exhausted, she found herself entirely drained. Thus, she surrendered to a state of indulgence, numbing herself to reality. "What brings you to seek me out?" she inquired. Fang Ling replied, "I am about to embark on a journey and may not return for many years. Thus, I wish to see you one last time. After all, you are my first love, though I am aware our relationship is merely physical." Li Hongqiao scoffed, turning her head away. "Your words imply there are others?" she murmured. Once an icy empress, she now exhibited a hint of youthful petulance. Perhaps it was because her most lascivious side had been laid bare before Fang Ling, allowing her to fully release herself. Fang Ling, speaking earnestly, replied, "Indeed, you truly are a philanderer, but that is of no concern to me." She dismissed it with a smile. "Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. You appreciate my beauty, while I indulge in pleasure forgetting the world." Fang Ling caressed her cheek, grinning. "Your nature is indeed quite endearing." "Enough. My mother warned me before her departure that a man's words are utterly untrustworthy." Liuntiao Raturta. Since parting ways with Zizhu, Fang Ling had experienced profound loneliness. Today, he wished to dance once more. Li Hongqiao glanced at him shyly, her demeanor suggesting she had much to say yet hesitated. Fang Ling smiled, leaning closer to listen attentively. Upon hearing her words, his expression turned one of astonishment. Is that truly permissible? It matters not." She turned her head away and muttered softly. 2 days later, Fang Ling departed from the imperial palace, as though the past few days had merely been a fleeting dream. Within the dragon court, Li Hongtao felt her head buzzing, experiencing a sense of surrealism. She herself was perplexed by her peculiar state. The second seal of her celestial sealing body had finally been lifted. "My cultivation speed can at least be enhanced tenfold," she murmured, suddenly recalling something. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face. Her celestial sealing body was unlike the ordinary. While the typical celestial sealing body bore a single seal that could be broken to restore innate talent, hers was ensconced with 2 seals. The reason for her dual seals lay in the sheer terror of her potential, for a single seal could not contain it, necessitating an additional one. That day, the whisper she heard from Fang Ling pertained to this secondary seal. Reflecting on that day's audacity, her heart raced. She quickly shook her head, exhaled softly, and closed her eyes to meditate. "You little scoundrel, when we meet again, I shall ensure you face the consequences. I refuse to believe that with both seals unleashed, I cannot surpass you," she thought, her eyes igniting with fierce competitiveness. Chapter 076. The Slaying of the Aged Spirit Dragon at the Dao Meeting. Since leaving Nanyang, Fang Ling had journeyed northward. He now found himself within the borders of the Yu Kingdom, quite near the Great Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, he glanced toward the left front, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Ahead, a palpable demonic aura surged, and he sensed an astonishing vitality. Surely, a formidable demon lay in wait. Since his northern trek began, he had spent nearly all his time on the road to avoid unnecessary entanglements. After a considerable interval without cultivation, the prospect of a worthy prey compelled him to fly toward the source. In the distance stood Hongye City. Within the city, a grotesque mountain of flesh rampaged unchecked, a rare beast known as the Aged Spirit. It bore no discernible shape, merely a conglomeration of flesh piled haphazardly together. Its skin wrinkled yet tinted a sickly pink. Countless tentacles erupted from its form, ensnaring any who drew near and instantaneously devouring their life essence. The practitioners within Hongye City were in disarray, some fleeing while others perished, leaving only the slow-moving commoners to desperately seek survival. The Aged Spirit possessed minimal intellect, driven solely by hunger, yet it grew at a terrifying rate. Its colossal frame was unmistakable. Even from a considerable distance, Fang Ling could see it. The aura it emanated was merely at the late stage of the Yuheng realm, yet the life force it harbored exhilarated him. "Go!" Fang Ling summoned his blood sword, charging towards the Aged Spirit. After refining it with the essence of millions, the sword had become exceedingly fearsome. Any creature that approached it would inevitably succumb to visions of a blood-soaked nightmare, ultimately succumbing to terror. Stronger beings might withstand it, but few could resist the overwhelming killing intent imbued within the sword. The blood sword transformed into a radiant arc, swiftly appearing above Hongya City. Though the aged spirit was clumsy, it possessed the instincts of a living creature. Upon sensing danger, it immediately extended its myriad tentacles to restrain Fang Ling's blood sword. Yet, could it hope to challenge the might of the blood sword? With unstoppable force, the sword plunged into the aged spirit's mass. In an instant, the towering mountain of flesh, 20 zhang high, was drained, reduced to a mere grotesque, withered husk. Fang Ling beckoned, retracting the blood sword, which had absorbed the life essence and replenished his vitality. The surviving citizens of Hongya City wept, bowing in gratitude toward the direction Fang Ling had vanished. Witnessing this scene, Fang Ling could not suppress a smile. Pondering how these commoners would react if they knew his true identity, they would surely flee in terror. Before long, Fang Ling furrowed his brow and glanced back. He felt a presence of considerable strength pursuing him. Could it be the Chuan clan or the celestial Dao sect pursuers? No, the aura was too weak. If they intended to hunt him down, they would surely dispatch several experts at the tribulation crossing stage. A mere Yu Hung realm practitioner was hardly a formidable threat. He speculated that this individual might merely be passing through, not necessarily seeking him out. However, as time passed, the person continued to follow, an indication that this was no coincidence. He halted, deciding to wait and discern the other's intentions. Moments later, a young man adorned in a brocade blue robe, strikingly handsome, came into view. For some reason, Fang Ling felt a vague familiarity, as if he had seen him before. Your speed is commendable, soaring so swiftly. Fortunately, you paused to await me. Otherwise, I would have been left far behind, the young man remarked with a warm smile. And who might you be? What brings you here? Fang Ling inquired coldly. I am Shangwan Beifeng, a scion of the Shangwan family, the young man replied. I arrived late, but thankfully, you managed to slay the aged spirit first, sparing the lives of several hundred or even thousands in Hongya City. Shangwan Beifeng. Fang Ling finally recalled where he had seen that face before. This was the Yu Kingdom, and the Shangwan family was its ruling clan. The young man before him, despite his youth, possessed cultivation at the mid-stage of the Yu Hung realm, undoubtedly a key figure among the younger generation of the Shangwan family. Though male, he bore a delicate countenance, reminiscent of Shangwan Haiyue, whom Fang Ling had previously encountered, most likely a relation by blood. May I inquire about your background? Shangwan Beifeng asked. Just a loose cultivator with no significant background, Fang Ling replied. Shangwan Beifeng chuckled. If Brother Ling Fang prefers to keep his origins private, I shall not pry further. Given that this place borders the Great Zhou, you must be heading north towards the Dragon Field Dao meeting, correct? What is the purpose of this Dragon Field Dao meeting? Fang Ling questioned. Shangwan Beifeng appeared somewhat taken aback. Despite Fang Ling not revealing his identity, he assumed Fang Ling was undoubtedly a descendant of a prominent force within the Southern Dipper domain. After all, how could someone of such youth possess the ability to slay an aged spirit? Yet, Fang Ling's inquiry about the Dragon Field Dao meeting was indeed rather surprising. He patiently explained, in the royal city of the Great Zhou, there exists an expansive area known as the Dragon Field. Within this Dragon Field stands a divine stele of the Dao. Every 50 years, the Great Zhou royal family invites all young talents from the domain to come and comprehend this divine stele. This divine stele is no ordinary relic. It embodies the essence of the Dao. Throughout history, many top-tier figures have comprehended the Dao before this stele, achieving unparalleled powers. Shangwan Beifeng exclaimed with excitement. Of course, the pursuit of enlightenment is ethereal, often residing only in legends. However, many have indeed advanced their powers through insights gained from this divine stele. After receiving my invitation, I set forth northward, yet along the way, I received word from my family that an aged spirit was causing havoc nearby, which is why I detoured here. I have encountered countless geniuses. They often consider themselves exceptional, disregarding the lives of commoners as inconsequential. Yet, Brother Ling Fang, you merely passed through this place, yet chose to act with righteousness. This clearly indicates that you are an individual of great integrity, and I, Shangwan Beifeng, greatly admire such heroes. Fang Ling murmured. This divine stele of the Dao seems quite intriguing. However, can I still participate in the Dragon Field Dao meeting without an invitation from the Great Zhou royal family? Shangwan Beifeng replied. It is not entirely impossible. However, without an invitation, you would need to pay a substantial sum of spirit stones. In that case, allow me to cover that amount for you. As a token of gratitude for your assistance in vanquishing the Age Spirit. The Yu Kingdom is my Shangguan family's territory, and you have saved my fellow citizens. It is only right that I express my appreciation. Since this divine steel of the Tao is so extraordinary, why would the great Zhou royal family offer it for outsiders to comprehend? Fang Ling asked. Shangguan Beifeng chuckled. They certainly would not engage in unprofitable dealings. Regardless of who derives any divine powers from it, a portion must go to the great Zhou. Additionally, each time, thousands upon thousands of individuals pay to secure a position, which amounts to a considerable income. Moreover, the heavenly Tao divine steel is not easily comprehensible. The vast majority, even if they study it for a millennium, gain little from it. Although the great Zhou possesses this divine steel, few benefit from it. Thus, it is far more prudent to use the steel as a theme to host a Longchong Tao convention, seizing the opportunity to amass wealth, and with a stroke of luck, one might even acquire divine powers. Chapter 077. Encounter at the Great Zhou Palace with Zizhu. Fang Ling was quite intrigued by the heavenly Tao divine steel and decided to accompany Shangguan Beifeng. A few days later, they arrived at the imperial city of Great Zhou. Upon entering, Fang Ling was thoroughly enlightened. The scale of this grand city surpassed that of the two largest tribes of the Miao region combined, boasting a permanent population of over 1 billion. Above the imperial city, there floated a palace, which, while termed a palace, was essentially a city within a city. This floating citadel was the imperial palace of Great Zhou. The area of this palace alone could rival the entire imperial city of Nanyang. Since Shangguan Beifeng represented his family, the Great Zhou royal family had prepared accommodations for him. The temporary lodgings for the heirs of these powerful families were located within this floating palace. Brother Ling, wait a moment. I will introduce you to my sister. She arrived before me, Shangguan Beifeng said. Brother, you are so slow. Suddenly, a fairy-like woman approached them. This was Shangguan Haiyue, whom Fang Ling had encountered before. Over the past 3 years, she had matured, shedding her youthful innocence. Her long legs, clad in black silk, appeared almost ethereal. After running away from home, she had wandered outside for over a year before returning home, only to be confined for 2 years. It was not until this Longchong Tao convention that she had the opportunity to step outside again. How about that spirit of the ages? Did you deal with it? She inquired. Father said this entity should not be underestimated. It must not be allowed to grow unchecked, or it could result in catastrophic consequences. If you have not succeeded, I shall personally take care of it. Shangguan Beifeng chuckled. With your meager cultivation, perhaps you should reconsider. Cut it out. Do not underestimate me. Shangguan Haiyue shot him a glare. I could easily set up a killing formation to eliminate it. It is not difficult at all. No need. That thing has already been dealt with. Shangguan Beifeng replied nonchalantly. This matter owes much to Brother Ling. Had he not acted decisively, many lives would have been lost that day. Brother Ling, allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Shangguan Haiyue. He then turned to Fang Ling, saying, Fang Ling, meet my sister. Fang Ling nodded in acknowledgement, but did not speak. Brother Ling, why are you wearing a mask? Shangguan Haiyue cautiously inquired. Fang Ling replied coolly, I am quite unsightly and fear scaring others. Hence, I wear this mask perpetually. I should be damned. Shangguan Haiyue lamented inwardly. I apologize for my indiscretion. It is of no consequence, Fang Ling replied lightly. I am feeling a bit weary, so I shall take my leave now. Please, do not hesitate, Brother Ling. Shangguan Beifeng nodded slightly, and Shangguan Haiyue smiled as they watched him depart. Once he left, Shangguan Haiyue immediately pulled Shangguan Beifeng towards their family's temporary palace. Brother, who is that fellow? Fang Ling. I have never heard of that name before. However, I did know someone named Fang Ling, but it is certainly not him. She murmured. Shangguan Beifeng responded, I'm also unclear of his true identity, but this person was capable of slaying the spirit of the ages. His strength may not be inferior to mine. It would be wise to limit your interactions with someone of unknown origins. Shangguan Haiyue pouted and added, My instincts tell me that this Brother Ling is not a benign character. Nonsense. I find Brother Ling quite admirable and worth cultivating a friendship with. Shangguan Beifeng laughed. By the way, I have news about the individual you've been inquiring about. Really? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Haiyue's eyes lit up. Do tell. This person has been missing for 3 years without a trace, but recently he has been spotted in the Miao region. Furthermore, it seems he has offended the Chuan clan and the Heavenly Tao sect. The priests of the Chuan clan have offered a handsome reward to locate him, while the Heavenly Tao sect has also taken a keen interest, sending many to pursue him, but to no avail. He has seemingly vanished, as if he never existed 3 years ago, Shangwan Beifeng explained. Shangwan High West Side, what a pity. Brother, do you think if we find him, we can protect him? Shangwan Beifeng replied solemnly. It may prove difficult. Father would likely not risk offending the Chuan clan and the heavenly Dao sect for his sake. But he saved me once. I have yet to repay him. Shangwan Haiwen insisted. Our Shangwan family does not owe anyone favors, Shangwan Beifeng stated. On the surface, we cannot directly intervene to protect him. However, we could discreetly offer him some assistance, such as providing him with a few quality formation plates. I will keep an eye on his whereabouts. Do not act recklessly. I know. No need to lecture me. Shangwan Highware replied impatiently. By the way, aside from those who are currently in seclusion, the prodigies from various factions have nearly all arrived. Brother, you must be diligent in finding me a sister-in-law among them. But let me be clear. You can choose anyone except for Qing Ji from the Illusion Dance Pavilion. I cannot stand that person. I find her utterly distasteful. This visit is to comprehend the heavenly Dao divine steel. I have no interest in pursuing women, Shangwan Beifeng replied flatly. Do be careful. Do not offend anyone unnecessarily. What grievance do you have against Qing Ji from the Illusion Dance Pavilion? I cannot be bothered to explain, Shangwan Haiwa huffed, immediately turning to attend to her own affairs. Meanwhile, Fang Ling followed the guidance of the token to his lodgings. Although he had arrived alongside Shangwan Beifeng, he lacked an invitation and could only reside in a different area. Suddenly, he halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He sensed the presence of Zijou. She had arrived as well. He swiftly made his way to a courtyard, where two striking young nuns approached him. This is the temporary residence of our Tianjing monastery. How may we assist you? One of the young nuns inquired. Fang Ling replied, I wish to see Master Zijou. I am her friend. May I inquire your name? The young nun asked. Just tell her 3 years, and she will know who I am, Fang Ling stated. The young nun nodded. Please wait here. I will inform Elder Zijou immediately. At that moment, Zijou was meditating in her chamber. Though she was not young, she was not present to attend the Longchang Dao convention, but rather accompanied the delegation from Tianjing Monastery as an elder. Elder, someone wishes to see you. He did not disclose his name, but mentioned 3 years, the young nun reported. Zijou pondered the meaning of 3 years for a moment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. 3 years referred to the carefree time spent within the Shuiyu Tianjing bottle. Let him in, she commanded. Although the presence of the visitor seemed somewhat different from Fang Ling's, and he wore a mask obscuring his features, her intuition confirmed it was indeed him. Chapter 078. Master, your merits are boundless. Fang Ling entered the room, closing the door behind him. What a surprise to meet again so soon, Zijou remarked. Have you resolved the curse of death? Fang Ling lightly acknowledged her with a sound, and raised his hand to remove the mask from his face. Though fraught with complications, the death curse has been dispelled. However, I have offended the Miaojiang Chuan clan and the Tiandao sect, who are now pursuing me, he stated. Zijou, with her dark brows slightly furrowed, murmured, since receiving the abbot's message and returning to the Tianjing monastery, I have entered seclusion, unaware of the many events that have transpired in your life. Both of these factions are formidable, and with my current abilities, I cannot offer you much assistance. However, if you wish, I can recommend you to the Pulong Temple. The Pulong Temple possesses profound heritage. Even if these two powerful factions learn of your hiding place, they would not dare to act recklessly. With your aptitude, if you devote yourself to cultivation at Pulong Temple for a millennium, you may ascend to the realm of immortals. At that point, you would possess the power to protect yourself, and the heavens and seas would be yours to traverse. Fang Ling replied, perhaps it is best to decline. A mundane path of cultivation does not suit me. He took a few steps forward, approaching her. Zijou swallowed, nervously, immediately waving her hand to create a protective barrier. You troublesome fellow, I have struggled to suppress my wicked thoughts, and have been in a state of pure cultivation for quite some time. Your sudden appearance has led me astray. She muttered, a faint blush appearing on her fair face. Fang Ling spread his hands innocently, saying, I have done nothing. Zijou scoffed lightly. Fang Ling added, I sincerely hope you can forgive me, master. After a while, Fang Ling exited the room. The two young nuns guarding the courtyard promptly greeted him and saw him off. Having spent so long in Elder Zijou's room, they presumed the two were longtime friends and thus did not dare to be careless. Inside the room, Zijou lay languidly, displaying an expression of vexation. When they parted ways initially, she had resolutely declared that the past was but a fleeting wind. Yet upon their reunion, she found herself faltering once again, and in the presence of her disciple no less. Just then, a voice called from outside. Master, your disciple requests an audience. Gumin. Zizhu sat up, adjusting her plain garments as she spoke. A handsome young nun entered, distinct from the two disciples waiting outside. She was the star of this Dragon Arena Dao assembly. The young nun, known as Jingchun, was a standout among the current disciples of Tianjing Monastery and a renowned prodigy of the Southern Dipper domain. At merely 29 years old, she had already reached the initial stage of viewing. What peculiar scent lingers in this room? She remarked, sniffing the air. The imperial family of the Great Zhou is rather lacking in decorum, assigning my master to such an unkempt room. Zizhu cleared her throat, feeling somewhat guilty as she waved her hand dismissively, saying, Jingchun, you are too concerned. For us monks, the place of residence matters little. We need not be fixated on such material concerns. Your teachings are indeed wise. Jingchun promptly lowered her head, her hands clasped in prayer. Zizhu then inquired, what brings you to seek me? I have heard of your profound enlightenment during the Dragon Arena and your realization of the thousand-handed Guanin's great power. I came to inquire if there are any insights you could share, Jingchun responded. I know that seeking shortcuts is not commendable, but the opportunity is rare, and I truly do not wish to miss it. Zizhu gently shook her head, saying, in truth, everyone perceives the celestial principles differently. The extent of one's understanding is entirely reliant on individual fortune. I cannot assist you in that regard. However, if I were to offer a piece of advice, it would be to still your heart. Do not allow the influence of those around you to sway you, nor should you harbor excessive expectations. Approach it with a tranquil mind. When I attained enlightenment at the Dragon Arena, I thought of it as a stroke of fortune. If I were to lose it, it would be my fate. I focused solely on fulfilling my own duties. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Jingchun nodded, finding Zizhu's words quite helpful. The pressure from her peers of this generation, all remarkable talents, weighed heavily on her. Thus, she yearned to gain enlightenment at the Dragon Arena to bolster her strength and compete with the heirs of other factions. Master, you seem a bit fatigued. You must take care to rest more. Jingchun continued, you have already achieved the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. There is no need to rush in your cultivation. The abbot has said that with your talents, ascending to immortality in a few years is nearly certain. Zizhu observed her caring disciple, a smile of appreciation gracing her face. I am well, merely experiencing a slight disturbance earlier. A short rest will suffice. You may go now. Ensure you are well rested to participate in the Dragon Arena Dao assembly in the best condition. The disciple takes her leave. Jingchun bowed gracefully and withdrew. Just as she was about to exit, Zizhu suddenly called out, wait, what further teachings do you have, Master? Jingchun inquired. Zizhu replied, during this Dragon Arena Dao assembly, there is one individual you must be cautious of. This person is named Ling Fang and wears a Dragon King mask. You are not of the same caliber and must avoid conflict with him. Ling Fang? Jingchun frowned, having never heard of such a figure among the many prodigies of the Southern Dipper domain. The world is vast, filled with wonders. Even those of your age may possess unimaginable capabilities, Zizhu remarked calmly. After this Dragon Arena Dao assembly, this person will undoubtedly gain fame throughout the realm. Was it he who just came to pay respects to you, Master? Jingchun asked. Zizhu nodded slightly, indeed. He came to seek my counsel on certain Buddhist scriptures. Though he possesses unparalleled talents, he has also been tainted by demonic practices. A few years ago, he received enlightenment from me. Perhaps the Buddhist scriptures I imparted have aided him in suppressing his inner demons, hence his return to humbly seek guidance. Jingchun wholeheartedly believed her master's words, murmuring, then master truly accumulates great merit. This individual shares a deep connection with you. To receive such praise from you, I understand his prowess and shall certainly avoid any conflict with him in the future. Zizhu gave a soft hum and waved her hand, allowing Jingchun to depart. Umiba. Once Jingchun had left, Zizhu closed her eyes tightly and silently repented. She felt herself growing increasingly indulgent. Today, she had greatly transgressed the precept against false speech, spinning lies with ease. All of this is Fang Ling's fault, she muttered to herself. Chapter 79, The Saintess of Tianjin Pavilion, by Ying. In the corridor, a group approached Fang Ling. He calmly brushed past them, though internally, a considerable stir arose. Encountering acquaintances while away from home always brings joy, yet regrettably, he could not truly meet her. It had been nearly 4 years since they last met, and Bai Ying had changed significantly. Now, she resembled a celestial being, noble, aloof, and transcendently detached, exuding an aura of unattainable grace. No longer was she the shy girl who would steal glances at him while playing the zither in the pavilion. At the end of the corridor, Bai inexplicably turned back to look at Fang Ling. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, but she quickly smiled and shook her head. "Junior sister, what is the matter?" her senior sister inquired. "Do you know that peculiar fellow from earlier?" Bai Ying replied nonchalantly. "No, I do not know him. I just suddenly remembered someone. Who could it be that such a charming individual has lingered in your thoughts for so many years?" Others chimed in with laughter. "Several prodigies have expressed their admiration for you, yet you remain indifferent. It truly vexes me. If I were your senior sister, I might already have children by now." Bai Ying calmly responded, "I have no interest in matters of love. My heart is devoted solely to music and the zither. Best to keep it that way." Others laughed. Though their conversation was soft-spoken, Fang Ling heard every word distinctly. Upon learning that many prodigies had expressed their admiration for Bai Ying, he was quite astonished. Although Bai Ying's cultivation had surpassed that of years past, now reaching the initial stage of the Tianquan realm, she still paled in comparison to those younger prodigies who had already attained the Yuheng realm. Perhaps she had achieved remarkable proficiency in her musical pursuits, Fang Ling pondered. The melody of that song, which seemed to unite heaven and earth, still lingers in his memory. After returning to his chamber, Fang Ling immediately entered seclusion for cultivation. The presence of so many people around made him reluctant to wander about. However, as fate would have it, in the dead of night, a graceful silhouette appeared at his bedside. The unique fragrance of purple bamboo wafted through the air, and upon catching a whiff, he instantly recognized her. With a sudden awakening, he queried, "What brings you here, master? You little rascal, are you teasing me on purpose?" She huffed lightly, moving closer to him. "You promised to assist me in my cultivation. It seems you've cast aside the matter of refining your heart," Fang Ling remarked. "Not at all," she retorted, her annoyance evident as she realized he had struck a nerve. Fang Ling chuckled softly, deciding not to provoke her further, and they soon fell into a comfortable silence. After a while, everything returned to tranquility. Purple bamboo lay languidly beside him, longing to sleep until dawn. Gently caressing her smooth skin, Fang Ling inquired, "Have you heard of the Tianyin Pavilion and a woman named Bai Ying?" "Bai Ying? Why do you ask about her? Is she perhaps someone special to you?" Purple bamboo blinked rapidly, murmuring, "Not at all. I simply have some acquaintance with her father and was inquiring about her recent circumstances." Fang Ling replied, "Is that so?" Purple bamboo said, her suspicion evident, though she did not overly concern herself. She had never intended to monopolize Fang Ling, viewing their current situation merely as part of her cultivation journey. That girl, Bai Ying, has truly emerged as a remarkable talent. She possesses an extraordinary affinity for music, having mastered the 3 ancient melodies of the Tianyin Pavilion within merely 3 years. It is worth noting that even the current head of the Tianyin Pavilion has only managed to master one of them. She is now regarded as the saintess of the pavilion, destined to become its next head if she does not meet an untimely end. Yet her cultivation level is rather modest, Fang Ling observed. Do not underestimate those who cultivate music. Their abilities are formidable and cannot be measured solely by spiritual power. Purple Bamboo warned. The 3 ancient melodies of the Tianyin Pavilion are Qing Ling Diao, Chong Sheng Le, and Abai Dao. The melody of Qing Ling Diao is unparalleled. Listening to it can enhance one's cultivation remarkably. Chong Sheng Lu is a technique of resurrection. If one has but a breath left, it can bring them back to life, making those who know it akin to reincarnated sages. Lastly, Abai Dao is the most terrifying of all. Upon completion, it can cast a person into the 18 layers of hell, preventing any chance of rebirth. These 3 melodies are the unique heritage of the Tianyin Pavilion and throughout history. Aside from Bai Ying, only the founding master of the pavilion has successfully mastered all 3. Fang Ling was taken aback. If what Purple Bamboo said was true, then Bai Ying truly was an unattainable saintess. It was no wonder that many prodigies within the domain sought to pursue her. Whoever could win her hand would indeed be extraordinarily fortunate. The following day, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Has Brother Fang Ling risen? It is nearly time to depart. The visitor was none other than Shangwan Beifeng, accompanied by his sister, Shangwan Haiwei. Their unexpected arrival startled Purple Bamboo, who had not returned home the previous night and had spent it here. Upon waking, she could not resist pulling Fang Ling into cultivation once more. But he had led her down a different path, awakening new sensations within her. "I must return now," Purple Bamboo said, as she gracefully donned her simple gown and quickly disappeared. Fang Ling also stepped outside, joining the Shangwan siblings as they made their way to the Longchong. The great Zhou Longchong was situated in front of the imperial palace, conveniently close to their residence. The palace, being a forbidden area, seldom hosted such gatherings. The Longchong Dao Conference was the most vibrant event within the palace. Tables were arranged on either side of the Longchong, accommodating attendees from various influential factions to observe the grand spectacle. From a distance, Fang Ling could see that those who had arrived were indeed extraordinary. Among them were several individuals at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm, while the weakest possessed mid-level Yaoguang cultivation. These figures were elders from prominent factions, holding significant power and reputation throughout the southern Dou domain. Brother Fang Ling, follow my lead to secure a good position. Do not wander off. Shangwan Beifeng advised in a hushed tone. The Longchong Dao Conference is not merely an opportunity to gain insights from the heavenly Dao Stone Tablet. It serves as a competitive stage for the prodigies of the domain as well. The venue will soon be inundated with thousands of participants, all eager to get closer to the stone tablet, which may lead to some friction. However, everyone will be mindful of the great Zhou royal family. Even in disputes, they will not escalate to violence. Typically, conflicts are resolved with restraint, but behind the scenes, matters may not be so easily settled. Shangwan Highway glanced at Fang Ling, pridefully declaring, just stay close to us, and, with our abilities, we can secure an excellent spot for you as well. Fang Ling merely nodded in response. Chapter 080. The Gathering of Prodigies. As the time approached, Fang Ling awaited with the Shangwan siblings. Their family had also brought along an elder at the late Yaoguang realm named Shangwan Qiu. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Fang Ling, but soon lost interest upon realizing his lack of background. Before long, the area grew increasingly crowded. Most of the attendees had modest cultivation levels, primarily at the Tianquan realm, with many even lower than that. Like Fang Ling, they were not invited by the great Zhou royal family, but had come at their own expense. Despite their limited cultivation, these individuals often held some influence. As the entrance fee for the Longchong Dao Conference was exorbitant, 10 billion spirit stones per person. This staggering cost underscored the wealth of the great Zhou royal family. Although 10 billion spirit stones might seem like a trivial sum to them, each Longchong Dao Conference still attracted a multitude of participants eager to pay. Just from the entrance fees alone, the event generated nearly 10 trillion in revenue, not including the economic boost it brought to the great Zhou dynasty. Look, the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty has arrived, someone exclaimed. It is said that he is the true dragon of destiny, born with a dragon's soul. Suddenly, a grand procession approached, led by a majestic figure atop a late Yaoguang realm long-bearded tiger. Standing tall and proud was Tuoba Lai, the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty. How arrogant he is! I cannot stand him, Shangwan Highway scoffed. Though he is indeed proud, he possesses the prowess to back it up. Shangwan Beifeng replied somberly. Even I would not dare to confront him. Really? You are at mid-level Yuan, while he is merely at early-level Yuan. Shangwan Highway exclaimed in disbelief. My physique lacks any extraordinary traits. I simply cultivate at a faster pace than my peers. Shangwan Beifeng explained. However, Tuoba Lai has been accompanied by a dragon's soul since birth. Fighting across realms is effortless for him. If you cannot handle him, then I shall. Shangwan Highway declared with a smile. Shangwan Beifeng shot her a sidelong glance. Yuan Ti, stop boasting, will you? Fuming, Shangwan Highway stamped her foot. Brother, you underestimate me far too much. Do you know what I've been doing in seclusion for the past 2 years? Probably just cultivating. I see you've managed to advance to mid-level Tianquan, which is commendable. But father has been rather biased, giving you all the good resources while I got nothing. Shangwan Beifeng replied. Shangwan Highway chuckled softly. Gaining cultivation is merely a bonus. During this seclusion, I have inscribed the fleeting brilliance of the formation upon myself. Should it come to a true contest, none can rival me. What? Shangwan Beifeng exclaimed in astonishment. You have inscribed the killing formation into your very being? Should you fail, death would be your inevitable fate. How could father ever consent to such a perilous endeavor? Shangwan Highway replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps after my last escapade away from home, father deemed he could no longer restrain me and wished for me to possess some means of self-defense. To have kept this from me for so long, it is no wonder father allowed you this freedom. Shangwan Beifeng sighed deeply. He had not anticipated that even his sister would possess strength that rivaled his own. Meanwhile, Tuoba Lai cast a glance at the Shangwan siblings but did not linger long upon them. His gaze was fixed ardently upon the group from Tianin Pavilion, and he leapt gracefully to their table. I have fortuitously acquired a beauty pearl and wish to present it to Fairy Beiying. This treasure is solely worthy of her. Tuoba Lai produced a delicate wooden box from his robe and offered it with elegance. Fairy Being maintained a solemn demeanor and replied coolly, "Thank you, Prince Tuoba, for your kind intentions, but I must decline this gift." Tuoba Lai, undeterred by the rejection, instead chuckled amiably. "There is no need for Fairy Being to be overly courteous. My intention is purely to see the most exquisite treasures of this world endure eternally. This beauty pearl is unlike any ordinary means of preserving youth. It embodies an everlasting essence. Tuoba Lai, please do not trouble Fairy Being further." At that moment, a rather unremarkable man clad in white stepped forward, interrupting Tuoba Lai's speech. This individual possessed a cultivation level on par with Shangwan Beifeng, revealing himself to be a prodigy of the mid-Yuhong stage. "The beauty pearl is an antiquated trinket, Fairy. I offer you a piece of azure phoenix jade instead. Wearing it not only enhances beauty, but also fortifies the spirit and benefits cultivation." He presented a jade pendant with both hands, hoping Fairy Being would accept it. Tuoba Lai's previously amiable expression darkened instantly as he glared at the white-clad youth and scoffed. "Wang Sheng, do you seek your demise? With your lackluster demeanor, do you truly believe yourself worthy of Fairy Being?" Across the table, Shangwan Beifeng introduced. "This man is named Wang Sheng, a prodigy of the Five Elements sect. It is said that he possesses a unique physique known as the Five Elements body. At the age of 30, he mastered the Five Elements sect's supreme technique, the Five Elements sword, to perfection, his strength unfathomable. I estimate his prowess may even surpass both myself and Tuoba Lai." Fang Ling nodded slightly at this revelation, contemplating that indeed, the prodigies from these great factions possess considerable might. At this juncture, another individual arrived, exuding arrogance as he declared, "Step aside, you two. How could the likes of you be worthy of Fairy Being? The late Yuhong stage?" Fang Ling noted the man's significant cultivation level, understanding why he was so brazen. Shangwan Beifeng introduced. "This man hails from a family renowned for their body refinement, named Lin Wujia. He is slightly older than our generation, yet still counts as a peer. The Lin family possesses a ferocious bloodline that enables them to experience explosive growth in strength for a short period, making them formidable in battle. Moreover, he is quite straightforward and temperamental. I advise you, Brother Ling Fong, not to provoke him." Lin Wujia then produced an item vastly different from those of Tuoba Lai and Wang Sheng, revealing a food container. "Before departing, my mother steamed a basket of buns for me. These are crafted from the finest ingredients, possessing significant benefits. I hope Fairy Being does not disdain them. I, Lin Wujia, am a rough individual, and since my last attendance at the Tianyin Pavilion ceremony, I have Lin Wujia. With your lackluster demeanor, how dare you claim we are unworthy?" Wang Sheng interjected, visibly displeased. Tuoba Lai, equally enraged, retorted, "You are insufferably arrogant. I shall ensure you regret this. Huh, should you wish to contest? Let us see what transpires." Lin Wujia laughed. At the table, Fairy Being, overwhelmed by the commotion, grew increasingly stern. "I implore you all not to quarrel before the Tianyin Pavilion. Furthermore, I have made it clear that I am disinterested in romantic matters. This applies equally to everyone. I urge you to maintain decorum and refrain from troubling me further," she admonished. Upon witnessing her ire, the three men ceased their bickering, begrudgingly retreating to their respective factions. Meanwhile, at the table of the Illusion Dance Pavilion, a striking woman remarked, "Fairy Being truly does not appreciate her fortune. Her name is Qing Ji, a prodigy of the Illusion Dance Pavilion, known for her boldness. Her neckline is low-cut, revealing ample allure, captivating the gaze of many. Why am I not the recipient of such romantic pursuits? These foolish men truly lack discernment," she chuckled. Fairy Being cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Fairy Qing Ji, you jest. Many pursue you, far beyond my reach." "Not at all." Qing Ji giggled, cover her mouth. Opposite them, Shangwan Haiwa scoffed. "Humph. That shameless woman is dressed so provocatively." However, like Shangwan Beifeng, her comments were discreetly relayed through telepathy, not openly spoken. Shangwan Beifeng remarked, "She possesses a bewitching aura, a natural inclination. However, do not be deceived by her allure. She is not easily trifled with. Brother Ling Fong, be wary of her charms, lest you end up as a mere husk." Fang Ling replied nonchalantly, "I am not inclined toward women." Shangwan Haiwa laughed at this. "Is that truly so?" At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, drawing the attention of all present. "Unexpectedly, she has arrived," Shangwan Beifeng murmured. "Brother Ling Fong, do not gaze directly at her. She is Ouyang Shui, a prodigy of the Divine Sword Mountain, a rare talent in swordsmanship. Born to be a leader in the sword arts, she possesses the legendary Heavenly Sword Bone. Sword cultivators are inherently adept in combat, and with the enhancement of her Heavenly Sword Bone, she is truly formidable. It is said that she and her mother were abandoned by her biological father, leading her to harbor a deep-seated animosity toward men. Should a man gaze upon her for too long, he risks having his eyes pierced or even facing death at her hands. In previous years, a prodigy from the Yin-Yang sect, He Tianlong, made the mistake of disrespecting her, seeking to cultivate with her. Ultimately, she pursued him relentlessly, resulting in his tragic demise at her hands. This incident nearly incited a war between the Yin-Yang sect and Divine Sword Mountain, though it later subsided for reasons unknown. Since then, Ouyang Shui's fearsome reputation has spread, and few dare to provoke her. Fang Ling observed the approaching group from Divine Sword Mountain and nodded inwardly. Her swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. He sensed formidable sword energy emanating from Ouyang Shui, which, despite her attempts at restraint, remained sharp and evident. Once the group from Divine Sword Mountain settled at their designated seats, Ouyang Shui, sword in hand, surveyed the surroundings. Her fierce aura caused hearts to tremble, and no one dared to meet her gaze. Even Toba Lai and Wang Sheng averted their eyes. Her attention fell upon Fang Ling, and, as he met her gaze, a brief yet intense exchange transpired. For a moment, they engaged in a silent contest of sword intent, with Fang Ling's fierce and dominating energy compelling Ouyang Shui to look away, conceding defeat. At that moment, the group from Tianjing Monastery also made their entrance, led by Zizhu, followed closely by her enchanting disciple, Jinkong. This nun, Jinkong, possesses an enigmatic ability that can invoke deep remorse and tears, compelling individuals to kneel and beg for mercy, effectively achieving victory without bloodshed. Shangwan Beifeng added, not to mention her master, the formidable Zizhu. It is said that by the age of 900, she had already attained the realm of Yaoguang. Now, she is on the cusp of transcending tribulation, her cultivation far surpassing that of her contemporaries. Though we, being in our 30s or 50s, have reached the realm of Yuheng, we are still a considerable distance from Yaoguang. However, as you may know, as one progresses in cultivation, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Transitioning from Yuheng to Kaiyang, for individuals of our caliber, will take no less than 1,000 or 1,800 years. The leap from Kaiyang to Yaoguang could easily require several thousand years of diligent practice. This Master Zizhu, having broken through to the Yaoguang realm at the tender age of 900, is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, in her youth, she participated in the Dragon Field Dao Assembly, where she attained enlightenment and established a grand supernatural ability known as Qian Shou Guanyin. With this remarkable power, she effortlessly outshone all her peers, achieving an invincible path to enlightenment. The prowess of this Jing Kong nun, a product of such a master, should not be underestimated. As Fang Ling listened to these extravagant tales, he couldn't help but smile. He recalled just a quarter of an hour earlier, when he was frolicking in the back garden of Zizhu, feeling quite merry. Meanwhile, Zizhu had taken the lead upon arrival, sitting down without casting a glance at Fang Ling, lest their relationship be discerned by the formidable figures from other factions. However, the Jingkong nun beside her was observing Fang Ling with curiosity, seemingly reflecting on what her master had mentioned the day before. "Brother, look, the disciples of the Tiandao sect have arrived," exclaimed Shengwan Haiwa. "Isn't the Tiandao sect known for its twin stars? Why is only Zhou Tong here? The other fellow, Mo Yuan, is usually one for excitement. Why is he absent from this Dragon Field Dao assembly?" Shangwan Beifeng replied, "It is rumored that Mo Yuan has been slain. However, I doubt the authenticity of this news. He possesses extraordinary fortune, protected by a strand of innate purple qi, making him difficult to kill." As Fang Ling gazed at the approaching entourage of the Tiandao sect, a smile crept across his lips. Just then, the palace gates swung open, revealing a striking young man clad in a four-clawed python robe. He possessed an imperial demeanor, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an aura of formidable strength, indicative of the late Yuheng realm. He approached the main seat and greeted his uncle, the Prince of Rongkong. "Brother Ling Fong, this is the Crown Prince Rong Zhao of the Great Zhou." Shengwan Beifeng continued to elaborate. "He is somewhat older, already 82, yet within the century, he is of our generation. He surpasses the likes of Tuoba Lai from the Great Qian, being the embodiment of imperial lineage. Such a body is exceedingly rare and powerful. Engaging with him would result in a 30% suppression of one's own strength due to his imperial aura. Moreover, the terror of an imperial body extends further. The more loyal subjects he has, the stronger his protective aura becomes. Thus, despite the current Emperor of Great Zhou still being in his prime, he has already designated him as Crown Prince. There are even rumors that the Emperor intends to abdicate early, allowing him to ascend the throne sooner. Once he becomes the ruler of Great Zhou, his imperial body will be fully unleashed. Observing this individual, Fang Ling could indeed discern his extraordinary nature. The oppressive aura of an emperor was something he had never encountered before. After Rong Zhao took his place beside Prince Rongkong, the latter surveyed the assembled guests, noting that all had arrived. Then let the Dragon Field Dao assembly commence. Prince Rongkong declared, "Before we enter, it is imperative that I remind all young friends. The purpose of this assembly is to comprehend the heavenly Dao divine monument and enhance the strength of our younger generation from the Southern Dipper domain, not to engage in rivalry. Therefore, once within the Dragon Field, harmony must be prioritized. Even if disputes arise over prime positions, do not resort to real conflict. Keep everything within reasonable bounds. Should matters escalate, do not blame me for being unyielding." With that, he waved his hand, dispelling the protective array of the Dragon Field. The prodigies of the various factions entered calmly, followed by those from smaller forces who had expended considerable resources. Fang Ling trailed behind the Shangwan siblings, proceeding slowly. Before long, they arrived in the area closest to the heavenly Dao divine monument. Here, 10 mats were arranged in a triangular formation of 1, 3, and 6, allowing for a clear view of the intricate patterns on the monument and the opportunity to closely experience its emanating Dao rhythm. Crown Prince Rong Zhao surveyed the area and remarked, "Since the establishment of the Dragon Field Dao Assembly, these 10 positions have always been allocated according to strength. I shall claim the premier seat. Does anyone contest this? I shall test whether you are as formidable as the legends suggest." Ouyang Shui declared coldly, drawing her sword and charging at him. Rong Zhao smiled slightly, placing his hands behind his back as a golden aura materialized around him, forming a protective barrier, the shield of the imperial body. Ouyang Shui's fierce sword energy startled many, yet it failed to breach Rong Zhao's protective barrier. "How about it? Does Fairy Ouyang wish to try again?" Rong Zhao inquired. Ouyang Shui sheathed her sword, shaking her head. "No need. If we were to determine superiority, it would lead to significant conflict, which may not end well. It is merely a seat. You may have it." Seeing that others did not challenge him, Rong Zhao confidently stepped forward and settled onto the mat closest to the heavenly Dao divine monument. Ouyang Shui turned to Bai Ying and Jing Kong, stating, "I do not wish to sit among these foul men. Shall we take the second row instead?" Bai Ying nodded. She was indifferent about her seating, but accepted the invitation. Jing Kong clasped her hands together, saying, "Ba, this is agreeable. Fairy Ouyang, you are truly heart-wrenching," remarked Qing Ji from the Illusion Dance Pavilion, feigning grievance. "I too am a woman, yet you invite only them without a glance my way. It is rather disheartening." Ouyang Shui replied coolly, "If you find it unjust, you may spar with them. The victor may take the seat, and the loser shall withdraw." Qing Ji huffed, her ample form swaying as she declared, "With so many protectors around Bai Ying, I dare not provoke her. As for Jing Kong, she is not someone I can contend with. My charm techniques would be of no use against a nun. Very well, I shall sit in this third row. It is all much the same to me." She sauntered forward, gracefully taking her seat, her perfect curves drawing glances from the likes of Tuobalai. "I'm not picky. I will simply take a seat." Lin Wujia from the Body Refinement clan chuckled, promptly sitting beside Qing Ji. At this moment, only the Shangwan siblings, along with the great Qian's crown prince Tobalai, the prodigy Wang Sheng of the Five Elements sect, Zhou Tong of the Tiandao sect, and Fang Ling remained, with 10 seats available for remained. Yet there were still 6 individuals. "Let us move forward," Shangwan Beifeng remarked casually, leading his sister and Fang Ling wait. Tuobalai interjected, blocking their path. Shangwan Beifeng inquired, "Do you not recognize these two beside me?" "This is my sister Shangwan Haiyue, and my friend Ling Fang," he replied calmly. Wang Sheng from the Five Elements sect joined, smiling. "Friend Beifeng, you should be more discerning. I acknowledge your strength. You may take one of the remaining seats. However, your sister and friend." Zhou Tong from the Tiandao sect glanced at Shangwan Haiyue, chuckling, "I have a strong aversion to those lacking self-awareness. Although anyone can join the Dragon Field Dao Assembly as long as they have paid, The 10 seats closest to the heavenly Tao divine monument have always been reserved for those of exceptional talent. Little sister, you have never made an appearance before. Today marks your debut, does it not? To assume the title of prodigy right out of the gate, your Shangwan family certainly has grand ambitions. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Fang Ling beside him. And you, a sly one hiding in the shadows, dare to don a mask before us? What makes you worthy to stand alongside us? Zhou Tong's words seemed intended for those nearby, eager to make a move, and his tone escalated dramatically. This caused the representatives of various minor factions, who initially intended to approach, to retreat cautiously, no longer daring to advance an inch. Su Guanhai, you rolled up her sleeves and chuckled. Do you look down on me? Gulme, allow me to experience your prowess firsthand. I intend to secure this position. Su Guanjing stepped forward, shielding his sister behind him. He understood that Fang Ling's strength was likely not inferior to theirs, and his sister had also grown remarkably strong. With 3 of them on their side, they had a fair chance, even if conflict arose with Tuoba Lai and his companions. Interesting. Then I shall. Zhou Tong laughed, preparing to make his move. But at that moment, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. Zhou Tong looked down, his expression shifting dramatically. So fast. Who are you? He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Fang Ling. Tuoba Lai and Wang Sheng beside him were equally startled. They recognized they did not possess the speed Fang Ling had displayed. Zhou Tong no longer dared to underestimate him and was about to unleash his powers to suppress Fang Ling when, in the next instant, Fang Ling appeared behind him, delivering a punch to his back. Zhou Tong felt as if his body were about to explode, and he was sent flying, crashing against the heavenly Tao divine steel. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Rong Zhao, seated at the head, changed his expression and turned to Fang Ling. Elders accompanying various factions outside also displayed astonishment. Zhou Tong's strength was not weak among the many prodigies, yet he was so easily overpowered. Who was this person? Elder Gu Tainyo from the Heavenly Tao sect looked towards Prince Rong Kong seated at the main table and inquired. Prince Rong Kong furrowed his brow and replied, I am uncertain, but he is not a prodigy invited by my Dezhou royal family. He merely paid to enter. Elder Su Guanjing? This individual seems related to your Su family, I wonder. He then turned to Su Guanxiu. Su Guanxiu, equally astonished, responded, I too am unaware of his origins. He only claims to be a wandering cultivator. He is a friend my young master encountered on the way here. Interesting. Just based on the physical prowess he has displayed, he is certainly not inferior to that young man from the Lin family. Prince Rong Kong chuckled. At the table, Zizhu revealed a faint smile, though she remained silent. Within the dragon arena, beneath the heavenly Tao divine steel, Zhou Tong was momentarily dazed by Fang Ling's punch. Regaining his senses, he felt he had lost face before the world's heroes, and his heart boiled with rage. So you wish to engage me seriously? Huh. Then I, Zhou Tong, shall gladly accept your challenge. He leaped into the air, and a divine form suddenly manifested behind him. This divine form was named Cloud Sea, observing the rising sun, and from the vast cloud sea, a golden sun slowly ascended, a magnificent sight to behold. Among the many prodigies in the southern Dipper domain, only Zhou Tong possessed an innate divine form, which was the very foundation of his ability to contend with other prodigies. An innate divine form is inborn, impossible to learn or transfer to another. Depending on the nature of the divine form, it exhibits different effects. Nevertheless, without exception, the power and efficacy of these innate divine forms surpass even the most advanced divine abilities of major factions. The overwhelming might of Cloud Sea observing the rising sun moved those present. Even Rong Zhao could not help but exclaim, such divine might, even I must give my all. Is this the power of an innate divine form? Truly terrifying. This person is not merely a name of renown, Ouyang Shuem mused. The Su siblings were increasingly concerned. At this moment, the target of the divine form suppression was solely Fang Ling, who would bear this terrifying divine power alone. Outside, Elder Gu Tainyo of the Heavenly Tao sect looked towards Prince Rong Kong and remarked with a smile, Your Highness, do not take offense. This young man's temper has always been rather volatile. Nevertheless, he has resorted to lethal moves, which seems excessive. Prince Rong Kong replied solemnly. This is indeed the territory of Dezhou. Gu Tainyo silently sighed and added, In that case, I shall intervene to quell this young man's actions. Just as he was about to step in and restrain Zhou Tong, Fang Ling shot forth first, still merely delivering a single punch. This punch was accompanied by a rumbling sound, akin to thunder, with the force causing the surrounding space to ripple and black waves to undulate. With a resounding crash, Zhou Tong's innate divine form shattered instantly. He suffered a backlash and fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth. How could this be? Zhou Tong's eyes reddened as he looked in terror at Fang Ling across from him. The atmosphere inside and outside the arena erupted in chaos. The elders of the Heavenly Tao sect wore grim expressions, Zhou Tong's humiliating defeat bringing shame to their sect. With another punch, Fang Ling shattered the innate divine form once more. Within the dragon arena, Fang Ling calmly stated, "Let's not waste any more time. Please take your seats." He stepped forward and sat beside Lin Wuji. "Brother, how have you cultivated your physical body? How is it even more formidable than mine?" Lin Wuji turned and stared at him in astonishment. Fang Ling ignored him, focusing instead on observing the Heavenly Tao divine steel. However, the individuals seated in front blocked his view of the steel. He had no choice but to rise and approach the prominent seat of Prince Rongzhao. As their eyes met, neither spoke. After a moment, Prince Rongzhao silently stepped back, relinquishing the position to Fang Ling. With a mere punch, Fang Ling had shattered Zhou Tong's innate divine form, and even Prince Rongzhao dared not recklessly engage him in combat. His imperial physique, though formidable, had a significant drawback. If he were to be defeated head-on by a peer, the impact would severely affect him, causing his imperial aura to dissipate. Thus, he had always fought only when he was absolutely confident of victory. However, he did not shy away from battle. The moment the desire for combat ignited within him, a resolution would inevitably come. After Prince Rongzhao silently withdrew, Fang Ling sat down, occupying the optimal position to comprehend the Heavenly Tao divine steel. Behind him sat Bai Ying. Although Fang Ling had altered his aura to conceal his features, this silhouette an adept observer of character. She had previously stealthily created several portraits of Fang Ling. Thus, his figure was firmly etched in her mind. Yesterday, in the corridor, she had found him familiar, prompting her to glance back. Now, observing him from such close proximity, she was already certain. "It's you, it must be you." A wave of delight surged within her. Chapter 083. A million golden lotuses blooming on the ground behind. The Su siblings regained their senses and moved forward to the last row of seats. Tuoba Lai and Wang Sheng silently watched, yet dared not speak further. Zhou Tong's downfall was still fresh in their minds. They perceived the Su siblings as allies of Fang Ling. Should they dare to obstruct them, Fang Ling would undoubtedly not remain indifferent, and, at that point, they would find themselves in a precarious position. The Su siblings never anticipated that, originally intending to bring Fang Ling along, they would instead bask in his glory. Ultimately, Tuoba Lai and Wang Sheng engaged in a brief spar, with the final seat claimed by Wang Sheng. Tuoba Lai quietly moved to the third row, producing a mat for himself and sitting down. With his divine form shattered, Zhou Tong faced a tremendous backlash. Moreover, suffering such a humiliating defeat before the world's heroes shattered his resolve, leaving him with no intention to remain. He staggered to his feet and exited the dragon arena, ultimately disappearing from sight. With the turmoil settled, Rongzhao and the others returned to their senses, beginning to comprehend the Heavenly Tao divine steel. The thousands of representatives from minor factions no longer dared to make noise, each seated quietly, fearing that any disturbance they caused might displease the prodigies in front of them. They settled down in silence. The grand venue fell into a profound stillness. Over 10,000 young individuals collectively contemplated the Heavenly Tao divine steel standing in the dragon arena, creating a truly spectacular scene. Before arriving, Fang Ling had not held many expectations for the Heavenly Tao divine steel. He contemplated that since this entity dared to reveal itself before the public, it was likely nothing extraordinary, merely a cash cow for the imperial family of the Great Zhou. However, after closely examining the intricate patterns and profound principles inscribed upon the divine stone tablet, he was taken aback. Possessing an unfathomable mastery of divine powers and 2 celestial arts, he prided himself on his extensive research into mystical techniques. Yet, in the face of this celestial monument, he felt as though he had only scratched the surface of a vast ocean. The pursuit of martial prowess is boundless, and the pinnacle is limitless. He could not help but reflect on his own journey. Although he had experienced some setbacks since embarking on his path, those challenges paled in comparison. His relentless progress had subtly influenced his state of mind, leading him to become somewhat arrogant. Yet, confronted with the supreme principles of the cosmos, He became acutely aware of his insignificance. This shift in mentality quietly affected his focus, deepening his contemplation of the truths encompassed within the celestial tablet. Unbeknownst to him, he entered a state of profound meditation, and golden lotuses began to materialize around his body. In no time, tens of thousands of golden lotuses adorned the arena, astonishing onlookers. As the golden lotuses slowly unfurled, the ethereal resonance imbued in them gave Fang Ling a transcendent feeling. To others, however, it was merely a curious phenomenon with no personal impact. Behind him, Ouyang Xiurong and her companions were utterly astounded. The emergence of golden lotuses from the ground was a clear sign of enlightenment. Even if Fang Ling ultimately failed to comprehend any profound divine arts, this experience would greatly benefit his cultivation. Outside the arena, elders from various factions were equally astonished. Many rose to their feet, gazing intensely at Fang Ling. The youth had little understanding of the significance of this phenomenon, but they were well aware of its implications. The appearance of golden lotuses not only signified enlightenment, but also indicated that his strength had surpassed the limits typically expected at his level, earning the recognition of the celestial order. This individual, Zizhu, gazed at Fang Ling's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Although she already knew of his exceptional nature, the sight of the golden lotuses still took her aback. Amidst her astonishment, she felt a subtle sense of joy, as if sharing in his glory. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, a venerable white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the dragon arena. "Who is this person?" the white-haired elder inquired. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him. It was Emperor Rongshan of the Great Zhou. Reporting to the ancestor, "I too am unaware of his origins," Rongshan replied with a wry smile. "I have discerned that his past and future are shrouded in chaos, inscrutable and unpredictable. I suspect that a formidable force has interfered with him, thus disrupting my divination." "Oh." The elder of the Great Zhou furrowed his brow, then broke into a smile. "It seems this individual is likely a descendant of the Longevity clan or a disciple of the Immortal sect, traveling the world. The power that has been passed down since ancient times is indeed formidable. The gap in strength among the younger generation is immense. Alas, it is unfortunate that Rong Chao has crossed paths with him. A confrontation is inevitable in the future. He cannot evade it, and his defeat is destined to shatter his imperial aura, diminishing the might of his royal physique." Rongshan replied nonchalantly. "There is no need for the ancestor to be so pessimistic. If Chao can break through and rebuild, his imperial physique will become even stronger. It is difficult. Once the heart of invincibility crumbles, how easy is it to regain confidence?" The elder of the Great Zhou shook his head. Meanwhile, among the spectators, Elder Gu Tainiu of the Celestial Dao sect regarded Fang Ling with an unusual glint in his eyes. This individual is remarkably young, yet possesses such abilities. He conceals his visage, seemingly fearful of being recognized. If he were a scion of a Longevity clan or a disciple of the Immortal sect, he would have no need for such caution. A bold conjecture stirred within him. He suspected that this person was the Fang Ling they were pursuing. However, should he be mistaken, it could spell disaster for the Celestial Dao sect. Regardless, he decided to report this matter to the Grand Elder, allowing him to make the final judgment. With a thought, he immediately sent a message to Grand Elder Wenmu. At this moment, Fang Ling remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the center of attention. Immersed in the vastness of the Tao, he greedily sought to comprehend these principles and craft his own unparalleled techniques. Behind him, Bai Ying watched him intently, devoid of any inclination to meditate upon the divine stone tablet. Nearly 4 years had passed, and she had hoped to stand alongside him by now. Yet the harsh reality revealed that she had not yet caught up to his pace. "Bai Ying, why are you lost in thought? Opportunities must be seized by oneself. Lamenting one's fate is futile." She suddenly realized that she should not be so disheartened. Reluctantly, she withdrew her gaze and turned her attention to the celestial tablet. In the crowd behind her, some individuals began to faint, while others felt dizzy and hesitated to continue their comprehension, retreating with expressions of reluctance. Their inability to withstand the overwhelming impact of the profound principles caused this exodus. Soon, a significant portion of the disciples from various small factions had departed. As time passed, more and more individuals withdrew, and before long, a decade had slipped by. At this point, fewer than 10 remained in the Dragon Arena. Even the prominent figures like Tuoba Lai and Wang Sheng had exited. On this day, another phenomenon occurred. A vision of a celestial maiden playing the guqin materialized behind Bai Ying, filling the arena with enchanting melodies that invigorated all present. Even elders like Zizhu, with their advanced prowess, felt their cultivation stir and advance slightly. This was an auspicious sign, indicating that Bai Ying had comprehended a profound divine art related to music. When one attains enlightenment, all beings around them benefit. However, the vision did not last long and soon dissipated. Bai Ying opened her eyes in excitement, her expression radiant. She had indeed gained immensely. She looked up once more at the divine tablet, but felt a dense fog, as if she could not proceed further. Having already reaped substantial rewards, she chose not to be greedy and promptly rose to leave the arena. Beside her, Ouyang Shui sighed in envy, lamenting her own lack of fortune. It seemed that she was ultimately fated to remain disconnected from the celestial tablet. After so long, she had failed to derive anything substantial. Now seeing Bai Ying depart after having thoroughly exhausted the opportunity, she too decided to give up. As Ouyang Shui left with a heavy heart, the previously hopeful Qin Ji and others also retreated in disappointment. At this juncture, only Fang Ling remained in the arena. Chapter 084. The Dragon Arena Enlightenment After 10 Autumns. The events that transpired at the Dragon Arena Dao Assembly had already spread throughout the entire cultivation community of the Southern Dipper domain. Many prodigies from powerful factions who had not attended the assembly rushed to hear the news. Some descended wrapped in radiant light, resembling deities among mortals. Others crackled with the power of thunder, exuding destructive force. Still, others vanished into the void, their identities unknown. Their strengths far exceeded those of the likes of Zhoutong, and thus they deemed participation in the Dragon Arena Dao Assembly beneath them. Within the Dragon Arena, Fang Ling remained seated before the divine stone tablet, undisturbed by the external environment. The grandeur of the spectacle even drew the attention of Emperor Rongshan of the Great Zhou, who emerged from the palace. His presence served to deter any nefarious individuals who might seek to interrupt Fang Ling's enlightenment. The Dragon Arena Dao Assembly had long been a prestigious institution founded by the Great Zhou, and any disruption of its order was strictly forbidden. Should Fang Ling be interrupted today, the reputation of the Great Zhou dynasty would be tarnished, and the Dragon Arena Dao Assembly would become a mere shell of its former self. Rongshan, a transcendent being beyond martial arts, ensured that no one dared to act recklessly in his presence. As time flowed on, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Before the celestial stone tablet, a figure sat motionless, a clay figure, indeed, for it was Fang Ling, who had sat before the divine tablet for 10 years. Initially, more and more people flocked to the Great Zhou to observe his enlightenment at the Dragon Arena. Yet as the days turned into weeks, the crowd gradually dwindled. Now, after a decade, there were no longer any spectators lingering near the Dragon Arena. No one could predict how much longer Fang Ling would remain seated before the celestial stone tablet. However, various factions had stationed their spies near the palace, keeping a watchful eye on the developments. On this particular day, deep within the palace, the Crown Prince Rong Chao slowly emerged from his tightly sealed meditation chamber. To prepare for his confrontation with Fang Ling, he had secluded himself for many years. He understood that Fang Ling presented an unprecedented threat, and thus this time, he had entered a life-or-death meditation. It was either to master the supreme divine arts of the Great Zhou or perish in the attempt. Standing at the entrance of the cultivation chamber, the eunuch was overjoyed to see Rong Zhao emerge alive and swiftly intended to report to the emperor. However, before he could depart, Emperor Rongshan of the Great Zhou had already arrived. He held high hopes for Rong Zhao and felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his successful exit. Congratulations, Zhaoer, on mastering the emperor's seal. I too only dared to practice this technique after attaining immortality, yet you have accomplished it while still in the later stages of the Jade Balance. I must say, your imperial physique is perfectly tailored for our Rong family. Rongshan remarked with a smile. Rong Zhao humbly replied, I owe my success to Father and our ancestors for granting me the last drop of the family's treasured emperor's blood for my cultivation. Otherwise, even with my imperial physique, it would have been difficult to master such a profound technique at my current realm. He then inquired, by the way, how much time has passed during my retreat? Rongshan replied nonchalantly, almost 10 years. 10 years? I thought only a few days had gone by. Rong Zhao chuckled. Time truly loses its meaning during cultivation. I remember the last time I closed myself off for 300 years. It felt like merely a few days had passed, Rongshan added. Then, where's Ling Feng now? Rong Zhao asked again. What enlightenment has he achieved over the years? Now that I have mastered the Emperor's seal, it is time for us to have a duel. If I delay any longer, it may harm my resolve. Rongshan turned to gaze at the position of the dragon arena, before sighing softly. He has been comprehending the Tao in the dragon arena for a decade now. He replied, "What?" Rong Zhao exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. "That seems excessive. I recall that Bai Ying, the fairy from the Tianyin Pavilion, achieved enlightenment in about 10 days, composing celestial melodies. And years ago, Master Zizhu created the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara in just half a month. Ling Fong has spent 10 years at the Divine Steel. This is simply unimaginable." After mastering the Emperor's seal, Rong Zhao believed he was now ready for battle. However, hearing the news from his father made his heart sink, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ling Fong has been comprehending for 10 years. He must be brewing an unparalleled technique. This ability will likely surpass my Emperor's seal. In this era of great contention, where heroes emerge from all corners of the land, Rongshan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Your imperial physique must maintain an unblemished record to soar high. Yet now Ling Fong stands before you. And in the future, there will be Zhang San and Li Si as well. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the unwillingness to try again after a setback, unable to emerge from the shadows. You surpass your father in many ways, and I hope you can rise again no matter the obstacles you face." Rong Zhao looked up towards the dragon arena and solemnly declared, "I will not disappoint you, father. Ling Fong awakens soon. Our duel has been delayed for a decade. I can hardly wait." At that moment, the winds shifted ominously. The clear skies were suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. Within those clouds, something seemed to brew, instilling a sense of foreboding. Is someone facing a tribulation? Rongshan furrowed his brow, pondering. No, there are no recent plans for anyone in the royal family to undergo tribulation. Just then, a white-haired ancestor of the Rong family suddenly appeared beside them. The two promptly bowed, "We greet the ancestor." The elder stroked his white beard, gazing towards the dragon arena, murmuring, "This celestial phenomenon does not indicate someone's ascension, but rather a cataclysmic retribution from the heavens against that which the Tao cannot tolerate. Under the celestial tribulation, those undergoing it have a 1 in 10 chance of survival. However, the retribution from heaven and earth offers less than a 10,000th chance. Heavenly retribution. This young man may be in grave danger. Alas, when one defies the heavens too much, they ultimately face the consequences. If the heavens seek to punish him, no one can protect him." Rong Zhao's brow furrowed at these words. "I sincerely hope he can endure. He still owes me a duel. He cannot perish like this. Even if I were to fall to him, it would be better than leaving this battle unresolved." The ominous signs in the sky instilled fear in many. Yet this was the imperial city of the great Zhou. With two immortals safeguarding the realm, the populace felt a vague apprehension, but did not descend into chaos. Over the past decade, various factions monitoring Fang Ling in the imperial city suddenly recalled him. They once again stirred to life, moving to a vantage point from which they could observe the dragon arena. Inside the arena, the golden lotus flowers of the great Tao withered, transforming into streams of golden light that vanished. After a decade of silent meditation, Fang Ling slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he shook off the dust that had settled on him and looked up at the sky. What is happening? He wondered, perplexed, as he stared at the brewing heavenly tribulation. He could sense that this calamity was directed at him. Looking around and finding no one in sight, he grew even more confused. Where's everyone gone? There were so many people here. His memories were still rooted in a decade prior. Although he had been comprehending in the dragon arena for 10 years, to him, it felt as though barely an hour had passed. Chapter 085. The cataclysm of heavenly retribution and earthly annihilation. At that moment, the sky shifted ominously, as the energy within the clouds amassed to a terrifying degree. Even the elder of the Rong family had to order everyone within the palace to evacuate. Sensing the looming danger, Fang Ling attempted to flee. However, as he took flight, he realized the dark clouds were trailing closely behind him. It seemed that no matter where he escaped, he could not evade this calamity. Realizing he could not avoid it, Fang Ling ceased his flight. A formless, colorless energy descended from the clouds, striking Fang Ling. In an instant, his body shattered into countless fragments, splattering blood and flesh upon the ground. In the distance, the Rong elder and Emperor Rongshan felt a chill run down their spines. Even those who had attained immortality were shaken by the terror of this heavenly retribution. Crown Prince Rong Zhao watched the scene, rendered speechless, murmuring, "Such a pity. Heavenly retribution. It seems that a person with such extraordinary talent is intolerable to the heavens. As everyone gasped in shock and lamented, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The once shattered Fang Ling, now a mere puddle of blood and flesh, astonishingly revived. His body regenerated at a visible pace, and in the blink of an eye, he was once again a living being. Fang Ling, with a serious expression, lifted his gaze towards the depths of the clouds, which showed no signs of dissipating. At that moment, another wave of formless energy surged from the ground, striking him down once more into a blood mist. First, it was the heavenly retribution, and now it was the earthly annihilation, truly terrifying. The Rong elder clicked his tongue in disbelief. Rongshan commented, "He just transformed into a puddle of blood and flesh and could revive. He may not necessarily perish now." Rong Zhao added, "This is terrifying. To have been reduced to that state and still revive. No wonder he faces such a calamity." Everyone watched the blood mist, expecting no further miracles to occur. But strangely, the blood mist instantly coalesced, regenerating. As Fang Ling began to form half a body, the dual calamities of heavenly retribution and earthly annihilation seemed intent on obliterating him completely. The blood mist and flesh disappeared without a trace, as if Fang Ling had never existed in this world, leaving no remnants behind. The dark clouds above quickly dispersed, returning to the vast blue sky, leaving behind a city full of astonished cultivators. What a shame. If this person were to survive, our human race would produce a peerless genius. The Rong elder sighed, turning to return to the palace. Rong Zhao gazed at the place where Fang Ling had been obliterated. Speechless for a long while, clenching his fists, he felt a surge of anger. Had I known this would happen, I should have fought him back then. Now, there is no chance left. Just as everyone believed Fang Ling had been erased from existence, yet another miracle occurred. Fang Ling reappeared at his original position. Even with his indomitable spirit, he could not withstand such a dual calamity of heavenly retribution and earthly annihilation. Therefore, at the very last moment, he unleashed one of the techniques he had developed during his decade of comprehension, Void. Initially, he employed the art of creation to counter the catastrophic calamity, only to discover its ineffectiveness. The force that sought to obliterate him was not a mere being, but the very fabric of this realm. The energy he retaliated with was insignificant in the face of such grandiosity, rendering it utterly futile. The technique of Void, however, was a masterful manipulation of space. Upon its execution, both his spirit and body would become ethereal, impervious to any form of attack, even the might of the heavens and earth. In a critical moment, he evaded annihilation, leading the heavenly order to believe he had been eradicated, thereby successfully escaping this wave of tribulation. The venerable ancestor of the Rong family, having turned away, unexpectedly returned. The emperor of the Great Zhou, Rongshan, was also taken aback, pondering, is the heir of the Longevity clan truly this formidable? As a dignified Jade immortal, I find myself harboring awe for a young man of the Jade Balance realm. Rongchao then laughed heartily and swiftly approached Fang Ling. "Congratulations, Taoist Fang Ling, on your rebirth," he exclaimed. Fang Ling regarded Rongchao and inquired, "Why is it so eerily quiet around here? Has a considerable amount of time passed?" Rongchao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it has been 10 years. Since your first year of enlightenment at the Dragon Arena, most spectators have long departed." 10 years? How has so much time elapsed? Fang Ling expressed astonishment. Rongchao, with a hint of humility, declared, "I wish to challenge you, and I hope you will not refuse." Upon saying this, a golden protective aura enveloped him, elevating his aura to its zenith. The imperial presence unique to his royal lineage surged forth, casting a shadow over Fang Ling. This aura typically suppressed others, diminishing their combat prowess by a third. Yet, Fang Ling's chaotic sacred body would not allow this to transpire. A more formidable aura erupted from him, instantly subduing Rongchao's imperial presence. Rongchao, witnessing his once invincible imperial body failing to impose its will on Fang Ling, merely smiled in acceptance. "Let us test this move, Dragon Fist." He unleashed a powerful punch, manifesting as a formidable five-clawed golden dragon, accompanied by its thunderous roar. Charging toward Fang Ling met the attack with a simple yet potent punch. After a violent clash of energies, the five-clawed golden dragon disintegrated, and Rongchao was forced back, retreating 10 paces before regaining his footing. "Very well, let us determine the victor with a single strike." Rongchao leapt into the air, arms outstretched. The unparalleled imperial aura converged into his right hand, forming the imperial seal. This strike, imbued with the power of fate, was starkly different from ordinary techniques. As the magnificent imperial seal bore down upon him, Fang Ling's eyes shimmered with intrigue. This strike was indeed extraordinary. He found himself suppressed, unable to move or summon his spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, the imperial seal struck him, shattering his protective aura. Fang Ling staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing himself. Though formidable, this attack merely breached his defenses and inflicted minimal damage. Observing this, Rong Chao smiled bitterly. I have lost. Fang Ling had withstood his most potent attack with little injury, rendering further conflict unnecessary. Upon conceding defeat, the imperial aura surrounding Rong Chao dissipated, and he coughed a mouthful of blood. This was the price of his failure, nearly causing the collapse of his imperial body, unless he could emerge from the shadow and restore his resolve. The figure of his father, Rong Shan, flickered before Fang Ling faced with the emperor of the Great Zhou. Fang Ling felt a surge of trepidation and summoned all of his focus. Rong Shan smiled gently at Fang Ling, saying, Young man, there is no need for anxiety. No intenciones. Chao has his own path to tread, and as his father, I am powerless to assist him. Losing honorably to you is not unjust. Moreover, he continued, according to tradition, you are obliged to share your self-created techniques from this Dragon Arena Dao Conference with the Great Zhou. However, I shall make an exception this time. We wish to befriend you. Becoming friends with me may not be advantageous, Fang Ling replied earnestly. He had no intention of sharing his techniques and had already planned his departure. Rong Shan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. There is something I must caution you about, he added. It is best not to leave the Great Zhou just yet, for the members of the Heavenly Dao sect are waiting outside. They claim your true name is Fang Ling, that you have slain their prodigy, Mo Yuan, and have taken one of their 4 treasured artifacts, the Qinkuan mirror. Had they not wished to avoid conflict with the Great Zhou, they would have already come for you in the Dragon Arena. Be cautious. Thank you for the warning, Fang Ling replied. Rong Shan then waved his hand, leading his son back to the palace. Fang Ling departed as well, intending to find a place to rest in the city. However, just as he landed and took a few steps, someone called out to him from behind. Young Master Fang, it has been a long time, White Ying said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, somewhat shyly. Fang Ling turned to face her. A decade had passed, and her appearance had matured. Yet she remained as bashful as ever. Shall we find a place to reminisce? White Ying suggested. Fang Ling nodded and followed her to her residence. Have you waited here for 10 years? He asked along the way. I was fortunate to attain enlightenment at the Dragon Arena. So I seized the opportunity to purchase a residence in the Great Zhou to meticulously refine the techniques I had learned, Whiting explained. This extended stay has lasted 10 years, and I was just about to leave. Yet, it is fortuitous that I can see you before departing. I see, Fang Ling remarked. Though White Ying's explanation was earnest, it was riddled with inconsistencies. As a saintess of the Tianyin Pavilion, she should not have lingered in the Great Zhou for so long. Her claim of refining her techniques was absurd. Having attained enlightenment at the Dragon Arena, he had developed 2 supreme techniques. The techniques he created were already remarkably perfected, and there was little chance for further refinement after leaving. Although White Ying was not being truthful, he chose not to expose her, wishing to avoid dampening the mood. After a while, Fang Ling followed White Ying to a large residence in the eastern part of the city. The vast estate was devoid of any servants. She had lived there alone for years. White Ying led him to a pavilion where she personally brewed tea for him. As a skilled musician, she took great care of her hands, which were exquisitely maintained, long, delicate fingers akin to rare artworks. How are your father and uncle? Fang Ling inquired. Whiting nodded. They are well, but they have since left Long City. Years ago, my family relocated to the imperial city of Yin, where the Tianyin Pavilion is situated. However, my father has always sought another refuge, wishing for the Bai family to live in seclusion. Just days ago, I received word from him. He has taken our clan to a secluded place. Your father is quite remarkable, not swayed by the allure of the present, Fang Ling observed. Their choice to retreat from the world is indeed wise, allowing you the freedom to pursue your path. Time flies, White Ying remarked. I cannot believe over a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Indeed, she continued. Yet, I find myself preferring the days spent in Long City. Though simple, they were stable, unlike the current turmoil. Have you not fared well? Fang Ling chuckled. At the Dragon Arena Dao Conference, numerous prodigies sought your favor. Which woman would not envy such attention? You are backed by the Tianyin Pavilion, with countless prodigy-level suitors. No one dares to provoke you. White Ink pouted, young Master Fang. Do not tease me. Those individuals are quite bothersome. I wish they would keep their distance. Their interest in me is not genuine. I have merely mastered the 3 ancient melodies of the Tianyin Pavilion. They consider me useful. What they truly cherish is the ethereal tunes that enhance their cultivation and the everlasting music that grants immortality. Fang Ling remarked, you possess a clear understanding. However, the skills you have acquired are inherently a part of you. There is no need for turmoil. Bai Ying softly acknowledged, then continued, by the way, there is something I wish to remind you of, young Master Fang. For now, do not leave the Great Zhou. The people of the Tiandao sect have already set their sights on you, threatening to take your life. Additionally, there is a tribe from Miaojiang, known as the Chuan clan, who also have formidable experts collaborating with the Tiandao sect. Should you depart from Great Zhou, they will undoubtedly act against you. The Grand Elder of the Tiandao sect and the High Priest of the Chuan clan have been stationed outside for the past decade. Fang Ling replied, the Emperor of Rongshan has already informed me of this matter, but I appreciate your warning. Bai Ying furrowed her delicate brows, gazing intently at him. Her expression laced with confusion. Why do you appear so unconcerned? She inquired. Setting aside the Miaojiang priest, the Grand Elder of the Tiandao sect, Wenmu, is a seasoned celestial being. The saying that all below the celestial realm are mere insects is not an exaggeration. You have yet to ascend to immortality. It is impossible for you to contend with him, not to mention he has numerous allies. Fang Ling reassured her, I have my own means of escape, Miss Bai. Do not fret. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying murmured, young Master Fang remains so formal. We have known each other for some time. It feels distant for you to call me Miss Bai. Just address me as Inger. Fang Ling chuckled. Yet you have continued to call me young master. Bai Ying replied, I have grown accustomed to it. It may be difficult to change. She then shifted the topic, since you are confident in your ability to evade danger. That is indeed the best outcome. Initially, I contacted my master, hoping she could mediate the situation. However, she stated that you have committed a grave taboo, making it inappropriate for her to intervene. Otherwise, our Tianyin Pavilion would completely sever ties with the Tiandao sect. Though I'm a saintess, I'm still a junior and cannot influence such significant matters. Alas, it is regrettable that I cannot assist you. Fang Ling responded, I'm not worthy of such efforts on your part. Bai Ying looked at him earnestly, saying, had it not been for your assistance in dispelling the poison that saved my life, I would have perished long ago. How could I have arrived at this moment? Furthermore, there is no such thing as worthiness. It is merely a matter of desire or indifference. Ever since I first laid eyes on you, it has been, not solely because you saved me. At this, her exquisite face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Fang Ling was taken aback by her boldness in expressing her affection. Yet you do not truly understand me. I am a ruthless monster, unflinching in the face of death. Since embarking on my path, I have taken countless lives. My sins are numerous, he stated. I have already had 2 women. You are like a pure white flower, while I am but a puddle of mire. Bai Ying, initially startled, soon laughed. Who claims to be a puddle of mire? Moreover, if you're not a flower, how can you presume to know whether the flower wishes to bloom amidst the mire? In truth, Fang Ling had harbored feelings for her since their time in the Bai family. He relished the moments spent in a rocking chair, eyes closed, listening to her play the qin. Though their time together was brief, he understood the language of her music, and she played the melodies he adored. They shared an unspoken connection, a tacit understanding. However, at that time, he had just come down from the mountain, his strength insufficient, and he did not wish to drag the Bai family into turmoil, so he refrained from pursuing the matter further. But now, circumstances had changed. This enchanting woman had summoned the courage to express her affections and had waited here for 10 years. Reluctantly, he could not bear to hurt her feelings and thus followed his own heart. If the flower wishes to fall, the mire shall rejoice, he declared. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, bit her lip, shyly lowering her gaze. The sudden affirmation left her flustered, her heart racing. Inger shall play a few pieces for young master, she said. Fang Ling nodded, ready to listen attentively. She waved her hand, clearing the tea set from the table and presenting a guqin. This guqin was one of the 2 exquisite heirlooms of the Tianyin Pavilion, named Duyo, a treasure with 14 prohibitions. The most formidable artifact Fang Ling had previously encountered was the Shuyu Tianjing bottle from Zizhu, which, though lacking just 1 prohibition compared to Duyo, was incomparable in essence. Do you still remember the peace heaven and earth share the same longevity? Bai Ying smiled, her delicate fingers dancing over the strings. That piece had once left Fang Ling astounded. How could he forget? He closed his eyes, immersed in the celestial melodies she played. Upon the completion of the piece, Fang Ling realized his soul energy had increased by approximately 3%. In contrast, Bai Ying's performance of the same piece years ago had yielded only a 1% increase. The improvement was astonishing. He gazed at Bai Ying, who sat opposite him, looking like a pear blossom drenched in rain, her body glistening with fragrant perspiration. Though the music was ethereal, it was a considerable burden for her. Your attire is drenched. Fang Ling approached her, placing his hand on her garment. He noticed a red string peeking from beneath her collar and, almost instinctively, pulled it out, revealing a red pouch. Bai Ying shivered, her face burning with embarrassment as she murmured, "You are quite naughty." Chapter 087. The duality of ice and fire flowers. Though Bai Ying chastised him for being mischievous, a thrill of excitement coursed through her, anticipating what might follow. The enchanting atmosphere continued to simmer, and Fang Ling yearned to pluck the white flower before him. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the pavilion, sending a chill through both of them. Oof, what a lecherous scoundrel, so depraved upon first meeting. "Inger, come here at once." A figure suddenly appeared outside the pavilion. This person, with her hair elegantly pinned up and a voluptuous figure, appeared to be a woman in her 30s, adorned with exquisite jewelry, such as earrings and jade bracelets, enhancing her regal presence. She was Su Luomei, the head of the Tianyin Pavilion, exuding an imposing aura. "Headmistress." Upon seeing Su Luomei's sudden arrival, Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically. However, when she had played heaven and earth share the same longevity, she had not sensed her nearby. Thus, she concluded that Su Luomei had only just arrived. Fortunately, she had not overheard their previous intimate exchange, or else she would be utterly mortified. With a swift motion, she retracted the chain and stepped forward to greet her. "Headmistress, what brings you here?" she murmured. Su Luomei wore an expression of disappointment, seemingly ready to reprimand Bai Ying. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, her heart softened. With a long sigh, she said, "Naturally, I came to find you. I recently emerged from seclusion, and it was only from your master that I learned you have lingered in the imperial city of Great Zhou for a decade. You have always been obedient and well-behaved, so I suspected there was something amiss. Upon coming to investigate, Su Luomei glanced towards Fang Ling in the pavilion, her tone growing colder. "You truly possess audacity, daring to lay your hands on my Tianyin Pavilion saintess. Do not think that just because you gained enlightenment in Longchong, you have become exceptional, no matter how remarkable. Without growth, you remain but a minor character." Fang Ling regarded Su Luomei with indifference. "My feelings for Inger are mutual and do not infringe upon your matters." Bai Ying quickly added, "Headmistress, young Master Fang and I are in accord. Do not blame him." Seeing Bai Ying in such a state of infatuation, Su Luomei's heart seethed with resentment. She was well aware of Fang Ling's past deeds. "Inger, it is not that I prohibit you from pursuing romance. However, this individual is not suitable," Su Luomei declared coldly. "Do you know how ruthless he is? He once slaughtered the Chuan clan of Miaojiang, using the lives of millions to cultivate his dark arts. You have truly allowed the fog of ignorance to cloud your judgment, finding favor in such a heartless fiend." Bai Ying felt at a loss for words. She was aware of the truth, which indeed seemed to align with the facts. The Chuan clan's priest was a master of the celestial realm, and with the Dao sect watching intently, this young man faced a grim fate. Su Luomei continued, "My life and death are of no concern to you, senior." Observing Fang Ling's obstinacy, Bai Ying's heart sank. She understood her leader's nature, which was notoriously domineering. Fang Ling's repeated defiance might provoke her ire. As expected, a flicker of anger crossed Su Luomei's face, her celestial energy surging as if she intended to subdue Fang Ling. Suddenly, the air rippled like a tranquil lake, and a serene woman appeared, positioning herself between Su Luomei and Fang Ling master. Bai Ying exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the newcomer, who was her master, the esteemed elder Su Ruobing of the Tianyin Pavilion. "While this matter is concerning, dear sister, there is no need for such fury," Su Ruobing addressed Su Luomei. The two shared a striking resemblance, being biological sisters. Yet their temperaments were starkly contrasting. One was fiery and passionate, the other cold and composed. Seeing her sister's intervention, Su Luomei became displeased and scoffed. "Look at what he is clutching. He intends to take advantage of Inger, and such vile intentions are unworthy of her. Even if Inger were to resent me for a lifetime, I shall eliminate this wastrel today." Su Ruobing's gaze fell upon Fang Ling. Noticing the item he held, Bai Ying's apron, her brow furrowing immediately. Bai Ying, in a rush, clarified, I took it off myself for him to play with. He did not take it from me. Look, Inger is already ensnared. Su Lumei's eyes widened, nearly succumbing to exasperation from Bai Ying's words. This demonic influence must be eradicated today. Otherwise, it will hinder her cultivation in the future. No, this matter requires careful deliberation, Su Ruobing replied firmly. As Bai Ying's master, she understood her character well. Although she appeared delicate, she possessed an inner strength. If today her sister were to kill Fang Ling, Bai Ying would no longer belong to the Tianyin Pavilion. Sister, this man is in deep trouble. Even if you do not kill him, he is likely to perish at the hands of the witch or Wang Mu in Miaozhuang. She conveyed telepathically to Su Luomei. Do not act impulsively. We must first take Inger back to the Tianyin Pavilion. This man will eventually meet his end outside. At most, Inger will feel sorrow for a while, but she will eventually move on. However, if we forcefully intervene, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Su Luomei, known for her dominance yet not lacking intelligence, pondered this reasoning and recognized the folly of courting trouble. With a huff, she turned away. Su Ruobing then directed her attention to Bai Ying, communicating a few more words before leading her sister away from the residence. After their departure, Bai Ying approached Fang Ling. Do not blame my master or the pavilion leader. I know they act in my best interest, and they have never mistreated me over the years, she said. She did not wish for a rift to develop between her two beloved figures and Fang Ling. I must take my leave, otherwise this situation will not end well today. However, my master said that if you can resolve your troubles, you may come to the Tianyin Pavilion to find me in the future. Fang Ling nodded. Very well. I shall visit the Tianyin Pavilion to seek you. He had never intended to force Bai Ying to remain by his side. If she wished to follow him, he would advise her to return to the pavilion. This was not the time for indulgence. A woman by his side would be a burden. Moreover, he did not wish to commit acts of violence in front of his beloved. I shall wait for you at the Tianyin Pavilion. Bai Ying smiled softly, then on tiptoes, kissed him gently. Shyly, she turned and soared into the air to join her master and sister. Wait this, Fang Ling called out, eager to return the apron to her. Keep it for now. Return it to me when we meet again, Bai Ying murmured before vanishing from sight. Fang Ling held the item, storing it in his spatial ring. Women were not his entirety. He felt no sorrow upon Bai Ying's departure. The longer he descended the mountain, the more he understood a singular truth. Only by becoming powerful could he protect all that he cherished. Fang Ling, you truly revel in your freedom. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. Turning, he found it was Master Zizhu. Ah, Bai Ying, that young girl is both youthful and beautiful, and she possesses a remarkable talent for music. She appears delicate and endearing. Had I been a man, I surely would have fallen for her, Zizhu remarked. Yet her tone carried an undercurrent of sarcasm. After the conclusion of the Longchang Dao conference, she had returned with the Tianjing Monastery's team. However, upon learning that the Dao sect accused Fang Ling of murdering Mo Yuan and seizing their sacred treasure, she discreetly returned to the Great Zhou, settling in the imperial city for the past decade. Master, you have become increasingly entangled, Fang Ling observed. If you withdraw now, there remains a chance to regain normalcy. Otherwise, you risk descending into an abyss of despair. He was not foolish. This woman had waited for him all this time, indicating genuine feelings. Yet, she was a practitioner of the monastic life and the heir to the next abbot of Tianjing Monastery. Should she continue to drown in affection, she would inevitably face dire consequences. Zizhu cast a forlorn glance his way. Isn't it all you're doing? Let us take things one day at a time. Perhaps one day, I will suddenly awaken. Let's discuss matters of importance. You will remain here until you ascend to immortality. The Great Zhou and the Dao sect have always been at odds. You are safe here, for they would not dare to intrude upon you. I will visit you often to ensure you do not feel too lonely. I do not wish to be a caged bird, Fang Ling replied. You need not worry for my safety. I have my own plans. Zizhu's brows knitted in concern as she admonished. Do not be disobedient. You cannot fathom the true extent of the power possessed by those in the celestial realm. You have yet to transcend martial arts, no matter how formidable you become. You cannot defeat Wang Mu and his ilk. As the saying goes, a great man can bend and stretch. What harm is there in cultivating here for a few more years? Fang Ling smiled, his right eye suddenly turning crimson. Unlike before, his blood-red eye now bore peculiar black patterns, forming a six-pointed star emblem. In the past, he utilized this eye primarily to distort space and devour enemy attacks. However, After 10 years of enlightenment in Longchang, he had not only created two supreme techniques, but also made significant advancements in other areas. The enhancement of his blood, I was one such achievement. He had once conjured the phenomenon of golden lotuses blooming from the ground. And these blossoming lotuses were not merely aesthetically pleasing. Nourished by the essence of the golden lotus, his blood, I evolved, becoming more perfected and significantly more powerful. As he gazed forth, his right eye shimmered with a crimson glow, causing the space around him to fracture, revealing fissures in the fabric of reality. Zizhu gasped, "You have attained the power to tear through space." Fang Ling exhaled softly, the crimson glow in his eye receding, restoring normalcy. "If I find myself outmatched, I shall retreat into the chaotic currents of space, and they will be unable to touch me. When I re-emerge, I may not even know where I will appear, but I will certainly be far, far away from them." Although Wang Mu, the elder of the Dao sect, was formidable, if Fang Ling could utilize this method to escape, he would indeed be safe from capture. Zizhu murmured, "However, Ning Chuan is a shaman. If he employs his sorcery, even if you hide within the void, you cannot evade him. He must possess powerful spells that could shatter your very soul." Fang Ling suddenly turned his gaze toward the corner of the courtyard, smiling as he remarked, "Ning Chuan will have his match. Am I right, Priestess Lan Yin?" Upon hearing this, Zizhu's expression shifted. She had not sensed anyone there. The individual had managed to elude her perception, likely a being of celestial prowess. In the desolate corner, Lan Yin revealed her presence. She smiled faintly and marveled, "Truly impressive. You're now able to perceive my existence." After attaining enlightenment at the Dragon Field, it was not an exaggeration for Long to say that you have undergone a complete transformation. Fang Ling had felt a peculiar sensation deep within him for a long time, as if something were following him, yet he could never ascertain what it was. Now, however, he possessed a vague awareness, allowing him to sense her approximate location, realizing that the being trailing him was none other than the high priestess of the Lan clan. "When did you begin to follow me?" Fang Ling inquired. Lan Yin pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps during your time in the imperial palace of Nanyang." Fang Ling expressed his surprise. "So early? Could it be that your clan has?" He harbored doubts about the survival of the Lan clan. Lan Yin shook her head. Although the Lan clan has come close to extinction, it has not suffered the same fate as the Chuan clan. Thanks to your surprise attack on the Chuan clan, which diverted their attention, I was able to send part of my people into the temple of the witch god. Has the temple of the witch god disappeared and been sealed? Fang Ling asked in astonishment. "Luo and I share a deep bond, even when separated by distance. We can still communicate," Lan Yin explained. "Thus, I had her assist me in forcibly opening the temple. Unfortunately, even she could not dispel the restrictions within the temple, so only those under 50 could enter. Once they entered, they could not return, and must wait until Luo completes her inheritance from the witch god and fully masters the temple. However, this is for the best, as it spares them from being eradicated by the remnants of the Chuan clan and the disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect. At that time, I was severely injured and sought a place to hide. By chance, I encountered you and decided to follow you. I initially thought that being by your side would provide some stability, but little did I expect that your arrival in the Great Zhou would stir such commotion. I later learned that the Qingquan mirror has a twin artifact, known as the Haotian mirror. Both artifacts are among the 4 great heirlooms of the Heavenly Dao sect, one for offense and the other for defense, and they can sense each other within a certain distance. When you attained enlightenment at the Dragon Field, the people of the Heavenly Dao sect detected the Qingquan mirror on you through the Haotian mirror and concluded your identity. Fortunately, the Great Zhou and the Heavenly Dao sect are at odds otherwise. Wan Mu, Ning Chuan, and others stationed outside the Great Zhou would have trapped me here, rendering me unable to escape. Had I known, I would not have followed you." Lan Yin sighed lightly, filled with regret. Fang Ling asked, "I see. How is your injury recovering, Priestess Lan Yin?" Lan Yin shook her head. "I was gravely wounded after battling 2 opponents simultaneously, and 10 years is hardly sufficient for my recovery. However, the sorcery of the Chuan clan and my own Lan clan are mutually restraining, so I can help you withstand his attacks." "That will suffice. We can break through together then," Fang Ling stated. "I have sat in silence for a decade and endured the calamities of heaven and earth. My condition has yet to fully recover. Therefore, I must rest for a while before taking action." Lan Yin replied, "No hurry. I'm not pressed for time. Just remember to call for me when you are ready to leave." She raised her hand and touched Fang Ling's wrist, leaving a mark upon his skin. This is a unique communication seal of the witch clan, facilitating our contact, she explained. With that, Lan Yin vanished without a trace. After her departure, Fang Ling turned to Zizhu, who appeared considerably more relaxed. With Lan Yin's assistance, her worries had lessened. Yet suddenly, she seemed to recall something, and her expression soured. Fang Ling inquired, "What troubles you?" Zizhu murmured, "Since Priestess Lan Yin has been following you for quite some time, might she have seen us? If this matter were to leak out, I would be utterly disgraced." Fang Ling reassured her, "Do not fret. Even if she knows, she will surely keep it confidential, as we are aligned in purpose." Upon hearing this, Zizhu finally felt at ease. Chapter 089. Fang Ling's frantic thoughts. Zizhu had stayed in the residence for a few days, filled by Fang Ling's presence. Now, she had an inkling that it was time to depart. After spending so many years in the imperial city of the Great Zhou, she had even declined to return during a summons from the abbess. Thus, she feared that lingering any longer might raise suspicions. After Zizhu's departure, Fang Ling devoted some time to self-cultivation and had nearly restored his condition. One day, he intended to contact Priestess Lan Yin to prepare for his departure from the Great Zhou. However, he was unexpectedly visited by a young woman clad in white silk, radiating youthful vitality. "Shangguan Haiwei, you, who are clearly an old acquaintance, yet you still choose to conceal your identity. Are you toying with me?" Shangguan Haiwei gazed at Fang Ling with mild dissatisfaction. Upon discovering that the mysterious figure following her and her brother was Fang Ling, she had felt quite aggrieved for a long while. Fang Ling replied calmly, "You are aware of my situation. It is truly a matter of necessity. I wonder what brings you here today, Miss Shangguan." Shangguan Haiwei looked at him and responded, "I owe you a significant favor that remains unpaid, and today I have come to repay it. There are more than just Wen Mu and Ning Chuan guarding the outskirts of the Great Zhou. The sect leader of the Heavenly Dao sect, He Changling, is also lurking in the shadows. This old rogue conceals himself beneath a colorful veil, making it difficult even for someone of the stature of the Rongshan Emperor to detect him. Were it not for my father's astrological divination, we might never have known that the old rascal had arrived." Fang Ling chuckled. "The Heavenly Dao sect has dispatched two formidable figures to deal with a mere minor character like me. How amusing." Shangguan Haiwei continued, "Do not worry. My father has already taken action to lure He Changling away. The protective formation of the Heavenly Dao sect has always been maintained with the assistance of my Shangguan family, so He Changling would not dare to ignore my father's face. I can assure you that for the next half-month, He Changling will be preoccupied. You must take this opportunity to leave the Great Zhou swiftly. This is an ancient void escape talisman. You only need to shatter it, and you will be randomly transported to a location hundreds of thousands of miles away." She handed Fang Ling a weathered jade slip. "My father mentioned that although the Heavenly Dao sect is temporarily unable to come for you, if you delay, they will not sit idly by while you grow in strength. They will surely make a desperate move. Moreover, my father foretells that a great calamity is approaching and the Great Zhou may not be able to protect you. Rather than entrusting your life to others, it is better to take matters into your own hands." With that, she presented the ancient void escape talisman to Fang Ling. Recognizing its value, graciously accepted it. "Thank you." He nodded in appreciation. Shangguan Haiwei regarded him, her expression betraying a sense of hesitation. Observing her demeanor, Fang Ling encouraged, "If you have something to say, please feel free to express it." Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Haiwei said, "What I wish to convey may not be to your liking. With your talents, should you choose the righteous path, your future is boundless. Please refrain from practicing those dark arts, and from indiscriminately taking lives." With a sigh, she added, "I know that saying this is akin to spouting nonsense. If even Master Zizhu could not reform you, what hope is there for my words to have any effect?" Fang Ling cast her a sidelong glance, his curiosity piqued. "How do you know that Master Zizhu attempted to reform me?" Shangguan Haiwei's eyes widened in surprise, her heart filled with frustration at her own slip of the tongue. "Well, it was I who sought out Master Zizhu back in the Blood Marsh to ask her to guide you. Of course, I did not disclose that the city of Wuyang had been slaughtered by you. I merely mentioned that you are my friend who had unfortunately fallen into the path of darkness, hoping she could lend you a hand. You nearly got me killed," Fang Ling remarked. Had he not possessed some strength back then, he might have truly been eliminated by Master Zizhu. Yet, without her intervention, it would have been difficult for him to engage with Zizhu in the subsequent events. How intricate the web of fate is. Shangguan Haiwei lowered her head in shame. "So, Master Zizhu almost ended your life?" I did not anticipate she would act in such a manner. The renowned master Zizhu, revered as the Jade Guanyin, is someone I merely wish to seek assistance from. Fang Ling, the past is the past. Let it be. However, I beg you not to meddle in my affairs henceforth. Shangguan Haiwen nodded. Understood. I shall refrain from further involvement. She turned to leave, wishing him good fortune. Having said all she needed, she promptly departed. Once she was gone, Fang Ling looked down at the communication seal on the back of his hand and immediately contacted Priestess Lanyan. Before long, Lanyan appeared beside him. Are you prepared to depart? She inquired. Fang Ling smirked slightly, retorting, Do you wish to avenge the Lan clan? Lanyan frowned, murmuring of course, but now is not the time. My daughter has inherited the shaman's legacy. In a few years, when she ascends to the celestial realm, that shall be the moment for our revenge. Grudges cannot linger overnight. Fang Ling, cannot afford to wait, he declared. The Chuan clan and the Tiandao sect have joined forces to bring about my demise. While I have slaughtered billions from the Chuan clan, the Tiandao sect has yet to pay any price. Lan Yin, upon hearing this, appeared even more perplexed. What exactly do you intend to do? We are barely surviving ourselves, she said. Fang Ling replied. I have received word that the leader of the Tiandao sect is currently overwhelmed. Meanwhile, another celestial powerhouse, Wenmu, is stationed near the Great Zhou. Both of Tiandao sect's celestial experts are outside the sect at this moment. If we seize this opportunity to strike, Lanyan's eyes widened in astonishment. You are truly terrifying. The last time you bled the Chuan clan dry, while I found it satisfying, I also perceived your ruthlessness. Now, in our current predicament, with enemies pursuing us, you still contemplate a counterattack which fills me with dread. To be at odds with such a person is indeed frightening. I am fortunate not to have offended you. After a moment's contemplation, she said, though Wenmu and he Chongling are absent from the sect, you and I alone. You may not grasp the depth of such a colossal force. Should we attempt to breach the Tiandao sect's mountain gate, we would likely find ourselves unable to even penetrate their protective array. Fang Ling inquired nonchalantly, how does the protective array of the Chuan clan compare to that of the Tiandao sect? Lanyan replied, perhaps the Tiandao sect's protective array is somewhat stronger. Yet the difference should not be significant. I was able to breach the Chuan clan's array in the past, and I believe I can shatter the Tiandao sect protective array today. He stated, I have given it some thought, and I have reached a decision. Lanyan nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall accompany you on this venture. The Tiandao sect has extended its reach to the Miao region, causing my Lan clan's people to suffer near annihilation. As a priestess of the Lan clan, I shall ensure they pay in blood for their debts. Her eyes betrayed an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The horrors of that day, when the Lan tribe faced devastation, remained vivid in her mind, haunting her dreams for a decade. Each slumber would be interrupted by nightmarish visions. Chapter 090. Taking risks and entering the void, however. The success of this endeavor hinges upon fate, and it bears immense peril. Fang Ling continued. Once we enter the boundless void, I cannot predict what we may encounter. I have never ventured into the endless void before. We may be devoured by spatial turbulence or shredded by spatial storms. The day I exhibited the power of the blood, eye, and fragmented space was merely to reassure Zizhu. Otherwise, that foolish nun would not have considered departing. She might have chosen to confront the Tiandao sect alongside us. If it were as effortless as he claimed, he would have long since walked away, rather than face those two celestial powerhouses. Lanyan chuckled softly. I did not expect you to be so sentimental. Fang Ling replied, coolly, you misunderstand. If she were to remain by my side, she would only hinder me. Hence, I urge her to leave first. May fortune favor us, allowing us to safely escape the boundless void and return to a location still within the Southern Dipper, without straying too far from the Tiandao sect. If these two conditions are met, it will aid your Lan clan in seeking vengeance. Should anything go awry, do not lay the blame at my feet. For the sake of escape, he indeed had a backup plan. The ancient escape talisman gifted by the Shangguan family would suffice to extricate him from danger. However, the distance of this talisman was vast, potentially leading him to another realm far beyond the Southern Dipper. Consequently, he might miss this opportunity entirely, rendering him unable to return within half a month. Lanyan's expression grew serious as she nodded. No matter, I am willing to give it a try. Fang Ling, excellent. Hold on tightly to me. Do not let go. If we become separated in the boundless void, I might still have a chance to return, but you'll be forever trapped there. Lanyan stepped closer, extending her small hand to grasp Fang Ling's larger one. This should suffice, right? She murmured. a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, she had never been close to a man. To embrace, let alone hold hands, was a first for her. Fang Ling glanced at her, his tone serious. If we encounter shards of space that sever either of our arms, we shall be separated. Choose wisely. Hold on to me tightly. Do not jest. Why are you so fierce? She retorted, her face flushing deeply. She understood that for their safety, it was best for them to stay close. To achieve her revenge, this minor inconvenience was trivial. She merely felt a tinge of embarrassment. She moved behind Fang Ling, her delicate arms reaching forward to wrap around him, pressing tightly against his back. Lanyan typically dressed conservatively, so her form was not pronounced. However, pressed against Fang Ling in this manner, he found himself taken aback by the undeniable softness and surprising elasticity. Let us proceed, Lanyan urged, eager to conclude this escapade. Fang Ling responded with an affirmative grunt, his right eye suddenly transforming into a vivid crimson, pulsating with power. The six-pointed star imprint in his eye spun continuously, unleashing the force to tear through space. At the moment of spatial rupture, he seized the opportunity and leapt into the void. Once they entered, the shattered space reformed as if nothing had transpired. In the boundless void, Fang Ling and Lanyan, pressed closely together, drifted aimlessly with the ebb and flow of dark waves. So this is what the endless void looks like, Lanyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed around. Though she too was a celestial powerhouse, she lacked familiarity with the intricacies of space, rendering her oblivious to its mysteries. Fang Ling was equally curious, as it was his first venture into the boundless void. However, unlike Lanyan, he did not feel at ease. She merely needed to cling to him, while he had to remain vigilant for any lurking dangers. A moment's carelessness, even with his near-immortal physique, could lead to dire consequences. In the boundless void, light and darkness fluctuated without any discernible pattern. Space fragments drifted around, the sharpest of objects capable of slicing through anything. Some areas resembled black holes, consuming everything in their vicinity. Should one be drawn into such a force, the outcome was utterly uncertain. Fang Ling navigated with trepidation, each movement akin to gambling with his life. Suddenly, a spatial storm surged forth. The nature of this storm was entirely different from that of external tempests. As it approached, it generated no forewarning. Everything appeared normal until the moment of contact, when one would find themselves enmeshed within the storm. Fang Ling's protective aura was as fragile as paper against the spatial storm, utterly ineffective. In an instant, his garments were torn to shreds, and even the storage ring on his finger was obliterated by the tempest. In this critical moment, he resolutely invoked his self-created supreme technique, the void. Upon becoming ethereal, even the spatial storm could not harm him. However, the inevitable consequence was that he became separated from Lanyan. Fortunately, both remained within the spatial storm, not too far apart. He watched her silently, a hint of concern flickering within him. In his understanding, Lanyan was a witch, primarily adept in soul cultivation. Thus, she felt that her physical form might not be particularly robust and would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught of the spatial tempest. However, he soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. Though the storm had torn her garments asunder, her body remained entirely unscathed. She cast a glance towards Fang Ling. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and exclaimed in irritation, "You should be more concerned about yourself. Why are you staring at me? Once I ascend to immortality, my physical form will transform into an immortal body. Even without deliberate cultivation, I am beyond your comparison. This fierce spatial storm, though terrifying, cannot harm me." At that moment, all coverings upon her were obliterated by the tempest, revealing her exquisite form to Fang Ling's gaze. In the interplay of light and shadow, it was as if a stunning painting had come to life, evoking an irresistible desire to behold. Fang Ling said nothing, silently averting his gaze. As the storm passed in a flash, Lanyan, disregarding any notions of propriety, leaped behind Fang Ling, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The two stood intimately together, adrift in the vast emptiness. "How long have we been here?" Fang Ling inquired. He had initially kept track of time, but, having been distracted by the sight of Lanyan's physique, had lost his sense of timing. "I don't know," Lanyan murmured softly, equally unsure. Fang Ling replied, "We can only take a gamble and hope it aligns closely with my estimations. Time and space are closely intertwined." Although he had not yet reached a high level of understanding, he felt a vague sensation within him, after a stick of incense had burned. Fang Ling's blood-red eyes unfurled their might, shattering the spatial fabric. A beam of light pierced through, illuminating the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ling slipped through the fractured barrier. Chapter 091. The Peach Blossom Manor. A hidden abode, the two found themselves amidst a grove of peach blossoms, where, as far as the eye could see, they appeared to be enveloped in a sea of pink. The spiritual essence here was abundant, suggesting it was not a remote locale. Suddenly, a breeze laden with the fragrance of peach blossoms swept past, bringing a coolness to Fang Ling's senses. He promptly retrieved a black robe from the Saraira realm and donned it. Since materializing the Saraira realm, he had stored all his precious belongings there, as his storage ring had become little more than an ornament. He had long anticipated that even the most robust storage ring might be reduced to dust in the boundless void. So he had transferred all his possessions into the Saraira realm before embarking on this journey, incurring no losses. Meanwhile, Lan Yin hid behind a peach tree, her body shimmering with white light to shield herself from Fang Ling's gaze. Yet, in the vast emptiness, Fang Ling had already seen all. Before entering the endless void, Lan Yin had not considered such matters, leaving her scant belongings in her storage ring, which had also been obliterated in the previous storm, rendering her in a predicament without even garments to shield her form, relying solely on the holy light for modesty. Fang Ling sent a wisp of his consciousness into the Saraira realm, arriving before Yun Shuiqing, who was diligently cultivating in her quarters. Like all members of the Tianluo sect, she had spent a decade here in focused training. This existence, free from mundane tasks and endowed with inexhaustible resources for cultivation, felt dreamlike to her. Upon seeing Fang Ling's projection descend, she hastily rose from her bed and knelt on one knee. "I greet my lord," she expressed reverently. Fang Ling nodded in approval, stating, "Well done. Your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the heavenly authority realm. It seems you have worked diligently over the years." Yun Shuiqing had only been at the mid-stage of the heavenly meridian realm a decade prior, and now she had made a significant breakthrough. "Everything is thanks to you, my lord. Had you not provided such a rich environment for cultivation, with my talent, I might not have made such advancements even after a century of effort," she replied. Fang Ling continued, "Inform everyone to pause their cultivation for the time being and take the opportunity to rest and recuperate. I may have need of your assistance soon." "As you command." Yun Shuiqing responded with enthusiasm, appearing quite pleased. They had enjoyed a decade of unearned sustenance and had longed for the chance to contribute, lest they feel restless. "Additionally, please procure a set of garments for me," Fang Ling requested. "Underclothes, stockings, hairpins. I require them all." Yun Shuiqing glanced at him, murmuring, "Does my lord prefer them to be untainted or freshly laundered?" It seemed there were no completely unworn garments, as they had not had the opportunity to acquire new clothes in the past decade. Sister Fian was in the same predicament, making do with the same few outfits. "Freshly laundered will suffice," Fang Ling replied. Yun Shuiqing nodded and promptly moved to the wardrobe to sort through the garments. Given her physique's similarity to Lan Yan's, he had sought her out. In the peach blossom grove, Lan Yan looked eagerly at Fang Ling. She wished to borrow garments from him, but found it difficult to voice her request. She even contemplated crafting a pink dress from the peach blossoms on site. Just as she was about to act, Fang Ling tossed a set of clothing to her without hesitation. "Thank you," she murmured softly. Fang Ling did not respond. Continuing deeper into the grove, sensing a manor ahead, he was eager to discover their current location after breaking through the void. He walked slowly, seemingly waiting for Lan Yan, who quickly caught up after changing. The thought that he had seen her completely unclothed stirred an odd sensation within her. "Knock, knock, knock." Fang Ling rapped the copper ring on the door. The manor's entrance opened immediately, revealing a girl with her hair styled in buns. This girl exuded an aura indistinguishable from that of a mortal, yet both Fang Ling and Lan Yin sensed something peculiar about her. "Little sister, we wish to see the owner of this place. Could you guide us?" Lan Yin smiled gently, her tone warm. In her childhood, she had enjoyed styling her daughter's hair in buns, which made her feel a sense of familiarity with the girl before her. The girl glanced at Lan Yin, then at Fang Ling, and said, "Sister, you may enter with me, but this big brother cannot. Our manor has a rule forbidding men from stepping inside." As it was merely a matter of asking for directions, Fang Ling was unconcerned and turned his back, gazing towards the distant peach grove. Lan Yin followed the girl into the manor. After a short distance, Lan Yin noticed that the manor was quite populated, yet curiously, it seemed filled exclusively with women, with no trace of men to be found. She soon encountered the owner of the Peach Blossom Manor, a graceful woman clad in purple. Although she bore no traces of spiritual energy, appearing entirely mortal, her demeanor exuded an air of the extraordinary, akin to a recluse of remarkable stature. I am Lan Yin. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I have found myself stranded here with my companions. May I inquire where this place is? Lan Yin spoke with utmost politeness, sensing an enigmatic quality about the woman. The purple-clad beauty replied coolly, the northern region of the Qi dynasty, a desolate wilderness. The Qi dynasty? This is the Qi dynasty? Lan Yin exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. The Qi dynasty was situated within the southern Dipper domain and was in close proximity to the Han dynasty, where the Tiandao sect was located, with the sect's entrance near the capital of the Han dynasty. I apologize for the intrusion. Thank you for your guidance. Lan Yin expressed her gratitude and was eager to share this good news with Fang Ling. However, the mysterious beauty suddenly called out to her, "Since you have come here, it is fate. In light of this connection, I offer you a piece of advice. Keep your distance from that man outside. The farther, the better." Lan Yin's brows furrowed at the woman's words, and she turned back to inquire, "Why?" The woman shook her head. "It cannot be disclosed. Whether you choose to believe, it is entirely up to you. I merely offer a warning." "Then may I ask who you truly are, my lady?" Lan Yin could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked directly. Despite being a dignified witch, she felt an odd sense of inferiority in the presence of this woman. At that moment, she uttered words shrouded in mystery, further solidifying her belief that he was indeed an extraordinary individual. "Having secluded myself from the world for many years. Even if I were to disclose my name, it is certain you would not have heard of it," the elegant woman remarked nonchalantly. "Now go. You two should hasten your departure. This place ultimately does not welcome outsiders." With a slight bow, Lan Yin bid her farewell and turned to leave. Once outside the manor, she immediately grasped Fang Ling's hand and departed. She refrained from elaborating on her experiences within the manor, opting instead for a profound silence on the matter. Fang Ling had long sensed the peculiarities of the place, and, recognizing her unease, wisely chose not to inquire further.